Chapter 1. The Power of Angels. Year 737 of the Angel Era. 7th Universe, Planet Vegeta. As summer approached, the twilight enveloped the sky like a mysterious black silk, adorned with twinkling stars that danced gracefully. Luo Tian gazed upward at the starry expanse, lost in silent contemplation. "Hey, Luo Tian, you seem rather leisurely. Are you truly so carefree as to daydream here?" A youthful yet haughty voice suddenly broke the tranquility from behind Luo Tian. Without needing to turn, Luo Tian already knew who was speaking. It was none other than the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. At merely 5 years of age, Vegeta was diminutive in stature, sporting an upright shock of black hair, clad in battle armor, with his tail swaying gently behind him. "You should focus on assessing your own battle power," Vegeta declared, pressing a button on the scouter perched on his eye. Beep, beep. The scouter emitted a signal. 3 seconds later, Vegeta's expression turned blank, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. "Battle power, 200? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. "What nonsense is this? How can this be? Just 3 days ago, your battle power was 1,000. A year ago, it peaked at 20,000. Why is your battle power diminished with each training session?" Vegeta, Luo Tian sighed, stepping forward to stand beside him. Luo Tian, also 5 years old, stood slightly taller than Vegeta by about 2 centimeters. "Umph. You should address me as your highness," Vegeta retorted, displeased by Luo Tian's casual address. Swish! Luo Tian swiftly reached out and snatched the scouter from Vegeta's side. "What? My scouter? Return it to me." Vegeta's youthful face flushed with anger as he shouted. Yet, how could this fellow move so swiftly? How did he achieve that? "Vegeta, you must remember, do not rely on the data from this device," Luo Tian said, gently squeezing it in his hand. Crack! The scouter emitted a sharp sound, shattering into several pieces, with many components cascading from Luo Tian's grip. "You dare destroy my scouter?" Vegeta fumed. "We'll see if I can repair it," Luo Tian pondered aloud. Vegeta? Vegeta was momentarily stunned. "Repair it? What does that mean?" Luo Tian inhaled deeply, his expression growing serious as a radiant flame akin to stars suddenly materialized in his hand. The brilliant flame appeared somewhat murky, swiftly enveloping the broken scouter. Instantly, the shattered device began to visibly reassemble itself. Vegeta's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. What is happening? Approximately 30 seconds later, the scouter that Luo Tian had crushed with his own hands restored itself to its original condition before Vegeta's astonished gaze. Even the components that had fallen to the ground returned to the scouter, as if by magic. "What was that technique just now?" Vegeta stammered, his youthful face etched with disbelief. "The power of angels," Luo Tian slowly uttered the 4 words. "The power of angels? What is that?" Vegeta blinked in confusion. "You're still young, you'll understand when you grow up," Luo Tian said, patting Vegeta's shoulder. "Oomph, who are you calling young? As if you're older than me." Vegeta bared his teeth. "It's no longer important." Luo Tian turned to leave. "Vegeta, you destroyed my scouter, and now claim it's no longer important. I see. You deliberately came to flaunt your special abilities, didn't you? Return my scouter," Vegeta commanded. Luo Tian casually tossed the scouter back to Vegeta. Vegeta caught it deftly and quickly donned it over his eye. Then, he pressed a button on the scouter. Beep, beep. A signal emitted from the device, instantly displaying Luo Tian's battle power value. "Battle power 100? How has it decreased again?" Vegeta was puzzled, hastily inquiring, "I heard you were training according to a bizarre book. Is that why your battle power has declined?" Luo Tian gradually halted his steps, retrieving a book from his pocket and tossing it to Vegeta. Thud! Vegeta caught the book and quickly skimmed the cover. "There really is a book? The Guide to Freeform Ultimate Training?" Vegeta muttered under his breath, his expression one of bewilderment. "Indeed, it is this that has granted me my current abilities. Not too shabby, right?" Luo Tian smiled. "Where did you procure this book?" Vegeta asked, momentarily dazed. "Do you recall a cat and a blue-skinned individual visiting our planet last year?" Luo Tian smiled. "What? You mean the god of destruction Beerus and his attendant?" Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling slightly. Precisely, Luo Tian nodded. I exchanged a technologically advanced starch sausage with that individual named Whis for this book. So, you trained with the skills within, and your battle power plummeted from 20,000 to a mere 100? Vegeta was flabbergasted. Luo Tian nodded again. Vegeta stared at Luo Tian as if he were a fool. Is this fellow daft? At 4 years old, he possessed a battle power of 20,000. Among the Saiyans, he would undoubtedly be considered a super genius warrior. His father had even intended to groom him as my personal attendant. Yet he squandered an entire year, reducing his battle power from 20,000 to 100. You are truly a remarkable individual. Luo Tian and Vegeta shared a relatively amicable relationship. With similar ages, Luo Tian was once a prodigious warrior and regarded as the other child by Vegeta's father. Vegeta had grown up in an environment overshadowed by Luo Tian, with his young psyche bearing the weight of a shadow that seemed to expand to the size of Planet Vegeta. Fortunately, since last year, Luo Tian's battle power had not only ceased to rise, but had sharply declined. Vegeta suddenly felt as if every day was a sunny day, waking up with a smile even in his dreams. Luo Tian held a degree of admiration for Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball narrative, Vegeta's character was portrayed quite successfully. He evolved from a proud warrior into a father and husband imbued with a profound sense of responsibility. In contrast, in Dragon Ball Super, the protagonist Son Goku had devolved into a mere fighter, devoid of depth. You've squandered your battle power for the sake of learning such a trivial skill? Vegeta seemed to grasp the situation. Roughly, that's the gist of it. Luo Tian gently nodded. That book is yours now. I have already mastered it, and from here on, diligent practice should yield even greater improvements. Teach, I have no interest in such a worthless item. Vegeta decisively shook his head. Yet, despite his words, curiosity compelled Vegeta to glance through the contents of the book. Freeform Ultimate, a method that transcends cerebral thought, allowing each part of the body to instinctively sense surrounding dangers and engage in reflexive movements, maximizing speed and responsiveness. Conditions: one must possess a tranquil heart, free from distractions, and maintain an optimistic and proactive demeanor. Upon reading the description of Freeform Ultimate, Vegeta's face contorted with disdain. Transcending cerebral thought? Allowing the body to sense danger? Though merely 5, Vegeta quickly grasped the implication of this statement. In other words, mastering this will enable one to evade various dangers, correct? You could interpret it that way. Luo Tian nodded gently. Luo Tian, we are Saiyans. We are a warrior race. Can mere evasion lead to victory in battle? Vegeta's expression grew increasingly disdainful. Luo Tian refrained from responding. Moreover, the conditions for training state one must possess a tranquil heart. What a joke. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Have you ever heard of Super Saiyans? A tranquil heart? Super Saiyans are the mightiest warriors in this universe. They are inherently savage. If one truly possessed a tranquil heart, they could never become a Super Saiyan. You make a compelling argument. Perhaps we should cease this discussion, Luo Tian replied. Vegeta, Chapter 2, Do you possess healing techniques? Luo Tian had traversed through time and space. As a fervent fan of Dragon Ball, Luo Tian stumbled upon a certain manuscript by Beerus, as if unlocking the door to a new world. Captivated by her tale, that on a night when the moon hung low over the willow tips, Luo Tian inexplicably traversed dimensions and became a Saiyan on the planet Vegeta within the Dragon Ball universe. Amidst his confusion and astonishment, he felt a tumultuous mix of excitement and disappointment. The excitement stemmed from finally finding himself in the Dragon Ball realm, and not just any realm, but as a member of the warrior race, the Saiyans. The disappointment, however, arose from his desire to become an angel after all. He had been captivated by the allure of Beerus' attendant, Whis. Why had he not been transformed into an angel? While enjoying Dragon Ball Super, Luo Tian held a particular admiration for the angelic race, for they were true deities, possessing eternal life and boundless capabilities. Moreover, among the angelic beings, there were 3 stunning goddesses: the exquisite Vados from Universe 6, the enchanting Margarita from Universe 11, and the captivating Kusu from Universe 10. Especially Vados, whose allure was simply mesmerizing. Although the skin tones of the angels differed from those of the Scions or Earthlings, it scarcely mattered. After all, being a god, altering one's physical appearance should be a trivial endeavor, right? Luo Tian was of the same age as Vegeta, and his parents were among the most distinguished warriors serving under King Vegeta, belonging to the elite class of fighters. Not long after his birth, tragedy struck. His parents perished in a catastrophic meteor collision while on a mission in their spaceship, leaving him an orphan in the vastness of space. The Scions, as a warrior race, had long been engaged in interstellar conflicts, resulting in a significant loss of life. Thus, on the expansive planet Vegeta, the population dwindled to merely a few thousand souls. There were countless orphans like Luo Tian. At times, he wished to voice his frustrations. The so-called warrior race of Scions lacked even the most fundamental ability to survive in the cosmos. This singular fact was enough to be fatal. It was all too easy for an adversary to obliterate your home planet if they could not defeat you in battle. Luo Tian possessed commendable talent and aptitude upon his birth. His battle power reached an impressive 600, nearly on par with Vegeta. By the age of 4, he had further elevated his battle power to an astounding 20,000. Yet for Luo Tian, this was still far from sufficient. However, King Vegeta trembled in fear at the prospect. From that moment forth, Vegeta lived under the overshadowing brilliance of Luo Tian's potential. Fortunately, after that day, for reasons unknown, Luo Tian's battle power began to plummet as if on a slippery slope. King Vegeta conducted a discreet investigation and discovered that Whis attendant, a being named Vados, had consumed a peculiar sausage that Luo Tian had made, and in return, he had gifted Luo Tian a book. Throughout that year, Luo Tian diligently studied the cultivation methods within that book. Consequently, his battle power continued to decline. Within the span of a mere year, Luo Tian's battle power had dwindled to 200. King Vegeta felt a mix of relief and profound sorrow. A once promising prodigy had been rendered utterly ineffectual. The attendant of Lord Beerus truly was a fool. Moreover, what kind of vile sausage had he fed to that being named Vados to cause such a predicament? On one occasion, King Vegeta even summoned Luo Tian for a heartfelt conversation, urging him to abandon his pursuit of that strange book. Yet, Luo Tian remained undeterred, resolutely continuing his studies of the cultivation techniques contained within. King Vegeta ceased his attempts at persuasion. In the end, for King Vegeta and many fellow Scions, Luo Tian was considered completely finished. However, Luo Tian found joy in his endeavors. While others perceived Whis merely as an attendant of the god of destruction, Luo Tian, as a devoted Dragon Ball fan, understood that Whis was the true deity. He was the angel that Luo Tian aspired to become. In the tournament of power that unfolded in the narrative, the universes that lost would be obliterated by the Omni King himself. In the blink of an eye, all gods and planets of that universe would vanish without a trace. Only the angels would remain. It could be understood that even the gods of destruction were merely elite beings selected from the cosmos. Angels, however, were born as gods, endowed with extraordinary power. Furthermore, only by becoming an angel could one truly cherish beings like Vados. Could they not? What right did a mere human have to engage in deeper studies with them? Thus, he resolved to begin his cultivation with the Ultra Instinct technique. At the very least, within the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, Goku's pursuit of Ultra Instinct was, in essence, a journey toward becoming an angel. Nevertheless, the path ahead appeared exceedingly arduous. Yet, as long as he could become a genuine angel, no matter how treacherous the road, it would pose no challenge for Luo Tian. For Vados, after a year of dedicated research, Luo Tian finally managed to dissipate most of the energy he had previously cultivated and, at long last, began to coalesce a somewhat murky angelic power. Though it may have been murky, this angelic essence still possessed some fundamental attributes of divine power. What can the power of angels accomplish? Through a year of diligent research, coupled with the experience gained from his past life as a Dragon Ball warrior, Luo Tian has developed a clear understanding of the power of angels. This celestial force can be likened to a form of omnipotent energy, or perhaps more aptly described as universal magical energy. There exists nothing beyond your imagination and nothing you cannot achieve. The power of angels can be transformed into a multitude of forms, including but not limited to destruction, healing, restoration, magic, flames, manipulation of objects, insight, and even resurrection. In fact, with the formidable power of angels, one could even reverse the flow of time, returning to moments just minutes prior. However, due to the insufficient purity of the angelic energy that Luo Tian is capable of condensing at present, he is unable to manipulate time in such a manner. Nonetheless, this represents a small yet significant step for Luo Tian on his path to becoming an angel that in essence, the so-called cultivation of ultimate freedom is merely the refinement of angelic power. Throughout this cultivation process, Luo Tian will gradually grasp the essence of ultimate freedom. The reason Luo Tian has dispelled his previously cultivated energies is that they hold little value compared to the overwhelming strength of angelic power. Despite the current lack of purity in the angelic energy he can summon, Luo Tian believes that if true angels possess a purity level of 100, his own angelic power is a mere 1. Yet, even with a purity of merely 1, if transformed into destructive force, it could effortlessly wreak havoc on a cosmic scale. But if one were to assign a combat capability to such a paltry amount of angelic energy, Luo Tian would estimate its power to be no less than 1 billion. This is still considering the purity is only at 1. The main reason for this is that Luo Tian has yet to completely dissipate all of his own energy. Should he fully disperse his energy, he believes the purity of his angelic power would enhance, and its combat capability would increase exponentially. Gazing up at the starry sky, visions of Bardos' tome flooded Luo Tian's mind. He vigorously shook his head. I'm letting my imagination run wild again. Amidst the cosmos, spaceships occasionally descended upon Planet Vegeta. He witnessed an increasing number of Saiyans returning to Planet Vegeta. Luo Tian was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. According to the timeline, it would not be long before Frieza would annihilate Planet Vegeta. It is time to depart from his planet. Luo Tian is no saint, nor does he aspire to be a hero rescuing Planet Vegeta. Furthermore, the true mastermind behind the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta is not Frieza, but the god of destruction, Beerus. It is not that Beerus harbors a grudge against the Saiyans. Rather, the existence of Planet Vegeta has severely disrupted the balance of the universe. Of course, Frieza does have some personal vendetta involved. Vegeta, have you considered battling off-planet recently? I can take you to a remarkable place. Luo Tian inquired as he prepared to leave. He contemplated following Vegeta's spaceship away from Planet Vegeta, with no intention of provoking Frieza. Luo Tian's principle of action is to develop cautiously, become an angel, and bring Bardos home. What? You wish to join me in off-planet battles? Vegeta quickly grasped Luo Tian's intent. When are we departing? Luo Tian asked. I would take you along. You would only hinder me. Vegeta scoffed, raising his chin defiantly. Your combat power is merely 100. It would be embarrassing for me, the prince, to take you with me. Are you not aware that I practice healing arts? Luo Tian replied with a mysterious smile. Healing arts? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Luo Tian intently. With a smile upon his face, Luo Tian recalled how he had restored the shattered scouter moments ago. See, if I can restore a mere scouter, how much easier would it be to heal your injuries? Luo Tian's smile persisted. Shall we put to the test? Test? Vegeta was once more rendered momentarily speechless. Chapter 3. Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God in a flash. Luo Tian moved, appearing instantaneously behind Vegeta. His speed was so astonishing that Vegeta barely registered it. Rubbing his eyes vigorously and shaking his head, Vegeta searched for Luo Tian's whereabouts. I'm right behind you. Luo Tian's voice resonated from behind him. Startled, Vegeta turned his head mechanically, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld Luo Tian. With a swift motion, Luo Tian struck Vegeta's nape, channeling a modicum of angelic power into his palm. converting it into concentrated energy that he refrained from transforming it into destructive force. Otherwise, Vegeta would likely have been obliterated by the blow. Nevertheless, Vegeta was propelled forward, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell to the ground. Feeling utterly defeated, his expression was one of sheer astonishment, undergoing a rapid transformation, his eyes reflecting boundless horror. I was struck by that kid Luo Tian. How is this possible? It must be that I was careless and didn't T-dodge. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could someone with a combat power of merely 100 possibly injure me? Vegeta's youthful mind remained relatively naive that I'll try using the healing arts now. Luo Tian stepped forward, enveloping Vegeta in a swirling mass of murky angelic energy. Instantly, Vegeta's injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Within 10 seconds, his wounds were completely mended. Vegeta leaped to his feet, astonished by the changes in his body. Luo Tian sensed Vegeta's energy, discovering that his combat power had not increased as a result, for Vegeta had not been on the brink of death. Even with his healing, his power would not double. Truly healed, Vegeta was utterly astonished. Did I not speak the truth? Remember to call me when we depart, and bear in mind, the planet I will take you to is extraordinarily unique. After finishing his words, Luo Tian soared into the sky and swiftly departed. Vegeta remained rooted in place, struggling to regain his composure for an extended period. Wait a moment, did I overlook something? Am I just going to let the fact that you injured me slide? Luo Tian ascended, soaring through the blue skies of Planet Vegeta, soon returning to the bustling town. The streets were alive with activity, as more and more Saiyans were summoned back by Frieza. In fact, since Luo Tian's birth, he had never witnessed such a gathering of Saiyan brethren. Among the returning throngs, Luo Tian spotted Bardock, Goku's father, also arriving aboard a spaceship. Bardock bore a striking resemblance to Goku, the only notable difference being the long scar that adorned his face, a testament to his battle experiences. Additionally, a bushy tail swayed behind him in the wind. Bardock, it has been quite some time. I can hardly believe you are still alive, greeted a Saiyan named Rutrala, smiling as he approached the newly arrived Bardock. Oh, you know why Frieza summoned us back? Bardock inquired, turning to Rutrala. Who knows? It has said that he has discovered a colossal star and needs a multitude of Saiyans to launch an assault to conquer it. Rutrala replied with a smile. Bardock fell into deep thought, sensing an ominous foreboding. By the way, it seems Frieza's forces are inquiring about the legendary Super Saiyans, Rutrala added. Super Saiyan? Bardock was momentarily taken aback. At that legendary Super Saiyan. Indeed, the hero of legends. Rutrala nodded proudly. Super Saiyan, the legendary hero among the Saiyans, reputed to be the most powerful being in the entire universe. However, it is important to note that this notion of the universe, from the Saiyans' perspective, does not encompass the 12 universes, but rather pertains solely to the 7th universe. In my understanding, there are two types of Super Saiyans, the ordinary Super Saiyan and the legendary Super Saiyan. Luo Tian stepped forward, smiling slowly like a small adult. Upon his sudden appearance, Bardock and Rutrala were momentarily taken aback. Who could it be? Is that not our prodigious youth, Luo Tian? Rutrala remarked with a smile, unable to resist pressing the detector perched upon his eyes, followed by a series of tisk-tisk sounds, shaking his head in lament. You ought to take a look at your combat power. I truly cannot fathom how it has dwindled to a mere 100. That is inconsequential, Luo Tian responded nonchalantly. Bardock, casting a deep glance at Luo Tian, was filled with questions. He had heard whispers regarding Luo Tian's circumstances, for he had once been an exceptional warrior, possessing a combat power of 20,000 at the tender age of 4. Yet, in just a year, that power had plummeted to 100. What could possibly have transpired? Of course, Bardock was unaware of the peculiar cultivation methods Luo Tian had adopted from that strange tome, as he had been engaged in battles far from home for many years. Humph, as if you possess any profound understanding of Super Saiyans. Rutrala scoffed dismissively. You ought to pay attention to your own combat power. It is a shame to see such a talent squandered. Bardock, however, inquired with genuine curiosity, Luo Tian, how much do you truly know about Super Saiyans? As I previously mentioned, Super Saiyans are categorized into ordinary Super Saiyans and legendary Super Saiyans. Luo Tian replied with a smile. The legendary Super Saiyan is a prodigy that appears only once every millennium. We Saiyans should not entertain such hopes. However, through diligent training, one can aspire to become an ordinary Super Saiyan. Bardock's expression turned contemplative. Ha! Rutra burst into laughter. Luo Tian, in your final statement, you mentioned that we can become ordinary Super Saiyans through hard work. Why did you exclude yourself from that equation? I fear I may no longer transform into a Super Saiyan. Luo Tian sighed. That I S it because you have become ineffectual? Rutra retorted with another derisive chuckle. No, I might just leap over the Super Saiyan transformation and become a Super Saiyan god, Luo Tian said, gazing up at the sky leisurely. You truly are boastful. I cannot keep up with your rhythm, Bardock remarked. Moreover, to become a Super Saiyan, one must first possess a certain quantity of S cells, which would be birthed simply by maintaining a tranquil heart. Luo Tian explained with a smile to Bardock and Rutra. S cells. A tranquil heart. Rutra was taken aback. What on earth are you talking about? Bardock, you are quite commendable. Your state of mind is relatively peaceful. And S cells have already manifested within you. Though it is still insufficient, Luo Tian disregarded Rutra's confusion and focused on Bardock. However, as long as you maintain your current mindset, I believe it will not be long before you become a true Super Saiyan. What? I will become a true Super Saiyan. Bardock was momentarily stunned. Ha, Bardock, you cannot possibly believe that. Rutra laughed even harder from the sidelines. Luo Tian shook his head, choosing not to stoop to Rutra's level. The reason he spoke to Bardock in such a manner was that he knew, at the moment Planet Vegeta was destroyed, Bardock might traverse back 1,000 years into the past. The legends of the Super Saiyan, in fact, stemmed from Bardock himself. Let me complete this tale, Luo Tian thought as he prepared to depart. Just then, two guards swiftly approached from a distance, landing beside Luo Tian. Luo Tian, His Highness the Prince has instructed us to gather at the spaceship launch site at exactly 10 p.m. tonight. Tardiness will not be tolerated, one of the guards informed. Next time, please wear a detector for easier communication, the other guard suggested, gesturing to the device on his own eyes. Next time? Understood. I appreciate your assistance. Luo Tian nodded. Next time? If my calculations are correct, Planet Vegeta will soon face a cataclysmic blow. There will be no next time. After delivering their message, the two guards promptly took their leave. Luo Tian, are you planning to leave? Bardock inquired, slightly taken aback. Indeed, Luo Tian affirmed. Did not Frisia state that we should refrain from departing Planet Vegeta for the time being? Rutra chimed in, his tone heavy. That is his concern. Not mine, Luo Tian replied, shaking his head and turning to leave. This brat truly is audacious. Rutra gritted his teeth. Does he genuinely believe he is still the prodigy he once was? Bardock watched Luo Tian's departing figure in silence. His expression tinged with gravity. Super Saiyan, Bardock murmured to himself. Subsequently, he turned and made his way back to his residence. Jine, I have returned. Bardock greeted his wife, Jine, who was busy slicing meat in their home. Jine, the mother of Goku, was a logistics officer primarily responsible for the sustenance of the warriors. Not all Saiyans were fighters. Many, due to their lower combat power, took on supportive roles in logistics. After all, the strength of a race is intrinsically linked to its logistical operations. Given Jine's relatively low combat power, her contributions were limited to such tasks. Bardock, Jine exclaimed with joy, rushing forward to embrace him. The couple had not seen each other for an extended period, and this reunion was a rare occasion. Perhaps this meeting today would herald a parting tomorrow as a warrior race. The reality is often brutally harsh. The streets are quite lively, Bardock mused. It has been ages since I have witnessed such a bustling scene. Indeed, everyone has returned, Jine nodded. What of Raditz? Bardock inquired. That he has gone out to play, and he has become a warrior. Soon, he will team up with Prince Vegeta to venture to other planets, Jine replied. Prince Vegeta? Partnering with such a formidable individual? Bardock wiped his brow silently. Yes, Jine confirmed that is Kakarot still in the incubation chamber? Bardock asked again that he has been in there for 3 years. It is time to let him out. Would you like to see him? Jine responded. Upon entering the inner room, Bardock beheld Kakarot sleeping soundly in the incubation chamber. Kakarot bore a striking resemblance to Bardock, unmistakably his biological son. He has grown so much, Bardock remarked. Indeed, he looks just like you, especially with that distinctive hairstyle, John agreed. After a brief silence, Bardock contemplated, once night falls, I shall steal a spherical spaceship and send this child away to another planet. Huh, why must you do that? John questioned, struggling to comprehend, especially considering the dangers involved in casting him away. This is for Kakarot's own good. Bardock whispered with a sigh. What has transpired? A sense of unease suddenly gripped John. Frisia is scheming something. I have a foreboding sense of doom. Bardock's expression grew increasingly grave. That very night, Bardock pilfered a spherical spaceship and placed Kakarot inside. Under the cover of darkness, Bardock carried the spaceship, leading John to a desolate wilderness in the barren hills. The cold wind howled, carrying a chilling bite. Not a soul was in sight. Speaking of which, it is quite uncharacteristic of a Saiyan to worry for their child. Bardock remarked. John chuckled. Perhaps she was infected by your innocent spirit. Bardock smiled softly. Inside the spacecraft, Kakarot was incessantly wailing, as if he sensed an imminent parting from his parents. Kakarot, please stop fussing, Bardock said. Bardock, shall we escape together? John suggested. It's futile. The scanners will locate us swiftly. Bardock shook his head, landing the spacecraft on the ground. The program was set to a distant planet known as Earth. John manipulated the controls on the spacecraft and addressed Bardock and Kakarot, saying, although the food on that planet is plentiful, its resources hold little value. Rather, it is an unassuming yet splendid world. If Bardock is merely being overly cautious, we shall be there shortly to retrieve you. Remember, do not gaze at the full moon for too long, Bardock cautioned. I will inform Raditz of this as well, John added. You must survive, Bardock waved to Kakarot within the spacecraft. Farewell, John said, reluctant to part. Kakarot gazed wide-eyed at his parents, his innocent infant face adorned with a look of confusion. Mom and Dad, do you not want me anymore? Whoosh! The spacecraft ascended, swiftly departing Planet Vegeta under the watchful eyes of Bardock and John. At precisely 10 p.m., Luo Tian arrived punctually at the spacecraft launch base. At that moment, 5 individuals had gathered at the launch site. Beside Vegeta, there were Raditz, Goku's brother, along with Nappa, and 2 other Saiyans. Among these 5 Saiyans, only Nappa had reached adulthood. The others were of a similar age to Luo Tian. Hey Luo Tian, you're late, Raditz remarked, stepping forward. Thank you. No need to mention it, Luo Tian replied. Raditz? I was not complimenting you, he said, wiping his sweat. Let us depart, Vegeta commanded, addressing those present. Your Highness Vegeta, is it permissible to leave now? Nappa inquired, still somewhat apprehensive. Did not Lord Frisia instruct us to remain on Planet Vegeta and not venture out? Does this prince require permission to go wherever he pleases? Vegeta scoffed. Go if you wish, Nappa lowered his head, hastily expressing his desire to accompany them. That a minute later, whoosh, a small spacecraft pierced through the planet's atmosphere. Soaring into the starry sky, in the vastness of space, a disc-shaped spacecraft orbited near Planet Vegeta. Seated within was the cosmic tyrant, Frisia, Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. You say, Frisia sat comfortably in a baby carriage, his gaze laced with endless mockery. Note, many believe Frisia was unaware of the Super Saiyan God and would not have made such a statement. However, in the 2018 Broly movie, he indeed made that remark. Likely to connect with the storyline of Dragon Ball Super. This book adopts the latest Dragon Ball Super manga as its standard, including characters like the apprentice Angel Merus, Granola, and Black Frieza, who will gradually appear in the timeline. Lord Frisia. I consider this merely a Clich D hero's tale. Beelzebub shook his head. Beelzebub, resembling a frog, served as Frisia's attendant, responsible for his daily needs. I am well aware, yet I cannot afford even the slightest unease. Frisia huffed, gazing with a smile at the distant blue planet Vegeta, his eyes narrowing into slits. Regardless, Saiyans are a prideful bunch. They will never become my loyal servants. It is time for their annihilation. However, I, Frisia, am rather merciful, so let them perish along with their planet. What a pity, for Saiyans are indeed formidable warriors, Beelzebub lamented. Moreover, this matter aligns with Lord Beerus's orders, Frisia added suddenly. What? Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? Beelzebub's voice trembled. I wish for no third party to be privy to this. Frisia narrowed his eyes at Beelzebub. Just then, a subordinate entered, prepared to report. Upon hearing Frisia's remark, the subordinate was caught in a dilemma. Unsure whether to proceed or retreat. Chapter 5. Departing Planet Vegeta, what have you overheard? Frisia inquired, smiling at the newly arrived subordinate. Lord Frisia, I heard nothing. I am, in fact, deaf. The subordinate hastily knelt. Oh, is that so? Frisia smirked, his eyes emitting two beams of energy. In an instant, the unfortunate subordinate was turned to ash, utterly lifeless. Beelzebub displayed a smile, unfazed by the incident, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. By the way, what has become of that former Saiyan prodigy? Frisia asked curiously. Esteemed Lord Frisia, the individual who just entered was reporting about someone named Luo Tian. Beelzebub wiped his brow. A minute later, another subordinate hurried in and briefly reported on Luo Tian's situation. Oh, his battle power has plummeted from 20,000 to 100 in just a year's time. He truly is a genius, Frisia mused with a smile. The subordinate did not dare lift his head, dutifully kneeling. That I had some expectations. I even naively believed his battle power could rise to 100,000. Frisia shook his head in disappointment. Lord Frisia, while Saiyans are indeed a warrior race, unless they transform into great apes, their base battle power cannot ascend to such heights. Beelzebub scoffed lightly. Frisia chose not to pursue the topic further and instead inquired, by the way, how many Saiyans have returned to Planet Vegeta? In about a month, nearly all the Saiyans will return. Only a few will require more time to make their way back, Beelzebub answered. I cannot wait that long. Let us set our plans for a month from now. Frisia grinned ominously. Will this not arouse the suspicions of any survivors? Beelzebub questioned. Ho ho ho, we can simply say they were unfortunate enough to be struck by a colossal meteor, can't we? Frisia laughed heartily, doubling over with mirth. Yes, he laughed. Frisia suddenly spotted a small spacecraft ascending from Planet Vegeta, streaking through the sky with a bright trail, swiftly heading towards the distant starfield. Frisia's smile froze, and his expression darkened. Immediately investigate who possesses the audacity to depart from Planet Vegeta at this time. Beelzebub urgently commanded his subordinates. The investigation results came in swiftly. Oh, Vegeta. Luo Tian. Frisia stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze growing colder. Lord Frisia, shall we shoot them down? Beelzebub bowed respectfully, inquiring with a hint of concern. For attacking the prince at this moment would surely lead to unnecessary complications. The returning Saiyans might halt their progress, jeopardizing your plans. Beelzebub left his sentence unfinished, yet his meaning was abundantly clear. Let them go, Frisia said darkly, shaking his head. Indeed, if he chose to act now, it would be the prince of the Saiyans who perished, and the news would prevent the Saiyans from returning to Planet Vegeta. A brief silence ensued. Beelzebub, have you ever heard of pig farming? Frisia suddenly chuckled. What do you mean, Lord Frisia? Beelzebub wore a perplexed expression. When raising pigs, one must first ensure they are plump and white, for only then will their flavor be exquisite. Frisia gazed with a serene smile at the small spacecraft disappearing into the distance. Does Lord Frisia intend to treat Vegeta and his companions like pigs? Beelzebub suddenly comprehended. That is precisely my intention. Let us keep them. Frisia chuckled. Is it not a bit excessive to have so many pigs? Beelzebub inquired. Frisia pondered for a moment and indeed felt there were too many pigs. He commanded, then we shall keep Vegeta and Luo Tian, along with a couple more Saiyans, totaling 4 pigs. Adding one more would make the number equal to that of the Ginyu Force. Beelzebub laughed heartily. Just as the laughter subsided, Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force entered, his forehead adorned with a line of annoyance. Beelzebub, you have gone too far. We are not pigs. Ginyu glared at Beelzebub with a dark expression. It was merely a jest. Beelzebub scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Yes, there's something you wish to discuss. Frisia turned his gaze toward Ginyu. Lord Frisia, our Ginyu Force is willing to serve as the vanguard in the upcoming assault on Planet Vegeta. Ginyu bowed respectfully. There is no need for such formality. A planet-destroying bomb will ensure no one escapes. Frisia waved his hand dismissively. You intend to obliterate Planet Vegeta? Jinyu expressed a sense of regret, noting that the resources of that planet are quite valuable. Is it not a pity to destroy it? Are you instructing me on how to carry out my duties? Frisia's demeanor turned frosty. Ah, I suddenly realized it has been quite some time since I witnessed the smoke of a planet's destruction. Jinyu reacted swiftly, smiling brightly. Frisia's cold expression gradually transformed into a smile. Whoosh, just as they were conversing. Another spherical spacecraft soared into the starry sky, passing near Frisia's ship. Who is it now? Frisia squinted his eyes. Lord Frisia. It is a Saiyan infant with a combat power of merely 2, a subordinate promptly reported. Shall we shoot it down? Bailey Bulu inquired. That a combat power of only 2. Frisia laughed at once. Let it be. Even if it grows, it will amount to little. Inside Luo Tian's spacecraft, after flying for over an hour, Luo Tian turned to look behind him, discovering that Frisia's fleet had not pursued them. Prince Vegeta, which planet shall we head to next? Raditz asked. Luo Tian, what do you suggest? Vegeta turned to inquire of Luo Tian. How many spherical spaceships do we have on board? Luo Tian casually asked, avoiding the previous question. How many indeed? I believe there are 4. Raditz rubbed his head in contemplation, considering that our ship is not particularly large and only possesses 4 such mini spherical vessels. That is splendid. Apart from myself and Vegeta, the 4 of you can each take 1 and depart. Luo Tian instructed. Raditz's smile gradually froze. Nappa displayed a look of astonishment. The other 2 Saiyans appeared equally bewildered. Hey, Luo Tian, are you not planning to bring them along? Vegeta whispered to Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded. What purpose would there be in bringing so many along? It serves little significance. Furthermore, the target is too large, making it easy for Frisia's men to detect us. Did you hear that? You 4, hurry and take your leave, Vegeta decisively commanded, addressing Raditz and Nappa quite brusquely. Nappa, Raditz, the other 2 Saiyans, so you propose that we form a team, yet you 2 choose to fly solo? This is too much, Raditz muttered, yet dared not refuse, and promptly entered the spherical spacecraft. Nappa and the other 2 Saiyans followed suit, boarding the remaining 2 vessels. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 spacecraft launched from the small vessel, leaving behind 4 radiant trails in the cosmos. Chapter 6. My disinterest in Super Saiyans. Hey, Luo Tian, just as Vegeta was about to speak, Luo Tian gently waved his hand, halting Vegeta's words. He then pointed to the scouter perched on Vegeta's eyes. Vegeta, not one to be foolish, promptly understood and removed the scouter, covering the microphone with his finger. What is it? Are you concerned that others might overhear our conversation? Vegeta huffed, casting a curious glance at Luo Tian. I simply wish to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Are you suspecting Frisia? Are you worried he is eavesdropping on our discussion? Vegeta quickly realized. You're quite astute. Luo Tian gave Vegeta a thumbs up. Humph, I do not require your praise. Vegeta scoffed and casually asked, pray tell, what is the name of that unique planet you mentioned? Namek. Luo Tian articulated each word with clarity. In the vast expanse of the cosmos. Aboard Frisia's spacecraft, Frisia continued to sit in his stroller, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, beneath that smile lay a hint of coldness. Lord Frisia, according to the latest intelligence, for many spherical spaceships have detached from Vegeta's spacecraft. One of his subordinates approached to report that Nappa, Raditz, and 2 other inconsequential Saiyans have departed in these vessels. They have separated? Frisia narrowed his eyes. It seems that this Saiyan prince and the once great warrior Luo Tian intend to act independently. Bailey Bulu mused. Dodoria, Salza. Frisia called out. After his words fell, Dodoria and Salza swiftly entered, bowing before Frisia. The 2 brothers, Dodoria and Salza, bore little difference in appearance, both stout with pink skin marred by unsightly growths. You 2 shall split up, one to eliminate the 2 unimportant Saiyans aside from Nappa and Raditz, and the other to retrieve Vegeta and Luo Tian for me. Frisia decisively commanded, his smile revealing a chilling intent. Although they are merely 2 insignificant little monkeys, let us capture them and raise them like pigs. Yes, Lord Frisia. The Dodoria brothers bowed in unison. I shall make them understand that regardless of their schemes, they are nothing before absolute power. Frisia sneered repeatedly. The Dodoria brothers remained silent. Go now. Frisia waved his hand. And do not underestimate them. Frisia added as they departed, heading towards the spacecraft launch bay. Hey Dodoria, how about I go capture Vegeta? Salza suggested. Salza, with your meager combat power, are you not afraid of stumbling in the gutter? Dodoria retorted with a huff. You must understand that little monkey, Vegeta, possesses a combat power of at least 15. 000. My combat power is 17,000, surpassing is by 2,000. Salza confidently patted his chest, causing the growths on his skin to quiver lightly. Do not forget, there is also the former genius warrior Luo Tian, whose combat power once soared to 20. 000. Dodoria furrowed his brow. Brother, do not worry. That fellow named Luo Tian has already been rendered useless, has he not? Salza chuckled. Dodoria fell into contemplation, hesitating. Dodoria, my dear brother, rest assured, nothing will go awry. Salza smiled, insisting that they were merely two Saiyan children and could not possibly cause any significant trouble. Be cautious and refrain from being careless. Finally, Dodoria resolved himself and nodded in agreement. Await my good news. The diminutive Shalalia found himself ensconced within the spherical spaceship belonging to Luo Tian. Namek? He inquired, what is so remarkable about that planet? Vegeta paused momentarily, taken aback that you'll find out once you go there. Luo Tian replied with a smile. Humph, so mysterious, Vegeta scoffed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Luo Tian, however, remained unfazed, fully aware that this was merely Vegeta's rebellious nature. It was precisely this untamed spirit that Luo Tian cherished. If he were to mold Vegeta into a docile little lamb, he would no longer be the Vegeta he admired. That said, Luo Tian, your healing abilities are undoubtedly tailored for a prince like me. Vegeta exclaimed, a spark of excitement lighting up his face, his eyes brimming with boundless anticipation. As long as we work together, the entire universe will belong to us. Once I become the emperor of the universe, I shall appoint you as my grand general. After declaring this, Vegeta seemed to feel a twinge of thirst, striding over to the bar of the spaceship to pour himself a glass of water, drinking it down in great gulps. Luo Tian chose to ignore Vegeta's exuberant declarations, instead letting out a gentle sigh as he gazed at the prince and asked, My dear prince, what is your greatest wish? My greatest wish? Why do you ask? Vegeta responded, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, momentarily bewildered. Luo Tian smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. Think carefully. It relates to our upcoming journey to Namek. Namek? A wish? Vegeta fell into contemplation. What does Namek have to do with my wish? I truly don't understand. What is my greatest wish? I remember. My greatest wish is, of course, to become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta exclaimed eagerly. Do you mean to say that Namek can help me fulfill this wish? Such matters do not require Namek's assistance. I can help you achieve it myself, Luo Tian replied. You can make me a Super Saiyan? Don't jest, Vegeta huffed. If you can make me a Super Saiyan, why not become one yourself first? I have no interest in becoming a Super Saiyan, Luo Tian shook his head. Then what interests you? Vegeta asked curiously. Angels, Luo Tian declared. Angels again? You mean that kind of angelic power? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. The miraculous force that possesses healing abilities? Luo Tian chose not to respond. What a peculiar fellow, uninterested in becoming a Super Saiyan. Vegeta muttered under his breath, then curiously inquired, well, then tell me, how does one become a Super Saiyan? Chapter 7. Someone is pursuing us to become a Super Saiyan. The first thing one must possess is a tranquil heart. Luo Tian remarked wistfully, thus, from this moment forward, you must maintain a peaceful state of mind. Puffed, I refuse to maintain a peaceful heart. Don't try to deceive me. That's just the foundation for your angelic training. I don't want to be a healer. I want to be a powerful warrior. A warrior who can crush Frisia into the ground, Vegeta exclaimed, gazing up at the starry sky with uncontainable enthusiasm. At this age, Vegeta was particularly prone to daydreaming, a tendency that would persist into his adulthood. Suddenly, Luo Tian turned swiftly to glance behind them. What is it? Vegeta also turned to look back. Someone is pursuing us. Luo Tian stated abruptly. What? Someone is chasing us. Is it Frisia's men? Vegeta momentarily hesitated before quickly grabbing his scouter and affixing it to his eyes. Beep! Beep! Instantly, the scouter displayed a combat power reading. What? A combat power of 17. 000. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, his voice trembling slightly. It's 2,000 higher than yours, Luo Tian calmly noted. Vegeta mechanically turned his head, casting a fearful glance at Luo Tian, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists tightly. It's Dodoria's brother. Shalalia, what does that scoundrel Frisia want? Perhaps he simply wishes to invite us for tea and a chat, Luo Tian said with a smile. Humph. Do you really believe that? Vegeta promptly removed the scouter, covering the microphone with disdain, rolling his eyes as he hurriedly sought a planet with a moon to land on, declaring, "This prince shall transform into a great ape and obliterate him. There's no need for that. Have you forgotten that I can heal?" Luo Tian said nonchalantly, "As long as you get severely injured by him, I can heal you, and your combat power will significantly increase." In that instant, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with realization, and he broke into a foolish grin at the starry sky outside. "Of course, I have exceptional healing abilities. What do I have to fear? Wait a moment, without a scouter. How do you know someone's pursuing us?" Vegeta asked, puzzled. "I told you before, do not rely on the scouter." Luo Tian replied with a smile. "You must learn to sense the opponent's energy, thereby discerning their strength and location." "What? Such a wondrous skill exists?" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. "There is much more for you to learn," Luo Tian said with a slight smile. "Humph. You speak as though you know far more than I do." Vegeta rolled his eyes. "Enough banter. Find a planet to land on. After all, we Saiyans cannot survive in the vastness of space. This is our greatest weakness," Luo Tian sighed helplessly. Although Luo Tian had already begun to condense a lower purity of angelic power, it did not mean he had become an angel, nor could he survive in the cosmos. That was simply unrealistic. Truly become an angel. A long road lay ahead at the very least. Comprehending the true nature of the Ultra Instinct was the first step. Luo Tian estimated that if he could elevate the purity of his angelic power to around 10, he should be able to unlock the Super Saiyan God state. With a purity of around 15, he might be able to access the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. That if he could refine the purity to about 20, he might unlock the Ultra Instinct sign. Achieving a purity of 30 should allow him to access the true Ultra Instinct, also known as the silver-haired state. Of course, these were merely Luo Tian's projections. Was there a connection between cultivating angelic power and becoming a Super Saiyan God? Certainly. In truth, becoming a Super Saiyan God was the first step towards divinity for a Saiyan. That IT represented a small leap in transforming energy into divine power. In his past life, Luo Tian frequently witnessed debates among Dragon Ball enthusiasts regarding whether Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God was more powerful. The crux of the debate revolved around whether Super Saiyan 4 was more formidable, or if Super Saiyan God held greater strength. Put plainly, Super Saiyan 4 was a result of a quantitative change in energy, while Super Saiyan God was a qualitative transformation of energy. If one were to argue which was stronger, Luo Tian believed that, given a similar foundation, the transformation of Super Saiyan 4 would have a strength greater than or equal to that of Super Saiyan Blue. Why greater? Because the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 could be sustained for a longer duration. Even if one were to lose consciousness, that state could be maintained. However, Super Saiyan Blue could not achieve the same. Thus, even if both parties possessed equal power, in a prolonged battle, Super Saiyan Blue might falter. Of course, these were merely Luo Tian's conjectures from his previous life, and their accuracy was uncertain. Now that he had traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, he had the perfect opportunity to verify which of the two was indeed more powerful. Luo Tian felt that guiding Vegeta down the path of Super Saiyan 4 was an excellent choice. However, prior to that, one pressing issue needed to be addressed. The most significant shortcoming of a Saiyan as a combat-oriented race. The Saiyans lacked the ability to survive in the vastness of space. This was the aspect that Luo Tian found most lamentable. "Shalalia, what do you want by chasing after us?" Vegeta had already established a connection with Shalalia through the scouter. "Vegeta, Lord Frisia commands you and Luo Tian to return to see him immediately," Shalalia instructed. "Humph, this prince shall go wherever he pleases, and he's not beholden to you," Vegeta retorted defiantly. "Then I shall have to personally bring you back," Shalalia replied. Sheolia coldly scoffed. Based on my investigation, it appears that there are no moonlit planets in this vicinity. Is there? Your spacecraft lacks the speed of mine, so both you and Luo Tian had better be honest with me. Even in the absence of a moon, I can still beat you to a pulp. Vegeta interjected, how about we engage in battle on that planet over there? Oh, you seem quite confident, Vegeta, Sheolia chuckled. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two spacecraft streaked across the starry sky, leaving behind brilliant trails of light as they swiftly descended towards a dusty yellow planet. Approximately a minute later, the spacecraft landed on the planet's surface. Creak! The hatch of the spacecraft opened. Luo Tian and Vegeta emerged, this time without the scanner, as Vegeta chose to heed Luo Tian's suggestion to keep Frieza unaware of his healing abilities. The two soon encountered each other. Vegeta, you should really examine your combat power. Sheolia laughed lightly. My combat power is 17,000, while yours is merely 15,000. I must say, as the Prince of the Saiyans, your power is indeed impressive. Moreover, your combat prowess has already surpassed that of King Vegeta, hasn't it? Chapter 8. Are you healing Vegeta? Umph. What of it? Vegeta grunted. Luo Tian, once a genius warrior, now reduced to a combat power of merely 100. You are truly a prodigy. The more you train, the weaker you become. Sheolia remarked with a tone of disdain. Luo Tian ignored him, deeming it beneath him to engage in a skirmish, with a little brother who relished combat at his side. How fortunate! You two may join forces. Sheolia sneered, beckoning towards Luo Tian and Vegeta. Not necessary. Dealing with scum like you is sufficient for me. Vegeta retorted with a cold snort, his energy erupting in a brilliant blaze that enveloped him entirely. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards Sheolia. Swish! In the next moment, Vegeta vanished from Sheolia's direct line of sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Sheolia. Bang! Vegeta swiftly unleashed a punch, striking Sheolia in the lower back, sending him sprawling forward. Vegeta pursued, delivering a mighty kick that propelled Sheolia into the sky. Whoosh! Vegeta soared upward, swiftly positioning himself directly above Sheolia. Bang! Performing a backflip, Vegeta struck Sheolia squarely in the chest. Instantly, Sheolia plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, crashing heavily and leaving a human-shaped crater in his wake. Vegeta descended, slamming a foot onto Sheolia's head. Crack! The scanner on Sheolia's forehead shattered beneath Vegeta's stomp. Vegeta leaped again, ascending to a height where he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon Sheolia. Rumble, dust, and debris erupted around Sheolia's position. Clap! Vegeta landed opposite Sheolia, panting heavily, feeling the fatigue wash over him. Just moments ago, he had pushed his energy output to the limit. As the smoke began to clear, Sheolia's figure emerged, albeit disheveled and with his armor in tatters. However, he had not sustained any severe injuries. The disparity of 2,000 in combat power was indeed significant. Well done, Vegeta. Your recent assault displayed a commendable rhythm. Sheolia sneered, brushing off the dust from his attire. What? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. What now? It seems your attack was rather ineffective. Vegeta! Sheolia stepped toward him. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth and unleashed an energy blast toward Sheolia. Bang! Sheolia swatted away Vegeta's energy blast with a swift motion. Vegeta's pupils constricted, his expression darkening further. Now it's my turn to attack. Isn't it, Vegeta? Sheolia laughed heartily, advancing towards him. This is bad. Vegeta clenched his jaw and charged at Sheolia, aiming a punch at his head. Clap. Sheolia merely raised a hand and caught Vegeta's fist effortlessly. Is this your attack? Vegeta, it seems the gap of 2,000 in combat power is not to be underestimated. Sheolia cackled. Vegeta's expression darkened to the extreme. Bang! Sheolia delivered a powerful head, but to Vegeta, Vegeta cried out, blood streaming from his forehead. Bang! Sheolia wasted no time, launching a fierce kick that sent Vegeta soaring into the sky. Immediately after, Sheolia ascended and positioned himself directly above Vegeta. Ha! Sheolia's laughter echoed as he kicked Vegeta in the waist. Ow! Vegeta screamed once more. plummeting like a shooting star. Rumble. He crashed heavily onto the planet's surface, causing the ground to tremble violently and leaving a massive crater. Clap. Sheolia landed at the edge of the crater. Forcefully stomping the ground, Vegeta was violently jolted out of the pit and soared into the air. Clap. Sheolia seized Vegeta by the tail, lifting him effortlessly. Hey, don't die on me, Vegeta, my little Saiyan prince. Lord Frieza has instructed me to bring you back alive. Sheolia quipped, playfully slapping Vegeta's face twice. However, he refrained from exerting too much force, wary of accidentally killing him. After all, Frieza had no intention of claiming Vegeta's life at this moment. He merely ordered Sheolia to retrieve both Vegeta and Luo Tian. Vegeta spat blood, feeling his life slipping away. Yet with Luo Tian's formidable healing as his backing, he refused to surrender. Hey! Vegeta opened his mouth wide, biting down on Sheolia's hand. Sheolia yelped in pain, forcefully slamming Vegeta down. Upon landing, Vegeta crawled awkwardly towards Luo Tian. Humph! Are you a dog? Sheolia grumbled, rubbing his injured hand in frustration that I never thought you still had the strength to escape. But can you truly run out of my grasp? As he spoke, Sheolia cast an amused glance at Luo Tian. Hey, Luo Tian, the once great prodigy, will you come with me, or shall I turn you into a state akin to Vegeta before presenting you to Lord Frieza? Sheolia inquired with interest. Just a moment, Luo Tian replied, raising his right hand slightly, conjuring a swirling mass of murky angelic energy. Instantly, a radiant glow, reminiscent of the stars, enveloped Vegeta, visibly mending his wounds. What are you doing? Sheolia paused, sensing something amiss. It's nothing. Just a moment. It will be ready shortly, Luo Tian grinned. Are you healing Vegeta? Little Sheolia is not foolish. She quickly realizes the situation. Chapter 9. It is truly wonderful to have a healer like you. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Loden nodded. What? Saiyans can also perform healing arts. Little Sheolia momentarily paused, furrowing her brows. So, you're not enhancing your combat power merely to learn healing techniques. Enough, Vegeta, Loden called out to him. With a swift motion, Vegeta leapt from the ground, quickly assessing his body, a look of boundless astonishment spreading across his face. What? It's healed already. Little Sheolia's brows knitted tightly. It seems to be adequate. Loden replied with a smile. Even if you can heal, what does it matter? Even if Vegeta recovers 2 or 3 times, he would still not be my match. Little Sheolia scoffed derisively, pointing her hand at Loden from a distance. But I will not allow you to heal him any further. First, let me incapacitate you. Boom! As she spoke, Little Sheolia unleashed an energy blast. The energy sphere hurtled towards Loden with a fierce whistle. Loden made no attempt to evade. Hey! But Vegeta shouted, striking out with a powerful slap that sent the energy blast soaring into the sky. What? Little Sheolia was taken aback. She had not anticipated Vegeta's ferocity. To her, the energy blast just released possessed enough force to severely injure both of them that, of course, Vegeta could potentially evade it. However, what surprised Little Sheolia was that Vegeta did not dodge. Instead, he swatted away the energy blast with ease. Whoosh! Vegeta transformed into a brilliant streak of light, swiftly charging upwards, and he forcefully collided his head against Little Sheolia's chest. Pooh! Little Sheolia spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion instantly paling. Vegeta followed up with an uppercut that landed squarely on her chin. Little Sheolia flipped through the air and crashed to the ground, feeling utterly defeated. Bah! Vegeta spat, a triumphant expression gracing his face. Little Sheolia wiped the blood from her mouth, struggling to rise from the ground. Casting incredulous glances at Vegeta and then at Loden, momentarily bewildered. How is this possible? Little Sheolia exclaimed in shock. Why do I feel as if your combat power has increased? Little Sheolia, do you not know? Vegeta chuckled lightly. Know what? Little Sheolia was taken aback that we Saiyans experience a rebirth on the brink of death, which significantly enhances our combat power. Vegeta laughed heartily. What did you say? Little Sheolia's expression shifted through various shades of disbelief. Loden, can you sense what my combat power is? Vegeta inquired. Approximately 18? 0, Loden mused. What? Only an increase of 3,000. Vegeta felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. That's quite good, though. I fear it may never increase again, Loden remarked. Vegeta? What do you mean? What do you mean it may never increase again? Vegeta did not dwell on it. 3000 is 3000 to now that my combat power is 18,000. It surpasses this fellow by 1,000, making him no match for me. While it is said that Vegeta's power exceeds by 1,000, in reality, he possessed an overwhelming advantage. This is because prior to this, little Shalia had been engaged in battle, exhausting her energy and sustaining injuries. Meanwhile, Vegeta had fully recovered, not only returning to his peak, but also enhancing his combat power, at a combat power of 18,000. This is impossible, absolutely impossible, little Shalia shouted, her eyes filled with disbelief. You will soon discover whether it is possible or not, Vegeta scoffed coldly, rapidly closing the distance to confront little Shalia. Little Shalia was utterly astonished, her pupils wide with unending terror. Die. Vegeta kicked little Shalia, propelling her into the sky. Boom! Vegeta unleashed his energy to the fullest extent, the immense force instantly engulfing little Shalia. Once everything settled and tranquility returned, little Shalia had been utterly obliterated by Vegeta's onslaught. Ah! Ha! Ha! Vegeta panted heavily, his energy significantly depleted. Clearly, the cost to completely eliminate little Shalia was immense. One could say Vegeta's energy reserve were nearly exhausted. Quickly, Loden, help me restore some energy, Vegeta commanded. Vegeta, do not rely solely on my healing arts for everything. Loden sighed. For situations like this, I could simply eat a chicken leg or something to recuperate. Vegeta, TC, forget it. Vegeta was reluctant to ask for help. Now that little Shalia is dead, Frieza might be able to locate us using the positioning system on our spaceship. Loden pondered, it seems we need to find a way to destroy the positioning system on the ship. Humph. No need to complicate matters. Vegeta grinned with confidence. I have suddenly thought of an excellent plan that might allow us to defeat Frieza. Oh, what is it? Loden inquired. You beat me half to death, and then heal me. This way, my combat power will continuously rise. Vegeta's face was alight with fervor, his youthful visage brimming with boundless anticipation. Ahem, I must admit, I have never heard such a splendid request before, Loden remarked. Humph, with your healing, I will swiftly evolve into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta laughed heartily, patting Loden on the shoulder. Rest assured, Loden, when I become a Super Saiyan, the strongest in the universe, I will not neglect you. Beating me half to death is not out of the question. Loden gently shook his head. Is there a problem? Vegeta asked, bewildered. I think it is necessary for you to understand one thing first. Loden replied. What is it? Vegeta asked curiously. Oh, you know what Frieza's combat power is? Loden queried. How much could it be? At most 200,000, Vegeta guessed, followed by a smug smile. As long as my combat power exceeds 20,000. When I transform into a great ape, I can easily crush him. Please recommend a vote. Chapter 10. Do you know Frieza's combat power? You underestimate Frieza far too much. Loden slowly shook his head. Then tell me, what is Frieza's combat power? Vegeta asked. Loden gradually extended 5 fingers. What? 500,000. Vegeta's face paled slightly, yet he was not overly shocked. He lowered his head to contemplate. This fellow's combat power surpasses my expectations. It seems I must elevate my combat power to above 50,000 and then transform into a great ape to contend with him. You can transform into a great ape, but does Frieza not have transformations as well? Loden added casually. What did you say? Frieza can transform. How is that possible? Vegeta's expression momentarily froze, his face a mask of disbelief. As far as I know, Frieza can not only transform, but could do so multiple times. Loden sighed. What? He can transform multiple times? Vegeta began to tremble uncontrollably. At least 3 times, Loden stated. Vegeta. Vegeta fell silent, his countenance a picture of despair. Regarding combat power, during the first transformation, it seems his power can reach a staggering 1,000. Loden elaborated. What? Combat power of 1,000. Vegeta's voice reached a new pitch. There's nothing to be surprised about, Loden remarked. Vegeta? Because even more astonishing revelations lay ahead. Luo Tian responded. Vegeta, in my second transformation, my combat power is at least 2 million. Luo Tian continued. Vegeta felt somewhat unnatural, his expression frozen in astonishment. In my third transformation, my base combat power is approximately 3 million. Luo Tian stated. 3 million. Vegeta exclaimed, his face paling in fear. This means my base combat power must reach at least 300,000, and only by transforming into a great ape can I hope to contend with this fellow. I haven't finished speaking, Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta fell silent. This is merely Frieza's base power if Frieza were to elevate all his energy. His maximum combat power could reach 120 million, Luo Tian calmly asserted. Vegeta's lips twitched uncontrollably, his body trembling as he collapsed onto the ground. His complexion ghostly pale, he gasped for breath, feeling as though he was on the verge of suffocation. 120 million in combat power? Is this for real? If all this is true, I feel like even his mere flatulence could obliterate me. Vegeta's mindset shattered. If this is indeed the case, what a terrifying monster he is. After a prolonged silence of 20 seconds, Vegeta slowly regained his composure, rolling his eyes at Luo Tian. This is impossible. You must be fabricating tales. Stop trying to scare me. I am not deceiving you. I overheard it during a casual conversation between the god of destruction Beerus and his attendant Whis. Luo Tian casually provided an explanation. What? The god of destruction Beerus said this. Vegeta's expression turned incredulous. These details are not the main focus. Luo Tian shook his head. Vegeta, you've said so much, and none of it is the main point. Frieza's astounding combat power isn't the focus. The crux of the matter is, with such a combat power value, how many times must you be gravely injured to surpass him? Luo Tian mused. Let me calculate. If I'm fortunate and each injury only increases my power by 3,000, how many times would that be in total? Vegeta. Once again, Vegeta felt a sharp pang in his heart. According to an increase of 3,000 in combat power per injury, it would take 1,000 severe injuries to reach 3 million. It would take 10,000 injuries to attain 300 million. Vegeta's mental state was beginning to fray. 10,000 severe injuries. Who could possibly endure that? In truth, Vegeta was unaware that after flirting with death, rebirth sometimes resulted in a doubling of combat power. Of course, there were times when it would only increase slightly. However, there were also instances when it could multiply by several tens of times. For instance, in the storyline, Son Goku had a base power of around 180,000 during his battle with Captain Ginyu on Namek. After being severely injured by Vegeta and placed in a healing chamber, upon recovery, his base combat power surged to 3 million. Vegeta's experience was somewhat similar, but his enhancements were slightly less than Goku's. When Vegeta arrived on Earth, his combat power was 18,000. After a near-death rebirth, it rose to 24,000 after a fierce battle with Zarbon. He was healed and his power increased to approximately 35,000. Subsequently, after encountering the Ginyu Force and suffering another grievous injury, his power dramatically soared, estimating to be over 500,000. This was also why Ginyu, who fought against Vegeta, naively assumed the scouter was malfunctioning upon seeing such a combat power reading. It was due to this occasion that Vegeta's power skyrocketed, allowing him to boldly confront Frieza, whose strength was 530,000. Following this, Vegeta encountered Krillin, who delivered a shocking blow. After being healed by Dend, Vegeta's power rose to around 2.5 million. Despite this, he still fell short against Frieza's fourth form. However, in the later stages, neither Son Goku, nor Vegeta, nor even Gohan could attain energy boost through near-death experiences any longer, for this enhancement has its limits. They had already trained to their utmost potential. Moreover, as I understand it, the method of obtaining combat power through such means has a definite cap. Once a certain threshold is reached, further enhancements cease to occur. Luo Tian sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Vegeta's shoulder, advising, thus, do not seek shortcuts. Cultivation is a gradual process, not something to be rushed. Vegeta fell silent, his youthful spirit deeply wounded. Humph. According to your assessment of combat power values, even becoming a Super Saiyan may not suffice to match Frieza. Vegeta's complexion turned ashen. Perhaps becoming a Super Saiyan is merely a transformation. Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta paused. For instance, transforming into a Super Saiyan could elevate power by 50 times. Luo Tian chuckled. So how much would your combat power need to reach in order to press Frieza to down to ground? 3 million. Vegeta responded immediately. Congratulations. That is correct. Luo Tian nodded. Vegeta, humph, a baseless claim. Vegeta scoffed. Is becoming a Super Saiyan merely a transformation? Let us go. There's no need to dwell on this matter any longer. Luo Tian stepped towards the spaceship. Chapter 11. I fear I cannot become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta swiftly followed, eagerly inquiring, What about you, Luo Tian? Me? Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. Will you always remain in this healing role? Vegeta asked. Don't you wish to become a Super Saiyan? Not particularly, Luo Tian replied decisively. Vegeta fell silent. In my current state, I fear I can no longer transform into a Super Saiyan. Luo Tian shook his head. Is it due to your insufficient combat power? Vegeta questioned. Indeed, Luo Tian affirmed, adding, however, I may have the potential to become a Super Saiyan god. Vegeta was left speechless. You truly have a knack for boasting that I can hardly keep pace with your assertions. Humph. Let us compare and see which is more formidable, the Super Saiyan or the Super Saiyan god. Vegeta huffed. After all, he was still quite youthful. Despite a brief mental collapse, he quickly dismissed Frieza's terrifying combat power from his thoughts. Is there even a need for comparison? The title Super Saiyan God has 2 additional words compared to Super Saiyan. So naturally, the Super Saiyan God is more powerful, Luo Tian smiled. Is that truly how comparisons are made? Vegeta retorted, exasperated. Luo Tian ignored Vegeta, directly approaching the spaceship. That said, how do we disable the positioning system of our spaceship? Vegeta inquired. If necessary, we could consult a scientist to see if he can locate the ship's positioning device. I will attempt it first, Luo Tian declared, slowly raising his hand and placing it upon the spaceship. With a clap, Luo Tian unleashed a murky angelic power from his hand. In an instant, the angelic energy enveloped the spaceship. What? Can this so-called angelic power also destroy the spaceship's positioning system? Vegeta was taken aback. All right, it has been disabled. Luo Tian nodded. What? Was it that simple? Vegeta's eyes widened as he immediately flew to the spaceship where Shalali was located, manipulating the controls in an attempt to ascertain the position of his own spacecraft. Beep. Lost connection. Please recheck. The display screen revealed this line of text. Vegeta's expression turned bewildered, and he was momentarily stunned. This is resolved just like that. Whoosh! Vegeta rapidly returned to Luo Tian's side, gazing at him and asking, Do you study scientific technology in your spare time? Let us depart. Luo Tian did not respond to the inquiry. In truth, he was merely attempting to locate the spaceship's positioning system using a fragment of angelic power, and to his astonishment, he actually succeeded. Since it was feasible to find it, dismantling it would be an effortless task. With a flicker of angelic energy, Luo Tian obliterated the locator. His motivation for destroying the spaceship's positioning device was not born from fear of Frieza. Rather, he wished to prevent Frieza from causing disturbances on Namek during this critical period. After all, Luo Tian planned to journey to Namek with Vegeta shortly. Should Frieza become aware of Luo Tian's whereabouts, he would undoubtedly dispatch minions to pursue him, and the presence of so many bothersome flies would only complicate matters further. At present, Luo Tian recognized his most significant shortcoming, his inability to survive in the vastness of space if he were to encounter an opponent like Frieza, who was not merely toying with him, and if Frieza were to annihilate the planet on which he resided. Even if Luo Tian could harness angelic power, he would perish in the cosmos. Although angelic power could be transformed into breathable air, how long could it sustain him in the void of space? Thus, Luo Tian's foremost desire was to swiftly devise a solution to this vulnerability. He had already formulated a plan to make a wish to the eternal dragon on Namek. granting him the ability to survive in the cosmos that he believed that with the power of the eternal dragon, fulfilling this wish should not prove difficult. Luo Tian, alongside Vegeta, stepped aboard the spaceship. Whoosh! The vessel transformed into a brilliant streak of light, swiftly departing from the ochre-hued planet and soaring into the starry sky, entering the vast expanse of the universe. Namek, here I come. In another star system, on a distant planet, Dodoria effortlessly dispatched the two Saiyans. Aside from Raditz and Nappa and Raditz trembled in fear, fully aware of Dodoria's combat prowess, which had reached an astounding level of 23,000. This is the consequence of your reckless actions. Dodoria's expression was cold as he narrowed his eyes at Nappa and Raditz. Their lips twitched uncontrollably, sweat pouring down their faces. However, Lord Frieza is quite merciful. As long as you two remain obedient, you shall not be harmed, Dodoria remarked with a sinister smile. Nappa and Raditz remained silent. Maintain communication and be at the ready to follow Lord Frieza's commands. Can you do that? Dodoria inquired with a grin. Nappa and Raditz nodded vigorously. Very well. Dodoria advanced closer, causing Nappa and Raditz to tremble even more. Feeling as though their legs had turned to jelly in the face of such overwhelming power, they understood that even an attempt to flee would result in their demise. All right, I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourselves, Dodoria stated, and without further ado, he boarded his spaceship and departed. Once aboard, Dodoria immediately attempted to contact his brother, Shalulia. However, there was no signal from Shalulia's end. What is happening? A sense of unease washed over Dodoria. Could it be that my brother has met with misfortune? His anxiety intensified. He quickly pressed a few buttons on the control panel of the spaceship. In an instant, the display revealed Shalulia's spaceship location. Dodoria then searched for Luo Tian's vessel. Beep. Lost contact. Please rescan. Dodoria hesitated momentarily, his expression changing. After a brief pause, he swiftly established communication with Frieza's spaceship. On Frieza's spaceship, Frieza sat comfortably in a hoverpod. Gazing out the window at the blue planet of Vegeta, from this vantage point, the planet bore a resemblance to Earth, shining like a sapphire in the cosmos. Lord Frieza, Dodoria has successfully completed his mission and is on his way back. Blue reported respectfully. Does he have any other matters to attend to? Frieza asked without turning his head. He mentioned that his brother, Shalulia, has gone missing, and the spaceship belonging to Vegeta and the others has also completely lost contact. Blue replied. Indeed, our technicians have confirmed that Vegeta's spaceship is indeed missing. He added, so they have destroyed the positioning system? Frieza replied nonchalantly, it is possible. Blue nodded. Instruct everyone. Should they catch sight of them, report immediately. Frieza commanded. Understood, Lord Frieza. Blue bowed respectfully. So, Shalulia may have already been eliminated by Vegeta and Luo Tian, correct? Frieza's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as anger flickered across his face. Frieza's ire was not solely due to the loss of subordinate, but stemmed from a realization that he had underestimated the two Saiyans. Vegeta and Luo Tian. Dodoria has requested to investigate Shalulia's spaceship location. Blue continued. Let him go. Frieza nodded in acquiescence. An hour later, a rounded spaceship descended upon the planet where Luo Tian and the others had previously landed. Dodoria swiftly located his brother's vessel. He then scanned the surroundings and discovered traces of the battle between Vegeta and Shalulia. Among these signs, Dodoria keenly identified remnants left by Shalulia. He approached and picked up a fragment of his brother's skull, his expression turning ghastly. Shalulia, you fool! I warned you to be cautious, yet you did not heed my words, and now you've allowed that scoundrel Vegeta to kill you. Dodoria clenched his fists in rage. Trembling with fury, without a moment's hesitation, he boarded his spaceship and departed from the planet. Vegeta, Luo Tian, you better wait for me. I will avenge my brother, Dodoria shouted in his spaceship, venting his pent-up anger. Meanwhile, Luo Tian and Vegeta's spaceship hurtled through the cosmos. Luo Tian also took the opportunity to dismantle the listening system on Vegeta's scanner. Utilizing this angelic power is truly effortless. It truly is divine. Are you suggesting that on Namek, any wish can be granted? Vegeta inquired, his face lighting up with excitement. Indeed, it is called the Dragon Balls, Luo Tian replied without reservation, smiling as he explained, IT can grant a total of 3 wishes. We each get one to have you thought about what you desire. My wish is undoubtedly to become a Super Saiyan. What's so strange about that? Vegeta answered without hesitation, then inquired, what about you? Do you wish to become a Super Saiyan God? No, I merely wish for the ability to survive in the cosmos. Nothing more, Luo Tian replied. The ability to survive in space? What a trivial wish! It seems rather impractical. Vegeta regarded Luo Tian with a puzzled expression. I do not wish to die in the void of space one day. Luo Tian smiled. Suit yourself, Vegeta shrugged, thinking Luo Tian foolish, and then muttered softly, I have long heard that the Namekians possess various miraculous abilities. But I never imagined they could create Dragon Balls to grant 3 wishes. Therefore, once we reach Namek, be courteous to its inhabitants. A reckless approach will yield no wishes. Luo Tian nodded and cautioned Vegeta. I don't need you to instruct me. I certainly know what to do. Vegeta stood by the window, gazing at the vast expanse of the starry sky, unable to suppress a hum of contemplation. Just as he spoke, he suddenly noticed a spherical spaceship darting across the cosmos, speeding off in another direction. Squinting into the distance, he caught a glimpse of a child inside the vessel at the moment it made a turn. Was that a Saiyan? Vegeta was taken aback and stepped forward to pick up the scouter, pressing a button on its interface. Beep, battle power, 2. Vegeta swiftly discerned the power level of the individual aboard the spaceship. I remember now. That little rascal is Bardock's son. What was his name again? Vegeta murmured to himself. Kakarot. Yes, Kakarot, a low-tier warrior. How pitiable. With a power level of merely 2, Vegeta shook his head, feeling a sense of shame for his Saiyan kin. Sometimes, even low-tier warriors can surpass gifted ones through hard work. Loten chimed in. Stop spouting nonsense. That is utterly impossible, Vegeta scoffed, expressing his disbelief. Vegeta, I have a feeling that this Kakarot may very well become your lifelong rival. Filled with both love and conflict, Loten mused. Love and conflict? Is Kakarot a girl? Vegeta paused, perplexed, for he clearly saw that Kakarot was a boy. Loten silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Do you think that individual could become my rival? Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Indeed, Loten nodded. Humph, such baseless drivel. Vegeta huffed, pondering where that spaceship was headed. Had King Vegeta just exiled him from Planet Vegeta, or had Bardock secretly let him escape? Given the trajectory of that vessel, it is highly likely he is bound for Earth, Loten suggested. Vegeta investigated Earth's data and revealed a look of disappointment. This planet holds little value, though its food supply appears plentiful. After a pause, Vegeta continued. I understand now. Kakarot's father must have deemed his son too inept to endure the brutal competition of our kind, thus banishing him to that planet. It's akin to my brother Tarbal, whom our father also considered lacking and sent to a resource-poor world. Loten chose not to elaborate further, instead focusing on honing his angelic powers. I think I shall take a nap, Vegeta declared, retreating into the sleep pod. Days passed, and 10 days later, Loten stood at the spaceship's window, observing a large green planet emerging in the distance. It was indeed Namek. Chapter 13. Why has your battle power disappeared? Vegeta joined him, peering out with intrigue. This planet isn't small at all. However, after speaking, Vegeta once again checked Loten's battle power with the scouter. Upon seeing the reading, he was left bewildered. What is going on? Why doesn't the scouter display your battle power anymore? Has it malfunctioned? Vegeta removed the device from his eyes and scrutinized it carefully. Because I no longer possess any battle power, Loten replied with a slight smile. What did you just say? You have no battle power. What does that mean? Vegeta was momentarily stunned. IT means exactly what it says, Loten clarified. Observing Vegeta's expression, he noted a hint of excitement. Vegeta, speechless, regarded Loten as if he were a fool. It's no longer important. Loten chuckled softly. After 10 days of training, Loten had successfully dispersed all the energy within him. Now he was left with only divine power. Furthermore, the purity of Loten's angelic power surged from 1 to an impressive 5 after eliminating all other energies. It appeared that the energies he had previously cultivated indeed had a significant impact on the purity of his angelic power. With the purity of my angelic power now at 5, I shall devote myself entirely to its cultivation henceforth. There will be no extraneous energies to distract me. Remember to be polite when encountering the Namekians. Understood? Loden advised, gazing at the distant Namek. Humph, are you instructing me on how to behave? Vegeta huffed, clearly irked. Let us descend upon Namek, Loden said without further comment, guiding the spaceship to land gently near a village as the vessel settled. Its door opened. Loden and Vegeta emerged, finding themselves in the village at a time when the able-bodied were away at work, leaving only 3 elders basking in the sun. Upon the arrival of Loden's spaceship, the Namekian elders immediately took notice, rising from their seats with solemn expressions. When they laid eyes on Loden and Vegeta, their demeanor shifted to one of caution. Who are you? What brings you to Namek? One elder inquired. Loden looked closely at the Namekians and quickly recognized one of them. It was Elder Muley, who was set to become the new Grand Elder following the passing of the former leader. As for the other 2 Namekians, Loden noted that one appeared somewhat frail, nearly stumbling as he stood, only to be steadied by his companion. Let me assess. Their battle powers are 300, 400, and 500, Vegeta announced, pressing a button on the scouter to reveal their power levels. Greetings, we are Saiyans, and we come in peace, Loden began to explain. Yet before he could finish, Vegeta interrupted, Humph, we have come to Namek to fulfill our wishes. Bring forth your wish-granting Dragon Balls for this prince to see, Vegeta stated bluntly. I had previously mentioned. Loden started, but Vegeta cut him off. Humph, how I conduct myself is none of your concern. Vegeta retorted. In an instant, Loden dashed behind Vegeta with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. With a swift motion, Loden struck Vegeta's neck, causing him to collapse to the ground, his consciousness fading in the blink of an eye. Vegeta lay unconscious before the scrutinizing gaze of the 3 Namekian elders. I sincerely apologize. My companion lacks proper manners. Loden sighed. Elder Muley found himself momentarily at a loss, astonished by the child's decisive action. I can sense a malevolent aura emanating from your companion, Elder Muley remarked after a brief silence, casting a wary glance at the unconscious Vegeta. And what about me? Loden asked with a smile. Elder Muley glanced at Loden, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Why does this young man exude such a unique charm? I feel an urge to revere him. Realizing the tale behind Loden, Elder Muley quickly deduced his identity. He is also a Saiyan, and such a charismatic one at that. Is it my sunny and warm demeanor that captivates? Loden grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Elder Muley. The 2 other elders nodded in agreement. This child certainly knows how to speak. What is your purpose for being here? Elder Muley inquired of Loden. I am here on a tour. Loden replied. Elder Muley, wiping the sweat from his brow, responded, Your companion has already stated that you are here to seek the Dragon Ball. As the conversation unfolded, the elderly Namekian suddenly collapsed to the ground. Convulsing uncontrollably, Delta, exclaimed the elder beside him, his face paling in alarm. Delta, what has happened to you? Elder Muley approached with evident concern, hastily checking on him. It's the negative energy syndrome again. The elder sighed heavily. What? When did Delta fall victim to this? Muley's voice was grave. I sensed something was amiss with him earlier, but he persisted in silence. The elder shook his head, implying that Delta's fate was likely sealed. Negative energy syndrome. Luo Tian stepped forward, observing the fallen elder with curiosity. Dark tendrils were entwined around Delta's body, particularly shrouding his face in ominous shadows. Muley and the elder beside him exchanged glances before refocusing their attention on Delta. It appears he has been assailed by a peculiar and malevolent energy. Luo Tian mused that you're correct, young man. Muley sighed. Our planet's harsh environment has allowed this negative energy, the very evil you speak of, to run rampant. Numerous Namekians have exhibited similar symptoms, some even succumbing to death. We refer to this affliction as negative energy syndrome. All we need to do is eliminate the negative energy from his body to cure him. Luo Tian suggested. You speak as if it were that simple. This negative energy has fused with his very being. Only a few Namekians have survived due to their formidable resistance. Most have perished from this insidious energy. The elder replied somberly. Allow me to attempt to expunge the negative energy from him, Luo Tian declared, stepping forward. Can you truly rid him of the negative energy? The elder was taken aback. No, not jest. Even the Grand Elder is at a loss against such an affliction. Muley's expression grew increasingly grave. We are currently cultivating a plan on Namek that is the best remedy for negative energy. But to fully eradicate it from our planet will take at least 20 years, a monumental challenge for our people. Without further ado, Luo Tian raised his right hand, and a radiant orb of light, akin to a cluster of stars, materialized. With a swift motion, he directed this resplendent flame towards Delta. As the brilliant light made contact, the dark tendrils enveloping Delta dissipated in an instant. 3 seconds later, the negative energy was obliterated entirely. With a sudden jolt, Delta opened his eyes wide. Muley and the elder beside him stared in astonishment. In a flash, Delta sprang to his feet. Muley and the elder nearly recoiled in shock. Careful, don't strain your back, Luo Tian warned. What on earth just happened? Delta marveled at his own body, feeling as if he'd been granted a second chance at life. Muley, what is happening? The two elders exchanged bewildered glances, and then turned their astonished gazes to Luo Tian. It wasn't merely a fleeting revival, Luo Tian smiled. What are you saying? Are you cursing me? Delta retorted, slightly annoyed. I feel as though I've at least regained 10 years of youth. Just 10 years? It seems my training is still insufficient, Luo Tian lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Moments ago, he had infused Delta with angelic power, simultaneously revitalizing his youth. Restoring one's youth was a straightforward process, merely repairing the aging cells with angelic energy. Yet, Luo Tian was disheartened to find that he had only managed to rejuvenate the elder by a mere decade. Given the longevity of Namekians, living for 300 to 500 years is commonplace. Thus, 10 years was hardly significant. Muley, what is this young man saying? Delta asked, glancing quizzically at Luo Tian before turning back to Muley. Ahem, Muley said, discreetly wiping his brow. The other elder was equally bemused. Oh, I remember now. I believe I had contracted negative energy syndrome. Delta suddenly realized, astonished by his own body. Strange, I feel completely restored, and the negative energy seems to have vanished. What could this possibly mean? Delta, you should express your gratitude to this young man. He is the one who purged the negative energy from you, Muley remarked with admiration. He did that for me. Delta was momentarily dumbfounded. Muley and the elder nodded in unison. After a brief pause, Delta approached Luo Tian, bowing respectfully and apologetically, saying, Young man, I am truly sorry. Thank you for saving my life. It was no trouble at all, merely a small act of kindness, Luo Tian replied with a mild smile. Brushing off the gratitude, he then looked up at the sky, his expression turning serious. However, the negative energy here is quite pervasive. It's no wonder you were affected. Luo Tian pondered, let me see if I can eliminate this negative energy completely. What? You can eradicate this negative energy? Muley was taken aback that Delta's expression mirrored his shock, while the other elder's eyes widened in disbelief. That I can only attempt, Luo Tian stated with a smile, but the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The three elders fell silent, acknowledging the young man's good intentions despite his somewhat brusque demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tian focused intently, slowly conjuring another radiant orb of light resembling a cluster of stars. Comparable in size to a Dragon Ball. Is this size acceptable? He asked Muley and the two elders. Muley, Delta, and the other elder looked perplexed, uncertain of how to respond. What do you mean? How can we possibly know? Luo Tian commanded, transform. Instantly, the star-like orb morphed into a golden sphere, radiating a brilliant golden light. Now, change. Luo Tian directed again, concentrating on the center of the golden sphere to form a red pentagram. Muley's eyes widened in astonishment. Delta and the other elder were left speechless. Isn't that a Dragon Ball? They thought, astonished by the resemblance of the energy Luo Tian had conjured. Go. Luo Tian raised his hand, launching the energy sphere into the sky. The Dragon Ball soared rapidly upwards, bursting forth with golden brilliance. Subsequently, Radiant streams of red cascaded from it, resembling a meteor shower showering the planet. The red meteors struck the negative energy, swiftly consuming and obliterating it. Approximately an hour later, the angelic energy had successfully eradicated all traces of negative energy from Namek. The orb, resembling a Dragon Ball, gradually became transparent before finally vanishing completely. All done. There shouldn't be any more significant issues, Luo Tian declared. Luo Tian looked up at the sky and greeted Muel. Emily was taken aback. Delta and the elderly man beside him also displayed expressions of astonishment. By the way, I have also cured the individual suffering from negative energy syndrome. I believe there should be no further issues, Luo Tian remarked with a smile. Chapter 15. I'm not an angel for Luo Tian. This was indeed a method of cultivating angelic power. Such power must be continuously utilized to hone and enhance its purity, that if left unused, the improvement in purity would be rather sluggish, in this instance. Luo Tian's assistance to the Namekian was immensely beneficial to the latter. However, Luo Tian himself also reaped significant rewards that he felt that he had nearly released all of his angelic energy, perhaps upon reconsolidation. The purity of this energy would further increase. Are you an angel? Muli asked, gazing at Luo Tian with excitement. Not quite yet. Luo Tian shook his head. He understood that Muli's concept of an angel referred to a savior of all beings, not the angels from the Dragon Ball universe. Nevertheless, Luo Tian's response pertained to the angels of the Dragon Ball world. Emily wiped the sweat from his brow. What does that mean? What do you mean by not quite yet? Mu Li and the three elderly men swiftly examined the surrounding negative energy to their astonishment. They discovered that the negative energy had seemingly vanished entirely. It is you who has eradicated the negative energy from our village. You are our benefactor, Mu Li exclaimed with immense excitement, even reaching out to warmly grasp Luo Tian's hand. The unconscious Vegeta on the ground had been entirely disregarded by Mu Li and the others. Do not mention it. It was no trouble at all, Luo Tian responded with a smile. Being able to help you through this hardship is, for me, a deed of virtue. Ha! Indeed. Muli laughed heartily before inquiring. By the way, I still do not know your name. My name is Luo Tian. Greetings, Luo Tian. I am the elder of this village. Named Muli, he replied, gesturing towards Delta and another elder. This is Delta, and this is... Oh, it is not important. Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. The unnamed elder beside him was vigorously wiping sweat. Why is it unimportant when it comes to my introduction? Is that polite? Muli remarked. Young friend Luo Tian, you have come to Namek to search for Dragon Balls, haven't you? Muli asked amicably. Indeed, and I have also come for a bit of sightseeing, Luo Tian nodded. The matter of the Dragon Balls is quite manageable. Since you have saved Namek, I have decided to take you to meet the Great Elder, Muli resolved. The Great Elder? Luo Tian feigned ignorance. Yes, he is the soul of our Namekian people, Muli explained. Just as Muli finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. His expression instantly shifted to one of reverence. Yes, Great Elder. You are aware? What? You wish to come in person? Very well. I shall await your esteemed presence here. Immediately after, it seemed Muli heard further words from the Great Elder, his eyes reflecting boundless astonishment. What? The negative energy across the entirety of Namek has vanished. Muli exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. Really? He glanced in surprise towards Luo Tian. You eliminated all of Namek's negative energy with just that single light sphere. This little fellow is truly remarkable. All right, I understand, Muli replied respectfully. The communication ended there. You, young friend Luo Tian, have eradicated all negative energy from Namek. Muli wiped his sweat. What? All negative energy has disappeared, Delta gasped. The other elder remained silent. Yet the astonishment in his eyes was palpable. The three elders naively believed that only the negative energy surrounding their village had been eliminated, unaware that the entirety of Namek's negative energy had vanished. A Dragon Ball-sized energy sphere had effortlessly resolved a crisis that had plagued Namek for centuries. Due to this negative energy, many Namekians had left their homeland. Little did they expect that today it would be completely resolved. Point 1 must do things thoroughly. Merely solving the negative energy of a single village does not constitute a significant achievement. Luo Tian remarked nonchalantly with a smile. The three elders fell silent. Why do we feel as though you are showing off? I am truly not an angel. I am merely an ordinary Saiyan, Luo Tian added as a clarification. Emuli, Delta, Elder, the three were left speechless. We never claimed you were an angel. That was merely a metaphor. Cough, young friend Luo Tian. The great elder has learned of your heroics in saving our Namek, and thus he has decided to come personally to meet you. Muli replied. What? The great elder wishes to come in person? Delta and the other elder inquired in unison, their voices laced with surprise. However, upon reflection, they found no fault in this. After all, Luo Tian was indeed a benefactor to the Namekian people, resolving a crisis that had lingered for centuries with the simplest of efforts. However, the great elder is quite far from here. It will take approximately an hour for him to arrive, Muli added as an afterthought. How can this be? Luo Tian exclaimed. Did I not say this was merely a trivial matter? Since he is the great elder of your Namek, I should be the one to pay him a visit. With that, Luo Tian seated himself on a nearby chair. Emuli, Delta, Elder. The three silently wiped their sweat. You mentioned you would personally visit our great elder. Why have you now taken a seat? Oh dear, I inadvertently sat down. How rude of me. Luo Tian expressed with some embarrassment. The three elders were left speechless. Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes brightened, and he turned to look at the Dragon Ball resting upon a pillar. Pointing towards it, what is that? That decorative item is so unique. Could it be the Dragon Ball? Muli wiped his sweat again. Delta chuckled in disbelief, while the elder opted for silence. After a moment's hesitation, Muli hurriedly approached, cradling the Dragon Ball in his hands and presenting it to Luo Tian. That I asked this for me. Luo Tian inquired calmly. This is a Dragon Ball. Muli confirmed that, indeed, my initial suspicions were correct. Luo Tian mused, examining the Dragon Ball in Muli's hands. Yet the number of red stars within it exceeds my own. This one has 3 red stars, while my sphere contains only one. Chapter 16. The scouter exploded. Cough. There are a total of 7 Dragon Balls, with the stars ranging from 1 to 7. Muli felt compelled to explain. Understood. Luo Tian nodded. Emuli, I have said so much, and you only respond with understood? Thank you. Then I shall not be polite. Luo Tian declared. Accepting the Dragon Ball from Muli's hands, Emuli smiled. Feeling a sense of relief, he believed that even if the great elder knew of Luo Tian's intent to collect the Dragon Balls, he would not be stingy. After all, it was Luo Tian who had saved the entire Namek. This kindness deserves to be repaid. Furthermore, if your wishes were somewhat excessive, you might not be able to fulfill them. After all, wishing requires a Namekian language which you do not know, meaning you would need us to translate. Young friend Luo Tian, I wish to inquire if you have any specific wishes you hope to realize by collecting the Dragon Balls? Muli approached with curiosity. Elder Muli, my father once told me that mastering a foreign language would be immensely beneficial. Luo Tian replied, placing the Dragon Ball on a nearby table, shifting the topic as he looked at Muli. Mastering a foreign language? Muli was taken aback. My greatest ambition in traveling is to master multiple extraterrestrial languages. Luo Tian responded. Muli suddenly felt a sense of unease that it seems I might be led astray by this young man. Therefore, Elder Muli, could you impart to me the language of Namek? Seizing the moment, Luo Tian pressed on. Before Muli could reply, Delta, standing nearby, patted his chest and volunteered, of course, it would be my pleasure to teach you the Namekian language. Muli added, furthermore, your ability to learn our Namekian language is a source of pride and honor for us Namekians. Delta chuckled. Muli, feeling reluctant to engage further, thought to himself, I can't shake the feeling that this fellow's intentions regarding the Namekian language are not entirely pure. Luo Tian, my young friend, when would you like to begin your lessons? Delta inquired. How about now? Luo Tian replied. Delta coughed lightly, such an eager little fellow. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Delta generously began to explain some features and pronunciation aspects of the Namekian language. Luo Tian listened intently, striving to absorb the information. An hour swiftly passed, and Luo Tian had grasped a rudimentary understanding of the Namekian language, although he could not engage in fluent conversation with the Namekians. Making a wish to the dragon would likely pose no significant challenge. The The Grand Elder had yet to arrive, but Vegeta had rubbed his head and opened his eyes, becoming alert. Upon awakening, he noticed Luo Tian conversing and laughing with the three Namekians. Vegeta sprang to his feet, glaring at Luo Tian with indignation. Just as Vegeta was about to unleash his fury, Luo Tian interjected. "Allow me to introduce. This is Vegeta, our prince among the Saiyans." Luo Tian pointed at Vegeta for the introduction. The three Namekians exclaimed, "Is he truly your prince? Your behavior towards him is quite disrespectful, to have knocked him down with a single slap." "Humph! Luo Tian, spare me your flattery. Are you unaware of what you just did to me?" Vegeta shouted in anger. "Your Highness, I was merely testing your reflexes to prevent you from being ambushed in the future," Luo Tian replied. "Nonsense," Vegeta retorted, incensed. "Consider this a gift." As Luo Tian spoke, he picked up a Dragon Ball from the table and tossed it to Vegeta. Surprised, Vegeta caught the Dragon Ball, and then, with wide eyes filled with excitement, he eagerly asked, "Is this truly the Dragon Ball that grants wishes?" Luo Tian nodded vigorously. "Have you made a wish yet?" Vegeta pressed. "I was waiting for you," Luo Tian smiled. "As the prince, it is only fitting that you go first. Besides, I have heard that once a wish is made, the Dragon Balls turn to stone." Muley interjected. "What are you two discussing? This conversation sounds rather peculiar. I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to trick your prince." "Humph, that's more like it." Vegeta's anger began to dissipate. In the next moment, Vegeta wore a triumphant grin and exclaimed, clutching the Dragon Ball, "Let me, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan." Then, silence ensued. A cool breeze swept by, causing Vegeta's hair to flutter. Suddenly, Vegeta turned to glare at Luo Tian, pointing at the Dragon Ball, demanding, "What is going on? Why is there no response? There are 7 Dragon Balls in total. You need to gather all 7 to make a wish," Luo Tian explained. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "You dare to toy with me?" Vegeta glared angrily at Luo Tian. "Someone is approaching." Luo Tian's expression grew serious as he stood and turned to look diagonally behind him. "What?" Vegeta was taken aback and followed Luo Tian's gaze. "Vegeta, the newcomers possess immense power. Do not act impulsively," Luo Tian advised. "Immense power? Who are you trying to fool? Are there truly powerful beings on Namek?" Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Immediately, he activated the scouter on his eyes. "Warning! Warning! Power level 20002-1000220000. Bang! The scouter exploded after displaying several fluctuating readings. Vegeta gasped, closing one eye, staring in shock at the distant sky. Who could it be? Has that Doria fellow come after me? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Soon, 2 figures with green skin gradually materialized in the sky above. What? Namekians? Vegeta focused intently on the 2 newly appeared Namekians. Luo Tian also glanced upward. The 2 Namekians were an elderly figure and a young one. Luo Tian recognized them. They were the Grand Elder of Namek and the only warrior Namekian, Nail. Chapter 17, Bloom My Moon. The Grand Elder could still fly at present. However, in 25 years, as his life drew to a close, he would be confined to his chair, unable to move. Nail accompanied the Grand Elder, having learned from him about the eradication of Namek's negative energy. Nail was eager to discover who had vanquished all the negative energy and saved their planet, even restoring the health of all the ailing Namekians. The 2 hovered in the sky, looking down from their lofty perch. "Are they Saiyans?" Nail murmured to the Grand Elder. "They both appear quite young." The Grand Elder replied with a benevolent smile, "Let us descend. It would be impolite to overlook our guests." "Yes, Grand Elder," Nail responded promptly. The 2 gently descended from the sky, appearing before Luo Tian and the others. Grand Elder, Muley, and the other elders quickly bowed in respect. "You may rise," the Grand Elder smiled, then turned to Luo Tian, kindly asking, "Are you the young friend, Luo Tian? First and foremost, thank you for saving Namek and all the Namekians." "It's nothing, just a small effort on my part." Luo Tian waved his hand nonchalantly. "Vegeta?" Vegeta wore a puzzled expression. "What does this mean? During my unconsciousness, Luo Tian saved this planet and all the Namekians. Has someone invaded this planet? Is it Frisia's men? What about those Dragon Balls?" The Grand Elder soon noticed the Dragon Ball beside Luo Tian and immediately deduced, "You and this young friend are here regarding the Dragon Balls. Correct?" "Indeed," Luo Tian nodded. "TCH, who are you calling a young friend?" Vegeta huffed in annoyance. "You are the benefactor of our Namekian people. We can unconditionally present the Dragon Balls to you and assist you in realizing your wish." The Grand Elder sincerely stated to Luo Tian. The Grand Elder could sense that there was not a trace of malevolence within Luo Tian. How could there be? For Luo Tian carried the essence of an angel, the aura of a divine being. Moreover, over the years, Luo Tian had honed his mental state remarkably well. However, when the Grand Elder turned his gaze to Vegeta, his brow furrowed in concern. This young man radiates an aura of malevolence. He does not seem very friendly. Very well. I shall not be polite then. Luo Tian did not conceal his thoughts and expressed his agreement. The Grand Elder, however, paid it no heed. After all, to make a wish, one must employ the language of Namek. If the desires you wish to fulfill are rather outlandish, we will not assist you in realizing them, as guests from afar, and considering that Luo Tian has saved our Namek. We offer you the finest water that our planet has to offer, the Grand Elder said with a smile. As he spoke, the Grand Elder gently raised his hand, and a bottle materialized before him, which he then presented to Luo Tian. Luo Tian accepted the bottle, opened it, and took a sip. The taste was delightful, sweet and refreshing, reminiscent of the mineral water from his previous life. "Thank you," Luo Tian expressed with gratitude, adding a playful remark about the water being akin to that of Mountain Spring. The Grand Elder, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean? What is this?" "The finest water of Namek." Vegeta, unable to contain himself, interjected, "We don't drink water." "Is there anything edible?" The Grand Elder replied apologetically, "I am sorry, but we Namekians only consume water and do not eat food." Vegeta fell silent, momentarily a loss for words. After a brief pause, he retorted, "Who was it earlier that exhibited such formidable combat power? Was it that individual beside you?" Vegeta cast a wary glance at Naru, who regarded him coolly without response. How could it be possible? The combat power of Namekians cannot surpass that of the Saiyans, Vegeta thought, feeling quite disgruntled. Naru is the only combat-type Namekian we have. I must admit, he is indeed quite powerful. The Grand Elder chuckled heartily. Vegeta fell silent, feeling a pang of humiliation. The proud Saiyan warrior, being outmatched in strength by a Namekian, was indeed a source of embarrassment. Well then, I shall summon the elders to bring forth the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder declared with a smile, only to suddenly slap his forehead, shaking his head in dismay. "Alas, I forgot to bring my Dragon Ball." "Grand Elder, allow me to retrieve it." Nara bowed respectfully. "I would appreciate that." The Grand Elder nodded. However, Naru felt a twinge of unease. Given the sinister energy emanating from Vegeta, he believed it was somewhat unsafe to leave the Grand Elder here unattended. "Would you mind accompanying me to fetch the Dragon Ball?" Naru inquired of Vegeta. "Humph. Why should I go with you?" Vegeta replied, indignant. "Vegeta, my prince, what have I previously stated? Do you not wish to fulfill your wish?" Luo Tian admonished him sharply. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta finally nodded in agreement. "Very well, follow me," Naru instructed as he soared into the sky. Vegeta immediately took flight as well. Whoosh, whoosh, the two transformed into brilliant streaks of light, swiftly departing the scene, heading toward the location of the Grand Elder's home. Naru, having sensed Vegeta's malevolent aura, intentionally increased his speed, while Vegeta gritted his teeth and pushed his energy to the limit to catch up. However, the distance between them continued to widen as Vegeta pursued. He tragically discovered that Naru had vanished from sight. Damn it! Vegeta seethed in frustration. After a brief hesitation, he raised his right hand, his expression turning grave. With a crack, a sparkling orb materialized in his palm. Breathing heavily, Vegeta clearly expended a significant amount of energy to conjure this sphere. "Namekian, do you believe you can escape from this prince? Today, I shall show you what a true Saiyan is capable of." Vegeta scoffed, hurling the luminous orb high into the sky. Following this, he clenched his fists tightly. "Bloom, my moon," Vegeta shouted, his youthful face radiating with boundless anticipation. Chapter 18. Vegeta's Great Ape Transformation Crack. The orb in the sky erupted in a brilliant blaze, transforming into an artificial full moon. Vegeta gazed up at the luminous orb, his body gradually expanding, his mouth and nose protruding, revealing sharp fangs. Simultaneously, a coat of black fur enveloped him. The Great Ape Transformation. Vegeta morphed into a colossal black gorilla. That direction, right? Vegeta turned to glance where Naru had previously disappeared, grinning broadly. Boom! Vegeta surged upward like a rocket, reaching his maximum speed and leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Naru, flying ahead, sensed that Vegeta had fallen far behind, a faint smile gracing his lips. Does this little brat still refuse to acknowledge my superiority? Now he understands the divide between us. However, the next moment, Naru felt an overwhelming surge of energy rise behind him. What is happening? Naru's smile faltered. Such a powerful aura. He quickly turned to look behind him, witnessing a radiant orb materializing in the distant sky. What on earth is that? Naru exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could comprehend the situation, a massive shadow loomed over him, barreling toward him with ferocity. Whoosh! The great ape form of Vegeta zipped past Naru with astonishing speed. The sheer force of his colossal frame created a gale that sent Naru staggering. Struggling to regain his footing, Naru's expression shifted from surprise to dread as he gazed upon the immense creature before him. Who are you? Naru stammered, cold sweat trickling down his face. He could distinctly sense the incredible power radiating from Vegeta, at least 4 times greater than his own. Presently, Vegeta's combat power had indeed reached a staggering height of at least 160. Although he had expended some energy in conjuring the artificial full moon, his power had only slightly diminished from 180,000 to approximately 160. In contrast, Naru's combat power stood at a mere 40. Making the disparity glaringly evident. Namekian, weren't you flying quite swiftly just now? Why not continue? Vegeta taunted. A triumphant grin spread across his face. Were you not that little brat from earlier? Naru exclaimed, suddenly realizing the truth as he stared at Vegeta in shock. Who are you calling little brat? Vegeta thought, vexed, and reached out with his furry hand. Naru jumped back in alarm, his expression shifting rapidly as he hastily tried to evade. Yet the gulf between their powers was insurmountable. Vegeta's combat strength had soared to 160,000, while Naru's remained at a mere 40,000, a 4-fold difference. Though Naru attempted to escape, it was futile, akin to a mouse fleeing from a cat, and he found himself ensnared in Vegeta's grasp. Attempting to struggle, Naru found it pointless, his complexion paling. I am the prince of the Saiyans. You should address me as your highness, Vegeta declared coldly, opening his mouth and directing it toward Naru. The latter felt utterly insignificant, as if he were not even worthy of being a mere snack for Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta did not press the issue further, gradually releasing his grip and allowing Naru to escape. Naru blinked in confusion. What was this fellow's intention? Lead the way, Vegeta commanded with a huff. Naru fell silent, gritting his teeth as he quickly resumed his flight. Vegeta followed leisurely behind, an air of unrestrained pride evident in his demeanor. A mere Namekian dared to flaunt their superiority before him. In a fleeting moment of soaring forward, the artificial full moon in the sky receded further into the distance, beyond a certain threshold. Vegeta's form instantaneously reverted to its normal state. Naru glanced back at Vegeta, then at the artificial moon, realizing it had diminished to a mere speck of light. Had it transformed back to normal due to exceeding the range? Naru quickly reached a conclusion. Moreover, his energy had visibly diminished, at least by a factor of 10. Thus, this transformation could indeed amplify his strength tenfold. How terrifying for a race. A mere transformation granting such an increase in power. Truly, they are a warrior race. Naru, however, did not seek to retaliate against Vegeta. He certainly had no intention of stooping to the level of a mere child. In the village of Muley, the Grand Elder bowed deeply before Luo Tian, expressing heartfelt gratitude for your immense kindness. We once again extend our profound thanks. You have rescued our planet Namek and all its inhabitants. Grand Elder, you are far too courteous. Luo Tian replied hastily. If you continue to be so polite, I shall have to reciprocate in kind. The Grand Elder responded with a puzzled expression. I have heard that the Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes. Given your excessive politeness, I shall request all 3 wishes for myself. The Grand Elder, Muley, and the elderly onlookers were left utterly speechless. The Grand Elder coughed helplessly. Muley felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Grand Elder, you have no idea how shameless this fellow truly is. I am utterly befuddled by him. Very well, I shall grant you all 3 wishes, the Grand Elder conceded with a nod. After a brief silence, he inquired with curiosity, might I ask what wishes you intend to fulfill? Young friend Luo Tian, I do not mean to pry into your privacy. If you prefer not to share, that is entirely acceptable. Yes, I shall remain silent on that matter, Luo Tian nodded. The Grand Elder remarked. You truly want to say? Will you not reveal your wishes later? This fellow is a decent person. He simply has a knack for inciting irritation, the Grand Elder thought as he reluctantly shifted the subject. Turning his gaze towards the direction where Naru and Vegeta had vanished, I cannot say for certain if it was enjoyable, but our prince did transform into a great ape just now. Luo Tian explained with a smile, you see that distant speck of light. It was created by him as the artificial full moon. A great ape? I have heard that your Saiyans can transform into great apes to enhance their energy. Is that correct? The Grand Elder's complexion altered slightly. It can amplify strength tenfold, Luo Tian replied. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. A tenfold increase in combat power. How terrifying. Why would he choose to transform like that? Did the two of them engage in conflict? A sense of foreboding washed over the Grand Elder. Let us pray together, Luo Tian suggested. Chapter 19. Dragon, are you familiar with the Aladdin's lamp? Gradually, the elders from several other villages arrived, hastily bringing the Dragon Balls with them. Upon their arrival, these elders immediately approached the Grand Elder, relaying news concerning the negative energy plaguing Namek. They had all noticed that the negative energy seemed to have vanished. The previously ailing compatriots had mysteriously recovered. When the Grand Elder announced that Luo Tian was their benefactor, the Namekians present displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. It was evident to all that this young benefactor appeared remarkably youthful, almost like a child. Nevertheless, the Namekians remained polite, promptly bowing in respect to Luo Tian that moment. 5 elders had gathered, bringing the total number of Dragon Balls to 5 with the addition of Grand Elder Muley's Dragon Ball. They had amassed a total of 6 now. Only the Grand Elder's Dragon Ball remained to complete the 7. Approximately 5 minutes later, a brilliant flash streaked across the horizon. Naru and Vegeta returned, carrying the Dragon Balls. Upon his return, Vegeta gasped for breath, glancing at the Dragon Balls in Naru's possession, suddenly questioning the purpose of his own involvement in this endeavor. Did he merely accompany Naru as a lackey? It seemed he had accomplished nothing at all. Why had Luo Tian sent him away? However, upon spotting the 7 gathered Dragon Balls, Vegeta felt a surge of excitement. Naru, at that moment, presented the final Dragon Ball to Luo Tian with both hands. Luo Tian placed the 7 Dragon Balls together. Now, I shall make my wish, he said politely to the Grand Elder. Very well, the Grand Elder nodded. Yet Vegeta, with a glint in his eye, rushed forward and shouted at the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls grant me, Vegeta, the power to become a Super Saiyan. And then there was silence. The assembled Namekians stared at Vegeta as if he were a fool. Vegeta remained dazed for quite some time, not perceiving any change in his body. Luo Tian, you deceived me. Did you not say that gathering the 7 Dragon Balls would allow for any wish to be granted? He exclaimed, glaring at Luo Tian with indignation. No, you are mistaken, Luo Tian replied. It is 3 wishes, not 1. Does that matter? Why can I not make a wish when it is crucial? I wish to become a Super Saiyan. Why does my body not respond at all? Vegeta asked, exasperated. Cough, cough. Prince Vegeta, it is not merely about gathering the 7 Dragon Balls. One must summon the dragon to fulfill a wish, the Grand Elder sighed, urgently clarifying. Summon the dragon. What is that? Vegeta felt utterly flabbergasted. The Grand Elder ceased further words and promptly invoked the dragon in the Namekian tongue. The S's incantation concluded. The sky turned pitch black, In the next moment, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with golden light, forming a column of radiance that shot into the heavens, coalescing and transforming in midair. With a crack, the light transformed into a plump azure dragon. This dragon appeared somewhat adorable. Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, state your wishes. I shall do my utmost to fulfill 3 of them. The dragon's voice resonated in the air. What is this? Vegeta's eyes widened, overwhelmed with astonishment. Luo Tian, young friend, Prince Vegeta, this is our Namekian dragon, known as Purunga, meaning the god of dreams. The Grand Elder explained with a smile that it was Luo Tian's first encounter with Purunga, and he was filled with myriad emotions from his current vantage point. The dragon appeared colossal, akin to a massive beast swirling in the skies above. The 3 wishes shall be yours, the Grand Elder said with a generous smile. Can we wish now? Vegeta, having learned his lesson, refrained from rushing forward this time. Should his wish prove unattainable again, his humiliation would reach cosmic proportions. Twice he had already embarrassed himself to the extent that it echoed back to Vegeta's home planet. He resolved to ascertain the situation thoroughly before proceeding. Indeed, Purunga's voice echoed, state your first wish. In that moment, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of making a wish had never felt so promising. Hey, grant me the power to become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta hastily declared to the dragon. Purunga, however, ignored him. Lend me an Aladdin's lamp. Luo Tian calmly articulated his first wish in the Namekian language. The dragon. The Grand Elder was taken aback, never expecting Luo Tian to use the Namekian tongue. I taught him, Delta proudly announced. Though his fluency may need some work, his meaning is quite clear. Muley silently wiped the sweat from his brow. I increasingly suspect that this kid has learned the Namekian language solely for the purpose of making wishes. Just now, he learned a few pronunciations and formed these sentences. This boy is incorrigible. Vegeta turned his head, a look of bewilderment on his face as he gazed at Luo Tian. Hey, Luo Tian, was that a language of birds you were speaking? Vegeta inquired, puzzled. Grand Elder. The Namekians present glared at him with fury. What is this little brat saying? That is our sacred language of Namek. You mentioned the Aladdin's lamp, which can summon the genie through friction, and through the genie, one can fulfill a wish, right? Purunga felt that the entire situation was going awry. So your wish cannot be fulfilled by me. It requires the genie. You summoned me merely to ask for a lamp? That's the idea, and no wonder you're the dragon. You know everything. Luota nodded vigorously. Purunga, a brief silence. This is merely an ancient myth. It does not exist in reality. Hence this wish cannot be granted. Purunga replied that I knew it would be difficult. So let me change my wish, Luo Tian said, once again expressing his wish in Namekian. My wish is for the universe to be free of conflict and to remain in eternal peace. Purunga, I'm sorry, that wish cannot be granted. Cold sweat broke out on Purunga's forehead. I said impossible, not achievable. Luo Tian was taken aback. Yes, the existence of humans inevitably leads to conflicts. Even gods cannot avoid this. Purunga wiped his sweat. Chapter 20. Let Vegeta become a Super Saiyan. If that won't work, then let me change my wish. Let all the people on this planet possess the ability to survive in outer space. How about that wish? Luo Tian asked. Of course. When it came time to make the wish, Luo Tian still used the Namekian language. I apologize, but I can only grant the ability to survive in outer space to one person at a time. Purunga wiped his sweat again. Suddenly, I feel utterly useless, Purunga thought, his mindset beginning to crumble. Then let me have the ability to survive in outer space, Luo Tian sighed, looking rather glum. All right, Purunga nodded with some guilt. A crimson light flickering in his eyes, swiftly enveloping Luo Tian. Luo Tian felt an unmistakable sensation, as if his body had opened up all meridians, an indescribable comfort washing over him. It seemed he could survive without breathing from now on. Sometimes, life is filled with such miracles. Your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. The dragon Purunga sighed, that I suddenly have the feeling that I owe you something. The Grand Elder and Muley exchanged glances, both releasing a long sigh of relief. It appears that although this kid enjoys mischief, he possesses a kind heart and has not made any excessive wishes. Vegeta, state your wish. Luo Tian encouraged as he patted Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta was still standing there in a daze, but upon feeling Luo Tian's hand, he jolted back to reality. What is going on? What language were you speaking just now? Vegeta hurriedly asked. Namekian, Luo Tian smiled, as if making a wish requires the Namekian language. Vegeta, wait a moment. When did you learn the Namekian language? Vegeta inquired, somewhat perplexed. That no longer matters. If you don't hurry and make your wish, the dragon will disappear, Luo Tian urged. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he muttered, Did you hear all this from Beerus and his companion? No. Luo Tian shook his head. Not. Then how do you know? Vegeta asked curiously. We have a book used as a pot holder at home. I picked it up and flipped through it casually. That IT recorded these random things, and I didn't expect it to be true, Luo Tian exclaimed. What? The book you mentioned, ISNT, the one my father has been searching for. Is it? Vegeta suddenly regained focus, as it is said that this book records the characteristics of every race in the universe, documented during our Saiyan ancestors' ancient journeys through the cosmos. Luo Tian, such a book truly exists? I was just speaking casually. The ancient god? What is his name? Luo Tian asked curiously. Of course, it is the Super Saiyan god you mentioned, Vegeta replied. Looking up at the sky, pondering carefully, he answered, I think it's something like Yamosi. Luo Tian said, Yes, that's it, Yamosi. Vegeta nodded, then grinding his teeth, rolled his eyes at Luo Tian. How could that book end up at your place as a pot holder? I wouldn't know. Luo Tian shook his head. IT must have been brought back by your father. How infuriating to use such a valuable book as a pot holder. Vegeta expressed his displeasure. Luo Tian pondered, scratching his head. I didn't expect Yamosi to have turned his travels into a book. As a Dragon Ball fan, Luo Tian certainly knew who Yamosi was. Yamosi is the Super Saiyan god that Beerus encountered in his dreams, the true Super Saiyan god. Dragon Barunja, Grand Elder, Muley, and the other Namekians. The people present were rendered speechless. One more so than the next. The silence was not about the book being used as a pot holder. The dragon is still waiting for your wish. Why are you two still chatting? When will you discuss this? Ahem, I'm still waiting for your second wish. The dragon Barunja could no longer contain himself. Luo Tian, tell him to let me become the legendary Super Saiyan. That is my wish. Vegeta huffed, instructing Luo Tian. Speak properly. Is this how you ask for a favor? Luo Tian reprimanded. Vegeta trembled with rage. However, with a request at hand, Vegeta had no choice but to suppress his commanding tone, twitching his mouth as he quickly reorganized his words and reiterated his wish. Luo Tian conveyed Vegeta's wish to Barunja in Namekian. That I'm sorry. That wish cannot be granted, the dragon Barunja stated. Why do you all keep saying wishes that cannot be granted? Vegeta exclaimed. You mean to say you cannot make me the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta felt as though the world was crumbling around him. Indeed, that wish cannot be granted, Barunja said, cold sweat pouring down his face. For you are not the legendary Super Saiyan. What? I am not the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he quickly pointed at Luo Tian, inquiring of the dragon, if I am not the legendary Super Saiyan, does that mean he is? He is not either, Barunja replied. Vegeta suddenly felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Then tell me, who is the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta asked, gritting his teeth. I asked that question, your wish. Barunja inquired. Vegeta, don't waste your wish. Does it really matter who the legendary Super Saiyan is? Luo Tian chided from the side. I know this matter. I will tell you later. What? You know who the legendary Super Saiyan is? Vegeta was taken aback. There's nothing I do not know, Luo Tian replied. Vegeta wiped his sweat. Although I cannot make you the legendary Super Saiyan, I can tell you how to become a Super Saiyan, Barunja added. What is the difference between the two? Vegeta was left speechless. That is it not clear. My prince, Luo Tian sighed. One has the word legendary, the other does not. Simply put, one is the legendary Super Saiyan, while the other is an ordinary Super Saiyan. You understand now. Vegeta silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Is there such a saying? Today has truly broadened my horizons. A brief silence ensued. Then tell me, how can one become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta pondered carefully before inquiring. Just to confirm, is this question your wish? Barunja asked. Chapter 21 Vegeta. the legendary Super Saiyan? Indeed, please enlighten me, Vegeta nodded. Please make your wish, Namekian, Barunga responded. Vegeta felt a pang in his heart once more. Vegeta, didn't I already make it abundantly clear how to become a Super Saiyan? Loden sighed. Are you really going to waste a wish on this? Humph. I want to hear this dragon say it personally. Who knows if what you say is true? Vegeta scoffed. You must understand, this is your only wish. Loden insisted. Humph. Isn't there still one more wish? Vegeta huffed. Vegeta, you need to grasp one thing. Never be so greedy. One wish is sufficient. Loden said, patting Vegeta's shoulder while imparting wisdom. Vegeta, the elder, the multitude of Namekians present rolled their eyes incessantly. Don't be so greedy. Did you just utter that? A moment ago, you wanted a wish-granting dragon and sought multiple wishes. Indeed, the tendency to be lenient with oneself while strict with others is inherent to humanity. Of course, as long as I know the method to become a Super Saiyan, I can forego other wishes. Vegeta huffed again, coming to a realization, as long as I could become a Super Saiyan and the strongest in the universe. What need have I for other wishes? I am still young, I do not require immortality. Once I become the true strongest in the universe, I shall consider other wishes. Very well, your wish shall be granted. Loden nodded, reiterating Vegeta's wish and somewhat halting Namekian. Dragon, could you please elaborate on the matter of Super Saiyans? This is our wish. The Super Saiyan can be succinctly divided into the legendary Super Saiyan and the ordinary Super Saiyan. Barunga's voice echoed. The legendary Super Saiyan is a widely known warrior among Saiyans, born once every 1,000 years, and must possess the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan to fulfill this destiny. An ordinary Saiyan lacking this bloodline cannot become a legendary Super Saiyan. Humph. So neither I nor Loden possess the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta felt a surge of indignation. Indeed, Barunga nodded. Vegeta cast a deep glance at Loden, feeling a sense of balance restored. It would be far too disheartening to have a legendary Super Saiyan by his side. But who exactly is the legendary Super Saiyan? Could it be the Kakarot that Loden mentioned? That cannot be. His battle power is merely 2. How could a lowly warrior with a battle power of 2 possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Wait a moment. I seem to recall something. I remember hearing someone mention that among those born in the same batch as me, aside from that Loden fellow, there was another exceptionally talented warrior. I believe he was exiled by my father. What was his name? Could that individual be the legendary Super Saiyan? Whether it be a Super Saiyan or the legendary Super Saiyan, they are all forms of transformation. Though you may not become a legendary Super Saiyan, you can still transform into an ordinary Super Saiyan through diligent training. Barunga's voice resonated from the heavens. Transforming into an ordinary Super Saiyan can enhance your strength by 50-fold. What? 50-fold? Neru's expression shifted dramatically. That little brat's great ape transformation was already outrageous. I think a transformation into a Super Saiyan could amplify strength by 50-fold. Vegeta turned a glance at Loden. Loden had previously mentioned that a Super Saiyan might be a form of transformation, and it indeed turned out to be so. To transform into an ordinary Super Saiyan, the primary condition is to possess a calm heart. A tranquil heart will facilitate the birth of S cells within you. Once your battle power reaches a certain threshold and the S cells are saturated, you can achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan through immense emotional upheaval. Barunga elaborated on the nature of Super Saiyans and added, "Your second wish has been fulfilled. Please state your third wish, Dragon. We have no further wishes." "Thank you." Loden smiled slightly. One should not be too greedy. "Initially, I even considered asking for 100 more wishes." Barunga replied, "Very well, then farewell." With a nod, Barunga's form dissipated. Whoosh, the 7 Dragon Balls swiftly ascended into the sky. Soon after, they soared to a considerable height before plummeting back down. Thud, thud, thud. The 7 Dragon Balls landed beside Loden. Having transformed into stone, the sky regained its brightness. Loden had heard that the Dragon Balls of Namek, upon granting wishes, do not scatter across the world, but instead gather together. The Dragon Balls of Earth had once been gathered, but later, due to human greed, the Guardian of Earth caused them to disperse. The Elder looked at Loden, his face reflecting astonishment and admiration. This little fellow, though somewhat irksome in speech, is truly remarkable. To forego a remaining wish is a rare feat. Barunga commented, let them possess a calm heart. It seems this Luo already embodies such tranquility. However, their prince appears somewhat tempestuous and requires further refinement. What? You truly do not need a third wish. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback and immediately turned to Luo. Luo appeared indifferent that Luo's greatest desire was simply to possess the ability to survive in the vastness of space. Once he overcame this shortcoming, everything else would become significantly easier. They asked for wishes of immortality. Luo believed that the Dragon of Namek might not be capable of fulfilling such requests. Moreover, once he truly cultivates into an angel, his lifespan would reach eternity. That is hardly a concern, Elder, Muley, and esteemed friends. We must take our leave. Luo smiled and bid farewell to the assembled Namekians. Very well. Be sure to visit again. Muley stepped forward, grasping Luo's hand warmly. Certainly, Luo nodded, then inquired, how many days until the Dragon Balls can restore? Muley suddenly fell silent. Are you dissatisfied with having only one wish remaining? Cough, cough. Since there is still one wish left, it will take approximately 80 days for the Dragon Balls to recover, the Elder explained. Wiping sweat from his brow, I shall return. Luo waved goodbye. The Elder. Subsequently, Luo bid farewell to the Namekians and, alongside Vegeta, boarded the spaceship. The spaceship ascended into the sky. Whoosh! The vessel broke through the planet's atmosphere, leaving a brilliant trail of light as it swiftly flew into the cosmos. Observing the direction in which the spaceship vanished, the Elder fell into contemplation. Chapter 22, Is He a God? The Elder pondered. Is there a problem, Elder? Neru inquired. This young lad named Luo may very well become a great god in the future, the Elder said with a smile. That a god? He is a god. Neru was momentarily stunned, his expression one of astonishment. Muley and the other Namekians gazed curiously at the Elder. The unique energy fluctuations he possesses, if my guess is correct, should be the aura of a god, the Elder reflected. Could he be the so-called god of the Super Saiyans? Muley asked in surprise. Perhaps he will go even further, the Elder mused. The Grand Elder smiled faintly. A brief silence ensued. After all, he had effortlessly salvaged the entire Namekian planet. It was unlikely that an ordinary human could achieve such a feat, let alone a true deity. The Grand Elder lamented that even the legendary Shenron could not erase the negative energy of our Namek. All present Namekians fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Delta knelt down, reverently bowing towards the starry sky, and proudly declared, I once taught a god to master the Namekian language. The Grand Elder. Muley. Numerous Namekians silently wiped their brows. In the vastness of space, aboard Luo Tian's spacecraft, Vegeta remained uncharacteristically silent throughout the journey. It was only after approximately 10 minutes of soaring through the cosmos that Vegeta snapped back to reality. Turning to Luo Tian and inquiring, now, can you tell me who that legendary Super Saiyan is? However, he quickly added, or perhaps it's better not to. It's rather disheartening. Luo Tian sighed. Regardless, you must admit that we are among the most talented warriors of our generation. Yet here we are, not the chosen ones, Vegeta retorted. Your words sting even more that we are indeed the most gifted warriors of this era, yet neither of us is the fabled Super Saiyan. Instead, that title belongs to someone else. It is truly vexing. Vegeta decided against pursuing the matter further, scoffing. Perhaps he has already met his end. Luo Tian replied, you certainly possess a fierce spirit. That said, this entire venture to Namek feels rather surreal. Vegeta frowned, stroking his chin in deep thought. What do you mean? Luo Tian asked, taken aback. It feels like a trap. Vegeta huffed. That a trap? Luo Tian questioned, perplexed. Is everything that Dragon said true? Vegeta pondered, half convinced. False. All of it is false, Luo Tian sighed. I suspected as much. You must have colluded with the Namekians while I was unconscious to stage this performance for my benefit. Vegeta scoffed. Luo Tian was momentarily stunned, gazing intently at Vegeta's youthful visage, unsure of how to respond. You truly possess remarkable talent, me, conspiring with the Namekians to deceive you. What an absurd notion, Luo Tian retorted, momentarily a loss for words. That you're quite astonished. Aren't you? Vegeta smirked. Sensing his theory was spot on, Luo Tian felt nearly choked. Why does what that dragon said match your words so closely? Vegeta narrowed his eyes at Luo Tian. Explain this phenomenon to me. Fine, you're right. You truly are clever, Luo Tian sighed, placing a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Humph, I knew I was correct. Vegeta puffed with pride, his tail raised high. I told you the dragoness words were eerily similar in a tranquil heart. Utter nonsense. Luo Tian chose to ignore Vegeta. Turning to leave, as he departed, he could not help but mutter, You are truly the unhelpable one. Who is this Do? Is he someone of great renown? Vegeta inquired, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, quite famous. Luo Tian nodded. Then tell me, what is this Do's fighting power? Vegeta's interest peaked. I recall playing a game once where his strength was 21, intelligence 16, politics 15, charm 20, and leadership 18. The rest escapes me. Luo Tian reflected. What nonsense is that? What are you talking about? Vegeta asked, utterly bewildered. Without further ado, Luo Tian continued towards his quarters, but Vegeta quickly pursued him. Hey, don't leave, Vegeta urged. Yes, there's something more, my prince. Luo Tian sighed. Humph, you promised to take me to a unique planet. And this is it? Vegeta grumbled, feeling somewhat irked. Luo Tian contemplated Vegeta's rebellious nature, wondering if he should seek a different ally. Who would be suitable? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Broly. Yes, should I seek out Broly? I believe having him by my side would be far more advantageous than this Vegeta. Plus, Broly could train alongside me. Vegeta was simply too weak at present. Furthermore, someone as headstrong as Vegeta needed to endure the harsh trials brought forth by Kakarot to truly grow. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Luo Tian suddenly inquired. Humph, being with you is dreadfully dull. I initially hoped your healing abilities would help me quickly enhance my fighting power, but I've come to realize I must rely on my own efforts for training. Vegeta huffed. This prince is the most talented warrior. I do not require assistance from others. Then shall I take you to find Raditz and Nappa? Luo Tian suggested. That sounds better than your tedious pacifism. Vegeta nodded. I initially thought I could engage in some good battles on Namek, but if it weren't for your interference, I would have already wiped that planet clean. Very well. I shall take you to find Raditz and the others. That should suffice, Luo Tian agreed. The locator is destroyed. How will you find them? Vegeta asked. Our spacecraft's positioning system is indeed wrecked, but the communication system remains intact, allowing us to contact them. Luo Tian explained. You're right. Vegeta's eyes lit up as he approached the spacecraft communicator to reach out to Raditz. Raditz's voice soon echoed through the speakers. Oh, Prince Vegeta, we are on Planet Curate, where the resources are quite abundant. We just conquered it and can sell it for a good price. Raditz promptly replied. Planet Curate? I've heard that world. Wait there. I'll come to find you, Vegeta responded. Raditz was momentarily stunned. You coming to find us? Previously, you ordered us to disperse and act independently. Why do you wish to find us now? Are we not welcome? Vegeta inquired. Of course, we welcome you. It would be our honor for Prince Vegeta to join our team. Raditz replied eagerly. That's good. Vegeta's lips curled into a satisfied smirk, pleased that Raditz was obedient, unlike Luo Tian, who showed him no respect. By the way, Prince Vegeta, there's something I must inform you. Raditz's tone suddenly turned grave. What is it? Vegeta asked. The two unfortunate souls who joined our team have been killed by Dodoria, leaving only Nappa and me. Raditz gritted his teeth. Dodoria claimed he did so because we acted without permission. It's only fair. I'll take care of his brother. Vegeta chuckled darkly. What? Dodoria. I heard his fighting power has reached a staggering 17,000. Raditz exclaimed, astonished. My fighting power is now at 18,000. Vegeta proclaimed proudly. Has Prince Vegeta's fighting power truly risen to 18,000? Raditz exclaimed in amazement. Of course. This prince is a genius. Vegeta beamed with increasing radiance. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Whoosh. The spacecraft altered its course amidst the starlit sky, accelerating towards the region of the cosmos where Nappa and Raditz resided. It was Frisia's spaceship. Vegeta and Raditz were in communication, and since the communication lines were under Frisia's control, his subordinates promptly received the messages exchanged between the two. Lord Frisia, we have received a message from Vegeta. one minion reported. What? Where is he? I want to kill him and avenge my brother. Dodoria clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he coldly glared at the reporting minion. Frieza narrowed his eyes at Dodoria, who immediately cowered and fell silent. What did Vegeta say? Frieza inquired with keen interest. He said he's going to find Nappa and Raditz. The minion replied, "Oh," Frieza pondered, somewhat perplexed by Vegeta's intentions. Logically, since Vegeta and Latte had already damaged the communication system of the spaceship, he shouldn't be contacting Nappa and Raditz. Perhaps the spaceship's positioning system malfunctioned? Biliblu speculated, since he was able to kill Zarbin. It indicates that his combat power has surpassed Zarbin's, Frieza mused. If that is the case. Frieza turned his gaze towards Dodoria. Dodoria immediately bowed, though a sense of foreboding filled his heart. Dodoria, Vegeta still holds value for me. I do not wish for you to seek vengeance, just do you understand? Frieza commanded with a stern expression. Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria responded, bowing once more. You may leave now. Frieza waved his hand dismissively, with a face full of frustration and hatred. Dodoria exited Frieza's chamber. Lord Frieza, shall we keep Vegeta alive? Biliblu inquired. I am quite curious about how he has managed to elevate his combat power in such a short time. Surely, something significant has transpired. Frieza reclined in his hoverpod, his tail swaying back and forth, revealing a grin of delight. If he could kill Zarbin, his combat power must have reached at least 18,000. His previous power was around 15,000, wasn't it? Biliblu analyzed that a sudden increase of 3,000 in combat power is intriguing. Frieza snorted disdainfully. Lord Frieza, I have heard that Saiyans grow stronger in the face of adversity. They often enhance their abilities through combat. Biliblu smiled. This encounter with Zarbin may have provided Vegeta with the perfect opportunity for advancement. You make a valid point. Frieza nodded slightly, his expression darkening. That it seems that a slight enhancement in combat power has made him rather arrogant. I must devise a way to teach him a more profound lesson. Simply eliminating him would be too lenient. Did not Lord Frieza express a desire to cultivate a pig? I have a rather excellent suggestion. Biliblu said with a mysterious smile. Oh, pray tell, Biliblu. Frieza replied, his smile widening. Have you ever played online games, Lord Frieza? Biliblu inquired playfully. Very well, forgive my impertinence. Biliblu swiftly apologized. In games, characters that level up rapidly typically need to challenge monsters of similar strength to gain substantial experience points, thus enhancing their abilities that if they encounter monsters that are either too high or too low in level, they risk being easily defeated and the experience points are not awarded. What exactly are you implying? Frieza's expression darkened. Lord Frieza, please allow me to elaborate. Biliblu continued that if we place Vegeta in an environment where he can grow under such conditions, his combat power is unlikely to see significant changes for 10 to 20 years. Oh, now that is intriguing. You truly possess a cunning mind, Biliblu. This is a most insidious plan, Frieza remarked, narrowing his eyes at Biliblu. Biliblu bowed respectfully before Frieza. However, I find it quite appealing. Frieza smiled faintly. You flatter me. Lord Frieza, Biliblu replied, bowing once more. Let us proceed as you suggest. You shall oversee this matter. Understood, Lord Frieza. Biliblu agreed. Readily. 20 days later, Latte's spaceship descended upon the planet Kurite. Nappa and Raditz promptly came to greet them. Previously, they had been terrified by Dodoria, nearly wetting themselves. With Vegeta's arrival, they seemed to have gained a solid backing and felt considerably more at ease. Prince Vegeta, you have finally arrived, Raditz said, looking at Vegeta with an eager expression. Prince Vegeta, we have even prepared a sumptuous feast for you, Nappa added quickly. Let us eat something. I happen to be a bit hungry. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. Latte followed closely behind Vegeta as they made their way into the distance. The four soon found themselves within a grand castle. This is the royal palace where the Kurite people reside. It may come in handy now, Nappa smiled. Chapter 24. The destruction of Planet Vegeta. The group entered the palace together. Latte carefully sensed the surroundings and discovered that all the inhabitants of the planet had been eradicated by Nappa and Raditz. Such events were not uncommon for Saiyans. They typically annihilated all life on a planet before selling it off. Latte was accustomed to this and did not possess the naivety to mourn for the people of this world. He cultivated the power of an angel, not the power of a saint. He held a tranquil heart, rather than one of kindness, that a tranquil heart remains unperturbed regardless of the gravity of the situation, in the Dragon Ball universe, or even in Latte's previous life. The law of the jungle prevailed. Feeling a bit hungry himself, Latte found the food on the spaceship rather unpalatable and had not enjoyed a delicious meal in quite some time. He subsequently joined Naba and Vegeta for a delightful feast. On Planet Vegeta, Frieza emitted a series of eerie laughs, holding aloft a crimson planet-destroying orb. Surrounding him were his subordinates, including the Ginyu Force, Zarbon, and Dodoria. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light surged from below the planet, launching itself towards Frieza's minions, engaging them in fierce combat. The figure that emerged was Bardock, Goku's father. Frieza! Bardock bellowed, conjuring a massive energy sphere in his hands and hurling it upwards towards Frieza. Frieza did not even bother to face Bardock directly. With a downward motion of his right hand, the immense planet-destroying orb descended toward Bardock. The energy sphere Bardock unleashed was instantly shattered by the planet-destroying orb. Simultaneously, the orb continued its descent. Bardock, alarmed, desperately braced himself with his hands and knees against the impending destruction. However, the moment Bardock's hands made contact with the orb, an overwhelming sense of mortality coursed through him. In the blink of an eye, Bardock was obliterated by the planet-destroying orb, leaving nothing behind. The orb continued its descent, and before long, it struck the surface of Planet Vegeta. Boom! The entire Planet Vegeta erupted in a brilliant display of colors within the cosmos, exploding like smoke. With the destruction of Planet Vegeta, Frieza's laughter grew even more maniacal. Lord Frieza, today is a momentous occasion. Shall we perform a dance in celebration? Suggested a member of the Ginyu Force, Frieza, on the distant Q-Right planet. What? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Upon receiving this news, Raditz was momentarily stunned. Biliblu, is this true? It is with great regret that I must inform you that a colossal meteor has unexpectedly hurtled through the starry sky, crashing onto the planet Vegeta. The entire planet was shattered into countless pieces, triggering a catastrophic explosion of its core. Such is the sequence of events. Biliblu let out a deep sigh. Was there truly no one to detect that meteor in advance? Raditz exclaimed, I cannot say, Biliblu replied, shaking his head in lamentation. Please accept my condolences. With that, Biliblu concluded the call to Raditz's eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting rapidly as he relayed the devastating news of Vegeta's destruction to the prince. Now, there is no way I can assume the role of King Vegeta. He stated that I am merely munching on a drumstick, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly. Raditz continued, then there are only the 4 of us remaining Saiyans. Right? Raditz chuckled wryly, stroking his chin as he gazed out at the sky. Nappa remained silent. Vegeta continued to eat his chicken leg, appearing unfazed on the surface. Loten had long anticipated the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta. Finding little cause for astonishment, I just remembered, why Mother mentioned that I have a brother who was sent to some other planet by my parents. Raditz mused, scratching his head in brief contemplation. He then turned to Vegeta. Your Highness, you also have a brother, don't you? He's a worthless fool. Why bring him up? Vegeta snorted, glancing up at Raditz. Your brother is named Kakarot, isn't he? Yes, Kakarot. Raditz nodded. Loten interjected, your brother Kakarot is destined to become my lifelong rival. Vegeta suddenly burst into laughter, unable to suppress his mirth. That joke is too amusing. Nappa, who had been quiet, suddenly joined in the laughter. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Raditz chuckled helplessly. My brother is merely a low-ranked warrior. How could he possibly become your Highness's rival? I'm full, Loten remarked, patting his stomach and reflecting momentarily. The mission of becoming an angel is indeed a heavy burden. Loten understood that even without consuming food, the angelic race would not perish from hunger. Their reason for eating is solely to relish the exquisite flavors of cuisine. Angels can forego food and sleep. The fact that Loten still felt hunger indicated that he could only be considered human. Still far from attaining divinity, I must continue to hone my skills. After nearly a month of training, Loten's angelic power purity increased once more to T present. the purity of Lotan's angelic power had reached a remarkable level of 8. Based on Lotan's calculations, if he could elevate the purity of his angelic power to 10, he might unlock the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Of course, these were merely his estimations, and their accuracy would require practical verification. Vegeta, are you not planning to accompany me? Lotan inquired as he rose. Humph. Following you offers no thrill whatsoever. What I seek is to battle across various planets, not to learn your nonsensical language, Vegeta retorted, incensed at the thought of trailing behind Lotan. Accompanying this fellow had only granted him a modicum of satisfaction in vanquishing a minor foe. After 10 days of travel to Namek, he found that none of his wishes had been fulfilled. That shameless Lotan has conspired with the Namekians to deceive me. I see now. You wish for me to train in healing. I, Prince Vegeta, shall not engage in such trivial pursuits. Who else besides me is worthy of becoming the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta scoffed, dismissing the notion that the dragon's claims were anything but fabrications. 3 wishes. Indeed, I do not believe you can survive in the vastness of space. Vegeta rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage further with Lotan. Chapter 25. Planet Wampa. Since that is the case, we shall part ways here, Lotan stated, not insisting upon his company to go on. Saiyans have their own methods of combat. We do not require your assistance. Vegeta huffed. Dol. And I hope that when we meet again in the years to come, your battle power will have improved, rather than remaining at 18,000. Lotan clapped Vegeta on the shoulder. By the time we next meet, my battle power will have surpassed 100,000. Vegeta declared confidently, a smile gracing his lips. Lotan nodded slightly. Your indifferent attitude is quite displeasing, Vegeta huffed. Take care, Vegeta. With that, Lotan soared into the sky. Hey, Lotan, are you not joining us? Raditz waved at him. Though your battle power is lower, you could assist with logistics, Nappa suggested. Shall we go together? Lotan ignored them, swiftly entering his spaceship. Whoosh, the spacecraft ascended, breaking through the planet's atmosphere and departing. Farewell. Raditz waved goodbye. Oh no, Vegeta's pupils dilated, and his expression darkened. What is it, your highness? Nappa asked, puzzled. That scoundrel Lotan has taken my small spacecraft. Vegeta seethed, his body trembling with rage. What? What should we do? Raditz was taken aback. That rascal Lotan, Vegeta fumed. That was my spaceship. There are still 2 spherical spaceships on this planet. Nappa explained. Shall we pursue him? Pursue? Nonsense. His ship is a mothership. How could we possibly catch up? Forget it. Let us clean up this planet and move on to another. Vegeta instructed Raditz and Nappa after careful consideration. Lotan piloted his spaceship into the starry expanse. The vessel left a brilliant trail in the cosmic void. Lotan had resolved to visit Planet Wampa. Since he aspired to become a true angel, it was only natural that he would need a god of destruction as an ally. Initially, Lotan intended to cultivate Vegeta as his god of destruction. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's rebellious nature, he abruptly changed his mind. Why expend effort molding Vegeta when I could train a more obedient subordinate? Lotan thoughtfully reflected, concluding that Broly was indeed an excellent choice. Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan, and his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Perhaps Broly's battle power had already reached 1,000,000. Lotan felt a surge of excitement, as if the Saiyan blood within him was boiling. The journey to Planet Wampa would take at least 6 days, and during this time, Lotan diligently concentrated on refining his angelic power. 6 days passed swiftly. Through the spaceship's window, Lotan beheld the distant ochre sphere of Planet Wampa. This planet boasted an exceedingly harsh environment, barren of vegetation, and devoid of even liquid water. Furthermore, it was perpetually shrouded in sandstorms, the winds howling like beasts in agony. Broly had grown up in such an inhospitable landscape. Broly was of a similar age to Lotan, both being 5 years old. When Broly was 3, he was exiled to this planet by King Vegeta. Broly's father had accompanied him, but their spacecraft had malfunctioned, leaving them stranded. If all went according to plan, the father and son would remain trapped here for 40 years. During these 6 days, Lotan's mastery of angelic power further improved. However, regrettably, his angelic power purity remained at 8. Failing to reach 9, Lotan yearned to elevate his angelic power purity to 10. so he could test his hypothesis and transform into a Super Saiyan god. His eyes shimmered with anticipation. Luo hovered his spaceship above planet Wampa. Snap! Luo Tian pressed the button to open the hatch and soared out from the spacecraft. Whoosh! He plummeted rapidly downward towards the surface of the planet Wampa, within a natural, open cave teeming with insect eggs. Paragus lamented, gazing at the vast expanse of yellow sands. Despair etched across his features. 2 years. 2 years. I've been trapped here for 2 years. Beside him, Broly consumed the insect eggs with an expression of enjoyment. Utterly unfazed by the revolting sight, Paragus glanced back at Broly, and the sight of him devouring the eggs made him nauseous. This truly fit for human consumption. The environment on this planet is utterly inhospitable. Aside from these insect eggs, there is nothing edible or drinkable. Not even the most basic fresh water is available. When will this wretched existence come to an end? Cursed King Vegeta! Broly, I shall venture out again. This time to a more distant locale. Perhaps I will uncover better prospects. Undeterred, Paragus resolved to explore further. He had already traversed a significant portion of this planet, yet there remained a small area that had not been thoroughly investigated. Perhaps beyond the desert lies an oasis. Broly nodded obediently. Paragus took to the skies, braving the swirling sands, and swiftly disappeared from sight. Barely had Paragus departed when Luo Tian descended from the heavens. Appearing before Broly, Broly looked up, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he studied Luo Tian. Broly, Luo Tian greeted with a smile. Broly, looking bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement. Give me your all. Let me gauge your prowess. Luo Tian beckoned to Broly. After a brief moment of hesitation, Broly nodded in agreement. Instantly, a surge of energy erupted from Broly as he charged towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian sensed the intensity of Broly's energy. This boy is indeed remarkable. No wonder he is the legendary Super Saiyan. With merely a slight burst of energy, his combat power had already reached an impressive height of 100,000 as Broly lunged towards him. Luo Tian raised his left hand, the power of an angel shimmering within it. Bang! Broly's fist struck Luo Tian's hand with tremendous force. Luo Tian met Broly's assault with his own hand. Chapter 26. Broly weeps. Boom! Luo Tian then thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a radiant blaze akin to the stars themselves. With a muffled thud, Luo Tian's hand connected with Broly's body. Thunderous reverberations echoed as Broly's form was sent hurtling backward like a comet, crashing into a nearby mountain and embedding himself deep within the rock. Broly let out a howl of anguish, his energy surging anew as he rallied himself and once more charged at Luo Tian. Bang! 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 Broly unleashed a relentless assault upon Luo Tian. Yet Luo Tian evaded Broly's strikes effortlessly, utilizing his mastery of instinctual movement. After a prolonged exchange, Broly had yet to land a single blow on Luo Tian. Broly seemed to be infuriated, his entire body trembling, energy flowing from him like a raging tide. In the next moment, his pupils turned white, his gaze devoid of color. Upon further observation, Broly's body swelled, his energy reaching unprecedented levels. Luo Tian could sense that Broly's base combat power had soared to at least 1,000,000. This was the true essence of the legendary Super Saiyan, and he had not even transformed yet. At merely 5 years of age, his combat prowess was astonishingly high that, if Vegeta were present, he would likely be obliterated in an instant. Following this expansion, Broly's combat power surged to an astounding 10,000,000. He had not transformed. He was simply unleashing the power of the great ape, amplifying his strength tenfold. However, this also meant Broly had lost his rationality. How could he not? After attacking Luo Tian for so long without landing a hit, it was only natural for him to become frustrated. Broly was thoroughly enraged, and with the explosive surge of energy, he charged towards Luo Tian once more. Broly launched a fierce assault against Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not engage in direct confrontation. Instead, he closed his eyes, relying on his instinctual mastery to evade all of Broly's attacks. 3 minutes later, panting heavily, Broly felt waves of despair wash over him, his youthful face reflecting a sense of grievance. Wah. In the next instant, Broly burst into tears. Cough, cough. Why are you crying? Luo Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. And you are in a berserk state. Mind you, crying while in a berserk state? Broly wept even more pitifully. You're being unfair. I've been swinging at you for ages and can't land a hit. It's so frustrating. This was akin to a child fighting, where one child swings at the other endlessly without making contact. How could one not feel exasperated to the point of tears? In essence, Broly was still just a 5-year-old child. Luo Tian, as a transmigrator, was far more mature than his current age would suggest. All right, this time I shall not evade. Luo Tian sighed in resignation. Broly's eyes brightened, the white in his pupils regaining some color. Rumble, Broly's energy surged once more, his aura exploding forth, even dispersing the surrounding sands. Luo Tian sensed Broly's energy. His combat power had now escalated to approximately 20,000. Luo Tian could see that this was likely the limit of Broly's physical capabilities at present. In this state, his maximum combat power had reached 20,000. Let us not forget, he was merely 5 years old. Given sufficient room for growth, his future potential was boundless. Broly's eyes blazed with fervor, filled with an insatiable combat spirit. As he charged toward Luo Tian, smack, Broly's fist landed heavily against Luo Tian's hand. Luo Tian's angelic power surged forth, effortlessly catching Broly's fist. Broly's eyes widened in disbelief. Not bad. Your strength is commendable, Luo Tian remarked. Grabbing hold of Broly's wrist, bang! Luo Tian yanked Broly's wrist, slamming him forcefully into the ground. Broly spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his entire body had disassembled with a flick of his hand. Luo Tian enveloped Broly in a sphere of angelic power. Instantly, Broly's colorless eyes blinked and returned to their normal state. Get up, Luo Tian said, extending a friendly hand to Broly. Broly blinked in astonishment. Grasping Luo Tian's hand, Luo Tian pulled Broly to his feet. Simultaneously, he released angelic power once more, covering Broly with it. In an instant, Broly's injuries were completely healed. Broly's face was filled with shock as he sensed the change in his body. Broly, would you like to explore the universe with me? Luo Tian asked with a warm smile. Broly, though somewhat perplexed, nodded vigorously. Then come with me. Luo Tian smiled gently. As he spoke, he ceased to elaborate further and swiftly ascended into the sky. Broly scratched his head, finding no reason to hesitate, and promptly followed suit. Upon reaching a considerable altitude, Broly's gaze fell upon the spacecraft suspended high above. Let us proceed. Luo Tian beckoned, stepping into the vessel. After a brief moment of hesitation, Broly promptly trailed behind him, entering the spacecraft. Once inside, Broly curiously inspected the internal structure of the ship, his expression increasingly bewildered. Commence. Luo Tian pressed the activation button of the spacecraft. Whoosh! The ship emitted a brilliant light as it departed from planet Wampa, swiftly navigating through the vast cosmos. Dad. Broly scratched his head, suddenly recalling something, and spoke in somewhat halting language. I am not your father. My name is Luo Tian, he replied with a smile. Broly, undeterred, pointed toward the distant Wampa planet. Not my dad, he insisted. I truly am not your father. We are of similar age. How could I possibly be your father? Luo Tian shook his head. Broly, now flustered, struggled to articulate his thoughts. My father is still on that planet. He lamented, fully aware, yet unable to express himself. Please, I seek your support for recommendations and monthly votes. Chapter 27. Earth, here I come. First, let us hydrate. Luo Tian redirected the conversation, offering a bottle of water. He was well aware that Broly's father, Paragus, remained on planet Wampa. However, Luo Tian had no intention of bringing Paragus along. Like most Saiyans, Paragus was consumed by malevolence and sought to control Broly. Had Paragus's spacecraft not malfunctioned on Wampa, he would have undoubtedly found a way to dominate his son and mold him into a tool for seizing the throne. Such a presence was not befitting of Luo Tian's style. In contrast to his father, Broly was a rather innocent Saiyan, bearing a resemblance in temperament to son Wukong. Luo Tian's sole desire was to take Broly away. Holding the water bottle handed to him by Luo Tian, Broly inspected it curiously. Unsure how to open it, he looked up at Luo Tian, his face a portrait of confusion. You do this, then this. And then that, Luo Tian demonstrated with another bottle, pressing the button on top and revealing a straw. He took a sip from the straw. Broly mimicked Luo Tian, unscrewing the cap and placing his mouth on the straw for a taste. Instantly, his eyes widened with excitement and joy. What is this? It tastes so wonderful. Gulping down the entire bottle with fervor, Broly wiped the moisture from the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand. Even smacking his lips in delight, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Good person, Broly gazed at Luo Tian with gratitude. You give me a bottle of water, and you call me a good person? Luo Tian chuckled, producing a piece of ham and offering it to Broly. Broly's eyes sparkled with confusion once more, resembling a dog as he leaned in to sniff the ham. Upon catching the enticing aroma, surprise, bewilderment, and a hint of greed flickered in his gaze. Without hesitation, Broly snatched the ham and took a hearty bite. As he savored the exquisite flavor, Broly suddenly realized that everything he had eaten before paled in comparison. Now, this is what delicious truly means, he thought, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of joy. Tears streamed down his face as he indulged, torn between the longing to eat more and the overwhelming delight of the moment. Do not worry. There will be even more delectable treats awaiting you in the future, Luo Tian smiled reassuringly. Broly nodded vigorously, quickly finishing the ham and then gazing longingly at Luo Tian, licking his lips. Broly, you are a human, not a dog, Luo Tian remarked with a chuckle. Dog? Broly had little comprehension of what that meant. You will understand in due time, Luo Tian smiled faintly. Dad, Broly suddenly recalled something, turning to glance back at the direction of Planet Wampa. I'm not your father. You may call me Luo Tian from now on, Luo Tian asserted. Broly scratched his head vigorously, unsure how to respond to this statement. Later, upon returning from his explorations, Paragus beheld the chaos that surrounded their home. Has Broly lost control again? He furrowed his brow, cursing under his breath, this wretched child. Look at the mess he has made. Surveying the area, Paragus searched for Broly's presence. Where could that little rascal be? He muttered quietly before calling out Broly's name loudly. Yet, there was no response. However, Paragus remained untroubled, as Broly had previously experienced bouts of rage and had a tendency to wander off. It mattered little if he strayed. He would return once he regained his composure. The longest absence had lasted 7 days. Unbeknownst to Paragus, this time, Broly would never return. 2 years. 2 years. Paragus had been stranded on this wretched planet for 2 years. Paragus sighed deeply, gazing up at the vast expanse of the starry sky, lost in the boundless universe. The spaceship piloted by Luo Tian traced a brilliant arc through the ocean of stars, soaring swiftly. His next destination was Earth. After all, the planet was home to an abundance of delightful treasures, such as the mystical 11 NDU. Although Luo Tian possessed the remarkable ability to heal himself, he would be rendered vulnerable should his angelic power be depleted, necessitating a wait for its gradual restoration. Previously, during his time on Namek, Luo Tian had vanquished all negative energy using his formidable angelic power, leaving him nearly exhausted, taking several hours to replenish. That a single would immensely facilitate this process. Furthermore, Luo Tian planned to gather some delectable cuisine from Earth to stow away in his multifunctional capsule. Most importantly, he aspired to transform his spaceship into a capsule form for ease of transport. While Luo Tian could survive in the cosmos, his personal speed paled in comparison to that of the spaceship. Until he surpassed the vessel's velocity, it remained the optimal mode of travel. Additionally, Broly was still unable to exist in space. Should the need arise, Luo Tian could utilize Earth's Dragon Balls to grant Broly the ability to thrive in the cosmos. Provided that he remained obedient. Should Broly prove to be as unruly as Vegeta, Luo Tian would not hesitate to return him to Planet Vegeta. The spaceship sped swiftly towards Earth. After approximately 10 days had passed, Luo Tian beheld the familiar yet foreign blue planet from the cosmos. Viewed from space, Earth appeared as a sapphire gem, radiating an enchanting azure glow. In the infinite expanse of the universe, Earth seemed diminutive and fragile, akin to an abandoned orphan confronting the vastness of the cosmos in solitude. Yet it was this lonely planet that harbored the hopes and dreams of countless lives. Broly, too, gazed upon this beautiful sphere, unable to contain his astonishment as he rubbed his eyes and widened his gaze. It seemed to be his first encounter with such a breathtaking world. In a somewhat halting manner, Broly pointed at the blue planet and turned to Luo Tian. "Is that Earth?" Luo Tian affirmed. "Father!" Broly slapped his forehead, suddenly reminded that his own father remained on Planet Vegeta. Chapter 28. Rabies and Razali, that is not your father. That is Earth. Do not refer to everyone as father. Luo Tian remarked. Broly chose to remain silent. "I truly did not mean it that way. I simply do not know how to articulate my thoughts." Whoosh! The spaceship pierced through the planet's atmosphere, rapidly descending towards the Earth. In the eastern capital, the bustling urban area was alive with activity. Inhabitants engrossed in their daily tasks. On the lively streets, a constant stream of people flowed. Two beautiful women sat at a CF, sipping coffee and engaging in casual conversation. "The weather is splendid today, with a clear blue sky and no clouds in sight. Are you planning to become a poet?" As they chatted, a massive shadow suddenly loomed in the sky, casting a gray hue over the area. The two women were momentarily stunned, their heads snapping upwards to gaze at the heavens. Suspended in the sky was a disc-shaped spaceship, approximately 30 meters in diameter. Appearing as a colossal entity, though classified as a small spacecraft, it was quite sizable within the city. The two women, paralyzed with shock, stared at the spacecraft, rendered speechless. Is it a spaceship?" One of the women blinked rapidly, her face paling. Are there aliens?" The other stammered, coffee spilling from her cup, oblivious to the dampness of her trousers. Nearby residents also gazed in astonishment at the spacecraft. With a creaking sound, the spaceship's hatch opened, and Luo Tian emerged, hovering majestically in the air, akin to a deity descending. However, given that Luo Tian was merely 5 years old, he appeared rather diminutive, and his tail swayed in the wind, lending an amusing quality to the moment. Following closely behind, Broly scratched his head and flew out, similarly observing the humans and peculiar buildings below with a look of growing confusion. "Where is this place? It seems so strange. I've never seen humans without tails before." The city dwellers were left speechless, their expressions solemn. Nearby, an uninformed 6-year-old boy shouted excitedly, "Wow, how cool! Are they aliens?" His sister looked up at Luo Tian with wide-eyed wonder. The boy's mother gasped in alarm. "Hey, alien, please take me away. I'm so tired of this. I don't want to do homework anymore." The child yelled at Luo Tian. "Humph, as if you have so much homework," his sister retorted. "When have I not done your homework for you?" "Take me and my sister with you," the boy exclaimed. The mother quickly covered her children's mouths, her face pale with fright, clutching them tightly as if fearing they might be taken by aliens. Luo Tian silently wiped his brow. Are the children in the Dragon Ball world so stressed? They seem so young, perhaps in the first grade at D. Oh, they really have that much homework. He paused, noticing that the two children bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. "Children, what are your names?" Luo Tian inquired. Curiosity piqued, he spoke. The two children remained silent, while the nearby women, still reeling from the shock, trembled. "I am Rabies, and my sister's name is Razali," the boy replied. "Rabies? Razali?" Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. No wonder he found the two little ones familiar. They were indeed the future androids at 17 and 18, but their appearances closely mirrored those of their future self. "Do you have much homework?" Luo Tian asked. It wasn't much, but since I finished mine, I have to do my brother's too," Razali replied glumly. We aliens do not have homework. I am about your age. I'm only 5, but can travel to outer space." "I sent that interesting," Luo Tian said with a smile. Rabies and Razali's faces lit up with envy. "To travel to outer space at just 5 years old? Aliens truly have it easy. Just look at us. All we do is homework. Please take us with you. We want to travel." Rabies pleaded eagerly. "Yes, take my brother and me with you," Razali added, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Luo Tian. "The alien adult is joking. Don't take it seriously," the children's mother said, nearly in tears from anxiety. "Can you fly?" Luo Tian inquired. Rabies and Razali shook their heads in unison. "Learn to fly first. Then we can talk," Luo Tian smiled. Rabies and Razily fell silent. Does anyone know where the western capital is? Luo Tian asked from above. Did I in that direction? One of the women at the CAF pointed cautiously. Ma'am, your pants are wet. Luo Tian remarked, pointing at her trousers. Ah. The woman glanced down and gasped. Good luck to everyone. Luo Tian waved his hand and returned to the spaceship. Broly scratched his head and followed Luo Tian back into the spacecraft. Whoosh! The spaceship soared into the sky and vanished in an instant. The onlookers stared wide-eyed, gazing up at the heavens, taking a long time to regain their senses. Bang! 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 Shortly thereafter, Laplace and Lotzi Li were met with a thorough beating. The children's mother unleashed her frustration on the two little ones. Skipping first grade already? Completing homework while their sister assists their brother? The siblings wailed inconsolably. Oh, how unfair the aliens are. Laplace cried heartbrokenly. Once I learn to fly, I won't let him off easily. Lotzi Li pouted angrily, wiping her tears continuously. In West City, at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, the spaceship descended slowly into the courtyard. The sudden appearance of such a massive spacecraft quickly caught the attention of Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs. He pedaled over on his bicycle, adjusting his glasses as he gazed at Luo Tian and Broly emerging from the ship. Oh my, are you aliens? Dr. Briefs exclaimed, astonished at the sight of them. Greetings, Doctor. I've heard you are the most renowned scientist on this planet, correct? Luo Tian stepped forward to introduce himself. Broly followed, closely behind Luo Tian. Akin to a curious shadow. Haha, am I held in such high regard in the universe? Too kind, too kind. Dr. Briefs laughed heartily at Luo Tian's compliment. He then turned his curious gaze towards the spaceship behind Luo Tian. Ahem, what brings you two extraterrestrial friends to me? Dr. Briefs inquired, adjusting his glasses once more in a friendly manner. I heard there is something called a capsule invented by you on Earth, right? Luo Tian politely asked. Indeed, that would be my invention. The universal capsule, Dr. Briefs affirmed, nodding. He produced one of the capsules and explained, in essence, it compresses items into particles and stores them within the capsule. When needed, they could be decompressed and restored. Could you assist me in transforming the spaceship into a capsule? Luo Tian pointed to the vessel behind him. Absolutely, that would be no problem at all. Dr. Briefs replied, excitement evident on his face. That I was just thinking how I would love to study this spaceship in detail. Feel free to investigate, just don't break anything. Luo Tian readily agreed. That I won't damage it. Rest assured, Dr. Briefs chuckled, eagerly approaching the spacecraft, marveling at the remarkable technology. This is astonishing. What material is this made of? It seems there is nothing like it on Earth. Luo Tian remained silent. He was uncertain about the material as well. Broly, even more clueless, was filled with curiosity, fixating his gaze on a black cat that was eyeing him with caution. Broly, don't stare at the black cat. It's quite formidable, Luo Tian cautioned him. Broly responded with confusion. Long ago, I witnessed a black cat wielding a handgun, and it shot off a mouse's ear, Luo Tian recounted wistfully. Broly looked utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend. Is there really such a powerful black cat? Dr. Briefs asked in astonishment. Indeed, it even made the news. Luo Tian nodded. That's something that occurred on your planet. Dr. Briefs continued his inquiry while examining the spaceship. Luo Tian nodded again, then asked, how long will it take to convert this spaceship into a capsule? I'll go inside to inspect the internal structure, Dr. Briefs said as he climbed into the spaceship. Good luck, Luo Tian encouraged from behind. Broly, still bewildered, glanced around, failing to understand anything. He then ran off to examine a patch of grass. Finding it oddly fascinating, Dr. Briefs ventured into the spacecraft, embarking on an exploration of its advanced technology. Such cutting-edge technology. After half an hour of investigation, Dr. Briefs emerged from the spaceship. Based on the structure of this ship, it will take at least a month to convert it into a universal capsule. He pondered. All right then, I appreciate your help. Dr. Luo Tian replied with a nod. That it's no trouble at all. Being able to study extraterrestrial advanced technology is an honor, Dr. Brief said excitedly. Adjusting his glasses again, he added. During this time, if you don't mind, you may stay at our home. That we don't mind, Luo Tian agreed. By the way, is it true that aliens are of such stature? Dr. Briefs, sensing no malice, inquired with curiosity, just as Luo Tian was about to respond. A voice called out from a distance. Daddy, I'm back, Bulma exclaimed joyfully as she ran towards them. Luo Tian glanced over at Bulma, who was only 5 years old, a year younger than him. Strictly speaking, Bulma was 10 months younger than Luo Tian, making them nearly the same age. With her cherubic, rosy face and blue hair tied into a high ponytail, Bulma wore a pink dress, bouncing around like a little rabbit. Bulma, are you out of school?" Dr. Brief said, gazing at his daughter with affection as he tousled her hair. "Daddy, did you know? I heard a large spaceship appeared in the suburbs of E-City today, and 2 aliens flew out of it." Bulma excitedly recounted, gesticulating animatedly that I told you, the universe is so vast, there must be aliens. Dr. Briefs turned to look at Luo Tian. "Daddy, who is he?" "Your illegitimate son." Bulma pointed at Luo Tian. Inquiring innocently, Dr. Briefs wiped the sweat from his brow in silence. Luo Tian, too, covered his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. "What a curious little girl." "Hey, Daddy, what is that enormous object behind you? Is it your new technological invention?" Bulma's bright eyes quickly noticed the spaceship behind her father. She dashed over, touching the surface of the spacecraft with her tiny hands. "What a peculiar material. Daddy, what is this? I've never seen anything like it." "Is it a new alloy you've developed?" Bulma asked curiously. "This is my daughter, Bulma." Dr. Briefs hurriedly introduced her to Luo Tian. "She doesn't quite understand. I hope you won't take offense." "And no worries at all," Luo Tian chuckled. "It seems she is about my age. Are you really only 5 years old?" Dr. Briefs exclaimed, adjusting his glasses in astonishment, staring unblinkingly at Luo Tian. "Indeed," Luo Tian confirmed with a nod. "Ahem, that's remarkable, traveling at such a young age." Dar Briefs smiled wryly, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Daddy, what are you talking about?" Bulma asked, glancing between Luo Tian and her father. "Bulma, if my guess is correct, he's the alien you just mentioned," Dr. Brief said with a smile. Bulma stood frozen in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 30. You want to become a god? Bulma swiftly approached, scrutinizing Luo Tian from head to toe, her head tilted inquisitively, her curiosity growing ever more intense. "Bulma, you mustn't be rude," Briefs interjected hastily. "Doe, is that a tail?" Bulma exclaimed, and without regard for Luo Tian's consent, she reached forward and grasped his tail. "Is this polite?" Luo Tian inquired. "What a delightful tail," Bulma remarked, rubbing it in her hands, its fluffiness reminiscent of her little teddy bear. Briefs fell silent, his face displaying a look of apology. Fortunately, he noticed that Luo Tian was not offended, and his anxiety eased. "Bulma, why don't you entertain our extraterrestrial guest while I fetch something to transport the spaceship to the Research Institute?" Brief suggested. "You two are of similar size. You should be able to play together, right?" Bulma nodded innocently. Briefs pedaled away on his bicycle. Meanwhile, Broly intently observed a clump of foxtail grass nearby. The poor child, having grown up without encountering plants, found this fuzzy entity utterly fascinating, and he even brushed his tail against the foxtail grass, which made him giggle uncontrollably as it tickled him. Hearing Broly's laughter, Bulma glanced over. "Who is that guy?" she asked curiously to Is your companion. "Indeed, his name is Broly," Luo Tian confirmed. "I am Luo Tian. You truly are an alien," Bulma exclaimed, still in disbelief, studying Luo Tian closely. He bore little difference from them, save for an additional tail. Luo Tian remained silent. "I hear you can fly." "Is that true?" Bulma asked, her eyes blinking rapidly. "I can manage a bit," Luo Tian replied as he slowly began to levitate. "Wow," Bulma gasped in astonishment. Luo Tian gently descended. "Hey, do aliens have genders too?" Bulma inquired further. "Yes," Luo Tian nodded, "but the women on my planet are likely extinct." "What do you mean?" Bulma asked, her surprise evident. "When we left our planet, it was destroyed by a villain," Luo Tian said with a hint of melancholy. "Destroyed by a villain? How tragic. So, does that mean you're now homeless?" Bulma sighed, then comforted him. "It's all right. You can consider this place your home from now on." "That works," Luo Tian agreed with a nod. Tomorrow is my kindergarten graduation ceremony. Will you come with me?" Bulma asked with a playful smile. "Oh, you want me to attend your kindergarten graduation? Is it a show-off in front of your classmates?" "All right, I shall go," Luo Tian readily accepted. That evening, Bulma's family prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome Luo Tian and Broly. The two indulged in the delicious food. leaving Bulma's family utterly astonished. What an incredible appetite! They've consumed enough to feed over 40 people. Bulma's mother, Bikini, exclaimed in disbelief. Are they reincarnated gluttons? Bulma muttered under her breath. Haha, eat as much as you like. No need to hold back. Briefs laughed heartily, then instructed the nearby chef, please prepare some more food. The chef, equally astonished, stood in stunned silence. Indeed, Luo Tian had not tasted such delectable fare in a long time. On Planet Vegeta, the available food was mostly ham, and Luo Tian's starchy sausage was more sought after than the ham itself. It's worth noting that the hams on Planet Vegeta were made purely from meat. One must admit, Earth cuisine is far superior. Meanwhile, the television played a news segment featuring Luo Tian and Broly's appearance in the suburbs of E-City. At that time, mobile phones were not yet widespread in the Dragon Ball world, so no cameras captured valuable footage of their presence. According to eyewitness accounts, two aliens descended from a spaceship hovering over the western suburbs of E-City, with their height estimated to be around 1 meter. The announcer stated, experts later confirmed that the spaceship was a new technology developed by the Capsule Corporation, and the aliens that emerged were actually holographic projections. Are news reports starting to fabricate stories now? Bulma remarked, sounding rather exasperated. This afternoon, experts visited our home, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, I told them that. Briefs explained. Bulma felt somewhat gloomy upon hearing this. You've already debunked the alien story. How am I supposed to show off Luo Tian at kindergarten tomorrow? It's quite the conundrum. Thankfully, Luo Tian can fly. Perhaps that way they will know he is indeed an alien. By the way, Bulma, aren't you graduating from kindergarten tomorrow? Bikini gently inquired. Yes, finally free from the burdens of kindergarten assignments. Bulma sighed in relief. Luo Tian, don't aliens have to attend school? Bikini asked again, don't we never go to school? Luo Tian confirmed with a nod. Not even kindergarten or elementary school? What about middle school? Bulma chimed in. Nope, otherwise how could I travel at the age of 5? Luo Tian chuckled. Mom, I want to travel too. I'm about to graduate from kindergarten. Bulma pouted, making her request. Where do you want to travel to? Bikini asked indulgently. Of course, I want to travel to outer space. Once Dad modifies the spaceship, I'll ask Luo Tian to take me to outer space, Bulma proposed. That could work, but some planets aren't suitable for your survival. You might find yourself in danger as soon as you arrive, Luo Tian replied candidly. Luo Tian is right. With so many planets in the universe, each with different gravitational forces than Earth, it could be perilous. Just imagine if the gravity were twice that of Earth. Someone as delicate as Bulma would be in serious trouble. Bulma acknowledged. Luo Tian had many planets he intended to visit, and it was clear that he could not take Bulma along as a liability. Once I become a god, I'll take you out to play. By then, no matter which planet you visit, I can guarantee your safety, Luo Tian added as an assurance. Become a god? Bulma was taken aback. Seeking donations, Chapter 31. I want to become the greatest god in the universe. You wish to become a god? Briefs adjusted his glasses, gazing at Luo Tian in astonishment. But a god. Bikini also displayed a look of curiosity. Only Broly continued to enjoy his meal, oblivious to Luo Tian's words. Yes, I aspire to become the greatest god in the universe. Luo Tian explained with a smile. What lofty ambitions you have. Briefs chuckled. After dinner, Bulma's parents busied themselves with their own affairs, leaving Luo Tian and Bulma in the yard. Broly lay back on the lawn, patting his full belly, gazing up at the starry sky with a look of contentment. He suddenly felt that this life was truly wonderful, if only he could eat with such delight every day. Hey, Luo Tian, where shall we play next? Bulma asked excitedly, tugging at his hand. Shall I take you for a flight in the sky? Luo Tian suggested. Yes, yes, Bulma exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Come, I'll carry you into the sky, Luo Tian said, wrapping one arm around Bulma's waist as he lifted her into the air. Wow, this is so much fun, Bulma cheered loudly. Isn't it enjoyable? Luo Tian smiled. Faster, Bulma urged. All right, then we'll fly faster, Luo Tian responded, increasing their speed as he held Bulma close. This is amazing. We're almost matching the speed of the airplane my dad built. Bulma's excitement grew increasingly palpable as she soared through the night sky. She suddenly spotted a towering structure ahead. its lofty spire piercing the clouds and gleaming strikingly against the starlit backdrop. Wow, what a tall tower! Bulma exclaimed, wide-eyed with curiosity. Let's go take a look, suggested Luo Tian, cradling Bulma as they ascended higher. Upon reaching a certain altitude, they beheld the summit of the tower. The apex was crowned by a flat, round dwelling that exuded an air of antiquity. That a house. Could there be people living inside? Bulma felt a twinge of fear and clutched Luo Tian's arm tightly. Let us venture inside. Luo Tian proposed. Be cautious. Anyone residing in such a place might just be a monster, Bulma whimpered, her face pale with trepidation. Fear not. If it is indeed a monster, I shall simply dispatch it with a single blow. Luo Tian replied with a reassuring smile, leading Bulma into the tower. In an instant, Bulma's gaze fell upon a cat-like humanoid creature with grayish-white fur, leaning on a cane. The creature, too, regarded Luo Tian and Bulma with astonishment. Indeed, a monster, a cat demon, perhaps, Bulma gasped, her complexion paling further. Luo Tian, quick, eliminate this demon. Demon, reveal your true form, or face my wrath. Luo Tian bellowed at the cat creature. The creature wiped its brow nervously. Ahem, I am not a cat demon. It spoke, articulating human words that it spoke. It truly is a monster. Bulma shrieked, retreating behind Luo Tian. The cat creature felt a wave of distress wash over it, coughing again and forcing a pained smile as it explained. To be precise, I am a cat immortal, often referred to as the Karen Sage. Cat immortal? Bulma blinked in surprise. Indeed, there is nothing I do not know. You must be Bulma, the second daughter of the Capsule Corporation. The Karen Sage said with a smile. Wait, you know that? Bulma exclaimed, astonished, before pointing at Luo Tian and inquiring. Then do you know him? He is from another planet, right? The Karen Sage beamed with confidence, replying, indeed. You are correct. Wow, you truly know everything. Are you really an immortal? Bulma asked, filled with admiration. Then do you know which planet I hail from? Luo Tian inquired. The Karen Sage's smile faltered at, well, I only know about events occurring on Earth. My knowledge of extraterrestrial happenings is rather limited. It admitted awkwardly. I see. I understand now. Bulma nodded thoughtfully. Since you are an all-knowing immortal, I actually have something I wish to ask you. Luo Tian stated earnestly. Please share, my extraterrestrial friend. The Karen Sage replied courteously. I have been searching for a miraculous item that, once consumed, can swiftly restore stamina and heal injuries that you know where I might find such a thing? Luo Tian asked. Are you referring to the magical beans? You have come to the right place. I happen to possess some, the Karen Sage said, going downstairs to fetch a jar of magical beans. Placing the jar before Luo Tian, he glanced inside and estimated there to be several thousand beans within. So many beans. I wonder why they disappeared later. Did that glutton, Yajirobe, eat them all as snacks? These are the beans you seek, correct? The Karen Sage smile. One bean guarantees 10 days without hunger and can even restore stamina and instantaneously heal severe wounds. Really? Are these beans that extraordinary? Bulma asked. Reaching for a handful and examining them closely, they don't look any different from ordinary beans. Can I try one? Of course, the Karen Sage replied, not objecting. Actually, never mind. Not eating for 10 days means I would miss out on delicious food. Right? Bulma quickly shook her head, returning the beans. What kind of logic is that? Luo Tian said, stepping forward and subtly unleashing an invisible force, enveloping the beans. The Karen Sage blinked in surprise. What does this fellow mean? Luo Tian then turned to the Karen Sage with a smile, asking, how many beans are there in total? I've never counted, the Karen Sage admitted, wiping sweat from its brow. Perhaps several thousand? Aren't you an immortal? Can't you just glance and know the count? Bulma questioned curiously. The Karen Sage was momentarily at a loss for words. True, I am an immortal, but why should I bother counting how many beans are in this jar? Could you possibly give me all these beans? Luo Tian asked with a smile. The Karen Sage wiped its brow silently. You certainly have audacious demands. You wish to take them all? Well, if you let me have 10 or 20. I wouldn't object, but to take them all, the Karen Sage said, tactfully declining that I could have taken them by force. But I prefer reason, Luo Tian mused. How about this? If I can guess how many beans are in this jar? You give them all to me. What do you say? The Karen sage fell into a brief silence, then nodded in agreement. You think you can guess how many beans are here? I'm eager to see if you can. It said, Luo Tian, do you really think you can guess? Bulma whispered. No problem, Luo Tian smiled. There are exactly 6,158 beans that I asked that so. Let us count them, the Karen sage said, feeling a sinking sensation as it scrutinized the jar. Very well, let us count, Luo Tian said, snapping his fingers. With a soft pop, the beans flew out of the jar. Whoosh! They quickly grouped together in threes and twos, forming 6 piles suspended in mid-air. Upon closer inspection, each pile was further divided into 10 sections, each containing 100 beans. Now, we have 6 piles of beans, each divided into 10 sections, with each section holding 100 beans. You may count them. Luo Tian smiled, adding, as for the remaining 158 beans, I have set them aside for you. The Karen sage's eyes widened in disbelief, its expression filled with astonishment. How did he do that? I suddenly feel like he resembles a deity more than I do. Even that old fellow in the heavens couldn't achieve this. No need to count. You've won, the Karen sage admitted, wiping its brow. Well then, I won to be polite, Luo Tian said, snapping his fingers once more. Whoosh! All the beans promptly returned to the jar in perfect order. Thank you. Luo Tian expressed his gratitude. That you're welcome. The Karen sage replied with a bittersweet smile. Shall we depart? Luo Tian called to Bulma. Let us see if there are any other treasures. After all, he is an immortal, Bulma suggested softly. The Karen sage sighed, feeling exasperated. You've already taken all my magical beans, and now you're asking for more? I doubt there's anything left. Luo Tian shook his head. Then I suppose it's fine. After all, I am the daughter of a wealthy family, and I lack for nothing. Bulma pouted playfully, grinning. The Karen sage retorted. You lack for nothing, yet you still ask if I have other treasures? Let us go, it concluded. Luo Tian approached and enveloped Bulma in an embrace, soaring away from the Karen tower. Simultaneously, he released a wisp of angelic power, enveloping the jar containing the senzu beans. In an instant, the jar began to follow closely behind Luo Tian. What? The jar can fly too? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. A jar. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. Luo Tian, the senzu beans belong to you, but that jar is mine, Bulma declared with newfound interest. This is the first time I've ever seen a flying jar. All right, I'll give it to you. Luo Tian consented without objection. That if you knew the jar wouldn't fly. I wonder what your reaction would be. By the way, could you assist me in creating a device to store senzu beans? Something akin to a storage space, perhaps? Luo Tian inquired of Bulma. Leave this task to me, Bulma replied confidently, patting her chest. Luo Tian was acutely aware that despite Bulma's tender age of 5, she was undoubtedly a prodigy, a genius in the realm of science. In the special episode of the Galactic Patrol, 5-year-old Bulma had crafted a powerful energy gun that, when fired into the ocean, sent waves soaring dozens of meters high, leaving Galactic Patrol Officer Gak utterly astonished. This was precisely why Luo Tian entrusted the creation of the storage space to Bulma. He firmly believed that she could accomplish this honorable yet arduous task. What kind of storage space would be best? Bulma pondered thoughtfully. How about a ring? It would be more convenient to wear on the hand. Luo Tian suggested. That you're quite clever. All right, we'll do it your way. Bulma agreed with a nod, estimating that it would take about a day to complete, as it merely required a slight modification of the universal capsule. Oh, simple. Then I'll trouble you with it. Luo Tian expressed his gratitude. Not a bother at all. But I'll need to borrow your tail for a couple of days, Bulma giggled, stepping forward to grasp Luo Tian's tail. What is so amusing about a tail? Luo Tian questioned, bemused. It's so fluffy and fun, Bulma replied, playfully stroking his tail. You only find it amusing because you don't have one, Luo Tian remarked. Indeed, it is precisely because I lack one. Bulma nodded earnestly. There are even better tales to come, Luo Tian responded. Where? Bulma asked curiously. That you'll understand when you grow up, Luo Tian laughed. Humph, as if you're older than me. Aren't we the same age? Bulma pouted. Luo Tian chose not to engage further, swiftly traversing the night sky. Before long, He returned to the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation with Bulma. It was around 9 p.m., and a waning moon hung in the night sky. The gentle breeze carrying a refreshing scent that evoked a poetic feeling akin to the moon resting atop the willow branches. Broly lay on the lawn, gazing up at the moon, lost in thought. Upon seeing Luo Tian and Bulma return, Broly quickly rose to his feet. "Broly, what are you looking at?" Luo Tian inquired with curiosity. Dad Broly pointed to the moon, suddenly reminded of his father back on Planet Vampa. "Isn't a time we brought him here." "Luo Tian, your companion can speak? I always thought he was mute," Bulma exclaimed in surprise, leaning closer to Luo Tian to whisper, "He can talk. He just doesn't express himself clearly." Luo Tian nodded. "What did he just call you?" Bulma, having not caught it the first time, asked. "Dad?" Broly pointed again at the moon, still unsure how to articulate it. "What? He called you Dad?" Bulma finally comprehended, her youthful face reflecting pure astonishment. "Have you already gotten married and had children? You aliens can marry at 5. You're so fortunate." "I'm not married." Luo Tian shook his head. "So, is he your illegitimate child then?" Bulma gazed at Luo Tian with increasing disbelief, as if he were a peculiar creature. Luo Tian playfully pinched Bulma's cheek. "Don't pinch my face. It makes me drool," Bulma pouted. Luo Tian gradually released her cheek, marveling at how tender it felt, almost as if it would yield moisture with a mere pinch. "Just kidding. Although I'm only 5, I certainly know that you can't marry and have children at this age." Bulma grinned mischievously, revealing a row of pearly teeth, then curiously asked, "But why does he call you Dad?" "He calls everyone Dad." "Who knows why?" Luo Tian shook his head. Bulma stepped forward, tilting her head to scrutinize Broly. "Dad," Broly pointed once more at the moon. "Call Mom," Bulma suggested, wiping her brow at Mom. Broly scratched his head, bewildered. The following morning, Bulma entered Luo Tian's room and pulled him from his slumber. Truth be told, Luo Tian had never slept so soundly before. Perhaps it was because he had returned to Earth, coupled with the fact that he had lived on Earth in his previous life, allowing him to adapt well to this environment. Although the Earth in the Dragon Ball world differed slightly from that of his past life, it was undeniably of superior quality, particularly in terms of air. After all, the ecological preservation in the Dragon Ball world was commendable. Moreover, the vehicles in this world utilized the most advanced energy technologies, resulting in significantly reduced carbon dioxide emissions. It could be said that the oxygen levels on the Dragon Ball Earth were remarkably high. Upon arriving, Luo Tian felt as if he were living in an oxygen bar. Although he no longer required breathing for survival, occasionally inhaling fresh air was still quite beneficial. Are all aliens this lazy? "Hurry up and get up. I'm going to my kindergarten graduation ceremony today. It's the most significant day of my life." Bulma tugged at Luo Tian. "It's just kindergarten graduation, nothing more." Luo Tian sighed. "You promised to accompany me." Bulma pouted, fearful that Luo Tian might renege on his promise. "All right, let us go." Luo Tian nodded in agreement. Before departing, he specifically instructed Broly not to wander off or cause any mischief. Broly, somewhat understanding, nodded in response. Luo Tian felt relatively at ease with Broly. As long as no one provoked him, he generally wooed go berserk. When not in a berserk state, Broly's personality was quite amiable, resembling that of an affable neighbor. Furthermore, Broly had many curiosities to explore, often captivated for hours by the simple sight of ants relocating. Bulma usually attended kindergarten on her own, as Dr. Briefs and Panchi had instilled a sense of independence in her from a young age. Besides, Bulma's home was conveniently located just over 200 meters from the kindergarten. Cheerfully donning her little backpack, Bulma held Luo Tian's hand and dashed towards the kindergarten. Upon arriving at the school gate, she heard someone calling her name. Luo Tian turned to see another little girl with blue hair. "Emily." Bulma greeted the girl warmly and introduced her to Luo Tian. "This is my good friend." "Emily." "Bulma, who is he?" Emily asked, approaching curiously to inspect Luo Tian, quickly noticing the tail behind him. "What a fun tail," she exclaimed, reaching out to grab it. "Are little girls nowadays this bold? Just going for my tail." Luo Tian thought to himself. Smack! Bulma reacted swiftly, intercepting Emily's hand and scolding, "Emily, don't be reckless. That tail belongs exclusively to me." "Humph, how stingy." Can't we just play with it? Emily huffed, her face a picture of sulkiness. Absolutely not. Bulma has already claimed Luo Tian's tail as her own private possession. Luo Tian was at a loss for words. It's my tail, after all. Just a little playtime, please, Emily pleaded. Not even a moment of playtime. Bulma resolutely shook her head. That you're such a miser. I'm not playing with you anymore. Emily stomped her foot and turned to leave. I won't play with you either, Bulma huffed in response. Luo Tian silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Truly, these are plastic sisters. Are they already falling out? Luo Tian, I must insist that you do not play with Emily, Bulma said to Luo Tian with utmost seriousness. Fine, if you don't want to play, then I won't either. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly with a nod. There's nothing enjoyable about playing with you two little girls, if it weren't for the fact that I still have to stay here for a while. Do you think I would attend your kindergarten graduation ceremony? However, I did hear from Dr. Briefs that the kindergarten teacher is quite beautiful, that it might actually be worth a visit. Avoid further trouble regarding the tail. Luo Tian decided to wrap it around his waist. Subsequently, he followed Bulma into the classroom. The moment they entered, Luo Tian's gaze fell upon Bulma's teacher. As expected, she was a stunning beauty, although not as breathtaking as the future Bulma. Her looks were certainly above a score of 90, and her figure was impeccable. Particularly striking were the teacher's long, slender legs, which were irresistibly alluring. Upon noticing Luo Tian, the teacher paused for a moment, her beautiful eyes blinking as she looked at Bulma. Teacher, this is my boyfriend here to attend my graduation ceremony, Bulma introduced. Luo Tian thought to himself, is that how one introduces someone? A little kid even knows about boyfriends? The teacher was visibly taken aback, followed by a bittersweet smile. Shaking her head in amusement without saying much more, deep down, the teacher felt a twinge of discomfort. Even kindergarten children have boyfriends now, and I am still single. Bulma pulled Luo Tian to sit at her desk. Bulma, is he really your boyfriend? Emily, her desk mate, asked curiously, didn't you say you wouldn't play with me? Bulma huffed, I was wrong. Please forgive me, Bulma. Emily apologized, taking Bulma's hand. All right, I forgive you, Bulma replied readily. Can I borrow your boyfriend for 2 days? My cousin, who is a year younger than me, already has a boyfriend, and I refuse to accept that. Emily pouted, making her request. You can borrow him, but you must not play with my boyfriend's tail. Bulma considered for a moment before answering. Luo Tian was left speechless. These two plastic sisters reconciled so quickly. Chapter 34. Teacher, he says he's an alien. All right, it's a deal. Emily joyfully approached and took Luo Tian's hand. Luo Tian exclaimed, Hey Emily, I'll lend him to you tomorrow. Today, he's my boyfriend. Bulma pulled Emily's hand away. Fine, a promise is a promise. Emily conceded without protest. Luo Tian silently wiped his brow again. Truly, I am defeated by these little kids. Here I am, a being destined to become a celestial entity, and I am being treated like a pet by two little girls in kindergarten. You are being too much. Bulma, when did you secretly start dating a boyfriend? How come I knew nothing about it? Emily blinked, curiously asking. Then scrutinizing Luo Tian, she added, but your boyfriend is quite handsome, even more so than my cousin's boyfriend. What do you mean by secretly dating? Bulma huffed, clearly disagreeing with that statement. You once said you would marry me when we grew up. Emily said, somewhat displeased. You are a girl. I'm a girl. It is impossible for us to marry. Bulma shook her head. Sometimes love can transcend gender, Emily asserted confidently. Luo Tian wiped his brow again, that I am truly defeated by the kindergarten students of today. Is this really the kind of thing a kindergarten child would say? Luo Tian decided to strike back a little. You have all thrown me off my rhythm. Luo Tian, which kindergarten do you attend? Emily inquired curiously to me. I never attended kindergarten. Luo Tian shook his head. Emily was taken aback for a moment, shaking her head in disbelief. That can't be true. How could you have never attended kindergarten? Who doesn't go to kindergarten these days? Luo Tian is from outer space. I don't even have kindergarten, let alone elementary or middle school. Bulma giggled, explaining beside him. Outer space? Are you an alien? Emily asked, even more astonished. You truly understand me. Luo Tian nodded. Indeed, I come from a distant planet, several 100 billion light years away from Earth. Several 100 billion light years? Emily gasped. Her mouth agape, large enough to fit an egg inside. After a brief silence, Bulma, can you tell me how long several hundred billion light years is? Emily turned to Bulma for clarification. Luo Tian interjected, you're being foolish. A light year is a unit of length, not time. Bulma huffed, several hundred billion light years means the distance light travels over several hundred billion years. The speed of light is the fastest speed we currently know, reaching 300,000 kilometers per second. While I don't quite understand, it sounds incredibly far. Emily scratched her head. It must be farther than from my house to the southern hemisphere. Humph, truly uneducated. Bulma decided to ignore Emily and asked Luo Tian. Luo Tian, your planet is so far from Earth, so your technological level must be quite advanced. Yes, indeed, Luo Tian nodded. But why did you come to our planet? Emily asked again that I came here for tourism. There's a saying that goes, reading thousands of books is not as beneficial as traveling thousands of miles, and that's the essence of my visit. Luo Tian replied, S.O., I genuinely feel pity for you Earthlings, spending your days in school and drowning in endless homework. Who could argue with that? Thankfully, Bulma and I are about to graduate from kindergarten, so we won't have to deal with homework anymore. Emily breathed a sigh of relief, shaking her little head. Don't celebrate too soon. I heard that for you Earthlings, kindergarten is merely playtime, and the real studies begin in elementary school. Especially in middle school, the amount of homework is overwhelming, and the subjects are numerous, such as physics, chemistry, biology, geography, and science, among others. You won't finish your homework until past midnight. Luo Tian sighed deeply. And that's just middle school. Once you get to high school, well, I won't even go there for fear of discouraging you. Emily and Bulma exchanged glances, then immediately turned to Luo Tian. Who told you that? They asked in unison. I'm an alien, of course. I know everything. If you don't believe me, you can go ask around. Luo Tian spoke in a lowered voice to the two of them. After a brief pause, he added, by the way, if you do inquire, make sure to ask about middle school students and never ask your parents, for they won't tell you the truth. Emily and Bulma looked at each other, their youthful faces filled with grievance and fear of the future. Is what he said true? Bulma, Emily asked, her eyes brimming with tears. It seems to be true. Bulma thought for a moment and nodded seriously. I see my sister often overwhelmed with homework. She even goes out to play before the holidays. At least we are fortunate. Look at me, I'm only 5 years old, and I'm already out traveling. Luo Tian exclaimed, wow. At that moment, Emily could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, instantly drawing the attention of her classmates. The teacher, curious about the commotion, glanced over at Emily. Emily, what is the matter? The teacher inquired with concern. Wah. He said we have more homework in primary school and middle school. Emily cried even harder. The teacher was momentarily at a loss for how to console her, for he knew her statement to be undeniably true. That Emily's words resonated with many classmates, prompting several of them to join her in weeping. The classroom was soon filled with the sounds of sobbing. Bulma, however, remained dry-eyed. You really know how to stir things up. You've managed to make our entire class cry at a graduation ceremony. Bulma glared at Luo Tian. I merely spoke the truth. Luo Tian sighed softly. Suddenly, Bulma also began to cry. What are you crying about? Luo Tian asked, not a tear in his own eyes. How can I not cry? Everyone in class is crying, and they might think I made them cry, which will only lead to the teacher scolding me. Bulma pouted, murmuring softly you're about to graduate. Why be afraid of your teacher? Luo Tian queried. You make a valid point, Bulma conceded after a moment's thought. The teacher had spent a considerable time soothing one child, only for another to start crying, leaving him somewhat flustered. Teacher, he said he is an alien. Emily sobbed, raising her hand to report. Immediately, all the children ceased their crying and turned their gazes toward Luo Tian. I seek nothing further, just watch. Chapter 35. The Dragon Balls of Bulma. Indeed, I am a warrior from another planet, and I am destined to become the greatest god in the universe, Luo Tian proclaimed. Slowly levitating into the air. Wow! The kindergarten children cheered joyously, their excitement palpable. Bulma, today I present to you a most extraordinary graduation ceremony. Luo Tian extended his hand toward Bulma. An extraordinary graduation ceremony. Bulma hesitated for a moment before reaching out her hand. Luo Tian grasped Bulma's hand and lifted her effortlessly, soaring out of the window. The teacher gasped in shock, his face paling. Snap! Luo Tian snapped his fingers, and as he lifted his hand, a dazzling orb of light burst forth. The radiance sparkled like diamonds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Away we go! Luo Tian waved his hand again. The brilliant light swiftly coalesced and transformed, forming the words, "Happy graduation, Bulma!" Bulma was taken aback and thrilled, her bright eyes shimmering with wonder. "Can you snap your fingers?" Luo Tian inquired. "I can't, but I can give it a try." Bulma, slightly stunned, mimicked Luo Tian's gesture and snapped her fingers lightly, although the sound was faint. The 7 words suddenly erupted into a dazzling display, blooming throughout the kindergarten. Wow! All the students and teachers were left astonished, naively believing it to be the latest technological marvel from Bulma's family. "I'm off," Luo Tian waved to the crowd, taking Bulma high into the air, quickly disappearing from sight. "Hey Bulma, remember you promised to lend me your boyfriend for a few days?" Emily shouted from below. Luo Tian nearly stumbled in midair. "These young girls are truly remarkable. Can we wait until you grow up to play? At this age, what fun could we possibly have together?" In an instant, Luo Tian had returned with Bulma to the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation headquarters. Broly was intently watching ants moving their home, utterly engrossed. Luo Tian chose to ignore Broly for the moment, raising his hand to conjure a shimmering golden sphere, which had 2 stars gleaming at its center. Bulma was still reveling in the unique graduation ceremony. "Wait a minute, I don't think I've actually participated in a graduation ceremony yet. You gave me a special gift, and then we left the kindergarten." "Bulma, have you seen this object before?" Luo Tian asked. "What?" Bulma blinked in confusion, looking at the golden sphere he had conjured, scratching her head in bewilderment. "That I feel like I've seen something similar before, but I can't quite remember where." "Think carefully," Luo Tian suggested. As she pondered, Bulma suddenly looked up at Luo Tian, her bright eyes sparkling. "Hey Luo Tian, are you a magician? If that is how you wish to interpret it, then yes." Luo Tian nodded earnestly. "What do you mean, if that is how you wish?" "It either is or it isn't." "Ah, I've remembered. We have something similar in our warehouse. Come with me," Bulma exclaimed, taking Luo Tian's hand and running towards the warehouse. Broly glanced up at them, quickly abandoning his observation of the ants and hastening to catch up. "Luo Tian? Bulma?" They both looked at Broly. "Are we having a meal?" Broly asked excitedly. "It's only a few hours until lunch." "It's barely 9 a.m. We have 3 hours before we eat." Bulma rolled her eyes, exasperated with Broly. Broly looked perplexed, his expression one of disappointment. "How long is 3 hours? I'm hungry," he complained, patting his belly. "There's a robot over there. Tell it what you want to eat, and it will prepare it for you." Bulma pointed to a robot in the distance and called out, "Xiao AI, come here and prepare something for Broly. Ask him what he wants." The robot Xiao AI, a hovering sphere-like machine, flickered with light upon hearing Bulma's command, swiftly flying over and responding. "Understood. Go ahead, ask Xiao AI for something to eat," Bulma encouraged Broly. Broly scratched his head, curiously examining the robot Xiao AI. For a moment, he was captivated by this peculiar creature. Meanwhile, Luo Tian continued running alongside Bulma towards the warehouse. Broly stared unblinkingly at the robot Xiao AI. "What are you looking at?" Xiao AI suddenly spoke. "What are you looking at?" Broly mimicked in a similar tone. "What of it?" Xiao AI retorted. "What of it?" Broly continued to mimic. Suddenly, 2 bolts of electricity shot from Xiao AI's eyes, striking Broly and causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "Huh!" Xiao AI burst into fits of laughter. "Huh!" Broly joined in the laughter. "That felt so good!" Broly exclaimed, reveling in the sensation. Xiao AI fell silent, its eyes flickering with light, seemingly struggling to keep pace. According to the programming, aren't you supposed to say something like, I give up at this point? Why are you still so happy?" "What of it?" Broly retorted again. Zap! Another bolt of electricity arced from Xiao AI's eyes, hitting Broly once more. He shivered again, only to erupt in joyful laughter once more. "What of it?" After finishing his laughter, Broly repeated, "Zap! What of it?" Broly continued to delight in the electric shocks, under Bulma's guidance. Luo Tian followed her into the warehouse. The space was cluttered with miscellaneous items, a chaotic assortment of things haphazardly piled together. The air was thick with the scent of dust. After rummaging through the warehouse for a moment, Bulma quickly located a 2-star Dragon Ball. "Is this it?" she exclaimed, bouncing over to Luo Tian with the Dragon Ball in hand. "Yes, that is indeed it," Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. "What is this?" Bulma tilted her head, gazing curiously at the 2-star Dragon Ball. "This is called a Dragon Ball. Legend has it that there are a total of 7. If one gathers all 7, they can summon the eternal dragon and make a wish to fulfill any desire." Luo Tian replied truthfully, stating that all it takes is to utter the words, "Come forth, eternal dragon," and the dragon will appear. "Is that true?" "How marvelous!" Bulma exclaimed. Her interest piqued, though a slight frown of confusion crossed her brow as she inquired, "But how do we locate the other 6 Dragon Balls?" Luo Tian remained calm and silent. Chapter 36. "Broly, I entrust you with a task. Let me see that Dragon Ball." Bulma extended her hand. Luo Tian handed the Dragon Ball to her. Bulma scrutinized it closely, then rummaged through the storage room to retrieve a peculiar instrument, examining the Dragon Ball with it. "I've got a solution. This Dragon Ball emits a unique wave of light. We can use a device that detects these waves to find the other 6 Dragon Balls." Her youthful face lit up with excitement. "Oh, you can do that?" Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Of course, I'm a genius." Bulma beamed with a grin, confidently asserting that it would only take her a day to complete it, as it was not challenging. "Let us head back to the lab." Luo Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Bulma was a prodigy. At merely 5 years of age, she was capable of creating a Dragon Ball radar. Truly impressive. Luo Tian felt a deep admiration for Bulma's genius. Everyone has their own place in life. Bulma, for instance, was inherently suited for research and scientific endeavors. In the narrative, Gohan was misguided by his mother. Although he was an exceptionally skilled warrior, he was led to pursue a career as a scientist. When it comes to technological prowess, Gohan lagged far behind Bulma. Yet in terms of combatability, the comparison was moot. Upon exiting the storage room, Luo Tian and Bulma discovered Broly lying on the ground. Laughing heartily, with smoke emanating from his body, the robot Xiao AI had ceased to flicker. "What happened?" Bulma rushed over to check Xiao AI's battery level. Only 2 left? How is that possible? Xiao AI's standby time should last at least 10 years. How could it run out of power so quickly? What is it to you?" Broly grinned. Uttering those 4 words, that a faint spark of residual energy flickered from Xiao AI. However, before it could reach Broly, it dissipated midair. "Were you really asking this Xiao AI for food, and it zapped you instead?" Bulma was utterly speechless. Though that voltage wouldn't be fatal, it certainly would sting to know. "It doesn't hurt." Broly shook his head. "Weren't you hungry? Why didn't you just ask Xiao AI for something to eat instead of getting zapped?" Luo Tian inquired curiously. IT said. Broly struggled to articulate his thoughts. "You might as well stop talking. I could just play the recording." Bulma approached and pressed a button on Xiao AI. Instantly, the dialogue between Broly and Xiao AI began to play back. Listening to their exchange, Luo Tian wiped his brow in silence. Contemplating whether he should train Broly to become a god of destruction. "If I were to make a foolish individual a god of destruction, would I be ridiculed?" "Hey, Luo Tian." Bulma quickly pulled him aside and whispered, "Your companion isn't a simpleton, is he? He is quite unfortunate. He has lived on a planet where even water is scarce, struggling to survive without proper nourishment or warmth." Luo Tian lamented, "which is why he appears a bit dim-witted." "Why doesn't he eat meat?" Bulma asked, intrigued. Luo Tian. Bulma was indeed a technological genius. In less than a day, under her father's rudimentary guidance, she had crafted the Dragon Ball radar. Luo Tian examined the radar she produced and noted that it bore little difference to the one from 11 years in the future. It was still a circular, palm-sized device with a button atop it. "Look, this central point indicates the location of our Dragon Ball. Once we locate the other 6 points, we will gather all 7. Bulma excitedly pointed to the 6 dots on the screen. "Broly, come over here." Luo Tian beckoned to Broly, who was lying on the grass, gazing vacantly at the clouds. Broly quickly scrambled to his feet and approached. Luo Tian explained how to use the Dragon Ball radar to Broly. Broly scratched his head, nodding in a way that suggested he understood only partially. Now, I'm assigning you an honorable task. Take this Dragon Ball radar and search for the first Dragon Ball. Luo Tian instructed. Remember, do not damage this radar, and absolutely do not harm anyone. Broly indicated his understanding. Put this on. Luo Tian placed a surveillance camera atop Broly's head. The camera was to capture footage of Broly's quest for the Dragon Balls. Broly looked down at the camera curiously, a silly grin spreading across his face. Go on. Luo Tian handed the radar to Broly and pointed towards a distant Dragon Ball. Broly scratched his head once more before soaring into the sky. Rapidly headed in that direction. Luo Tian hoped that sending Broly to find the Dragon Balls would help him become less foolish. If he couldn't even locate a Dragon Ball, it would be better to send him back to Planet Wampa and retrieve Vegeta instead. Can he manage it? What if he gets lost? Bulma expressed her doubts about Broly, sensing an air of foolishness surrounding him. Let's wait and see, Luo Tian contemplated. Even if Broly were to get lost, Luo Tian could track him through sensing his energy, so it was not a significant concern. Luo Tian, what wish do you intend to make? Bulma asked, her big, sparkling eyes fixed on him. Grant Broly the ability to survive in the vastness of space, allowing him to train alongside me in the universe, Luo Tian replied candidly. Huh? Is that even a wish? Bulma shook her head, her ponytail swaying. Let's see if he can find the Dragon Balls first. Luo Tian added that he believed that Broly was not foolish. He merely lacked exposure. With more experiences in the world, he would soon adapt to it in the high skies. Broly flew swiftly with the Dragon Ball radar, heading towards the first Dragon Ball indicated by Luo Tian. While flying, he occasionally glanced at the radar in his hand. 20 minutes later, Broly looked down and noticed a light point appearing at the center of the radar. He scratched his head, peering downward and spotting a petite island below. The island was small and exquisite, with a lovely outline, upon which stood an unusual miniature house. Broly glanced at the Dragon Ball that Luo Tian had pointed out to him, and then at the one indicated at the center of the radar, ultimately directing his gaze towards the small island. After a brief moment of hesitation, Broly made a decision and descended from the sky, landing precisely on the island. Chapter 37. Why don't you adhere to martial ethics? Broly pressed the button on the Dragon Ball radar and, following its guidance, turned his attention to the house. He stepped toward the entrance and pushed the door open. Instantly, a melodious rhythm filled the room. Broly turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw an elderly man with a turtle shell glued to the television, watching a program. Curiously, Broly approached and saw 3 bikini-clad beauties dancing gracefully on the screen. Having seen television at Bulma's house, Broly was not particularly astonished by it. However, he could not fathom why these 3 women were so captivating. Broly ceased to pay heed and began searching for the Dragon Balls with the Dragon Radar in hand. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an astonishing sight. A Dragon Ball was hanging around the old man's neck. A wave of unexpected happiness washed over Broly as he approached and swiftly yanked the Dragon Ball from the old man's neck. The old man snapped back to reality, turning in astonishment to face Broly. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, glancing between Broly and the Dragon Ball adorning his own neck. My. Broly, clutching the Dragon Ball, addressed the old man. "Who are you?" the old man queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. "How did you get here?" "I flew here," Broly replied, pointing to the sky. "Flight technique? Are you a disciple of Master Roshi?" The old man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Broly. Broly was baffled. That scoundrel Master Roshi sent a child to bother me. Why not send a few beautiful women instead? Master Roshi fumed, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Broly scratched his head. Utterly perplexed, a brief silence ensued. "Mine," Broly declared, pointing at the Dragon Ball. "That ore was one I found in the sea this year. You want it?" Master Roshi huffed. "Not a chance." With that, he advanced and snatched the Dragon Ball back. My. Broly's temper flared as he glared at Master Roshi. "That if you won't give it, then you won't." Master Roshi made a face at Broly. In a flash, Broly lunged forward and firmly pressed his hand on Master Roshi's head. Such speed, Master Roshi marveled. When did that rascal Master Roshi acquire such a formidable disciple? Bang! Broly pressed Master Roshi's head straight through the wall of the room, propelling him onto the sandy beach, where he slammed him down. Instantly, Master Roshi's head made intimate contact with the shoreline. Following that, Broly rubbed Master Roshi's head vigorously against the sand, causing him to yowl in pain. After a minute, Broly seized a Dragon Ball from Master Roshi's grasp and stood triumphantly atop him. Mine, Broly proclaimed, clutching the Dragon Ball and addressing Master Roshi. Master Roshi was on the verge of tears. How humiliating for a martial arts master like me to be bested by a mere child. Who is this kid? Mine, Broly stubbornly reiterated. Master Roshi remained silent. You agree, don't you? Broly added. Master Roshi felt as if the world was crumbling around him. Kid, you may be young, but I'd rather not stoop to your level that if you provoke me, I won't hold back. Master Roshi seethed with rage. Slap. Broly yanked at Master Roshi's shell, tossing him about mercilessly. Another minute passed. Mine, you agree, Broly insisted, raising the Dragon Ball towards Master Roshi. Yes, yes, take it. Master Roshi lamented, tears streaming down his face. How can you be so devoid of martial ethics? Only then did Broly contentedly stow the Dragon Ball away, savoring his victory. Following this, he gradually ascended into the sky. Hey, are you truly a disciple of that rascal Master Roshi? Master Roshi urgently called out. No, I don't know him, Broly responded, pressing a button on the dragon radar, causing a radiant light to envelop him. Whoosh! Broly transformed into a brilliant streak of light, leaving a trail in the sky before vanishing swiftly. Master Roshi's eyes widened in shock. Soon after, he gritted his teeth against the pain, rising from the ground and shedding his shell. However, upon catching sight of the edge of his shell, he nearly lost his composure. The edge was already somewhat loose. Tentatively, he prodded it with his finger, and it shattered instantly. Master Roshi broke out in a cold sweat. That kid didn't even go all out. Had he done so, he shuddered, his complexion paling. Who exactly is he? He doesn't seem to be a disciple of Master Roshi. As long as he is not, I can breathe a little easier. 40 minutes later, Broly returned to the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation with 2 Dragon Balls, appearing beside Luo Tian and producing the orbs from his cloak. I found them, Broly grinned broadly. Oh, why 2? Luo Tian asked, slightly surprised. Just coincidence, Broly replied. I took it from the old man. Never mind, I'll check the surveillance footage, Luo Tian said, removing the monitoring device from Broly's neck and connecting it to a computer to analyze. Broly followed closely, craning his neck with curiosity. Suddenly, the computer screen displayed Master Roshi's visage. That him. He wouldn't give it. I'll hit him, Broly exclaimed. Immediately, Luo Tian witnessed Broly assaulting Master Roshi, boldly snatching the Dragon Ball from him. Luo Tian observed closely, noting that Broly hadn't truly harmed him. Given Broly's combat prowess, he could have easily reduced Master Roshi to nothing with a mere fraction of his strength. However, it appeared that Master Roshi had not sustained severe injuries, merely superficial wounds. Not bad, not bad, Luo Tian nodded approvingly, clapping Broly on the shoulder and commending his efforts. Don't underestimate this kid. He may seem foolish, but he is quite sharp. I only asked him to retrieve 1 Dragon Ball, and he conveniently brought back another. Now, I have another task for you, Luo Tian said with a smile. A task. I like it. It involves hitting someone, Broly replied. Don't always think about hitting people, Luo Tian sighed. Hitting is exhilarating, Broly insisted. Luo Tian was left speechless. This kid truly embodied the essence of a destroyer. I've updated 3 chapters today. Could you offer a tip or a monthly vote? Chapter 38. Encounter with future androids 17 and 18. Oh, you see the location of this Dragon Ball? Luo Tian pointed to another Dragon Ball in a different direction, gradually zooming in on the map to reveal its precise location. Broly scratched his head and nodded again. Remember this Dragon Ball's location in your mind. This time you use the Dragon Radar. Can you find it? Luo Tian inquired. Broly examined the Dragon Radar carefully, memorizing the map and coordinates. After about 10 seconds, he responded, Got it. Go ahead, return soon so you can catch lunch. Luo Tian smiled, attaching the camera back around his neck. Luo Tian primarily wished to observe the experiences Broly would encounter. If all went well, he would assist Broly in acquiring the ability to survive in outer space, paving the way for the cultivation of his own destroyer. Lunch! Broly's eyes lit up as he took off into the air, racing towards the distant Dragon Ball's location. Just as Broly departed, Bulma emerged from her room and spotted 3 Dragon Balls on the table. 2 of them were found by Broly, while the third was the 2-star Dragon Ball from Bulma's warehouse. Luo Tian, did Broly return just now? Bulma asked, astonished. He did. Luo Tian confirmed. He found 2 Dragon Balls so quickly. Bulma blinked her big eyes, eagerly picking up the 2 Dragon Balls to examine them closely. They're real. Luo Tian, do you need anything? He asked. As per our agreement, I'll lend you to Emily tomorrow. Bulma responded, while Luo Tian wiped the sweat from his brow in silence. Let me make it clear, you must not allow her to play with your tail, Bulma admonished, pouting. Luo Tian neither rejected nor agreed. What do you take me for? I am destined to be the greatest god of the future. How dare you lend me to your little friend? He declared, setting off to search for the Dragon Balls. With the Dragon Ball radar in hand, he soared into the sky, wishing to end the conversation with Bulma. The current generation of young girls is truly remarkable. It's so young, yet they casually lend out their boyfriends? I wonder how they'll feel about it when they grow up. Hey, take me along, Bulma shouted from below. Ignoring her, Luo Tian quickened his pace and soon vanished from sight. Following the radar's guidance, he swiftly arrived above a Dragon Ball's location. Looking down, he suddenly felt as if he had been to this city before. That wasn't this the East City suburb where his spaceship had landed upon arriving on Earth. So the Dragon Ball is located here. He spotted the Dragon Ball nestled within a charming little house, which boasted a yard of about 10 square meters. In the yard, a small boy was playing with a sandbag. The boy appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, with short black hair and a fair face, though his gaze bore a hint of ferocity. Luo Tian recognized him from yesterday. His name was Lapis. That, if all goes according to plan, Lapis would eventually be transformed into Android 17 by Drive. Jero, Luo Tian glanced towards a room and saw Lazuli sitting by the window, biting her lower lip as she scribbled away. Doing homework. Poor future Android 18. Is there really that much homework for a first grader? Not only does she have to complete her own assignments, but she also helps her brother. Is the Dragon Ball world really this competitive? Their parents were presumably out attending to other matters, as they were nowhere to be found. Luo Tian speculated that Lazuli and Lapis's father was likely a high-ranking member of the Red Ribbon Army, perhaps a vice-general or something similar. After all, their family appeared to be quite affluent. Otherwise, Dr. Jero wouldn't have chosen just any siblings for his research. According to the Dragon Ball radar, the Dragon Ball was indeed located within Lazuli's home. Slowly descending from the sky, Luo Tian appeared beside Lapis. An alien? Is it you? Lapis recognized Luo Tian at once. Here to practice your punches? Luo Tian inquired with a smile. Of course. I aim to become the strongest man, Lapis declared, his youthful face brimming with pride and confidence. Have you finished your homework? Luo Tian admonished. Lapis felt a pang of guilt. You mind your own business, he retorted, glaring at Luo Tian. Homework is a burden that haunts everyone's mind. In first grade, you only learn that 112, Luo Tian mused. But once you reach middle school and high school, you'll encounter problems that will truly perplex you. Failing to solve them will bring you pain. Even the mere sight of them will hurt. That you're talking nonsense. Lapis protested, flustered. That how's your training going? Luo Tian asked with a chuckle. I'm quite formidable, Lapis boasted, stepping forward to strike the sandbag with a punch. What do you think, alien? My punch packs quite a punch, doesn't it? Don't underestimate me, just because I'm only 6. Oh. Luo Tian casually approached, gently tapping the sandbag with his finger. With a loud crash, the bag burst apart, spilling sand everywhere. Lapis stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide in disbelief. Our alien training is tough. We never practice on sandbags. We train on solid rock. Luo Tian patted Lapis on the shoulder. Lapis was left speechless, unable to utter a word. Just then, Lazuli stepped out of the room. Only 6 years old, she bore a striking resemblance to future Android 18, her expression icy. Her golden hair was tied into a ponytail, swaying as she moved. An alien? Lazuli quickly recognized Luo Tian as well. That I am Luo Tian, he smiled. You are so bad. Do you know that after you left, my mother gave my brother and me a good thrashing? Lazuli pouted, glaring at Luo Tian, though added, however, if you take my brother and me for a ride on your spaceship, I might consider forgiving you to you have this ball at home? Luo Tian asked, raising his hand to conjure a glowing sphere resembling a Dragon Ball. The siblings exchanged glances. That thing seems to be in my mother's jewelry box, Lazuli murmured, blinking that I've seen it too. Lapis nodded. Hand it over, and I'll take you both to outer space for some fun. Luo Tian smiled. That I'll go find it. Lapis sprinted into the house, rummaging through drawers until he finally retrieved the Dragon Ball. Ready to hand it to Luo Tian. Wait, brother, don't just give it to him. Let him take us for a ride in the spaceship first. Lazuli quickly stopped Lapis. Leaning closer, Lapis whispered something in Lazuli's ear. Though his voice was low, Luo Tian heard him clearly. Lapis said, Sister, that alien just shattered the sandbag with a light tap. He said they usually train with rocks, that we should avoid provoking him. Upon hearing Lapis's words, Lazuli glanced at the sand on the ground, undeterred, and whispered back, Our family has guns. Hurry and get one. If he dares to bully us, we'll shoot him. All right. Lapis quickly returned home and emerged with a handgun, showcasing it to Luo Tian. Oh, you know what this is? There was a brief silence. I don't know. Luo Tian shook his head. This is a gun that I know you're powerful, but no matter how strong you are, you can't match the power of bullets. With the gun in hand, Lapis swelled with confidence. This thing really that powerful? Luo Tian lightly beckoned with his finger. With a sudden motion, the gun flew from Lapis's grasp and landed in Luo Tian's hand. You can perform magic? Lapis was left dumbfounded. Lazuli's face paled in fright. The sibling duo trembled as they stared at the gun in Luo Tian's possession. How do you use this? Luo Tian pointed the gun at his own temple. Is this how you shoot? Don't. You'll die. Lazuli exclaimed in panic. Bang! The gun fired. Luo Tian effortlessly caught the bullet between his fingers, then handed it to Lapis and Lazuli, smiling. Here, you can play with it. It's still warm. Lapis was dumbstruck. Lazuli was equally astonished. They gazed at Luo Tian as if he were a monster. Are all aliens this formidable? Lapis stammered. Children shouldn't play with guns. It's dangerous, Luo Tian declared, waving his hand as a celestial light flickered, transforming into a brilliant crimson hue. The crimson light enveloped the handgun. With a pop, the gun disintegrated into nothingness. Can I have that ball now? Luo Tian extended his hand. Lapis clutched the Dragon Ball tightly, glancing at his sister. Give it to him, Lazuli commanded decisively. Lapis promptly tossed the Dragon Ball to Luo Tian, who adeptly caught it and ascended into the sky. I'll take you both out of play sometime. He waved at the siblings, adding as he departed, but Lapis, don't forget to do your homework. Lapis, if you fail to complete your homework properly, or neglect to do it altogether, you shall not have the privilege of boarding my spaceship. Luo Tian smiled. Then I simply won't go. Lapis huffed. Luo Tian silently wiped the sweat from his brow. The future number 17 certainly possesses a distinct personality. Even a spaceship fails to ignite your interest in homework. You promise to take me on the spaceship for a joyride. Lazuli exclaimed, cupping her hand around her mouth and shouting. Luo Tian chose to say nothing further and swiftly departed from the scene. Soon after, he cast a glance at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and swiftly made his way towards a mountainous region. Within approximately 10 minutes, Luo Tian found himself hovering above Baozi Mountain. On a peak of the mountain, an elderly man clad in martial arts attire, adorned with a green hat and sporting a white beard, was practicing his punches and kicks at the entrance of his home. Notably, a 4-star Dragon Ball was embedded atop his green hat. From his elevated vantage point, Luo Tian easily discerned the identity of the man below. This elderly individual was none other than Old Wu Fan, the adoptive father of Sun Wukong, that if all goes as expected, he would be taking in Kakarot, who had drifted from planet Vegeta to Earth, and bestowing upon him the name Sun Wukong. Thus would commence the legendary saga of Sun Wukong's life. One fateful night, after being taken in by Old Wu Fan, Sun Wukong, while sneaking a glance at the full moon during a moment of relief, transformed into a giant ape and inadvertently trampled Old Wu Fan to death. In later years, upon having a son, Sun Wukong honored his grandfather by naming his child after him. Luo Tian had always found Sun Wukong's thought process somewhat perplexing. To commemorate your grandfather, you name your son after him? Truly, you are quite extraordinary. As Luo Tian gazed downward, he was surprised not to detect Sun Wukong's presence. One would expect him to have arrived on Earth by now. After all, Luo Tian and Vegeta had lingered on Namek for a considerable time before seeking out Nappa and Raditz, which had inevitably delayed their journey. Although Sun Wukong's spaceship was relatively slow, one would assume he should have reached Earth several days ago. Gradually, Luo Tian relaxed his senses, searching for Sun Wukong's whereabouts. After 10 seconds, he indeed sensed Sun Wukong's energy, despite Sun Wukong's combat power being merely 2. Luo Tian, having cultivated the power of an angel, could effortlessly detect his presence. Currently, Sun Wukong, or more accurately Kakarot, was approximately 3 kilometers away on another mountain peak, which explained why old Wu Fan had not noticed him. Presently, Kakarot was indulging in the raw flesh of beasts within the forest, exhibiting the primal ferocity characteristic of Saiyans. Furthermore, he wept as he feasted, crying out in anguish over being abandoned by his parents and cast upon this strange planet. It was evident that Kakarot still retained some memories of his time on Planet Vegeta. Luo Tian descended gently from the sky, appearing beside old Wu Fan. The elderly man, taken aback by Luo Tian's sudden arrival, stared at him in astonishment. "Did you just fly here?" Old Wu Fan rubbed his eyes, gazing at Luo Tian in disbelief. Indeed, Luo Tian nodded. "You seem rather youthful," old Wu Fan remarked, scrutinizing Luo Tian. "I'm 5 years old." Luo Tian extended his 5 fingers, smiling as he spoke. "I have heard tales of your great power. I've come to seek a sparring match with you today." "Ha! Truly, heroes emerging youth. Very well. Let us engage in a brief exchange." Old Wu Fan responded, his demeanor becoming serious, not allowing Luo Tian's youth to lull him into complacency. "Give it your all and attack me." Luo Tian beckoned to old Wu Fan. Chapter 40. The first encounter with Kakarot, then I shall not hold back, old Wu Fan declared, taking a swift step forward and throwing a punch at Luo Tian. Smack. Luo Tian extended a single finger, effortlessly intercepting old Wu Fan's strike. The force of old Wu Fan's punch met Luo Tian's fingertip, as though it had struck an empty void, the power dissipating instantly. Old Wu Fan was left dumbfounded, his face a mask of astonishment, his white beard quivering. "You honor me," Luo Tian remarked. "Old Wu Fan, is it appropriate for you to say that?" After a brief pause, old Wu Fan leapt back, creating distance between them, his expression slightly altered. To be so powerful at just 5 years old. "Who is your master?" "My master." Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, unhurriedly producing a book and tossing it to old Wu Fan. The elderly man caught the flying tome, glancing at the bold title on the cover, murmuring in disbelief, "The Guide to Ultimate Freedom. My master is this very book. There's a saying." What was it again? "Within the book, one finds a golden house, and within the book, a myriad of beautiful maidens," Luo Tian replied. Old Wu Fan, cough cough, he cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. "Is that really how it goes? Are you a new disciple of my master?" Old Wu Fan queried casually, aware that only Master Wu Tian would attract such a disciple. Luo Tian, "Do I resemble that old lecher, Master Rashi, so closely? The Guide to Ultimate Freedom?" Old Wu Fan ceased further inquiries, opening the cover and briefly perusing the contents, soon lost in contemplation, murmuring, "Such profound martial arts skills. The body instinctively evades unknown dangers without the need for cerebral judgment. Would you like to learn?" Luo Tian smiled. After speaking, Luo Tian subtly beckoned with his finger. Whoosh! In an instant, the book in old Wu Fan's hand soared back to Luo Tian. "What?" "Telekinesis." Old Wu Fan was once again left in shock. "Well, what do you think? Would you like to learn?" Luo Tian inquired with a smile. "That I wish to learn." Old Wu Fan nodded earnestly. "That I merely allowed you a glimpse." Luo Tian chuckled. "Old Wu Fan, if you truly wish to learn, I shall leave this book atop this mountain. You must seek it out yourself," he stated, casually tossing the book into the air. Whoosh! The book traced an arc in the air, landing in a distant mountainous area, quickly vanishing from sight. "If fate wills it, you shall recover this book," Luo Tian proclaimed before gradually ascending into the sky. Old Wu Fan, "Farewell." Luo Tian swiftly disappeared from view as he gazed in the direction Luo Tian had vanished. Old Wu Fan fell into deep thought. Shortly thereafter, old Wu Fan felt an inexplicable sense of loss, As if something were amiss, his head felt lighter. Extending his hand to touch his hat, he suddenly realized that the shimmering orb atop it was gone. Old Wu Fan was left speechless. When did he take my orb? I was completely unaware. This little fellow is truly remarkable. Had he wished for my demise, I would have been dead by now. Cold sweat broke out on Old Wu Fan's brow. Yet almost immediately, a thought struck him yes, the book. The book appears to be quite intriguing that I shall go and search for it. If I can find it, I will diligently practice, and perhaps my martial arts prowess will ascend to a higher realm. Old Gohan, with a bamboo basket slung over his shoulder, swiftly hopped towards the direction where the book had fallen. The volume that Luo Tian had cast aside, a guide to the cultivation of ultimate freedom, was indeed authentic, albeit a mere replica. Luo Tian had utilized his angelic power to recreate Whis' original tome. He intended to leave this reproduced book on Earth, awaiting a fated individual to discover it. Moreover, Luo Tian firmly believed that, aside from himself, the only other person capable of truly mastering the art of ultimate freedom was likely Wukong. However, according to the storyline, Wukong would need to be at least 40 years of age to cultivate this technique. Leaving the book here might enable Wukong to more swiftly enter the ranks of those who have attained ultimate freedom. Old Gohan continued to leap through the mountains, soon appearing atop another peak. He craned his neck, searching for any sign of the book. In the next moment, he suddenly inhaled sharply, detecting a strong scent of blood. Such a potent aroma. What could have transpired here? Turning his head, Old Gohan was taken aback to find the nearby thicket stained with blood, a scene of chaos indicative of a struggle. What left Old Gohan utterly speechless was the sight of numerous torn paper remnants scattered across the ground. On a nearby stone, he even spotted the two characters that adorned the cover of the book, Ultimate Freedom. Old Gohan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Had the book been torn to shreds by a wild beast? What a pity! Just as Old Gohan sighed in lament, a shadow suddenly darted out and lunged towards him. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, easily deflecting the attack, and upon closer inspection, he discerned the assailant's face. Before him stood a child, even younger than the individual he had encountered moments ago. Judging by appearance, this child seemed to be merely 3 years old, clad in garments strikingly similar to those worn by the previous figure. Old Gohan was startled, fearing that this child might possess strength akin to that of the earlier combatant, which would indeed be troublesome. He took a cautious step back, distancing himself from Kakarot. Yet Kakarot charged forward once more, launching an aggressive assault against Old Gohan. Although Kakarot's battle power was only 2 when he was sent away, it had slightly increased upon arriving on Earth, being thrust into a perilous environment. Of course, compared to Old Gohan, he was still woefully inadequate. After a few exchanges, Old Gohan discerned the child's capabilities. "Little one, you are no match for me," he chuckled, effortlessly knocking Kakarot to the ground with a single palm strike. Kakarot winced in pain, baring his teeth and glaring at Old Gohan. "What brings you here, little one? What is your connection to that earlier individual?" Old Gohan inquired kindly, gazing at Kakarot. The child remained silent. "You seem quite upset. Is it because I struck you earlier?" Old Gohan smiled. "How about this? I won to retaliate, and you may strike me back." Chapter 41. Summoning the Dragon of Earth. Kakarot seemed to comprehend, his eyes lighting up as he charged forward, scratching Old Gohan's face with fervor. In an instant, Old Gohan's visage transformed into a comical spectacle. Kakarot, upon witnessing his handiwork, burst into joyous laughter. "Are you no longer angry?" Old Gohan inquired with a smile. Kakarot nodded. "Have you seen a book?" Old Gohan asked, picking up the tattered remnants of the book's cover. "This one." Kakarot pointed to his mouth and then patted his stomach, grinning widely to reveal a set of pearly whites. "What? You ate it?" Old Gohan wiped his brow in disbelief. Kakarot nodded vigorously. "Was it delicious?" Old Gohan lamented. Kakarot shook his head like a rattling drum. After shaking his head, Kakarot patted his stomach again, producing a gurgling sound. "Are you hungry?" Old Gohan understood. Kakarot nodded. "Then come with me. I shall prepare something for you," Old Gohan proposed, placing the bamboo basket down. "Climb in, and I will carry you back." Kakarot leaped lightly into the basket. By the way, what is your name?" Old Gohan asked. Kakarot could only manage simple syllables. Kakarot? What kind of name is that? Old Gohan shook his head. Never mind. Let us first return so you can eat. Upon returning home, old Gohan prepared a sumptuous feast for Kakarot, who devoured it with unrestrained delight. You could consume an entire month's worth of our food. Old Gohan exclaimed, wiping his brow. Although I know not where you hail from, you possess remarkable skills at such a tender age. If not for my own modest strength, I would have surely been in peril. Moreover, observing how you eat, it seems you lack proper upbringing. Should you have no place to stay, you may remain here. I can teach you many things. Kakarot grinned foolishly, seizing a leftover bone and playfully striking old Gohan on the head. Why is this child so peculiar? Old Gohan thought, rubbing his head in pain. Kakarot lunged at him again, scratching old Gohan's face anew, transforming it once more into a comical visage. Be gentle. The last scratches haven't even healed yet. Old Gohan chuckled. After finishing his playful assault, Kakarot leaped away, quickly vanishing into the depths of the jungle. I could see that moment. The sky over Bowsy Mountain had darkened, the forest cloaked in pitch blackness, occasionally pierced by the distant howls of wolves. Old Gohan cast a glance in the direction where Kakarot had disappeared, suddenly sensing an unsettling quiet. What has happened to that child? Old Gohan pondered, a wave of concern washing over him as he hurriedly pursued Kakarot. Upon nearing, old Gohan was left speechless. There lay Kakarot in the thicket, soundly asleep, a puddle of drool pooling beneath him. Approximately 3 meters away, a large-tailed wolf lay in wait, its gaping maw poised to pounce on the unsuspecting child. Just as the wolf prepared to spring forward, it caught sight of old Gohan nearby and recoiled in terror, retreating several steps. Ah, it's you. Have your wounds healed? Old Gohan laughed, waving to the wolf, remembering the previous encounter with this old man. The wolf tucked its tail between its legs and fled in haste. What on earth are you doing sleeping here, child? You were nearly devoured. Old Gohan sighed, scooping Kakarot into his arms. Stretching languidly, Kakarot nestled deeper into old Gohan's embrace, sinking back into a peaceful slumber. Let us return home for proper rest. Old Gohan smiled, carrying Kakarot back. This marked Kakarot's most restful sleep since arriving on Earth. Meanwhile, as Luo Tian returned, he fortuitously discovered another Dragon Ball. With this, he now possessed 6 Dragon Balls in total, so swiftly accumulating 6 Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the 6 orbs on the table. When Broly returns, shall we not be able to gather the 7th? Indeed. Luo Tian nodded slightly. Approximately an hour later, Broly swiftly descended from the distance, landing in the courtyard, holding a Dragon Ball aloft and presenting it to Luo Tian. Indeed, Luo Tian praised. Broly scratched his head with an endearing smile. With all 7 Dragon Balls now gathered, a wish could be fulfilled that a smile adorned Luo Tian's face. Broly, with a foolish nod, displayed a countenance brimming with anticipation. Bulma, equally captivated, fixated on the 7 Dragon Balls resting on the table, curiously murmuring, I wonder what the dragon looks like. Luo Tian placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and called out to them, Come forth, dragon! Instantly, a golden radiance emanated from the Dragon Balls, intensifying until it formed a brilliant golden beam. Whoosh! The golden beam shot skyward, flashing like a streak of lightning, painting the heavens in a resplendent gold. Broly's eyes widened in astonishment. Bulma, too, gazed in wonder with her large, innocent eyes, captivated by the breathtaking spectacle. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black. The darkened firmament accentuated the brilliance of the golden light. In an instant, the golden beam transformed into a colossal azure dragon, coiling majestically in the night sky, exuding a divine authority. Is this the dragon? Wow, it's enormous! Bulma exclaimed. Broly, scratching his head, appeared both astonished and somewhat eager to throw a punch at the dragon. Luo Tian swiftly restrained Broly. What do you think you're doing? The one who gathered the Dragon Balls. Speak your wish, and I shall do my utmost to grant it. The dragon's voice resonated, casting a wary glance at Broly. Why do I feel like this kid wants to strike me? Moreover, his power far exceeds mine. Truly, he is the legendary Super Saiyan. Such immense energy at such a young age. Dragon, my wish is simple. Grant Broly the ability to survive in the vastness of space. Surely, that is within your capabilities? Luo Tian made his request, confident that it would not pose a problem, considering that the dragon of Namek could accomplish such feats. You should surpass him, the dragon responded. Chapter 42. Broly. Good dragon, I won't hit you. Have you been to Namek? The dragon looked at Luo Tian in surprise. Indeed, Luo Tian nodded, truthfully stating, I also gained the ability to survive in space through the dragon of Namek. As far as I know, the dragon of Namek can grant 3 wishes. Why did you not wish for Mr. Broly to possess the ability to survive in space? The dragon inquired curiously. Are you here to make a wish or to ask questions? Luo Tian rolled his eyes. You started the conversation first. Now it's my fault? The dragon retorted. Very well. I shall promptly fulfill your wish. The dragon nodded, explaining that the ability to survive in space encompasses, but is not limited to enduring the vacuum of space and other inhospitable environments. As it spoke, an invisible divine power flickered in the dragon's eyes, swiftly enveloping Broly. Broly glanced down at his body, then scratched his head. Good dragon. I won't hit you. Broly gave a thumbs up to the dragon. The dragon remarked, so if I don't grant your wish, you intend to come and pummel me. Beads of sweat rolled down the dragon's scaly visage. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the dragon's colossal form dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls swiftly ascended into the sky. Luo Tian, unhurried, waved his hand. Instantly, the divine power in his grasp flickered and swiftly enveloped the 7 Dragon Balls poised to flee. The Dragon Balls, which were about to scatter in all directions, were abruptly redirected upon sensing Luo Tian's divine power. With a plop, one of the Dragon Balls, instead of joining the others in their dispersal, traced a parabolic arc in the air, landing outside Bulma's family storage. The stone-like Dragon Ball rolled a few times on the ground, settling in an inconspicuous spot at Luo Tian. It seems the Dragon Ball has flown away. Bulma exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the vanishing Dragon Balls. Yes, after a wish is made, the Dragon Balls turn to stone and scatter across the world. They will resurrect in a year, Luo Tian explained. So, we must wait a year to make another wish. Bulma blinked her large, adorable eyes in inquiry. Yes, that is correct, Luo Tian confirmed. On the island of Master Roshi, he was performing stretching exercises on the beach, extending his arms, bending his back, and occasionally waving his cane. Left jab, right jab, twist the neck, wiggle the hips, living the nightlife to the fullest. Master Roshi hummed a shameless tune while exercising. Suddenly, he felt something hurtling toward him. What? Master Roshi paused momentarily, without hesitation, lifting his cane high. Bang! The Dragon Ball struck Master Roshi's cane, shattering it instantly. Another dull thud resounded as the stone-like Dragon Ball hit Master Roshi on the head. He staggered back, sprawling on the ground. The Dragon Ball rebounded from his head, rolling into his room. Rubbing his throbbing head, Master Roshi grimaced. Why is there a rock falling from the sky? He mused, scratching his head in confusion. He dashed back inside to investigate, discovering a round, rolling stone egg in his home. What is this? Such a perfectly round stone. Master Roshi pondered, baffled as to how this stone ended up in his house, let alone falling from the sky. Moments later, his expression shifted to one of anger as he stared at the stone, violently stomping on it. I'll flatten you. I'll flatten you. After a minute, Master Roshi hobbled, limping as he tossed the stone onto the beach. In the suburbs of East City, Lapis had just resecured a sandbag and was ready to throw a punch. Whoosh! A round stone plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the sandbag. Boom! With a resounding bang, the sandbag burst, scattering sand everywhere. Lapis, frightened out of his wits, began to wail. What happened? What happened? Lazuli rushed out from her room. A stone fell from the sky. Lapis pointed at the round stone in the yard. A stone fell from the sky. Lazuli picked up the stone and looked up, bewildered at the sky. Yes, that's the one. Lapis nodded, a hint of fear in his eyes. Is it that alien's doing again? Lazuli pouted, huffing in irritation. That pesky alien, always trying to scare me. When I grow up, I'll definitely make him pay. Lapis clenched his fists, his youthful face etched with fury. At the home of old Gohan, he was peacefully sleeping with Kakarot in his arms. Bang! The round stone fell from the sky. landing at old Gohan's doorstep with a muffled thud. Startled awake, old Gohan looked curiously outside. What was that? Kakarot, roused from his deep slumber, blinked drowsily at old Gohan, scratching his face incessantly. Easy there, it's only been a few hours, and you've already scratched me 3 times, old Gohan chuckled helplessly. Kakarot laughed heartily. His mirth unrestrained and jubilant, as he chuckled. He dove headfirst into the comfort of his blankets, drifting into a deep slumber. The irritable old Gohan, despite his tempestuous nature, was not angered. Instead, a look of indulgence graced his face. Poor child, he mused, abandoned by your parents at such a tender age. Was it because of that tail sprouting from your back? How peculiar! Is it now fashionable to have tails? That formidable child bears one as well. Speaking to himself, old Gohan rose and ventured outside, where he noticed a plump stone lying on the ground. Where did this stone come from? He wondered, inspecting the embedded rock before glancing up at the sky. Murmuring to himself, did it fall from above? Subsequently, he shook his head in bewilderment and returned to his room to continue his slumber. As Kakarot slept, he shifted slightly, resting his head on old Gohan's thigh. His mouth busy grinding away in his dreams, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over old Gohan. I hope you're not mistaking my thigh for a piece of chicken, he thought, promptly donning a thick pair of trousers for protection. Hours later, old Gohan let out a startled gasp, rubbing his thigh. Thank goodness I was prepared. This little rascal bites down with such ferocity, observing the peacefully slumbering Kakarot, who continued to gnaw in his sleep. Old Gohan felt no anger. Rather, a glimmer of affection shone in his eyes. In West City, at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Dr. Briefs received an urgent phone call around 4 in the afternoon and hurried over to where Luo Tian was. Bulma, upon seeing her father approaching Luo Tian, dashed over in a flurry. Luo Tian, my daughter just called, saying she encountered an alien. The alien spaceship has malfunctioned, and she needs my help to repair it, Dr. Briefs relayed. Do you have time to accompany me? Sure, no problem. Luo Tian nodded in agreement. Dr. Briefs' daughter? Could it be Bulma's sister, Ties? That seemed quite plausible if that were the case. The alien Ties encountered must be the galactic patrolman Jike. As a fan of Dragon Ball, Luo Tian had certainly read the comic featuring Jike. He had even perused the volumes of Bardos in number 18, not to mention the canon tales of Dragon Ball itself, which were certified by the esteemed Akira Toriyama. Aside from appearing in that comic, Jike also had a notable presence in Dragon Ball Super. Furthermore, the manga introduced another exceptional elite within the Galactic Patrol, named Myers. Myers was the most distinguished warrior among the Galactic Patrolmen, and he also held the title of a trainee angel. Luo Tian felt a yearning to meet this trainee angel, Myers, believing that through Jike, he might have the chance to encounter him. Dad, I want to go too, Bulma exclaimed eagerly. I want to see what kind of alien my sister encountered. All right, let us go together, Dr. Briefs conceded without objection. In a flurry, Bulma dashed to her room and emerged clutching an energy gun. Bulma, what do you need that gun for? Dr. Briefs asked, taken aback. If that alien dares to bully my sister, I'll shoot him, Bulma declared, gripping the energy gun tightly. Broly, let's go. Luo Tian called to Broly, who was lost in thought, gazing at the stars. Broly sprang up from the ground with a quick leap, soaring over with a nod. Not bothering to inquire about their destination, but on a solitary island. Galactic Patrolman Jike stood atop a high platform, gazing solemnly at the sky. Meanwhile, Ties, Bulma's sister, was swimming in the sea like a mermaid. Nearby, an elderly man with a scruffy white beard ambled about, seemingly bored. By the way, I heard that Jike came to Earth for a warning, Ties said, surfacing from the water and addressing the old man. Now that you mention it, I recall him saying that a terrifying being was set to arrive on Earth. The old man replied gravely, a terrifying being? What exactly is happening? Ties asked, climbing ashore and drying her hair and body with a towel. He mentioned that the being is here to annihilate Earth. I thought he was joking. The old man continued. I remember him stating that his radar detected a malicious alien planet launching a spaceship, and its destination seems to be Earth. That I'll go ask him, Ties said, making her way up to the platform and greeting Jike. What do you want? Jike inquired without turning his head. You said a terrifying alien is coming to Earth? Is that true? Ties asked curiously. Yes, according to calculations, one will indeed land nearby, which is why I descended here, Jike affirmed, glancing at the sky. Based on the calculations, it should fall here like a meteorite. You will definitely take care of it. Right? Ties asked with a smile that if it's a little one, it might be manageable, but if it grows up, I want to be able to handle it, Jike replied, shaking his head. Huh. What should we do then? Ties asked, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. Why are you asking me? Of course, I'll run away if the Earthlings are wiped out, Jike said nonchalantly, even sounding a bit self-righteous in his tone. So if it's a child that falls, then it won't be a problem? Ties inquired further. Pretty much. Anything from 3 to 5 years old should be fine, Jike nodded confidently. Ties wiped her sweat silently. 3 to 5 years old? ISNT that the same age as my sister. Is it appropriate for an alien to bully a child that young? What if it has already strayed from Earth and gone to another planet? Ties asked again that if that's the case, then we'd be lucky, Jike replied without turning around. Forget it, I won't dwell on it any longer, Ties shook her head, gazing at Jike, by the way. Your outfit is quite impressive, of course, but this isn't my full suit. It's merely my upper armor, Jike answered leisurely. Ties stood up abruptly, her face a mixture of shock and anger. What do you mean by that? You haven't been wearing pants this entire time? Is there a problem? Jike replied, unfazed. So you've been walking around without pants. Ties suddenly felt that Jike was being indecent, that don't speak so lewdly. It is customary on our planet, Jike huffed. Ties scrutinized Jike's legs, noticing they were exceptionally smooth, with a purplish hue and no distinct appendages, which piqued her curiosity. How do you relieve yourself? Jike leisurely expelled 2 jets of liquid from the small openings atop his head. From here, he indicated, Ties asked with a laugh. So, can you eat and relieve yourself simultaneously? You wouldn't accidentally swallow it, would you? Jike felt utterly exasperated. What do you mean by that? Is that how you speak? I came to Earth voluntarily to help you all. He snapped, gritting his teeth. What kind of dangerous alien are you talking about? Does it relieve itself like you do? It wouldn't accidentally swallow it. Right? Ties asked, her interest piqued. I don't want to talk to you. Jike glared at her. Please vote. Chapter 44. Jike, don't come any closer. Enough joking around. Let us discuss that alien. Ties urged, the alien I mentioned. Their objective is to conquer other planets. The most terrifying aspect is that they are inherently a warlike race, and even our galactic patrol is no match for them. Jekka's expression grew increasingly grave. For a planet like Earth, inhabited by humans with minimal combat capability, they would send a child here, ultimately wiping out all human life on this planet, bit by bit. What? It's that serious? Tai Si's expression changed. From childhood to youth, they maintain the physique of infants, which allows them to catch their opponents off guard, Jekka said solemnly. Then they suddenly grow into their combat forms, resembling adults on your Earth, and they retain this form without aging. As for their appearance, it is strikingly similar to that of Earthlings, save for an additional tail that I thought they looked somewhat like you. Turns out they resemble us Earthlings instead, Tai Si realized, then inquired. Which planet do they hail from? Their planet is called Vegeta, and they're Saiyans, Jekka replied. The name doesn't sound particularly impressive, but in any case, their arrival on Earth should portend nothing good, Tai Si lamented. Let us head down. It seems they won't be coming today. Jekka shook his head as you are here to observe those so-called Saiyans coming to Earth. Tai Si suddenly grasped the situation. What else would you think? Jekka rolled his eyes. The two descended from the platform that I actually called my father earlier, and he agreed to come and assist with your spaceship issues, Tai Si informed Jekka. Your father? How can he help? The old man asked, perplexed. Jekka also cast a curious glance at Tai Si. After all this time, why suddenly mention your father? Is he famous? Have you heard of the Capsule Corporation? Tai Si queried the old man. Capsule Corporation? Of course. That's the enterprise of the renowned genius scientist Dr. Briefs from West City. The old man nodded. Why do you bring that up? You can't possibly mean you know Dr. Briefs? Indeed, I do, and quite well, Tai Si smiled. Quite well. The old man was taken aback. He is my father, Tai Si revealed. The old man was left speechless, letting out a series of high-pitched gasps as he struggled to regain his composure. Jekka appeared equally baffled. After a lengthy silence, the old man exclaimed, What? Miss Tai Si, you are the heiress of Capsule Corporation. I really didn't want to disclose that, Tai Si sighed. So, you mean to say your family is quite wealthy? Jekka inquired, looking at Tai Si. I only mention it for your sake. Please don't treat me any differently because of it. Tai Si chuckled. I wouldn't dream of it. Jekka shook his head. This facade isn't working. I can't maintain it in front of aliens. And why father said they would arrive soon. Likely by evening, Tai Si added. But speaking of which, as the daughter of a wealthy family and the world's richest person, why would you leave home to work elsewhere? Especially to this shabby island. Jekka questioned, puzzled. Who are you calling shabby? The old man interjected. Because I aspire to be a science fiction novelist, these experiences are essential. Growing up in luxury, one can hardly imagine what such a life is like, Tai Si replied with a smile. The conditions here are actually quite ideal, especially with you, an alien, around. Besides, I know you won't lay a finger on me. A beautiful lady, so I feel quite at ease. Jekka felt a pang of discomfort. Your reasoning is quite sound. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. As evening approached, a luxurious amphibious airship slowly approached the shore. Slow down. I want to fly. Broly repeatedly attempted to leap from the airship. Behave yourself. Bulma glared at Broly in irritation. Broly sheepishly scratched his head, grinning foolishly. The airship docked at the pier. Dr. Briefs, Luo, Tian, Bulma, and Broly disembarked in succession. Jekka and the others had already gathered to the shore to greet them. Thank you, Dr. Briefs, for traveling such a distance. The old man quickly stepped forward for a handshake. You must be the alien Tai Si spoke of. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, curiously examining the old man. Ahem. I am Dr. Shung. The old man wiped his brow. Dad, this is the alien. Tai Si pointed at Jekka. However, as Tai Si turned to look at Jekka, she suddenly noticed him drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. What's wrong, Jekka? Tai Si asked in confusion. Upon closer inspection, Tai Si realized Jekka was fixated on the two children accompanying her father and Bulma. Are you two classmates of Bulma? Tai Si approached to greet them. No, Luo Tian replied. Broly scratched his head again, grinning foolishly. Sister, Bulma dashed forward, embracing her sister warmly. Luo Tian, however, strolled leisurely towards Jekka. Jekka's trembling intensified. Stay away. Jekka immediately assumed a combat stance, pointing towards the sea. If you come any closer, I'll jump. Just then, Broly zoomed in from a distance and slammed Jekka down onto the ground. Bam! Jekka's head met the earth with a resounding thud. Broly then seized Jekka's arm, tossing him around in various directions. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. Even Luo Tian found himself at a loss for words. I didn't tell you to move. No jumping, Broly commanded, placing his foot atop Jekka while crossing his arms. Jekka immediately burst into tears. I never said I would jump. As Luo Tian spoke, Broly shouted, Jump? That's rude. In his somewhat halting words, Jekka sniffled, his expression full of grievance. They're truly Saiyans. How odd. Why are there two more Saiyans landing on Earth? And their combat power is so formidable. Moreover, why didn't our radar pick up any signals? Chapter 45, wasn't it said that a 5-year-old Saiyan would be manageable? The moment Luo Tian and Broly stepped off the airship, Jekka instantly recognized their identities. How could Jekka not be afraid? The information I received clearly stated that only one Saiyan had come to Earth. This is quite perplexing. Sister, the alien you know is really weak. Bulma suddenly burst out laughing, holding her sister's hand and saying, My alien defeated him in just a few moves. Tai Si? Aliens? They are aliens? Tai Si was taken aback, immediately sizing up Luo Tian and Broly. Then, Tai Si noticed the tails behind the two. Her pupils constricted sharply, and her face turned pale. Aren't they the warlike Saiyans that Jekka mentioned? How could they be here? Why do they know my father and sister? Sister, let me introduce them. They're also aliens that my father and I just met. This one is Luo Tian, and the silly one is Broly, Bulma promptly introduced. Silly? Tai Si was momentarily taken aback, turning her gaze toward Broly. Broly remained silent, continuing to stand upon Gak's back, who felt as though he could perish at any moment. Upon closer inspection, Tai Si concluded that this individual was indeed somewhat foolish. The elderly man, witnessing such a terrifying scene, couldn't help but tremble in fear. Prior to this, Both the old man and Tai Si have been acutely aware of Gak's formidable strength. Numerous armed individuals have been effortlessly subdued by Gak. Yet when confronted by the boy named Broly, Gak had been reduced to tears. "Broly, do not be rude," Luo Tian admonished. Broly flashed a goofy grin, releasing Gak and returning to Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian stepped forward, extending a friendly hand to Gak, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Just as Gak was about to decline the handshake, he suddenly caught sight of Broly glaring at him from behind Luo Tian. Gak's face turned pale, and the boy's words echoed in his mind. When Luo Tian speaks, others must show courtesy, or they will be punished. Trembling, Gak hastily extended his hand to grasp Luo Tian's. Luo Tian helped Gak to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes and apologizing. "I apologize. My friend could be a bit heavy-handed." "Are you unscathed?" "I'm fine. After all, I am considered an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol. That level of attack is nothing to me," Gak replied with a wry smile. Luo Tian patted Gak's arm, nodding gently with a smile. "That's good to hear." Gak wiped his sweat away, feeling relieved that Luo Tian was well aware that while Broly might appear simple-minded, he was far from it. Those few strikes earlier had been executed with remarkable precision. Otherwise, given Broly's combat prowess, Gak would have been left either dead or severely injured. "Bulma, how did you come to know these two extraterrestrials?" Tai Si inquired, casting a curious glance at Bulma. "Luo Tian asked my father to modify the spaceship, and it landed at our home," Bulma replied, candidly to Luo Tian. "The one who looks quite dashing." Tai Si pressed further. "Yes, indeed," Bulma confirmed with an "Oh, you know their true identities?" Tai Si whispered, her voice tinged with fear. "Extraterrestrials? What more identity do we need to discern?" Bulma questioned, her big, innocent eyes blinking in confusion, that I heard Gak say they might be Saiyans. "Here to annihilate all Earthlings." Tai Si's voice trembled slightly. "Hey, Luo Tian, my sister claims you and Broly are here to eradicate all Earthlings. Is that true?" Bulma asked directly. Tai Si, on the verge of tears, remained silent. "Why are you asking so straightforwardly?" "You foolish sister." Luo Tian smiled. "I don't think so. You don't seem like a villain." Bulma shook her head, her eyes sparkling with innocence that no, I would never do such a thing. Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. "Sister, are you reassured now?" Bulma grinned. Tai Si fell silent. In the brief lull, Tai Si approached Luo Tian and extended her hand amicably, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Tai Si, Bulma's sister." Luo Tian grasped Tai Si's hand and scrutinized her silently for a moment. Tai Si was fairly attractive, though perhaps due to her age, her development was not quite complete. Luo Tian, "How old are you?" Tai Si inquired. "I am 5 years old," Luo Tian replied. "Oh, truly a prodigy," Tai Si nodded, glancing at Broly before continuing. "And him? He is the same age as me," Luo Tian responded. Tai Si chose not to say more and instead approached Gak, lowering her voice to ask, "Did you not claim that you could handle Saiyans aged 3 to 5? "Shut up," Gak wiped his sweat. "This is an exception. All right. So, is what you said about extraterrestrials attacking Earth true or false?" "UVE completely confounded me," Tai Si remarked, bemused. "I don't see Luo Tian as a villain. Do you think the word villain is written on his face? You don't understand how terrifying Saiyans can be." Gak muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, fearful of being overheard by Broly. "Have you not eaten?" "I can barely hear you," Tai Si remarked. "Humph, I am not speaking," Gak retorted. The old man, known as Dr. Dashung, had prepared a lavish feast for Dr. Briefs. However, with Broly, a notorious glutton, present, there was hardly enough food to go around. Fortunately, Dr. Briefs had anticipated this and brought along a capsule filled with snacks, which finally satiated Broly's hunger. That Luo Tian did not eat much. Saiyans did not require a feast fit for 40 individuals at every meal. Sometimes, they only needed to consume slightly more than the average person. That IT was only after intense battles or when transformed into a great ape, expending considerable energy that they would need to replenish their strength with copious amounts of food. By the way, you mentioned you were a Galactic Patrol officer. Luo Tian suddenly shifted his focus to Gak. Broly paused his eating, turning to fix a penetrating gaze on Gak. Gak swallowed a mouthful of food, glancing nervously at Broly before nodding at Luo Tian, answering obediently, "Yes, I am Galactic Patrol Officer Gak. Among the Galactic Patrol, how would you rate your strength? Luo Tian inquired. I am an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol, Gak responded. Bulma and Tai Si exchanged glances. One elite warrior indeed, they mused, reflecting upon how a mere 5-year-old had brought him to tears with just a few strikes. Speak properly, Luo Tian urged. With a clatter, Broly carelessly dropped his spoon onto the plate and rose abruptly from his seat. Gak was on the verge of tears, stammering, I truly am an elite warrior. I am not lying. He trembled, glancing warily at Broly, his eyes filled with fear. Let me pose another question, Luo Tian smiled, in your Galactic Patrol. Who possesses the highest strength? Think carefully before responding. I would say it's Myers, Gak quickly answered, fearing that a delayed response might earn him another beating. Myers? Luo Tian repeated thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Gak dared not speak further, his expression shifting nervously. Very well. Once your spaceship is repaired, take me and Broly to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. We wish to pay a visit to this Myers, Luo Tian said with a smile. Gak was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to this request. Not welcome? Luo Tian inquired playfully. Of course welcome. The Galactic Patrol headquarters welcomes your esteemed presence. Gak quickly acquiesced, his demeanor shifting to one of compliance. Splendid. It is settled then, Luo Tian declared with satisfaction. Yet, Gak felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. I have just dug a grave for Myers, he thought. What if Broly ends up beating Myers to a pulp? This Broly fellow is simply too powerful. Determined to avoid trouble, Gak resolved to contact Myers as soon as possible to inform him of the impending visit. However, his spaceship's communicator was broken, rendering him unable to reach headquarters. Once the spaceship is repaired, I shall discreetly contact Myers, he concluded, feeling a measure of relief. Luo Tian, take me along as well. I want to go, Bulma exclaimed, raising her hand. You should stay behind. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You are still too young for interstellar travel, came the reply. Luo Tian shook his head in disbelief. What on earth? You speak as if you're far older than I am. Bulma was far from pleased. Jack couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. The little girl was boldly standing up to the Saiyan named Luo Tian. Would that foolish boy really strike the girl? Yet the anticipated confrontation that Jack was hoping for did not come to pass. Broly remained utterly indifferent. Jack scratched his head in confusion. So, it seems you're only targeting me. After their meal, Dr. Briefs, accompanied by Dakojin, approached to inspect Jack's spaceship. The core energy had malfunctioned, which, to put simply, meant that the battery was broken and devoid of power. Dr. Briefs only needed to provide a new energy source for the spaceship to reboot to AS for other minor issues. They could be resolved easily. We have energy components at home, but it's quite a distance from here. About a 4-hour round trip. Dr. Briefs lamented, let's leave it for tomorrow. All right, Dr. Briefs, I'm not in a hurry, Jack replied, his tone respectful as doctor. Dajing chuckled heartily. You may not be in a hurry, but I certainly am, Jack retorted. Let Broly go get it. Luo Tian suggested, noting Broly's swiftness. How long will it take Broly? Dr. Briefs inquired, in his current state. If he flies back at full speed, it should take no more than a few minutes, Luo Tian contemplated. What? He can fly that fast? Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, astonished, then nodded. Very well. It seems we must trouble Broly to make the journey home. Broly scratched his head, grinning foolishly, and nodded in agreement. Broly, once you get home, find any robot and have it fetch the S-35 energy battery, Dr. Briefs instructed him. Got it? Luo Tian turned to Broly. Broly nodded. Repeat it back to me. Luo Tian insisted. S-35. Energy, battery, Broly exclaimed, each word pronounced clearly. Off you go, Luo Tian said, satisfied that it is often said that Broly is somewhat foolish, yet Luo Tian was well aware that the boy was far from unintelligent. On the contrary, Broly was quite clever, albeit not very articulate. With a flash of brilliance, Broly soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight, that I could have fixed the battery myself, but I wished to hone Broly's skills. Luo Tian mused as he watched Broly disappear. Dr. Briefs and Dr. Dajing both turned to Luo Tian simultaneously. Can we refrain from boasting? Jack interjected. With Broly absent, Jack felt an immediate reduction in pressure, allowing him to relax a bit. Previously, with Broly nearby, Jack felt as though a massive mountain was pressing down on him, suffocating him. Now that Broly had left, he felt free to let loose. "Broly, how did you return so quickly?" Bulma suddenly shouted. "Oh, I was mistaken. I didn't say anything. Consider it like I merely let out a puff of air." Jack's face turned pale, his expression shifting to one of utter dismay as he dropped to his knees, trembling in fear. Bulma laughed heartily, seemingly unaffected. Jack cautiously lifted his gaze, only to find Broly's absence. His embarrassment turned to anger as he glared at Bulma. "Ha!" Bulma continued to laugh, pointing at Jack, thoroughly enjoying his plight. "This is exactly why I dislike children," Jack exclaimed, cradling his head in frustration. "Sister, the alien you know is far too timid," Bulma remarked, turning to her sister. "Do not repeat the same words again," Tai Si warned, her expression darkening. Luo Tian said nothing further but stepped forward, channeling angelic power and enveloping the spaceship with it. Instantly, the not-so-pure angelic energy flowed into the energy compartment of the spaceship, repairing the damaged energy source. "Huh, Luo Tian, what are you doing?" Bulma asked, intrigued. "Nothing much, just taking a look to see if I can fix the battery," Luo Tian replied with a smile. "Perhaps it's best not to push it. I've examined that energy battery, and while it can be repaired, the process is excessively complicated. It would be far more convenient to replace it with a new one," Bulma remarked, shaking her head and fluttering her large, innocent eyes. "Luo Tian, you understand this?" Dr. Beerus was taken aback. "That I don't truly understand. I'm just looking around," Luo Tian answered. "What's there to see if you don't understand?" Jack couldn't resist rolling his eyes, contemplating pulling Luo Tian away. "If you don't know what you're doing, don't go touching things. What if you damage the spaceship?" Approximately 10 seconds later, buzz, 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 a sudden flicker illuminated the spaceship's hull. All present widened their eyes, staring at the spaceship in astonishment. Jack was both surprised and delighted, his gaze filled with disbelief. "How is it working again? Look, it's fixed, isn't it?" Luo Tian smiled. Everyone fell silent, gazing at Luo Tian as if he were a mythical creature. "Is it really repaired? That battery looked quite difficult to fix," Jack exclaimed, rushing forward with a broad smile. "Huh, my spaceship is finally operational." Jack jubilantly danced with excitement. "However, it wouldn't be right to let Broly make the trip for nothing. So, I've decided to destroy this battery instead," Luo Tian declared as the angelic energy suddenly transformed. Smack! The angelic power struck the energy battery, destroying one of its components. Sizzle! The component ignited, and the energy battery was once again rendered useless. The glow radiating from the spaceship faded away. All done. Luo Tian clapped his hands, realizing that destruction was indeed easier than creation. Jack's smile froze on his face, and the onlookers were left in a state of utter bewilderment. Silence enveloping them for several long seconds. Dr. Beerus, "I can't shake the feeling that this young fellow is a philosopher." Dr. Dajing whispered to Dr. Beerus. "No, he is not a philosopher." Dr. Beerus gently shook his head. Dr. Dajing paused momentarily. "Surprised, I was merely speaking casually. Why take it so seriously? He claims he wants to become the greatest god in the universe." Dr. Beerus added for clarification. Dr. Dajing chose to remain silent, beads of sweat trickling down his face. It seemed he had underestimated Luo Tian. Was he truly aiming for godhood? Another silence ensued. "Huh, does this world truly have gods?" Dr. Dajing laughed heartily. "Perhaps there are," Dr. Beerus mused. "The end of science is metaphysics." Dr. Dajing silently wiped his brow. Is such a statement truly coming from the lips of a great scientist? 6 minutes later, a brilliant streak of light flickered in the air before rapidly descending from the sky. Broly, holding a battery resembling the arc reactor from Iron Man, presented it to Luo Tian. "Excellent. That took a total of 6 minutes." Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. Your energy has improved." Broly grinned foolishly, scratching his head. Everyone stared blankly at the two once more. Luo Tian, under the gaze of the crowd, handed the battery to Dr. Beerus. Dr. Beerus accepted the battery and approached the spaceship to install it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spaceship's hull shimmered with bright light, standing out magnificently against the night sky. "It's fixed! It's fixed!" Jack gleefully jumped up and down, rushing to grasp Dr. Beerus' hands. "Thank you, Doctor! Thank you!" "There is no need for politeness." You should express your gratitude to Broly, for it was he who hastily retrieved the battery. Briefs chuckled heartily. Gak's lips twitched, and he quickly thanked Broly from a distance. Broly waved his hand dismissively, remaining silent. Gak took a deep breath, reassured by the absence of malice from Broly, and his previously anxious heart finally settled. Gak, when do you plan to return? Ties inquired, stepping forward. I think I should head back soon. I've been out of contact with my companions for quite some time. Gak replied, I shall depart for the Galactic Patrol headquarters immediately. Gak was eager to leave. Earth was far too perilous, especially with two Saiyans present. You mentioned taking me on an extraterrestrial journey. I wish to explore the cosmos and perhaps craft a better novel in the process. Ties reminded Gak. Gak exclaimed, I can't believe I overlooked such an important matter. Very well. You may accompany me. King nodded in agreement. Gak, have you forgotten something? Luo Tian asked with a sly smile directed at Gak. In that moment, Gak felt a wave of dread wash over him. Indeed, he had promised that Saiyan he would take him to meet Beerus. That fellow Beerus was in for a rough time. However, perhaps it would serve him right, given his usual arrogance. Bringing back a worthy adversary could be a beneficial lesson for him. That I haven't forgotten. I'm setting off immediately. Would you all like to join me? Gak quickly responded. Then let us depart together. Luo Tian nodded. Sister and Luo Tian are off to explore outer space. I wish to go too. Bulma pouted, her expression one of displeasure. I shall return. My spaceship remains on Earth. Luo Tian remarked as he playfully pinched Bulma's soft cheek. I've already told you. Don't pinch my face. It makes me salivate. Bulma huffed. Remember to return promptly. I have yet to finish crafting your storage ring. Do your best, Luo Tian encouraged. Bulma retorted, is this something that can be accomplished with mere encouragement? Doctor, Bulma, and I shall take our leave. Luo Tian waved to Dr. Briefs, expressing gratitude for his hospitality over the past few days, and entrusted him with the matters concerning the spaceship. And no problem. Dr. Briefs nodded. Doctor, good man. Broly gave a thumbs up to Dr. Briefs. Why do you say I am a good man? Dr. Briefs asked, am I not a good man? Bulma glared at Broly, hands on her hips. No. Broly replied decisively, shaking his head. What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. Bulma was incensed. Startled, Broly quickly hid behind Luo Tian. Gak stood by, utterly bewildered. What kind of logic was this? Was Tai's sister really that formidable? It was completely unnoticeable that Dr. Dashun. Thank you for your care during this time. Gak expressed his gratitude with a handshake. Come visit Earth whenever you have a chance, Dr. Dashing smiled. I am quite busy. When would I have time for leisure? Gak scoffed, turning to board the spaceship. The spacecraft's hatch gradually closed. Whoosh! The spacecraft descended, instantly breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vastness of outer space. All right, we have now entered outer space, Gak explained. Huh, we're already in outer space, Ties exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. Look, that enormous planet over there is Jupiter, the largest planet in your solar system. Gak pointed to Jupiter visible through the window. Chapter 48. Luo Tian, come and sleep. That is Jupiter. It looks immense from space. Ties leaned against the window, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the solar system. Such an unsophisticated woman. Gak shook his head. Ties, however, was unfazed, gazing into the distant cosmos and reflecting. I never imagined I would one day board a spaceship and leave Earth for interstellar adventures. We will need at least 2 days to return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Let us rest for now, Gak addressed everyone present. But this ship is rather small. Only 2 rooms, so let us divide responsibilities. As the owner of this vessel, I naturally deserve a private room. What nonsense. Gak, I'm the only girl on the ship, so I rightfully deserve a private room. Ties huffed, glaring at Gak. Don't be ridiculous. What kind of girl are you? Gak scoffed. In our race, there is no distinction between men and women. I declare, Broly suddenly interjected. Upon hearing Broly's voice, both Ties and Gak fell silent and turned to look at him, that we nearly forgot about this formidable little creature aboard the ship. Broly remained silent, pointing to himself, then to Gak, and finally indicating one of the rooms. His intentions were crystal clear. He and Gak would share a room. Gak felt a wave of despair wash over him. I refuse to share a room with you. I don't want to die. Then Broly pointed to Luo Tian and Ties, directing them toward the other room. Ahem. Luo Tian cleared his throat. Broly, Are you intentionally playing the fool? You actually plan to put me and Ties in the same room. I'm almost feeling embarrassed. Very well, it's settled then. Ties pondered for a moment and found no fault in this arrangement. She certainly did not wish to share a room with Broly. Who knows, he might inadvertently harm her in his sleep. Moreover, she had no desire to share a room with Gak either. What if he had some peculiar habits while sleeping? Ties dared not continue her thoughts. Among them, only Luo Tian seemed to be a normal person, that a mere 5-year-old child. Sharing a room with him would be no great concern. Thus, the room distribution was decided. Ties admired the cosmic expanse for a moment before feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. After all, it was already time for sleep back on that deserted island that Ties stretched languidly. Revealing her less than impressive figure, and yawned, "I'm going to sleep now. Luo Tian, you can join me in the room later." Luo Tian swallowed hard. "Sleep directly with you? Is that appropriate?" Observing Ties stretching, Luo Tian found himself momentarily lost in thought. However, he also felt a hint of helplessness that I possessed the mind of an adult, yet the body of a 5-year-old child. I could see that moment. Luo Tian fervently wished to grow up quickly. Broly promptly entered the other room, locking the door behind him, and lay down on the bed, falling asleep almost immediately. "What do you mean? You've taken my room. Is that polite?" Gak protested. However, after careful contemplation, Jack realized that even with the door ajar, he would not dare to sleep alongside this fellow. What if, in the midst of slumber, he dealt him a blow? It could very well be the end for him. Never mind, never mind. It would be best to let him occupy that room alone. I can manage through the night in my seat. I will catch up on sleep once I return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Luo Tian showed no hesitation and strode directly into Tai Si's room. The space was modest, containing only a single bed approximately 1 meter wide. Its decor reminiscent of the modern sleeper compartments found in high-speed trains from his previous life, that IT was slightly larger than the beds in those compartments. After all, this spacecraft was not particularly large, and having 2 rooms was quite a feat upon entering. Luo Tian immediately spotted Tai Si, who had already changed in her pajamas. She donned a pink set of sleepwear, exuding a fragrant aroma that wafted throughout the room, evoking a uniquely delightful sensation. "Luo Tian, come and sleep," Tai Si beckoned, shifting slightly and patting the small bed beside her. "All right," Luo Tian nodded, feeling no need for formality, and promptly nestled into Tai Si's warm bedding. The warmth and fragrance enveloped him, and the maiden's distinct scent was particularly pronounced at that moment. It had been a long time since Luo Tian had felt anything like this. What the hell? To find myself in the Dragon Ball world, and the first woman I share a bed with is none other than Bulma's sister. The issue is, I can't do anything at this moment. No, I must not let my thoughts wander. My ultimate goal is to be with a beautiful angelic sister. Although her skin is blue, I harbor no disdain. The first woman I encounter in the Dragon Ball world must be an angelic figure with a ponytail. I have a penchant for women with ponytails. However, just as Luo Tian had shed his armor and lay down, Tai Si suddenly embraced him. "You are being excessive," Luo Tian remarked, opting to turn onto his side. Several minutes passed, during which Luo Tian distinctly sensed that Tai Si had fallen asleep. He too began to feel drowsy, gradually closing his eyes and drifting into slumber, in a state of half-sleep. Luo Tian suddenly felt a tightening sensation at his tail, as though it had been grasped by Tai Si's hand. "What a playful little puppy," Tai Si murmured softly. Luo Tian thought to himself. So she is treating my tail like a little dog? Yet, what left Luo Tian even more speechless was what transpired next. Tai Si's hand was rather restless. Judging by her movements, it seemed that merely grasping his tail was not sufficient for her amusement. "Hee, little dog," Tai Si chuckled. "I'm only 5. Luo Tian reminded himself. "I must remain composed. I am destined to become an angel. I am not angry." "Not at all." Outside, Jack noticed that all 3 were asleep and cautiously picked up the communicator to initiate a video call with headquarters. "Hello, this is Iliku. Are you Cadet Jack? You've been out of contact for quite some time," came the immediate response that on Jack's screen appeared a peculiar-looking alien with a round, flat head, even features, and a pale green complexion. Adorned in the distinctive armor of the Galactic Patrol, MY spacecraft encountered a minor issue, which was only just resolved today. I estimate it will take another 40 hours to return to headquarters. Jack explained. Have the Scion issues been resolved? Illiku inquired. Yes, I've successfully subdued the 2 Scions heading to Earth, Jack replied with a smirk. Illiku's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he looked at Jack in disbelief. Hey, what can I say? I'm an elite, Jack boasted proudly. Indeed, you are quite remarkable, Cadet Jack. How old are those 2 Scions? They're both only 5 years old, Jack answered candidly. I see it, as so they lack significant combat power. Then, Illiku seemed somewhat relieved. No, one of them is quite strong, Jack said, his demeanor turning serious as he lowered his voice. I had to put in a great deal of effort to persuade him. Persuade? Is it really possible to persuade a Scion? Illiku asked, bewildered. That's not important. Is Cadet Mel's available? Jack changed the subject. Yes, Illiku responded. Please connect me with him. I have matters to discuss, Jack requested. Certainly, Illiku replied, transferring the call to Mel's room. Soon, Mel's image appeared on Jack's display. Jack, what brings you here? Mel's inquired politely. Would you consider stepping out for a moment? Jack urged in a hushed tone. Step out? Why? Mel's asked, slightly taken aback. Just find some excuse to step outside. Jack insisted quietly. What is going on, Jack? Mel's pressed. A Scion wishes to meet with you. Jack's expression darkened. A Scion. The warrior race Scion. Mel's quickly put the pieces together. Yes, that's correct, Jack confirmed with a nod. That if he wants to see me, let him come. Why would I need to step out? Mel smiled slightly. There are 2 Scions on Earth. One appears to possess average strength, but his companion is exceptionally powerful, even if that companion is only 5. Jack's expression grew increasingly grave, fear flickering in his eyes as he spoke. Did he mention what he wanted? Mel's asked. He didn't specify. Only that he wanted to have a chat with you. Jack replied. That's fine. I'll speak with him, Mel said with a smile. Not every Scion is malevolent. Well, I've conveyed the message that if you end up getting hurt, don't blame me, Jack warned with a chuckle. Don't worry. Nothing will happen, Mel's replied confidently, then added, by the way, you might not know yet, but Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Planet Vegeta is gone. Truly, divine justice has been served, Jack exclaimed with delight. They must have faced retribution for their misdeeds. How did it happen? Reportedly, it was struck by a massive meteor, Mel's explained, though the reality was quite different. What could be the true cause? Jack asked, momentarily puzzled. Our investigation revealed that Frieza personally destroyed Planet Vegeta. Mel stated thoughtfully. What? The tyrant Frieza? Jack's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, quickly glancing behind him. Thankfully, the spacecraft's soundproofing was effective. Jack was reassured that no one had overheard him, and he took a deep breath. Why? Aren't Scions Frieza's warriors? Why would he destroy their planet? Mel's inquired curiously. Because Frieza fears the emergence of Super Scions or Super Saiyan gods among the Scions. Mel's explained candidly. Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan god. What are those? Jack pressed for more information, his curiosity piqued. Legend has it that Super Scions are the most powerful warriors in the universe. Mel smiled. So, a Super Saiyan could potentially threaten Frieza's dominion. Which is why he exterminated all Scions, correct? Jack mused thoughtfully. Indeed, Mel's affirmed. Currently, fewer than 10 Scions remain. They got what they deserved. The Scions have invaded numerous planets and killed many innocents. Jack scoffed, showing no sympathy for their plight. After all, the Scions had indeed acted as Frieza's henchmen over the years, conquering many worlds and causing untold death. That it seems this is the nature of the Scion menace. Mel's nodded slightly. Menace? Yes, you are correct. The malevolence of the Scions is evident to all. Jayak responded thoughtfully. In my opinion, there exists a semblance of goodness among the Scions. Myers pondered. Do not jest. Is there truly a benevolent Scion? Jayak shook his head. In their hearts, there's only malevolence. They conversed. Suddenly, Illika's communication interrupted the moment. What is Illika doing intruding at such a time? Jayak mused with a slight smile as he pressed the answer button. Almost immediately, Illika's image appeared on the screen, akin to a group video call. Illiku, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Jayak inquired with curiosity. Jayak, there's grave news. A Frieza 4 spaceship is heading towards your direction. If all goes as expected, in just 2 minutes your 2 ships will cross paths in the vastness of space. Illiku stated urgently. A Frieza 4 spaceship? Jayak was taken aback. Is Frisia himself coming? Not Frisia. Illica shook his head. S long as it ISNT Frisia. It must just be a scout or something, right? Jayak speculated. IT is not a scout, but rather a very formidable individual. Illica's expression grew increasingly grave. Who? Jayak felt a twinge of fear. A's. Illica uttered ominously. A's? Who is that? Is he well known? Jayak was momentarily confused at Frisia's son. Illica declared solemnly. What did you say? Frisia has a son. When did that happen? Jayak exclaimed in disbelief. He has had one for quite some time. Illica explained. Frisia and his kin belong to the race of frost demons. His son was encased in ice on their home planet shortly after birth. It is said that the longer they remain frozen, the stronger they become. Frisia was sealed for about 5 years, his brother Cooler for 6, and A's has only been sealed for 3 years. Though he may not have been able to endure the solitude and emerged prematurely. Chapter 50. Together in a galactic prison, even if he emerged early, why is he coming to find me? Jayak felt a wave of dread. As he spoke, his hands swiftly maneuvered over the computer's buttons. Indeed, Jayak soon discovered a spaceship rapidly approaching his location. Cold sweat broke out on Jayak's brow as he hurriedly adjusted the spaceship's course. Let us hope he is not coming specifically for me. Perhaps he is not intentionally seeking you. Illica conjectured. It may just be a coincidence in the expanse of space, not a coincidence in the vastness of space. The odds of that happening are slimmer than a meteorite striking Vegeta. Jayak lamented, clenching his hands together in silent prayer. Oh, divine being, may my spaceship escape the notice of Frisia's son. Jayak, hold your ground. I shall come to your aid immediately, Myers decisively proclaimed. Myers, you are a good person, Jayak exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes, then added in a serious tone, but it has already been over a day since you set out. Hasn't it? No, my spaceship is incredibly fast, at least 10 times quicker than yours. I can reach you in less than half an hour, Myers replied. Jayak felt a pang of heartache at that moment. Why is your spaceship so much faster than mine? After a silence of 10 seconds, Jayak reminded himself that the spaceship issue could be set aside. After all, this was Frisia's son. Even if you could defeat him. What if you provoke Frisia himself? Jayak expressed his concern. Then we shall capture him and confine him in the galactic prison, Myers said with a smile. Jayak was at a loss for words. How can you be so audacious? Are you planning to imprison Frisia in the galactic prison? Good luck with that, Jayak. Illica said with a hint of sympathy. However, we galactic patrolmen have always maintained a respectful distance from Frisia's forces. I hope you can evade this calamity. You make a valid point. I shall promptly silence you, Jayak retorted. Ending the call in frustration, he then turned to the radar once more, scanning for A's spaceship. To his dismay, he discovered that the opposing spaceship was rapidly closing in on him. Jayak lost his composure entirely. In the vastness of space, aboard a sleek, oval Frisia 4 spaceship, A stood by the window. Gazing into the distance, his eyes fell upon the approaching Galactic Patrol spaceship. Your Highness A's, that is the Galactic Patrol spaceship, one of his subordinates reported. Galactic Patrol? A smiled, his tail swaying behind him. Intrigued, I have heard of the Galactic Patrol. However, my father's forces seldom traverse this region. Your Highness, shall we attack the Galactic Patrol base? The subordinate respectfully inquired. What my father is reluctant to do, I shall take upon myself, A's declared with pride. Isn't the Galactic Patrol a force for cosmic peace? This universe must be maintained by our family, not by some Galactic Patrol. Then your Highness A's, shall we bring down that spaceship? The subordinate asked, capture alive. A's commanded. Understood, the subordinate replied promptly. Whoosh, A's spaceship suddenly accelerated, hurtling towards Jayak's vessel. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, A's detector began to emit sounds that he pressed the communication button on the device. Father? A's was taken aback. A's, why are you not dutifully encased in ice on your home planet? What are you doing out here? Frisia's voice came through, tinged with discontent. Father, I was simply too bored and decided to venture out for some activity. A's chuckled. Humph. Do you believe your strength has reached a formidable level? Frisia scoffed. Father, although I have only been sealed for 3 years, my battle power has already soared to 30 million, A's declared with some pride. Surely, with such power, I can stride through this universe. While that may be true, this universe is not as simple as you imagine. Return and encase yourself in ice at once. Frisia ordered sternly that Dio not say such things. Father, I refuse to slumber in such a dreary environment. A's rejected. Then tell me, what business do you have on the Galactic Patrol's territory? Frisia reprimanded. Father governs the Western universe. Uncle Cooler governs the Eastern universe. And Grandfather oversees the Southern universe. Currently, only the Northern universe is under the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol, is it not? A smiled. Of course, I must unify the Northern universe so our family can dominate the entire cosmos. The Galactic Patrol is overseen by the King Kai. Do not act recklessly. Frisia's brow furrowed as he warned. King Kai? A's chuckled, his words laced with disdain. What is so remarkable about King Kai? If possible, I wouldn't mind eliminating him. A's, you underestimate the power of the gods, Frisia chastised. Father, fear not. Our backing is none other than Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. A's replied nonchalantly. Surely even King Kai must show respect to Lord Beerus? Frisia fell silent. You make a compelling argument. I am at a loss for words. You may explore, but proceed with caution. If you truly encounter King Kai, retreat immediately. Frisia commanded after careful consideration. Understood. Father, I will exercise discretion. A's nodded in agreement. After ending the call, a spaceship barreled directly towards Jayak's vessel. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding crash, Luo Tian felt himself collide with a soft body within the spacecraft. Tai Si exclaimed in shock. Instantly awakening from her slumber, her face etched with fear as she looked down, she discovered that Luo Tian's face was firmly pressed against her chest. What has happened? Tai Si inquired, surprisingly unperturbed. After all, Luo Tian was merely a child. Moreover, the violent tremors of the spacecraft had instilled a profound sense of dread within her. Could it be that the spacecraft had collided with an asteroid? Tai Si's expression paled as she immediately leaned against the window of the spacecraft to peer outside. In the next moment, she was astounded to see a massive spaceship materializing at the window's edge. The vessel loomed like a colossal behemoth in the vastness of space, instilling in Tai Si a feeling of utter despair. Is this a pirate ship? Tai Si gasped, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. It was, without a doubt, a pirate vessel. Luo Tian also turned his gaze toward the ship. A hint of confusion crossing his face. Isn't that a spaceship from the Frisia Force? Luo Tian pondered. What brings the Frisia Force to this sector? Typically, they control all regions except the Northern Universe, which is overseen by the Galactic Patrol. Until now, the Frisia Force has never encroached upon the territory of the Galactic Patrol. The reasons for this remain unclear to me. Yet here stands a Frisia Force spaceship, unexpectedly in this area. Could it be that my spaceship's position has been compromised, prompting Frisia's ship to pursue us? Oh, Frisia, why must you trouble me? Very well, let Broly have a chance to test his skills. He wondered if Frisia himself had come. With a calm demeanor, Luo Tian donned his battle armor and raised his hand, enveloping Tai Si in a protective shield. Huh, what is this? Tai Si exclaimed, slightly taken aback as she noticed a radiant aura surrounding her. This is a protective shield, Luo Tian explained that it contains oxygen, allowing you to survive within it for up to 10 hours, even if the spacecraft were to explode 10 hours. Tai Si responded, bemused out in the vastness of space. The distances between planets are measured in light years. What significance does surviving for merely 10 hours hold? I must go out and take a look. Luo Tian opened the door and stepped outside. Broly immediately bolted from the room, glancing around and rubbing his head, having inadvertently bumped it during the sudden collision. This is bad. We've got serious trouble. It's Frisia's spaceship. They have cornered ours, Gak exclaimed hurriedly. Has Frisia come himself? Luo Tian inquired. No, it is Frisia's son, Azer, Gak replied. Azer? Luo Tian was momentarily stunned that he had not anticipated encountering a character from fan-made comics in reality. As a Dragon Ball enthusiast, Luo Tian was familiar with Dragon Ball AF, where an immensely powerful character named Azer appeared. However, he estimated that Azer's strength was inferior to that of Golden Frisia, as Azer had claimed to be 10 times stronger than Frisia's fourth form. Golden Frisia, meanwhile, was significantly more powerful than his previous forms. Frisia had achieved his golden form after profound insights gained while imprisoned in hell. Those revelations had led to a longing for immortality that had ultimately dissipated. Even with immortality, being sealed away in such a manner was akin to a fate worse than death. Upon his resurrection, Frisia's deep understanding garnered in hell enabled him to master the golden form. Yet now a mere Azer had emerged from his icy slumber on a planet, disrupting Luo Tian's peaceful dreams. This is troublesome. What should we do? Gak fretted, cradling his head in despair. And no need to worry. Let Broly handle them, Luo Tian replied with a nonchalant smile. Broly? Gak blinked in surprise, then quickly turned to look at Broly, only to shake his head in resignation. No, this is outer space. You Saiyans surely cannot survive here. Can you? Broly looked at Luo Tian, rubbing his head where he had been struck, his expression one of bewilderment. Do you see that spaceship? Luo Tian pointed toward the enormous vessel outside. Broly rushed to the window to gaze out and nodded vigorously. Go, Luo Tian commanded. Broly swiftly approached and kicked open the spaceship's hatch as the hatch opened. The sudden change in air pressure caused Gak to uncontrollably lurch toward the door, nearly being sucked into the void of space. Smack! Luo Tian raised his hand gently, stopping Gak in his tracks. Meanwhile, Tai Si was still inside the room, changing clothes, and the closed door afforded her some security. She reasoned that if she were to perish in the vastness of space, she certainly wouldn't do so in her nightwear. She decided to present herself more elegantly, ensuring that even in death, she would not bring shame to her fellow Earthlings. What a reckless fool, Gak exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly thanking Luo Tian. Thank you. Thank you. Luo Tian remained silent. Wait, were you prepared for this? You can stand there unmoved despite such a high-pressure difference. Gak marveled as he struggled to navigate toward the control panel. Pressing a button, creak, a protective shield enveloped the spacecraft, normalizing the atmospheric pressure. Gak sighed in relief and immediately asked, Where's Broly? Where did that guy go? He isn't really planning to challenge Frisia's son in space. Is he? He has already departed. Luo Tian nodded. What? That foolish child. He might very well perish the moment he enters space. Gak lamented helplessly, operating the controls with haste. Smack! A projection appeared on the screen, revealing Broly transforming into a brilliant streak of light as he dashed toward Frisia's spaceship. What incredible speed! Can he survive for a few seconds in the vacuum of space at that pace? Gak muttered, perplexed, before questioning, how does he intend to fight? Will he engage Azer aboard the spaceship? Luo Tian did not respond, but instead focused intently on the unfolding scene on the screen. The two spaceships were not far apart, and Broly had already reached Frisia's vessel, without uttering a word. Broly lunged forward, seizing a handle on the spaceship. What is he planning? Gak asked, bewildered. Azer's spaceship. One of Azer's subordinates reported, Sir, someone has flown out from the spaceship? Oh, is he here to surrender? Azer grinned. Indeed, before Lord Azer. Even the Galactic Patrol must humbly submit and kneel. The subordinate chuckled. Azer squinted at the subordinate. Is it amusing? He asked coolly. The subordinate's smile froze on his face. If you don't want me to laugh, then I shan't. Open the hatch. Let me see this Galactic Patrol officer come to kneel before me. Aze wore a contemptuous expression, his tail swaying back and forth behind him, just as his subordinate was about to call someone forward to take action. Suddenly, the spaceship's hull began to shake violently. Outside, Broly casually grasped a corner of the spacecraft. In the next moment, Broly spun the spaceship in place. Chapter 52. Broly's overwhelming defeat of Aze. Is he actually rotating the spaceship? Gak's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a picture of astonishment. Luo Tian remained composed, offering no commentary. When they looked again, Broly had already completed a full rotation with the spacecraft. With the first rotation came the second, and then the third. Broly continued to spin in place, his speed increasing with each turn. Instantly, the spaceship began to whirl rapidly around Broly. Inside the vessel, Aze and his companions were tossed about, disoriented and dizzy. Thud! The subordinate who had previously reported to Aze collided with him. Your Highness Aze, what is happening? I feel so dizzy, the subordinate exclaimed hurriedly. Your foot! A's glared fiercely at the subordinate. Upon closer inspection, the subordinate realized, to his horror, that his toes were stuck in A's nostrils. "This must be the pinnacle of my life," he lamented. "Your Highness A's, I truly apologize. I washed my feet last night." The subordinate was on the verge of tears. "Idiot!" A's erupted in rage, his energy surging as he prepared to burst forth from the spaceship. Broly had spun the spacecraft countless times, reveling in the exhilaration of the motion. Crack, in the next moment. Due to the excessive rotational speed, a part of the spaceship's hull suddenly detached. Huh. Broly felt his hands lighten. Looking down, he discovered that only the handle remained intact while the rest had come apart. Gradually, he came to a halt, stars swirling before his eyes as dizziness overcame him. Initially spinning clockwise, Broly, feeling lightheaded, scratched his head and then spun counterclockwise several times. Instantly, he felt much better, no longer as disoriented as before. Next, Broly turned his gaze towards the spacecraft, which was now tumbling through the void of space. As it rolled, numerous sections of the hull disintegrated. Whoosh! Broly transformed into a streak of light, his diminutive form piercing through the spacecraft S-structure. Boom! With a resounding explosion, A's spaceship detonated in the cosmos, erupting into brilliant flames. Gak stood in shock. Luo Tian remained unfazed. He had long discerned that Broly's combat prowess had increased during this period. Broly's baseline combat strength had reached approximately 2.5 million. Truly, he was the legendary Super Saiyan. Even without engaging in any particular activity, his strength continued to grow. In just a few days, his foundational power had surged by 500. The troubling aspect was that he had not even trained. If I do not cultivate the power of an angel, how can I possibly compare to the legendary Super Saiyan? Moreover, I feel somewhat threatened. If I continue to do nothing, will there come a day when he surpasses me? Wait, can that foolish boy survive in the vacuum of space? Gak stared, rubbing his eyes vigorously. "He can." Luo Tian nodded. Gak turned to Luo Tian, his face a mask of surprise, before pulling out a file, pondering deeply as he read the information. "According to our investigation, you Saiyans should not be capable of surviving in the vacuum of space." "It no longer matters," Luo Tian replied, "that in the vastness of space, with the explosion of the spaceship, all of A's subordinates perished instantly. In this boundless universe, aside from a select few races endowed with the ability to survive in the void, most could not endure such conditions, including the Saiyans." Luo Tian recalled discussions among Dragon Ball fans in his previous life regarding the Saiyans' capacity to survive in space. Some claimed that the Super Saiyan God could endure the vacuum. This misconception arose from witnessing Goku and Beerus battling amidst the cosmos. However, that was not the reality. The areas depicted in the anime and manga were not true outer space, but rather the Earth's outer atmosphere, where air, albeit thin, still existed, allowing Saiyans to survive. In the Moro saga of the manga, during a confrontation with Moro, Vegeta specifically warned Goku, "Do not advance further. Beyond this point lies the vacuum of space." This confirmed that Saiyans could not survive in genuine outer space. With the explosion of the spaceship, all of A's subordinates perished, leaving only A's, who rubbed his head, feeling dizzy from having been spun around by Broly. Broly quickly cast his gaze toward the remnants of the spacecraft, locking his eyes on A's. His gaze was sharp, easily discerning that only this individual remained alive. Whoosh! Broly transformed into a bolt of light, swiftly closing the distance to A's in an instant. "What is that?" A's, in a haze, caught sight of a figure rushing toward him, and he recognized the person as one of his comrades, adorned in a military uniform, with a green, furry apron draped around his waist. It's one of our Legion members, A's realized, albeit in a daze. This armor was the very one Broly had worn since arriving on planet Wampa. Though it had suffered some damage, it was inconsequential. Luo Tian had completely restored the damaged armor through his angelic powers. A's, momentarily taken aback, did not dwell on it for long. While rare, there were indeed members within the Legion capable of surviving in the vacuum of space. However, just as A's began to regain his composure, he noticed the opponent's fist barreling toward him, his head still spinning. A's barely reacted in time. Bang! In the next moment, Broly's fist collided forcefully with A's face. Aze let out a pained howl, his body flying backward. What are you doing? Ouch! Ace shouted, his voice transmitted through energy, as sound cannot travel in a vacuum. Broly scratched his head in confusion. What am I doing? I'm here to take you down. I was peacefully dreaming about delicious food when your spacecraft crashed into me, waking me up. What else could I do? Broly exclaimed, anger propelling him to chase after Ace. At present, Ace was merely in his first form, his combat power less than that of Frieza's first form. A dismal predicament indeed. Chapter 53. I fear Broly's grim fate. Broly did not unleash his full strength. Yet even so, that blow was sufficient to leave Ace reeling. Ace quickly shook his head, only to find his opponent charging at him with astonishing speed once more. Whose subordinate are you? Ace shouted. And upon finishing, his body began to change rapidly. In an instant, Ace transformed, revealing his true form, the fourth form. While referred to as the fourth form, it was in reality the true appearance of Ace, much like Frieza's. Acer waved his two small hands forward, and a colossal surge of energy swiftly enveloped Broly. In the blink of an eye, the immense energy consumed Broly entirely, raising a cloud of dust that brilliantly erupted in the vastness of space. This should be enough to make you suffer. Acer scoffed coldly. He then scratched his head in mild perplexity, murmuring to himself, how peculiar! When did my father's legion give birth to such a formidable being? Gazing at the radiant flames before him, Acer felt a twinge of regret. What a pity, such a powerful individual, and I failed to notice him sooner. I should have recruited him as my loyal subordinate. Inside Luo Tian's spaceship, a sense of dread washed over. This is bad. I fear Broly is in grave danger. Jack trembled involuntarily, his face turning pale, and oh worries, Luo Tian replied with a smile. Did you see that? Frieza's son can transform. Jack quickly added, indeed, we Saiyans can transform as well, Luo Tian responded. Jack retorted, what I meant was, he is incredibly powerful. You claiming that your Saiyans can also transform is rather meaningless. A brief silence ensued. I am aware you Saiyans can transform into great apes. Jack rolled his eyes, gesturing towards the cosmos, but without a moon in sight, how do you intend to transform into great apes? In our hearts, there exists a full moon. Every night is a night of plenitude. Luo Tian smiled. Jack chose to remain silent. Why is it that our conversations never seem to align? No, we must leave this place quickly. Surely this fellow's flight speed cannot surpass that of our ship. Jack decisively concluded. The ship's hatch is still under repair. How long can this protective shield hold? Luo Tian inquired of Jack. Jack immediately turned his gaze towards the ship's hatch. That scoundrel Broly. Can't he just open the door properly? Jack rushed over with his toolbox to fix it. Of course, during the repair, Jack kept a close watch on the screen, eager to ascertain whether Broly was still alive. In the cosmic expanse, the smoke Acer had released began to dissipate, gradually revealing Broly's silhouette. What? You're still unscathed? Acer's pupils constricted in disbelief. Broly, unfazed, opened his mouth wide. Acer suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Boom! Broly immediately unleashed a massive burst of energy from his mouth, enveloping Acer in a radiant blaze. A mere parlor trick? Acer sneered coldly, gritting his teeth as he delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The colossal energy that Broly had expelled was deflected by Acer's blow, forming a luminous orb that hurtled towards Luo Tian's spaceship. This is bad. That energy sphere is heading our way, Jack exclaimed in alarm. You destroyed my spaceship. Don't expect to keep yours intact. Acer retorted, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Broly turned to glance at the energy sphere, then swiftly pursued it, diving into the glowing mass. Acer. Boom! The orb erupted in a massive explosion, engulfing Broly once more. Acer's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you intend to do? As the smoke cleared, Broly appeared, disheveled and covered in dust. What is this lunatic planning? Jack found himself both amused and bewildered, watching Broly charge into the very energy sphere he had unleashed, igniting it in an explosion. Who exactly are you? Acer was once again taken aback. Whoosh! Broly charged towards Acer once more. A Saiyan. Acer paused briefly before his attention was drawn to the tail behind Broly, suddenly regaining his composure. Just as Acer snapped back to reality, Broly's fist landed heavily on his face. The scouter perched atop Azer's eyes shattered, scattering into the cosmic void. Azer, allowing Broly's punch to connect with his face, tilted his head slightly to the side, his expression growing increasingly sinister. A mere Saiyan dares to act insolently before me. Azer sneered, delivering a powerful blow to Broly's chest. Pooh! Broly spat a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward. T last. I understand who you are. You Saiyan have allied with the Galactic Patrol. Azer sneered continuously. Do you think that by joining the Galactic Patrol, you have secured your fate? Whoosh! Azer immediately closed in, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Broly. Broly was no match for him, suffering brutal blows and unable to fight back. This is bad. Broly cannot withstand him. If this continues, Broly will be killed. Jack's face turned white with fear as he hastened to repair the hatch, muttering to himself, I must fix the spaceship quickly. Otherwise, we may be caught in the crossfire. Luo Tian remained silent, calmly observing the scene projected before him, but he understood that for Broly, this was a rare opportunity for battle, facing an equally matched opponent that could allow him to further enhance his strength. After all, how else could he become my god of destruction? However, I must also diligently train. Should my god of destruction surpass me, it would be a tragedy. Ah! Broly cried out in agony as Azer pummeled him mercilessly. Bang! Azer delivered another kick, striking Broly squarely on the head. Broly's body flipped through the air, crashing into a nearby asteroid. The asteroid shattered, exploding violently in the cosmic void. Whoosh! Azer quickly positioned himself directly opposite Broly. Saiyan, your strength is quite impressive for one so young. I underestimated you. Azer chuckled lightly, pointing his thumb at his own nose. But you should know who I am, right? I am Frisia's. Chapter 54. Jack, please commence your performance. Yet, before Azer could finish his sentence, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Broly, causing his body to swell significantly. This was the transformation into a great ape, an extraordinary ability that Broly could achieve without the need for a full moon. What is this transformation? Azer was momentarily taken aback. As he looked closer, he saw Broly's pupils fade to white, his gaze becoming vacant and hollow. Whoosh! Broly charged forward, firmly grasping Azer by the back of the head and delivering a powerful headbutt. Ah! Azer screamed in agony, feeling disoriented, his head spinning. Yet Broly showed no sign of relinquishing his grip, continuing to slam his forehead into Azer's face. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, uncertain of how many times he had been struck. Aze felt as though his face had become utterly flattened. Aze cried out in agony, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck Broly in the abdomen. Broly, indifferent to Aze's blows, continued to assault him with relentless force. Luo Tian observed closely and noticed that as Aze was being pummeled, his energy was continuously radiating outward. Soon, Aze had unleashed his energy to its fullest extent. Luo Tian sensed it briefly and could distinctly feel that Aze's combat power had reached an astounding height of at least 30 million. Currently, Broly's maximum combat power was only 25 million, revealing a significant gap between them. 5 million! Bang! 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 Indeed, Broly was met with a relentless barrage of strikes. Aze's fists fell upon Broly like a torrential downpour. Though Broly initially held the upper hand, he was soon battered and bruised by Aze's assault. At this rate, the future god of destruction would be beaten to death by Aze. This is bad. Broly is going to be killed. Gak was drenched in cold sweat. Gak, have you repaired the door yet? Luo Tian inquired. Almost, just 1 more minute. Gak replied hastily. Don't rush the repairs just yet. Luo Tian responded. Gut? We need to hurry. Once the door is fixed, we can make our escape. Gak replied without lifting his head. I have a favor to ask of you. Luo Tian pondered. What is it? Gak was taken aback. How are your acting skills? Luo Tian asked. Gak looked even more confused, raising his head to gaze at Luo Tian, questioning, what acting? At this moment, even if a cosmic-level movie star appeared, would A's character simply ask for an autograph and leave? No, I'm referring to acting as his father. Luo Tian pointed at Broly on the screen. Gak, in his innocence, assumed that Luo Tian was referring to eyes. In a way, You want me to play Frisia? Don't joke around. I don't want to die. He'll hunt me down. Gak vigorously shook his head. I'm talking about Broly's father, Luo Tian clarified. Acting as Broly's father? What do you mean? Gak was even more perplexed. You just need to do this. Luo Tian outlined his proposal to Gak. No. I can't survive in the vacuum of space. Besides, do I look anything like Broly's father? Gak continued to shake his head. Why are you being so difficult? It's you. Luo Tian stepped forward, grabbing Gak's arm and pulling him toward the direction of space. Let me at least put on an oxygen mask. Gak cried out that that's unnecessary. As Luo Tian spoke, the power of the angel rapidly enveloped Gak. What is this? Gak paused momentarily. With this, you could survive in space for 10 hours, Luo Tian explained. Hurry, if you dawdle. Broly will be killed. Are you sure this thing allows survival in space? Gak asked, half convinced, poking at the brilliant protective shield that resembled stars. However, before Gak could verify, he was already pulled into the vastness of space by Luo Tian. Can't you wait a moment? You're so impatient, Gak complained. Hey, what do we perform? Should I just play dead as you said? Gak inquired. Yes, when I say start. You showcase your acting skills, Luo Tian nodded. Gak felt bewildered. Nonetheless, with no other options, he had to obey Luo Tian's command. Perhaps a miracle would occur. Bang! Ace delivered another heavy kick, sending Broly hurtling through the air. How does it feel, little monkey? You're no match for me. Ace sneered. Broly's eyes were hollow, his pupils turning white, completely devoid of rational thought. Hey, Broly. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a distance. Broly turned his head in the direction of the sound and caught sight of Luo Tian. Upon seeing Luo Tian, a glimmer of light flickered in Broly's eyes, suggesting he was on the verge of regaining his senses. Ace also noticed the sudden appearance of Luo Tian, momentarily taken aback. Another Saiyan. Aside from this Saiyan, that fellow with fly-like eyes must be a galactic patrolman. Are these two Saiyans joining the galactic patrol? This is indeed a significant discovery. I must report this to Father quickly. Father must not be aware of this yet. Ace merely cast a cursory glance at Luo Tian and the galactic patrolman Gak, not deeming them worthy of further attention. That I must say, the Saiyan child I am battling is extraordinarily strong. I have never encountered such a powerful Saiyan before. Ace gritted his teeth, muttering to himself. Could this fellow be a Super Saiyan? Not quite. Luo Tian called out from afar. Ace. Ace was momentarily stunned. How did he hear me when I spoke so softly? Who are you? Ace questioned Luo Tian. That is not important. Luo Tian replied with a smile. That aren't you Saiyans incapable of surviving in space? How did you manage to do it? Ace asked loudly. Every shortcoming can be overcome. Luo Tian smiled in response. Well said. Ace scoffed. However, you shouldn't be here. You ought to take this opportunity to flee the area. You might still have a chance of survival. But now, it seems you have no hope of escape. Chapter 55. Broly transforms into a Super Saiyan. Do you wish to see what a Super Saiyan looks like? Luo Tian suddenly asked. What did you say? A Super Saiyan? Ace was momentarily taken aback. Yes, Luo Tian nodded. What do you mean? Are you claiming to be a Super Saiyan? Ace inquired, looking at Luo Tian. I am not. He is. Luo Tian pointed at Broly. Ace. Humph. Although he possesses some characteristics of Super Saiyan, to claim he is one is somewhat exaggerated. He merely has formidable combat power. Ace laughed heartily. Broly, look. He is your father. Luo Tian gestured towards Gak, beckoning to Broly. Broly's vacant gaze turned towards Gak, his expression filled with confusion. And he promptly shook his head. See, he is your father. Luo Tian insisted, as the somewhat impure power of the angel swiftly enveloped Broly. Ace wore a bewildered expression. What are you talking about? I don't understand your intentions. Is that galactic patrolman truly this Saiyan's father? Don't be ridiculous. Clearly, they're not of the same race. Who are you trying to fool? At that moment, Luo Tian's angelic power successfully penetrated Broly's mind. Flowing through his brain and affecting his eyes, Broly's pupils contracted, and he stared intently at Gak, tears welling up in his eyes. Papa Broly murmured. Gak's eyes widened in shock, a hint of disbelief crossing his face. He really thinks I'm his dad. Hurry and agree. Luo Tian urged Gak in a hushed tone. Gak's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously, excitedly exclaiming, Yes, yes, my good son. Papa. Broly's eyes brimmed with tears. A's, standing nearby, felt puzzled and perplexed. Are you all recognizing each other right now? What exactly are you trying to achieve? Ace could not help but ask that IT will be ready shortly. Please hold on a moment, Luo Tian replied. Ace crossed his arms and let out a scoff. I shall see what you two are capable of. Broly, your father is dead, Luo Tian suddenly declared. Broly? Ace? What does that mean? Jayak, please commence your performance. Luo Tian cast a meaningful glance at Jayak. Ah, Jayak emitted a chilling scream, his visage contorted in agony, his entire frame trembling uncontrollably, and tomato juice spewed forth from his mouth, staining his garments crimson. Father! Broly's pupils constricted sharply, his countenance shifting through a spectrum of emotions. Ah, I am perishing. Jayak's head tilted to one side, and then he fell ominously silent. That fiend killed your father during the battle, Luo Tian remarked to Broly as he spoke. Luo Tian raised his hand, casually pointing towards the distant A's. Humph. I still cannot fathom what you intend to achieve. Are you merely performing for my amusement? A's scoffed derisively with a sneer. Broly immediately turned to glare at A's with fury. Very well, your father met his demise at my hands. What will you do about it? A's continued to scoff, exhibiting no fear whatsoever. Broly unleashed a series of furious roars, a golden blaze erupting from his being. The golden radiance surged outward, transforming the surrounding starry expanse into a shimmering gold. Bang! In the next instant, Broly's hair stood on end, enveloped in layers of golden flames that blazed like fire. Yet his eyes shone a ghastly white. Remaining in a state of uncontrollable rage, a powerful aura emanated from Broly, spiraling outward and creating colossal waves in its wake. Even the distant spacecraft were hurled backward, akin to a small vessel tossed about in a tempestuous sea. What is this transformation? A's momentarily froze, an unsettling premonition creeping in. Broly, seething with indignation, fixed his fiery gaze upon A's, his black pupils ablaze. Could it be? Is this the Super Saiyan? A's eyes widened in shock. Congratulations, you are correct. Luo Tian nodded, nonchalantly uttering the words that what did you say? A's was left dumbfounded. Whoosh! Broly transformed into a streak of golden light, instantaneously appearing directly before A's. The speed was so astonishing that A's could scarcely react. Startled, A's hastily prepared for combat. Bang! Broly delivered a crushing blow to A's chest. A's coughed up a copious amount of blood, feeling as though his very being was unraveling. Crack! Broly seized A's ankle, yanking his body and sending him crashing violently onto a distant meteorite. Boom! Broly's assault sent A's crashing onto the massive rock, accompanied by a deafening roar as the meteorite shattered into fragments. Gush! A's expelled another torrent of blood. In a moment of desperation, A's gritted his teeth and delivered a powerful kick, striking Broly squarely in the face. Broly allowed the blow to land, his eyes glimmering with a chilling frost. What? A's was left in disbelief. How could he remain unfazed after I kicked him? The next moment, A's terror escalated as Broly suddenly reached out, grasping A's other ankle. What do you intend to do? A's gasped in horror. Wait a moment. Hey! Broly yanked forcefully. A's let out a piercing scream. Upon glancing back, one could see A's body was torn asunder by Broly's might. Yes, ripped apart as if by sheer will. Fortunately, his head remained intact, untouched by the carnage. Oh dear, this is rather bloody. Luo Tian sighed helplessly. Jayak's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, utterly stunned. This truly the young lad named Broly. Am I not mistaken? The one who was just torn in half was Frisia's son. This is disastrous. Following A's dismemberment, Broly suddenly clutched his head, emitting anguished cries. A's. I must admit, A's vitality is quite resilient. Although he has been torn in two, he is not yet deceased. A's, amidst his fear, found himself speechless. The one who has been rent asunder is me, and yet he howls in despair. Furthermore, I believe I can still be saved. Is there anyone to aid me? Father, hurry and rescue me. I still wish to live. In this moment, A's heart was flooded with boundless regret. Yes, a proud, frozen demon prodigy. Why did I choose to manifest at this moment? Would it not have been better to remain frozen on my home planet? Yet in this world, there exists no remedy for regrets. Even if there were, A's could not partake of it. Chapter 56. Mel's takes action. Broly clutched his head, his expression increasingly anguished. Ace shot Broly a sidelong glance. So this painful expression is meant to convey condolences for having torn me to shreds? Just then, Ace noticed Broly shift direction, racing towards Luo Tian and Jayak. Run, before Luo Tian could complete his warning. He took flight, the sound of his voice lingering in the air as he vanished. Jayak. Jayak turned to see Luo Tian flickering away, and 1,000 curses surged through his mind. How the hell are you so fast? Are you even human? Jayak soon spotted Broly charging towards him with ferocity, and he was instantly struck with panic, fleeing the scene. However, as Jayak soared through the void, he suddenly realized that Broly was relentlessly pursuing him. Jayak was overcome with despair. Not pursue me. Go after that fellow named Luo Tian. Just as Broly was about to catch up, Jayak executed a flamboyant turn and shouted back at Broly. Broly, I am your father. Broly paused momentarily, his pupils flickering vacantly, and once more clutched his head, releasing a pained wail. Seizing the opportunity, Jayak hastened to the spacecraft, retrieving tools to repair the door. I must fix this door quickly and escape this cursed place. This lunatic has gone mad. Broly, still clutching his head, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks into the void, exhibiting utter chaos in his movements. Whoosh! Luo Tian rushed in from a distance, a divine aura enveloping Broly. Broly, awaken! Luo Tian called out. Broly's pupils flickered with confusion, alternating between vacant, bright, and sorrowful expressions, flickering erratically. 10 seconds passed. Broly once more let out a chilling wail and charged towards Luo Tian in the next instant. Broly unleashed a ferocious assault upon Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian did not engage Broly directly, evading his strikes with closed eyes and effortless grace. A minute elapsed. Huff, huff, Broly gasped for breath, overwhelmed by exhaustion. This is truly vexing. My divine power is insufficient to restore his sanity entirely. Luo Tian lamented softly, shaking his head. This is dire. We must rely on our own fortunes. Jayak. This fellow is incredibly swift, managing to evade Broly's onslaught. But even if you can avoid it, what then? Once struck, you are doomed. You are gambling with your life to dodge. And yet, you still find time to converse. Have you finished mending the door? You truly are slow. Luo Tian called out to Jayak. Almost done, Jayak hastily replied. The moment Jayak spoke, it captured Broly's attention. Broly turned his gaze towards Jayak. Jayak's complexion drained of color, turning pale as death. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. Uncertain whether it was the effect of Gak's prayers, Broly indeed ceased to pay any attention to him, once again seething with rage as he glared at Luo Tian. Observing this elusive opponent who seemed impervious to his attacks, Broly let out a frustrated scream. Once more, he charged toward Luo Tian, unleashing a furious onslaught. In the vast expanse of space, a galactic patrol spaceship sped toward their location. Aboard the vessel were two individuals, Myers and Iliku. They quickly took notice of the unfolding commotion ahead. Myers, that Gak's spaceship, Iliku remarked hastily. Indeed, Myers replied with a slight nod, his gaze scanning the scene ahead. There, two figures were engaged in combat, as Iliku pointed out. Myers, catching sight of Luo Tian and Broly in the midst of their battle, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Is that the Ultra Instinct?" "What?" Iliku turned to Myers, puzzled by his previous statement. "Oh, it's nothing," Myers said, his eyes widening in shock. "Have we not seen Frisia's son, A's? Has he already departed?" Iliku contemplated aloud, scratching his head. "How could it be Ultra Instinct?" "What is happening?" Myers muttered softly. "Are you all right, Myers?" Iliku inquired, looking at him with curiosity. Nothing. Don't mind the details," Myers replied with a gentle smile, regaining his composure as his eyes fixated intently on Luo Tian, who was evading Broly's attacks. A brief silence ensued. Without hesitation, Myers swiftly donned his oxygen mask. Hey, Myers, what are you planning to do? Illico questioned. It was evident that the golden-haired individual among them had lost his sanity. I'm going to assist, Myers explained as he secured his oxygen mask. But that's outer space. You must be cautious, Myers, Illico warned, concern evident in his voice. Myers offered no response, opening the spaceship's hatch. He turned back to give Illico a thumbs up, accompanied by a smile. Immediately, Myers propelled himself with jets of flame from his feet, darting toward the area where Luo Tian and Broly were clashing. As he neared Broly, Myers extended his arm forward, and a large net suddenly burst forth from it. Please step aside, Myers called out to Luo Tian. Luo Tian swiftly dodged. Whoosh! The black net released by Myers enveloped Broly in an instant. Bound by the net, Broly struggled desperately within its confines. Yet, the material of the net seemed to possess some extraordinary properties, and no matter how fiercely Broly thrashed or unleashed his energy, he remained ensnared, his struggles only tightening the net's grip. Thank you, Luo Tian acknowledged Myers with a nod. However, Myers scrutinized Luo Tian from head to toe, momentarily bewildered. You are Myers? He inquired. I am Luo Tian, came Luo Tian's response, not turning his head before he immediately addressed Broly. Broly, wake up. It's time to eat. That Broly's pupils flickered with white light. That I see your friend? Myers asked. Yes, he has just lost his sanity for a moment. Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. His transformation grants him immense energy, which has caused his mental disarray. As soon as he reverts to his normal state, he will regain his senses. Myers smiled. Chapter 57. Is that the power of an angel? Let me give it a try, Luo Tian said, turning once more to Broly. Broly, quickly transform back. It's almost time for dinner. Broly's pupils continued to flicker with light. Dinner? He mumbled. Yes, dinner, Luo Tian replied, with your favorite fried chicken. Broly's eyes brightened, and saliva began to drip from his mouth. Crack! The golden aura surrounding Broly suddenly dissipated, returning him to his usual state. Dinner! 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 Broly exclaimed eagerly at Luo Tian. However, upon speaking, Broly suddenly noticed the net entangled around him. Broly? Hey! Broly tugged at the net with all his might, but it yielded no response. He looked at Luo Tian with a puzzled expression. Do you not remember what happened earlier? Luo Tian asked. Broly shook his head, indicating he had no recollection. Well, let us just think about it later, Luo Tian said, waving his hand gently. The murky power of the angel surged forth from his hand, effortlessly dissolving the net that bound Broly. Now freed, Broly stood bewildered. Myers was utterly astonished. What was that just now? Was that not the power of an angel? How could he possess it? Myers scrutinized Luo Tian once more, trying to comprehend, and no matter how he looked at it, Luo Tian appeared to be merely human, perhaps a Saiyan. Yet, had he truly witnessed the power of an angel? Myers decided to inquire further at a more opportune moment. Meanwhile, Luo Tian examined Myers closely. He understood that Myers was an apprentice angel currently undergoing training in the human realm. Presently, Myers bore a light purple complexion instead of the typical blue, likely due to deliberate disguise. Additionally, Myers' hair was the distinctive silver of angels. Neatly styled with bangs, he wore the uniform of a galactic patrol officer, and at his side hung an energy gun. Whoosh! Gak, having noticed Myers' presence at the scene, quickly approached after repairing the door. Myers, you arrived just in time. This is a relief, or we would have been in trouble. Gak exhaled in relief. Gak, are you all right? Myers greeted him with a smile. Everything is fine, Gak replied awkwardly. What about A's? Has he already left? Myers inquired. Although Myers was an apprentice angel, during his time in the human realm, he rarely employed angelic powers. Essentially, Myers relied on skills he had learned during his training. Thus, investigating matters related to A's would be relatively straightforward if Myers resumed his angelic identity. However, at present, he could only be regarded as an ordinary powerful individual. A's? He asked, floating over there. Gak pointed into the distance. At that moment, A's spaceship lay in ruins, shattered into countless fragments, drifting through the cosmos. A's body, too, had gradually floated away due to the previous battle. Following Gak's indication, Myers glanced over and immediately spotted A's, torn in half. Torn in half! Sweat dripped down Myers' face. Indeed, Jack nodded, casting a curious glance at Myers. Myers, you have quite the eyesight. You can see so far. My eyes are structured somewhat like a dragonfly's compound eyes, allowing me to see clearly and at great distances that I didn't expect you to have such vision as well. Jack remarked that I just happen to see further. Myers smiled. That aren't you comparing yourself to a fly's eyes? Luo Tian interjected. T.S. dragonfly eyes. Dragonfly. Jack emphasized. Is there a difference? Luo Tian queried. Dragonfly compound eyes are more numerous than those of a fly. Jack asserted confidently. Luo Tian chose not to argue further. You make a compelling point. Ace is dead. Myers sighed. Inquiring, was Ace defeated by him? Yes, it was Broly who did it. Jack nodded slightly. Broly, looking somewhat bewildered, pointed to his own nose. Do you remember nothing at all? Jack silently wiped the sweat from his brow. I remember chasing after you to fight, Broly replied. Jack asked, why do you only remember that? You also made me call you Dad. Broly's face grew stern as he glared at Jack. Jack jumped in fright, his complexion paling instantly, and he hurriedly hid behind Maru's. Broly bared his teeth at Jack. Broly, calm down, Luo Tian interjected. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Broly reluctantly eased off Jack. Jack's racing heart also began to settle. By the way, I forgot to introduce you. Luo Tian, this is Maru's, whom you are here to visit, Jack said. Maru's, this is Luo Tian, and he is Broly. Both of them are Saiyans. Hello, I am Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded at Maru's, acknowledging him. Let's discuss this later. For now, we should return, Maru suggested with a wry smile, casting a glance at the distant wreckage of Ace. This situation was quite troublesome. If Frieza were to learn that his son Ace had met his end, he might very well come to attack our Galactic Patrol headquarters. That I concur. We must return and swiftly devise a plan for our defensive measures. Jack said, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Maru's nodded solemnly. The group made their way back to the spaceship. Maru's continued aboard his own vessel, while Luo Tian, Broly, and Jack returned to theirs. The door repaired. Luo Tian inquired. It is, Jack replied, pressing a button on the spaceship. With a click, the hatch closed. Immediately after, Jack pressed the ignition button, propelling them swiftly towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Just as the spaceship powered up, Tai Si's door burst open. Whoa, what the hell? Jack exclaimed upon seeing Tai Si's attire. Luo Tian noticed Broly scratching his head in confusion, even readying himself to throw a punch at Tai Si. What are you doing? You indecisive fool. What do you even understand? Tai Si glared at Jack with her hands on her hips. Jack opted for silence. Luo Tian was equally speechless. Upon hearing Tai Si's voice, Broly seemed to recognize her identity, and his clenched fists relaxed slightly. Chapter 58. A private meeting with Maru's Tai Si was now heavily made up, her lips a vivid red against her pale complexion. Luo Tian, do you think I look good now? Tai Si turned to Luo Tian for his opinion. You do look good, but the makeup on your face is applied so evenly. Did you train in decoration? Luo Tian asked curiously. Ugh, Luo Tian, you're insufferable. Tai Si shot back, storming into the bathroom. However, she quickly poked her head out again. By the way, how's the situation outside? Are we out of danger? She asked. It's all clear now. That guy was torn in half by Broly. Jack responded. Torn in half? Tai Si immediately turned to stare at Broly. Broly grinned widely, clearly pleased with himself. Monster! Tai Si scoffed, turning back to the bathroom to remove her makeup. The spaceship took off, speeding towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. It is so unfair. We're all elite warriors of the Galactic Patrol, yet Maru's spaceship is 10 times faster than ours, Jack lamented, gazing at the vessel that had already disappeared from sight. What's this? Luo Tian held up 2 fingers. Point 2. Jack blinked confused. What do you mean? Who truly is the elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol? Don't you know? Luo Tian replied bluntly. Jack fell silent. Jack's spaceship, being relatively slow, took nearly 2 days to traverse the vastness of space before reaching the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The headquarters, a massive space station, floated in the cosmos, exuding an air of advanced technology. They've already begun preparations here, entering a state of high alert, Jack explained as he observed the setup at the headquarters. Luo Tian nodded slightly and followed Jack into the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Broly gazed around in awe at the architecture, multiple times nearly launching a punch at the walls, only to be stopped by Luo Tian. "Hello, are you Mr. Luo Tian?" A team member approached to inquire. "That's me," Luo Tian confirmed with a nod. "Mr. Beerus wishes to see you privately." The team member promptly stated. "All right, lead the way," Luo Tian agreed without hesitation. "Hey, take Broly away. I'm scared with him around," Jack whispered to Luo Tian. "Broly, behave and don't cause any damage," Luo Tian instructed. "This is a space station, and if you accidentally break the walls, it could lead to significant losses." Broly nodded vigorously, indicating his understanding. "Don't worry. Broly won't cause any trouble," Luo Tian reassured Jack by patting his arm. "Our space station that will be in trouble," Jack retorted, but he said nothing further and instead took Broly and Tai Si to the cafeteria to ensure they had a good meal. "Good person," Broly exclaimed joyfully, even giving a thumbs up to the waiter. Jack felt like crying. "This meal is on my dime, and you dare to call the waiter a good person? Is that appropriate? Also, you really can eat a lot," Tai Si remarked. "Broly, your appetite is astounding. You've consumed enough for 20 people." Jack lamented. "You've eaten my salary for half a month," Jack sniffled, feeling heartbroken. "Jack, money is merely an external possession. Don TB's so stingy that we are just two aliens visiting, so treating us to a meal is no big deal." Tai Si rolled her eyes. "It's easy for you to say. You're the daughter of a wealthy family. So, of course, money is no object for you," Jack retorted. "I never asked my family for money. Since I entered university, I've been working to earn my own," Tai Si replied. Jack fell silent. "Of course. If I ever run out of money, my father would transfer me a few million," Tai Si added. Jack felt a pang in his heart. Although the money from the Galactic Patrol didn't equate to Earth currency, Jack had lived on Earth for nearly a month and understood the magnitude of a few million. That if she ever ran out of money, her father would send her a few million. No wonder she was the daughter of the world's richest man. "And you claim that you earn your own living? Doesn't that hurt your heart?" "One more," Broly called out to the waiter. "Take it easy." The waiter was left speechless. "How long has this guy gone without eating? Are you still hungry?" Jack felt his heart bleed. Broly shot a glare at Jack, who promptly surrendered and nodded helplessly at the waiter. Inside Beerus's room, Luo Tian stepped in and immediately spotted Beerus's silhouette. Beerus stood with his back to Luo Tian, gazing out at the brilliant stars beyond the window, sensing Luo Tian's presence. Beerus turned and approached him with a polite greeting. "Hello, Mr. Luo Tian. It's good to see you again." Beerus smiled. "I heard you were the most powerful member of the Galactic Patrol, so I can pay you a visit." Luo Tian said, "Mr. Luo Tian, there is something I'd like to ask you." Beerus inquired directly. "Please, go ahead." Luo Tian nodded. "I witnessed your battle with Mr. Broly earlier." Mel's gazed at Luo Tian and inquired, "May I ask, are you utilizing the Zizai GE?" "You are aware of Zizai GE as well," Luo Tian replied. "Indeed, it is Zizai GE. Did Whis teach you this?" Mel's pressed further. "One could say so." Luo Tian nodded affirmatively. Mel's responded, "Is it or is it not? How can it be a sort of? To be precise, Whis gifted me a book, and I'm learning Zizai GE from it," Luo Tian explained, promptly retrieving the Zizai GE cultivation guide from his robe and handing it to Mel's. With a hint of confusion, Mel's accepted the book and began to examine it closely. The more he looked, the more astonished he became, his face betraying a myriad of questions as he frequently glanced up at Luo Tian. Luo Tian felt somewhat perplexed. "Your expression gives me an unsettling impression. Is something amiss?" he hastily inquired. "And no, there's nothing wrong." Mel's quickly shook his head. "You are lying," Luo Tian stated bluntly. Mel's remarked, "Is it that obvious?" As beads of sweat trickled down his face, Luo Tian remained silent, merely observing Mel's intently. "Before we proceed, I wish to clarify something." Mel's inhaled deeply, raising his right hand slightly and fixing his gaze on Luo Tian. "Ticket request, Chapter 59, Mel's confusion." With a sudden gesture, a brilliant orb of light, reminiscent of stars, materialized in Mel's hand. The orb was not large, roughly the size of a fist. "You could do that too?" Luo Tian was taken aback. "This is the power of an angel," Mel's replied candidly. Without hesitation, Luo Tian conjured a similar luminous orb in his own hand. The radiance of the orbs was comparable in size. However, A mere comparison revealed the differences between them. Upon examining his own manifestation of angelic power, Luo Tian perceived it as a mere imitation. In contrast, Mel's orb radiated with vibrant brilliance. How shall I describe it? Luo Tian's orb appeared as if shrouded in a grayish mist. In other words, while both orbs were akin to photographs, Luo Tian's lacked vibrancy and was dimmer in contrast. Conversely, Mel's orb, though not overly dazzling, exuded a comfortable aura. Luo Tian felt a strong urge to seize it. Why does your angelic power shine so brilliantly? According to Luo Tian's calculations, Mel's orb of angelic power possessed a purity of at least 40 that you truly can wield angelic power. Mel's exclaimed, gazing at the orb Luo Tian had manifested with a hint of surprise. Is this the nature of angelic power? Does that mean you are also an angel? Luo Tian smiled. Indeed, I am a trainee angel, here to undergo training with the Galactic Patrol, primarily to understand the nature of good and evil in humanity. Mel's replied honestly, promptly retracting the radiant orb. So, you are related to Whis, Luo Tian remarked. Whis is my elder brother, Mel's confirmed. That's splendid. I happen to have numerous inquiries regarding this book, and I wish to consult Whis. But I have been unable to contact him. Can you assist me? Luo Tian said, also retracting his luminous orb. Of course, it would be my pleasure, Mel's readily agreed, then lowered his voice to add, I hope you can keep my status as a trainee angel confidential. Rest assured, Luo Tian nodded. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. I will do my utmost to assist you, Mel sincerely offered. You witnessed earlier that my angelic power appears rather muddled. Luo Tian lamented that if my purity level is merely 9, yours must exceed 40. I've never heard of purity levels in angelic power. Mel's chuckled in disbelief. These matters are not trivial. I have diligently trained to elevate my purity from 1 to 9. However, recently, no matter my efforts, I have been unable to progress further. Luo Tian pondered. Do you possess any methods to enhance my angelic power's purity? This left Mel's momentarily speechless. Don't hesitate. Learn from your brother. Whis speaks quite directly, Luo Tian urged. Mel's replied, to be honest, this is the first time I have encountered the concept of purity levels in angelic power. Would you grant me some time to investigate? That sounds reasonable, Luo Tian acquiesced. Once I have completed my research, I shall seek you out. Mel's affirmed, I shall take my leave now. Best of luck with your studies, Luo Tian said, gesturing toward the Zizai G cultivation guide on the table. I've already memorized this book, so take it with you and study it thoroughly to see if Whis made any errors. Absolutely, Mel's nodded gently. Farewell, Luo Tian waved as he began to walk away. However, after taking a few steps, Mel suddenly spoke again. May I ask, did you truly only cultivate your angelic power using this book? Why do you ask? Luo Tian inquired, intrigued. Isn't this book meant for that purpose? Yes. I merely wanted to confirm this to assist you in identifying any issues. Mel's responded with a slight smile. Luo Tian regarded Mel's thoughtfully before saying nothing further and exited the room to find Broly and ties. Once Luo Tian was out of sight, Mel's waved his hand, enveloping the door with a layer of angelic power, sealing it securely. In the next instant, Mel's raised his hand slightly. Whoosh! In an instant, a celestial staff appeared in Mel's grasp. Subsequently, Mel's utilized the crystal orb atop the staff to establish contact with Whis. Oh dear, is that Mel's? I heard you were training at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. How are things? Whis' voice resonated from the crystal orb. All is well, Brother Whis. Mel's replied with a slight nod. Did you seek me out for something specific? Whis inquired. Brother Whis, do you know a Saiyan named Luo Tian? Mel's wasted no time and posed a question directly. Luo Tian? I recall now. The flavor of the sausages he makes is truly unique, Whis answered with a smile. Last time I was on Vegeta, I had the pleasure of tasting his grilled sausages. And to express my gratitude, I gifted him a simplified version of Zizai G that could be practiced in the human realm. Is there a problem? Mel's asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. A simplified version of Zizai G? Mel's discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, if he can train diligently, while he may not rival the cosmic Emperor Frisia, he could certainly find a stable planet to reside on. Extending his lifespan, Whis explained before letting out a soft sigh. However, Vegeta has been destroyed, so perhaps this young man, Luo Tian, has perished alongside it. No, he is still alive, Mel's asserted. Oh dear, did he leave before the destruction of Vegeta? Whis speculated. Brother Whis, those details are not the crux of the matter, Mel said, wiping his brow again. Oh, Whis raised an eyebrow. The crux is that the Zai cultivation guide you presented to Mr. Luo Tian is indeed a simplified version, which can only prolong life and enhance physical strength, but fails to convey the true essence of Zai. Mel's elaborated, shaking the guide he held in his hand. Chapter 60. Whis. The Grand Priest is going to have a headache. Oh dear, did Luo Tian go to you? Whis seemed momentarily taken aback. Yes, but that is not the focus, Mel's replied, exasperated. Whis. Why is this not the main focus yet? What on earth has happened, Mels? Whis inquired, perplexed. Luo Tian has cultivated the power of an angel. Mels articulated each word with precision that Whis's expression froze, struggling to comprehend the revelation for a considerable moment, remaining silent for a full 10 seconds. Oh dear, this is indeed a significant matter, Whis exclaimed in astonishment, noting that no human had ever been known to cultivate the power of an angel before. Are you certain that you did not teach Luo Tian any other cultivation methods? Brother Whis, Mels pressed further. Even if I had taught him, Mels, do you truly believe that a human could cultivate the power of an angel? Whis retorted without directly addressing Mels's question. Mels fell silent. Indeed, even with earnest instruction, it would be impossible for a human to cultivate the power of an angel at best. They could only attain a formidable strength akin to the ultimate freedom. But what could this mean? Mels pondered, perplexed. What is the nature of his angelic power? Whis inquired once more. According to Luo Tian himself, it lacks sufficient purity. Mels replied candidly, I have witnessed the angelic power he has gathered, and it appears quite murky, lacking the purity of my own. However, I can confirm that what he has conjured is undeniably angelic powered. Oh my, that is indeed remarkable. Whis mused, filled with awe. Should we report this to the high priest? Mels asked. Let me handle it, Whis decided after careful consideration, nodding in agreement. Also, Brother Whis, Mr. Luo Tian sought my counsel regarding the purity of angelic power, yet I am at a loss on how to assist him. Mels admitted, somewhat troubled. I will consult the high priest first, Whis concluded, promptly ending the call on the planet Beerus of the 7th universe. After concluding his conversation with Mels, Whis stood quietly, holding his staff in contemplation. Suddenly, a fish riding in a fishbowl soared towards him. Whis, what has transpired? The fish inquired, speaking human language. It was the prophetic fish. Whis turned to gaze at it. It is rare to see you in such a state of distraction. The prophetic fish remarked. Indeed, there is something quite peculiar that I may need to seek the high priest's opinion on. Whis mused, then asked the prophetic fish, by the way, do you have any recent prophecies? I do have a significant prophecy that I was about to share with you. The prophetic fish nodded. What is it? Whis inquired that I foresee that soon a truly great angel will be born. The prophetic fish replied. How great? Whis pressed. I do not know. The prophetic fish shook its head. Whis fell into a brief silence. Based on my prophecy, perhaps I should refrain from speaking further, the prophetic fish said, suddenly shaking its head vigorously. Whis rubbed his forehead, feeling exasperated. Oh dear, please do not leave your words unfinished, Whis urged. All right, but you must not share this with anyone else. It must remain between us, the prophetic fish instructed solemnly. Of course. Of course, Whis readily agreed. According to my prophecy, this newly born angel may surpass the high priest. The prophetic fish whispered cautiously. Oh my, that is indeed a momentous event, Whis reflected, realizing the high priest may have a headache over this news. You must not mention this to the high priest. The prophetic fish implored. That I shall remain silent, Whis assured as he promptly established contact with the high priest through his staff. Who are you conversing with? The prophetic fish asked curiously. Whis, is there something you need? The voice of the high priest resonated immediately. The prophetic fish felt its spirit sink. You promised not to mention it to the high priest. Is this a direct report in my presence? It lamented, fearing the high priest's wrath. Indeed, there is a matter of great importance that is also quite peculiar, Whis disclosed without hesitation, recounting the details of Luo Tian's cultivation of angelic power. The high priest fell into deep thought upon hearing Whis' words. What could this mean, high priest? Whis inquired, intrigued. This matter is indeed strange, the high priest mused after a prolonged silence. However, the universe is rife with extraordinary humans. It is not unusual for one to cultivate the power of an angel. Oh dear, a fish foretold that soon a truly great angel will be born, one who may even surpass the high priest. Whis added. The prophetic fish felt like crying out. A fish said, "You might as well say I said it. What difference does it make to name me directly? I eagerly await that day," the high priest replied confidently, having not encountered a rival in quite some time. What do you intend to do regarding Luo Tian, high priest? Whis inquired further, mentioning that he was currently with Mels. Let him cultivate diligently, striving to become a true angel as soon as possible. The high priest instructed. Additionally, teach him the true ultimate freedom, he added. Understood, high priest. Whis affirmed. By the way, among the angels, who has the best teaching skills? The high priest asked. In terms of teaching ability, it would likely be Sister Kashi. Whis assessed. Regarding Luo Tian's potential to become a true angel, do not mention it to him yet, lest he become arrogant. The high priest advised with a smile. I understand, high priest. Whis nodded in agreement. Should we send him to Sister Kashi in the 10th universe? Find a way to guide him there, but do not forcefully send him, the high priest replied. Whis felt a bit overwhelmed. This was rather challenging. Why not just send him directly? Why complicate matters? The things that are hardest to obtain are often the ones we cherish the most once we acquire them, the high priest explained, gazing through the crystal orb atop his staff at Whis. If you send him to Kashi directly, he may not value it and could squander his time. Moreover, it is worth noting that he is still a human, with a lifespan limitation of only about 100 years. A mere 100 years is but a fleeting moment for us angels. Can he truly become a genuine angel? Whis suddenly grasped the implications of this statement. So, does this mean we should allow Luo Tian to meet Sister Kashi? Whis contemplated, noting that he was still quite young. High priest, what's wrong? The Omni King joked, playfully stifling a laugh. Whis chuckled behind his hand, attempting to suppress his amusement. Let us leave it at that for now. The high priest concluded, abruptly ending the conversation. With a snap, he returned his staff to its rightful place. Just then, a small figure dashed over and appeared beside the high priest, looking up with wide eyes. What is it, high priest? The Omni King asked. Oh, you remember Ling Long? The high priest suddenly inquired. Ling Long? That name sounds familiar. I feel I have heard it somewhere, the Omni King murmured, scratching his head. The high priest remained silent, observing the Omni King intently, confident that he would recall. I've remembered. With a glimmer of realization in the Omni King's eyes, he immediately responded, is she not the angel from the 18th universe? She insisted on sharing the fate of the 18th universe, ultimately dispersing all her angelic powers and vanishing alongside it. Indeed, the Grand Priest nodded gently. It must be said that Ling Long possessed a profound love for her 18th universe. The Omni King expressed a small sigh, noting that never before had an angel taken such drastic actions. However, the annihilation of the 18th universe was an inevitability. Her actions were indeed somewhat extreme. The Grand Priest sighed softly. Ling Long is not your daughter. Is she? Inquired the Omni King. No, in the truest sense, only Korin, Sava, Whis, Kes, Makalita, and Bardos are my progeny. The other angels were born independently in their respective universes, the Grand Priest clarified. Ling Long is also the only angel with yellow skin. Perhaps her distinctive appearance has contributed to her unique character. Why mention him all of a sudden? The Omni King asked, somewhat baffled. Oh, you remember what Ling Long said when she disappeared? The Grand Priest inquired. I do not recall. It was several billion years ago. The Omni King shook his head, expressing indifference towards her affairs. Yet I remember, the Grand Priest replied with a smile. The Omni King was momentarily taken aback, looking up at the Grand Priest in confusion, unable to comprehend his intent. The moment of her disappearance, Ling Long declared that she would leave behind her most pure angelic essence in a certain universe, awaiting a fated individual to resonate with it. The Grand Priest reminisced. She also mentioned that this destined person might potentially cultivate to become a true angel. Oh, now that you mention it, I do seem to have a faint recollection. The Omni King nodded thoughtfully. A brief silence ensued. So, Grand Priest, Have you identified this fated individual? The Omni King inquired, lifting his gaze. Yes, he is currently in the 7th universe, the Grand Priest pondered. Let him strive diligently to fulfill Ling Long's wish. The Omni King remarked nonchalantly. Moreover, there is another matter that you should be informed about, the Grand Priest added that. Oh, what else is there? The Omni King inquired, taken aback. The vanished 18th universe may be on the verge of returning. The Grand Priest stated, each word deliberate, his expression growing serious. The Omni King's eyes widened in astonishment. After 3 seconds of silence, he muttered, wasn't erased by me. Was my previous cleansing insufficient? Oh dear, is that Ling Long? The Grand Priest exclaimed suddenly, producing his staff and examining the crystal orb atop it, his eyes glimmering with surprise. Ling Long. The Omni King was momentarily stunned. She may have already been reborn, the Grand Priest began slowly. In the 7th universe, on Beerus planet, Whis contemplated seriously after concluding his conversation with the Grand Priest, deciding to reach out to Beerus. However, the Oracle Fish appeared immediately before Whis. Whis, you betrayed me. That's rather unkind. The Oracle Fish circled around Whis's head incessantly. Oh, I never mentioned you. I was merely referring to a fish, Whis replied with a smile. What difference does it make if you say a fish or me? You might as well have named me directly. The Grand Priest will surely be furious, the Oracle Fish huffed, glaring at Whis. Rest assured, the Grand Priest will not be angry with you. Whis reassured him with a grin. The Oracle Fish paused, confusion evident in its eyes, and asked why not. How could the Grand Priest get angry at a fish? Whis let out a slight sigh. You think I'm unworthy, don't you? The Oracle Fish fumed even more. Some truths are better left unspoken. That is the mark of a wise fish, Whis mused. The Oracle Fish felt a pang in its heart, glaring daggers at Whis, fuming and blowing bubbles in frustration. Whis ignored the Oracle Fish and reflected carefully, promptly contacting Beerus. After Beerus ended his call with Whis, he remained in his room, awaiting Whis's reply. Whis, brother, have you consulted the Grand Priest? Beerus immediately inquired, grasping his staff and initiating a video call through the crystal orb atop it. Indeed, I have made contact with the Grand Priest. Whis nodded. He mentioned that it is quite normal for such extraordinary individuals to emerge within the universe. Beerus fell silent for a long while. Is that all he had to say? Beerus asked, half amused, half exasperated. The Grand Priest hopes that Mr. Luo Tian can cultivate diligently and strive to become a true angel as soon as possible, Whis conveyed to Beerus. Therefore, it is time to impart the true essence of freedom to him. So, does that mean you plan to personally teach him the essence of freedom? Beerus queried. The Grand Priest asked who among the angels possesses the best teaching ability. I suggested that you might know better, Whis explained. Beerus, why don't you share your thoughts on who excels in teaching? If we were to consider who is the best teacher, it should be Sister Kess. Beerus replied after careful thought, recognizing Kess as their elder sister. Very well, Beerus, this formidable task is now entrusted to you. Find a way to bring Mr. Luo Tian to Kess, Whis proposed. Are we to take Mr. Luo Tian to the 10th universe? Beerus asked, slightly taken aback. Yes, indeed, that is the Grand Priest's intention, Whis confirmed with a nod. All right, I will attend to my current matters and then accompany Mr. Luo Tian to the 10th universe. Beerus readily agreed. Also, it would be wise not to let Mr. Luo Tian know about this, as the Grand Priest puts it. Things that are easily attained are seldom cherished. He may squander his time. Therefore, we must not directly send him to Kess. We must devise a more circuitous approach to guide him, allowing him to understand the hardships of the journey, which will better prepare him for his cultivation and his aspiration to become a true angel. Whis stated solemnly, his words carrying weight. Beerus was left speechless. We can't simply take him there. What other methods are there? Chapter 62. Beerus' decision, but how should we proceed? Beerus found himself overwhelmed. Beerus, consider this a form of training for you. A trial on your path to becoming a true angel. Whis smiled encouragingly as, oh, you must find a way to resolve this matter. Beerus helplessly patted his forehead, caught between laughter and tears. That is how it stands. Contact me if issues arise, Whis declared, distancing himself from the matter. Let Beerus handle this troublesome task. Whis, brother, there's one more thing, Beerus hurriedly added. It's regarding Frisia. Frisia? Whis asked, slightly taken aback. To be precise, it concerns Frisia's son. Ezer, Meru sighed. Oh dear, is it Frisia's son Ezer? I thought he was frozen on his home planet. Has he been unsealed prematurely? Whis casually inquired. Indeed, after his unsealing, he seems intent on seizing control of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, only to encounter the returning member from Earth, Gak, whose spaceship happened to carry Mr. Luo Tian and Mr. Broly. Merus detailed the events leading up to the current situation, explaining that Mr. Broly, who was formidable, had brutally torn Ezer apart. Now, Ezer was dead, and it was likely that this news would eventually reach Frisia's ears. Whis fell silent. After a few seconds, he murmured, Mr. Broly, who is with Mr. Luo Tian. He tapped the crystal orb atop his staff with his index finger and gently swiped it to the side. Instantly, a visual image materialized in the orb, revealing Broly. Whis scrutinized the image of Broly and nodded thoughtfully. Ah, this Mr. Broly must be the legendary Super Saiyan that Frisia fears. The legendary Super Saiyan? Mers was momentarily taken aback. No wonder he was able to defeat Ezer. Whis suddenly grasped the situation. The issue lies in the fact that during the time I send Luo Tian to the 10th universe, if Frisia were to launch an attack on our Galactic Patrol headquarters, it is likely that no one here would stand a chance against him. Mers' expression turned grave. Should he leave Broly behind? Mers, the Galactic Patrol has always maintained a good relationship with the Supreme Kai. Perhaps you could reach out to Lord Supreme Kai and request his assistance in resolving this matter, suggested Whis, recalling that over 10 million years ago, the previous Supreme Kai had already collaborated with the Galactic Patrol. Indeed, back then, when the great Supreme Kai sealed away Moro, he also entrusted Moro to our Galactic Patrol headquarters for confinement. Mers' eyes lit up. I know what to do now. I will find a way to contact Lord Supreme Kai. We can also take Mr. Luo Tian along, introducing him to Lord Supreme Kai to broaden his horizons, proposed Whis. Understood, Mers nodded in acknowledgement. The call ended there. With a swift motion, Mers retracted his staff and waved his hand toward the door, causing the angelic energy enveloping it to dissipate instantly. Mers stepped out of the room and quickly made his way to the control room, inquiring with the staff. Have we intercepted any information regarding Frisia? Mers asked. It's Officer Mers. The staff greeted him with respect, glancing at the screen that we are currently monitoring Frisia's spaceship. It appears he is unaware of his son's demise, if we were to learn of it. How long would it take for his spaceship to reach us? Mers inquired further. The Frisia force is quite distant from our Galactic Patrol. To mount a significant offensive, it would take at least a month. The staff replied after a few keystrokes. How long would it take for Frisia's fastest spaceship to arrive here? Mers posed another question, and at the very least, 20 days, the staff answered. Thank you. Mers expressed his gratitude, now having a clearer understanding. Though these inquiries could have been easily resolved with his staff, Mers refrained from doing so. He was here to gain experience within the Galactic Patrol. If every issue were resolved through the Angel staff, the essence of his training would be lost. After careful consideration, Mers realized that it would take about a month for Frisia to potentially launch a large-scale attack. During this month, he could seek out Lord Supreme Kai for assistance with Frisia. After all, a full-scale assault from Frisia would certainly be a considerable headache for the Galactic Patrol. Mers strode purposefully toward the dining hall. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Luo Tian and Broly indulging in a feast. Have you two not eaten in days? Gak is nearly in tears. What you are consuming is not mere food. It is my salary. I ask it easy for me to earn money. Now, with both of you here, you have consumed enough for over 40 people that, let's call it a day. That should suffice for now, said Luo Tian with a smile. That I'm still hungry. Broly patted his belly. Gak was on the verge of tears. I invited you to dine, and yet you're still not satisfied that I am the one left in the most tragic situation. Luo Tian. Mers waved amicably at Luo Tian. Hello, Mers. Have you found a solution to the problem? Luo Tian inquired politely. Filled with anticipation, I'm afraid not. At least, I have not discovered an appropriate method. Mers replied with a hint of regret in his gaze. So, does that mean there is no solution? Luo Tian felt a wave of disappointment. The lack of a solution does not imply that others cannot find one. Mers smiled. Mr. Luo Tian, please prepare yourself. In a couple of days, I shall take you to meet someone who may have the answer. If even she cannot assist, then we shall consider alternative approaches. Mers had already devised his plan. It was about making Luo Tian's journey more arduous, ensuring he does not effortlessly attain what he desires. In essence, it was to help him cherish the hard-earned path of cultivation, especially concerning his training with Sister Keisai. I shall first take him to meet Lord Supreme Kai, who will undoubtedly be unable to resolve his angelic power dilemma. Then I will tell Luo Tian. See, even a true deity cannot solve this. He must find a resolution himself. Thus, Luo Tian will surely strive harder in his training. Following that, I will devise a method to guide him to the 10th universe. As long as I pull the spaceship towards the 10th universe while Luo Tian and Broly are asleep, then feigning a malfunction of the spaceship during its descent into the realm of destruction should not prove too difficult. Once the spaceship lands in the realm of destruction in the 10th universe and brings Luo Tian and Sister Keisai together, my mission will be accomplished. Where are we going? Luo Tian wondered with anticipation. Could it be a meeting with Whis? It is rumored that a new promotional video for the Dragon Ball anime has been released, titled The Great Demon, depicting the events following Majin Buu and preceding Beerus' arrival on Earth. Set to premiere next year. Chapter 63. Mers. Do you have any siblings? You will find out once you go, Mers replied without elaborating. Luo Tian resisted the urge to ask further. Where else could we possibly go? Aside from meeting the true angel Whis, Luo Tian couldn't think of any other destination. I want to bring Broly along. You don't mind, do you? Luo Tian asked Mers. Of course not. Mers nodded that if possible, we should set off today. The sooner we return, the better. I am currently worried that Frieza may attack the Galactic Patrol headquarters at any moment. All right, then let us depart immediately, Luo Tian decisively agreed, showing no signs of opposition. Luo Tian was even more anxious than Mers. Meeting the true angel would provide guidance on my training deficiencies, enabling me to refine my angelic power further. An hour later, Luo Tian and Broly boarded Mers' spaceship. This time, the Galactic King personally came to see them off. The Galactic King resembled a human with an octopus-like appearance, sporting light green skin and a golden crown atop his head. The crown was the Galactic King's sole attire. It is worth noting that in the Dragon Ball universe, all non-deity intelligent beings are collectively referred to as humans, including Frieza, Cell, Buu, and others. The Galactic King warmly grasped Mers' hand, his expression grave yet sincere as he said, Mers, the future of the Galactic Patrol depends on you. With that, the Galactic King cast a fierce glare at Broly. Broly looked back at the Galactic King with a hint of confusion, after a brief silence. Broly suddenly asked, an octopus? Fool, that is Lord Galactic King. Do not be disrespectful. Gak scolded Broly sternly. Broly remained silent, his face darkened as he glared at Gak. Gak quickly backed down, awkwardly waving his hands at Broly and apologizing. My apologies, just pretend nothing happened. Are you the one known as Broly? The Galactic King extended a tentacle towards Broly and greeted him. You are the one who killed Frieza's son. Azer, Broly seized the Galactic King's other tentacle with a firm grasp. The Galactic King's face suddenly flushed. Broly? Huh, what is wrong with him? Tais inquired curiously of Luo Tian. I deeply suspect that Broly is holding on to his. Well, Luo Tian whispered, ta-da. Tais leaned in for a closer look. Luo Tian asked, why are you so curious about everything? Did you figure something out? No. Tais shook her head. Cough, cough, this is my tentacle for. The Galactic King wiped the sweat from his brow, upon understanding. Broly quickly withdrew his hand and vigorously rubbed it on Gak. Gak, do you have any manners? Enough of this. You all should hurry back. The King of the Galaxy sighed incessantly. Then, Your Excellency the King of the Galaxy, let us embark at once. If all goes well, we should return in no more than a month. Myers has already calculated the time. He continued, as long as we reach the realm of the Supreme Kai and report this matter. I believe the Supreme Kai will intercede with Frieza, preventing him from launching an assault on the Galactic Patrol, that we can then utilize the remaining time to visit the God of Destruction in Universe 10. Essentially, this journey will wrap up all matters satisfactorily. Luo Tian and the others successively boarded the spaceship. Tai Si chose to remain at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, claiming she needed to gather more material for her upcoming science fiction novel. Whoosh! The spaceship took off, leaving a brilliant trail of light in the starry sky as it swiftly departed for the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Only Luo Tian, Myers and Broly were aboard the vessel. Myers manipulated the controls on the spaceship's computer, activating the autopilot system that we should arrive at our destination in approximately 6 days. Myers stated that, "I am looking forward to it." Luo Tian nodded, examining Myers from head to toe, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Luo Tian's scrutiny. Myers couldn't help but inquire, "Mr. Luo Tian, is there something on me?" "No, I was just asking casually," Luo Tian replied. "What do you wish to ask?" Myers was taken aback. "Do you have any siblings?" Luo Tian inquired. Myers, slightly bewildered, answered truthfully, "I have 3 brothers and 3 sisters. Your sisters must be exceptionally beautiful, I presume," Luo Tian continued. "Indeed, they are very lovely," Myers nodded earnestly. "You must introduce your sister to me when you have the chance," Luo Tian said with sincerity. Myers chuckled helplessly. "How did you know I was planning to introduce you to my sister? What are your intentions?" "All right, I will make sure to introduce you when the opportunity arises." Myers smiled resignedly, knowing he would eventually have to introduce his sister, Keisai, to him. Regardless of Luo Tian's motives, he figured he would let Keisai deal with it. However, Luo Tian suddenly recalled something and asked, "What about Frisia's son, Ezer? Are we just leaving him behind in space?" "Members of our team have already gone to recover Ezer's body and piece it back together," Myers responded. "Did they use glue to reassemble it?" Luo Tian inquired. "However, Frisia will eventually find out about this, so we at the Galactic Patrol headquarters have already cremated Ezer's remains," Myers explained, believing it best not to let Frisia witness the tragic state of his son. "You are correct," Luo Tian nodded slightly before turning to Broly, admonishing him to be gentler next time and not to tear people apart indiscriminately. Broly grinned foolishly and nodded vigorously. Days passed one by one as the spaceship traversed the vast expanse of the cosmos. On the 6th day, Luo Tian suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from a nearby planet. "Myers, could you alter the spaceship's course and land on that planet?" Luo Tian suddenly suggested. There's something special about that planet?" Myers asked, momentarily puzzled. "I have encountered an old friend and wish to pay a visit." Luo Tian pointed towards a green planet in the starry sky. "Very well," Myers agreed, guiding the spaceship swiftly in the direction of the green planet. The spaceship carved a bright arc through the cosmos, changing its trajectory on the green planet. Vegeta sat atop a wooden stump, gnawing on a freshly roasted food resembling a dinosaur's leg. Nappa and Raditz were not present, as they were engaged in a distant cleanup operation. Suddenly, Vegeta received a reading of a combat power. A combat power of 10,000. Vegeta immediately rose from his seat, his expression turning serious as he gazed upward. In the high sky, a uniquely shaped spaceship descended slowly. "What is that?" Vegeta mused, slightly taken aback by the peculiar vessel. The earlier reading of 10,000 in combat power was emanating from this very spaceship. "Who has arrived? Whose spaceship is this?" Notably, although Vegeta's scouter had previously malfunctioned, he had acquired a new one after reuniting with Nappa and Raditz. However, for Vegeta, a combat power of 10,000 was hardly noteworthy. Yet it certainly warranted his attention. Inside the spaceship, Myers looked at Vegeta outside and curiously inquired, "Who is that?" "Our prince, Lord Vegeta," Luo Tian introduced. "I see. It would indeed be polite to greet him." Myers finally understood, adding, "But I shall remain here, that's fine." Luo Tian nodded. Creak! The spaceship's hatch opened, and Luo Tian, accompanied by Broly, slowly descended from the vessel. Myers chose to stay aboard. The planet appeared relatively primitive, adorned with lush trees and jungles. And the air was fresh. The humans on this planet had only recently developed their intelligence. Yet they possessed formidable strength, with combat powers exceeding 100. It was evident that if the inhabitants of this planet were to launch an assault on Earth, the latter would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Moreover, this planet boasted abundant resources, which was why Vegeta and his companions aimed to conquer it. Only planets rich in resources were deemed worthy of Frisia's army's conquest. Above the planet, a round moon hovered in the green sky, radiating a sacred light. Vegeta immediately spotted Luo Tian and Broly descending from the spaceship. I wondered who it was. "It's just Luo Tian." Vegeta scoffed before focusing his gaze on Broly. realizing that this individual was also a Saiyan, which explained his impressive combat power. Luo Tian, how have you been? He inquired with a hint of concern. Of course, even without your healing, I can soar through this universe, Vegeta retorted. Did you see this planet? Nappa, Raditz, and I have just cleared it. Luo Tian, I advise you to maintain a peaceful heart, yet it seems you have not heeded my words. Luo Tian remarked, shaking his head gently. Enough with the jokes. Possessing a peaceful heart is less valuable than having formidable combat power. Vegeta dismissed. I have declared my intention to grow stronger through my own training methods. But you, Luo Tian, what brings you here so suddenly? Do you wish to join my team? I shall have to consider it carefully. Speak courteously. That is impolite. Broly suddenly interjected. He had endured this for long enough. The last time someone had been rude to Luo Tian, it had ended poorly for them. Now, Broly could articulate 4 words, marking a significant improvement for him. Upon hearing Broly's words, Vegeta shot him a cold glance. His eyes filled with disdain. Luo Tian, where did you find a Saiyan with a combat power of 10,000? Vegeta chuckled. I must admit, you have quite the knack for finding them. I thought there were only a handful of us left. Yet here is another survivor. If Planet Vegeta still existed, this fellow would be considered an elite warrior. Allow me to introduce him, Luo Tian said, patting Broly's shoulder to calm him, and presented him to Vegeta. This is Broly. Broly? That is indeed a Saiyan name, Vegeta acknowledged. Vegeta slightly nodded, then turned to you, Luo Tian, remarking that your name bears no semblance of a Saiyan characteristic. Allow me to inform you that all Saiyan names are generated randomly by a computer. It seems that during the randomization process, the naming system experienced a malfunction, resulting in such an incongruous name for you. Luo Tian, I must express my pity for you. Luo Tian replied, no wonder my name differs from those of Saiyans. So it was due to a system error that I quite like my name as it is, though. After all, it's just a name. Does having a Saiyan name necessarily imply that you are a Saiyan? Moreover, I aspire to become a divine angel. Thus, I ought to possess a name befitting a deity. By the way, is your name also randomly generated? Vegeta responded, certainly not. Only my name is derived from Planet Vegeta. He pointed to his own nose with a thumb, wearing a haughty expression, followed by a rebellious demeanor, for I am the most gifted warrior among the Saiyans. Naming it after Planet Vegeta is utterly fitting. Ha, Luo Tian, you must regret practicing that so-called ultra instinct. Luo Tian chose not to respond. Broly, meanwhile, was eagerly rubbing his fists, unable to contain his impatience, even casting a pleading glance towards Luo Tian, as if to say, hurry up and let me pummel him, or I might explode. However, returning to the matter at hand, why have you changed your spaceship again? Where did you acquire this vessel? Vegeta inquired, casting a curious glance at Luo Tian. That's of no consequence, Luo Tian replied calmly. What do you mean it's of no consequence? Are you returning my spaceship to me? You scoundrel, you show no respect for this prince. Do you believe I 1T-pound you into the ground? Vegeta shouted, pointing aggressively at Luo Tian. Broly scratched his head, growing increasingly agitated. Luo Tian glanced at Broly, who looked at him with beseeching eyes. Just don't go too hard. You can't tear him in half again. Luo Tian instructed Broly. Broly nodded eagerly, assuring that he would not go too hard. What? You want that guy to attack me? Vegeta laughed. Bring it on. Whoosh! As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, he saw Broly charging towards him. Vegeta reacted swiftly, dodging Broly's attack just in time. Continuing to seek support, friends with monthly tickets, please send them my way. Chapter 65. Broly punches Vegeta. Bang. Vegeta struck hard, slamming a palm into Broly's back, sending him crashing to the ground. A mere battle power of 10,000, and you dare to challenge this prince? Vegeta sneered disdainfully. Broly scratched his head and got back up. I was careless. I forgot to enhance my energy just now. After rising, Broly glared fiercely at Vegeta. What? With such a paltry battle power, you dare challenge this prince? Vegeta scoffed, his expression one of utter disdain. Yet, you are considered an elite Saiyan warrior. I shall indulge you and let you witness what true genius looks like. Bang! Just as Vegeta finished speaking, Broly headbutted him in the face. Vegeta felt a numbing sensation in his nose, followed by a sharp pain. Broly slightly increased his energy, extending a hand forward and pressing it against Vegeta's face. In the next moment, Broly slammed Vegeta's head down into the ground. Ow! Vegeta's head made intimate contact with the earth. Swish! Broly showed no mercy, rubbing Vegeta's head against the ground fervently. Vegeta howled in pain. Swiftly retaliating with a heavy punch to Broly's stomach, Broly's body swayed slightly, but he merely grinned as if nothing had happened. What? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Why did my punch not affect him? Wait! Battle power! What is happening? Why has this guy's battle power suddenly surged to 20,000? Am I seeing things? This is impossible. This cannot be. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scouter. It must be a malfunction. Bang! Just as Vegeta considered that the scouter was faulty, Broly delivered another punch to Vegeta's chest. Ow! Vegeta's limbs involuntarily lifted upwards. Smack! Broly seized Vegeta's wrist, tossing him around with abandon. Vegeta was utterly unable to resist, emitting cries of distress. Broly hurled Vegeta around a dozen times before casually tossing him aside. Vegeta soared through the air in a graceful arc, landing headfirst into a thicket, with only his legs flailing above. What? At that moment, Nappa and Raditz rushed back from afar, just in time to witness Vegeta's unfortunate predicament. Nappa and Raditz's expressions shifted dramatically. Who are you? How dare you lay hands on our prince? Nappa bravely stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Broly. Bang! Broly punched Nappa squarely in the face. Nappa immediately flew backward, rolling several times on the ground, feeling completely dazed upon landing. Raditz, who had been about to question Broly himself, trembled upon witnessing Nappa's unfortunate fate, his young spirit severely shaken. Hey, Luo Tian. Raditz quickly noticed Luo Tian nearby. Broly spotted a stone beneath his feet and kicked it casually. Bang! The stone flew out, striking Raditz in the stomach. Ow! Raditz collapsed onto the ground, gasping in pain, his face contorted in agony. Vegeta, are you all right? Luo Tian ignored Raditz and instead approached Vegeta. Vegeta replied, I'm here upside down. What do you think? That guy, Broly, is it? I will not let him off easily. I merely sensed your presence while passing by, so I came to greet you, Luo Tian said to Vegeta. Vegeta remained silent, casting a glance towards Broly. What are you looking at? Broly spoke up, Vegeta. Vegeta wore a perplexed expression. What is it to you? Broly retorted. Vegeta. Vegeta chose not to respond further. Smack. Vegeta's energy erupted, obliterating the nearby forest. Vegeta straightened his posture, glaring at Broly in a fit of rage. He then shifted his gaze to the scouter on his eyes. Battle power 10,000. Was I seeing things earlier? His battle power has reverted to 10,000. It must have been my imagination. Nevertheless, to be safe, I shall unleash my true strength. Vegeta looked up at the sky that moment. A full moon gradually emerged in the heavens. Luo Tian, do you see that? That is the moon of this planet. And today happens to be a full moon. Vegeta laughed heartily. Moreover, it's worth mentioning that aside from our royal lineage, only a select few Saiyans retain their sanity upon transforming into a great ape. Your actions have thoroughly enraged me. I shall transform into a great ape and let you experience true terror. As Vegeta spoke, he fixed his gaze upon the full moon in the sky. Broly, too, gazed somewhat bewilderedly at the moon. Don't look at it. Yes, right. You will lose your sanity, Luo Tian admonished, waving a hand in front of Broly's eyes. Broly withdrew his gaze, scratching his head. Our prince is about to transform into a great ape. What do you think we can do to prevent him from transforming? Luo Tian turned to inquire of Broly, without a moment's hesitation. Broly immediately gestured with his hands in a tearing motion. Let us not resort to such violence. There are numerous ways to resolve this, Luo Tian remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Broly looked at him with a hint of confusion. For instance, that moon, Luo Tian suggested. Understanding dawned on Broly, who nodded vigorously in agreement. Whoosh! Barely had the words left Luo Tian's lips when Broly transformed into a streak of light, shooting into the sky. What does that mean? I'm a bit perplexed by your thought process, Luo Tian pondered. Roar, Vegeta, too, immediately harnessed the power of the planet's full moon, morphing into a colossal, ebony ape. However, just as Vegeta let out a primal roar of triumph, he caught sight of Broly soaring into the heavens. Humph, trying to escape. Are we? Vegeta scoffed, propelling himself upward in swift pursuit. Upon transforming into a giant ape, Vegeta's power surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing level of 180. 000. Whoosh! Vegeta pushed his speed to its limits, quickly narrowing the gap between himself and Broly. Broly turned to see the massive figure pursuing him and widened his eyes in mild surprise, scratching his head in bewilderment. Chapter 66. Vegeta, the legendary Super Saiyan. Upon realizing that this Black Mountain was in pursuit, Broly released a slight surge of energy outward. Whoosh! He accelerated, creating distance once more between himself and Vegeta. The two ascended higher and higher, piercing through layers of white clouds. You cannot escape, Vegeta shouted, declaring, "Dare to provoke this prince? I shall show you the true power of a Saiyan." Vegeta scoffed once more, increasing his velocity. However, as Vegeta soared, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His astonishment. No matter how he augmented his speed, he was unable to catch up to the being known as Broly. What is going on? He wondered, all the while noticing that the air was becoming increasingly thin as he ascended. Crack! In an instant, Vegeta was left aghast as he witnessed Broly penetrate the planet's outer atmosphere, shooting directly into the vastness of space. "Hey, you fool! That's outer space. Are you trying to commit suicide?" Vegeta shouted. Yet Broly paid no heed, continuing his ascent into the sky. "What the?" Vegeta halted at the edge of the atmosphere, unwilling to venture further. For beyond lay the true expanse of outer space. Before long, Vegeta spotted a glimmering, heading straight for the moon hanging in the starry sky. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Broly unleashed a mighty punch at the moon. The celestial body trembled violently, shattering under the force of Broly's blow. Broly clawed at the moon's fissure, forcibly tearing it asunder into two halves. Vegeta, rendered speechless, could only stare in horror at the scene unfolding before him. Utterly a loss for words, as the moon split in twain. The blood waves that had been emanating from the full moon dissipated instantaneously. Whoosh! Vegeta's body jolted, rapidly returning to his normal size. What? Vegeta stammered in disbelief that he actually smashed the moon in half. Is this for real? His method is so bizarre. Vegeta stood frozen, gazing at the moon now cleaved in two, his eyes wide with astonishment. Whoosh! Broly dove down from the sky, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Vegeta. No. Vegeta's expression shifted drastically, an icy sweat breaking out on his brow. Whoosh! Yet Broly showed no intention of attacking Vegeta, merely gliding past him. Broly's incredible speed generated a powerful gust that sent Vegeta tumbling through the air, somersaulting multiple times. Vegeta summoned his energy, finally managing to stabilize himself. Huff, 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 he gasped, his countenance reflecting utter dismay. Who on earth is this person? Is he truly a Saiyan? I've never encountered such an outrageous Saiyan before. Glancing downward, Vegeta saw that Broly had already landed next to Luo Tian. With a gentle thud, Broly touched down, beaming at Luo Tian and pointing at the moon he had just torn asunder. Luo Tian, rubbing his forehead, found himself at a loss for words. I did ask you to attack the moon, and you certainly did so. However, your method of attack was truly unexpected. I tore it apart. Broly grinned even wider. Meanwhile, Myers, observing from the spaceship, also rubbed his forehead, bemused by the turn of events. Your approach is indeed peculiar. What could have been resolved with an energy blast? You chose to personally tear the moon apart. Myers could now ascertain just how desperate Frieza's son must have felt when that moon was split in two. Truly, he was the legendary Super Saiyan, always defying conventional norms. Whoosh! Vegeta descended rapidly, staring incredulously at Broly, momentarily at a loss for words. After several seconds of silence, Vegeta finally spoke, pointing at Broly and asking Luo Tian, "Who exactly is he?" Luo Tian, do you remember what the dragon said about ordinary Super Saiyans and the legendary Super Saiyan? Luo Tian inquired as a sense of foreboding washed over Vegeta. Indeed, he is the legendary Super Saiyan, Luo Tian replied with a grin. What did you say? The legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta was flabbergasted, his gaze fixed on Broly in disbelief. Correct, Luo Tian nodded. That is precisely it, Broly chuckled, suddenly radiating a golden light. Crack! Broly's hair stood on end. However, before it could fully transform into gold, the golden aura dissipated as he shook his head vigorously. I can't transform. It's too easy to lose control, Broly muttered to himself. Vegeta. Luo Tian. Vegeta. What I wish to convey to you is that no matter how hard you strive, you remain but a mere speck in the face of raw talent. Do your best to prove me wrong. Vegeta stood there, completely stunned. Let us depart, Luo Tian said, patting Broly on the shoulder and beckoning him to follow. Understood, Broly nodded obediently. Luo Tian turned and began to walk away. But before leaving, Broly glanced back at Vegeta and issued a warning. Next time we meet, do not be rude to Luo Tian. I will teach you a lesson. With that, Luo Tian and Broly boarded the spaceship. Myers, I must say, I had expected your reunion with your kin to be a heartfelt affair. Instead, it appears you were merely showcasing Broly before him. Myers withheld further commentary and promptly pressed the ignition button of the spaceship. Whoosh! The spaceship ascended, swiftly breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vast cosmos. What a thrill! Broly exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Myers regarded Broly with a deep, contemplative gaze die in that moment. He felt that this legendary Super Saiyan possessed an air reminiscent of a destroyer god. Had Luo Tian been nurturing a destroyer god-s attendant from a young age? I have yet to find a suitable god of destruction, a true apprentice angel. I have not entertained such thoughts. Has he, a mere human, already begun to cultivate a god of destruction? Chin, Sun, Free, Little, Talk. Group 2.555953000. Chin, Sun, Little Talk in transition. Skirt 5.5470,75555. Mer's mood has become rather complex. Boom. Just as Luo Tian's spaceship departed from the verdant planet, fiery flames suddenly erupted from its surface. They coalesced into a dazzling display of fireworks in the profound starry sky, captivating and enchanting all who beheld it. That I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for their monthly votes. May I humbly inquire if there are still monthly votes available today? I have observed that the increase in monthly votes propels my new book to a higher ranking at an astonishing pace. Might generous rewards swiftly usher me into the top 10 of the new book list? I have faith in you all. Chapter 67. Entering the realm of the King of Gods. That planet must have been obliterated by Vegeta. Mers wiped his brow. What a fiery temper. It's merely a loss in battle. There's no need to vent on a planet. Moreover, after destroying the planet, can you even survive in the vacuum of space? On the green planet, Vegeta had just unleashed a massive energy blast, forcefully crashing it into the ground. The blast's immense power penetrated the surface, reaching the planet's core and shattering it. Nearby, Raditz and Nappa trembled in fear. Witnessing the planet engulfed in flames, Nappa exclaimed, Prince Vegeta, let us hastily depart in the spaceship. Indeed, we can no longer survive in space. With the planet's explosion, we will perish. This is utter chaos. Raditz chuckled helplessly. The two hurried towards the spacecraft. Vegeta scoffed, unfazed, and followed leisurely as they flew toward the spaceship. Beams of intense light surged from the depths of the earth, radiating scorching magma outward. Vegeta effortlessly dodged the onslaught of magma. Raditz, possessing the lowest battle power, was hit several times by the fiery droplets, yelping in pain. The air was thick with the scent of charred flesh. Raditz felt as though he could die from despair. If our spaceship were to be destroyed for this reason, it would truly be a tragedy. The three swiftly arrived near the spacecraft. Vegeta nonchalantly stepped onto the spherical mini-spaceship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The trio's spaceship rapidly ascended, entering the vastness of the cosmos. Just about 10 seconds after their departure, rumbling sounds echoed as the entire green planet disintegrated. bursting forth with resplendent colors amidst the starry expanse. On Earth, at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Dr. Briefs dismantled Luo Tian's spaceship and noticed an object resembling a communicator. What is this? It seems akin to a communicator, equipped with a positioning function. Dr. Briefs paused momentarily, then approached to examine it closely. Murmuring, it appears to be broken, seemingly intentionally destroyed. After a brief hesitation, he decided, forget it, I won't repair it for now. Perhaps Luo Tian deliberately destroyed this communicator. Dr. Briefs muttered to himself. It must be to avoid being tracked. With that, he discarded the communicator into the nearby trash bin. After researching the spaceship for a while, Dr. Briefs went out to search for some materials. Just as he stepped out, Bulma, humming her kindergarten graduation song, entered her father's lab. Bulma carefully inspected the spaceship, gently caressing it. Hey, Luo Tian, I've finished making your ring. When are you coming back? Bulma spoke to the spaceship. However, the spacecraft offered no response. Humph, going off to play in outer space without me. I despise you, Bulma pouted, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Tap, tap, tap. Bulma ran outside and passed by the trash bin. Immediately, she turned back, her bright eyes catching sight of the peculiar component in the bin. Out of curiosity, Bulma picked up the communicator's part and poked it a few times with a screwdriver. If I repair this communicator, will I be able to contact Luo Tian? Bulma mumbled softly, cautiously attempting to dismantle IT that moment. Dr. Briefs returned from outside and cast a glance at Bulma's hands. Bulma, that communicator in your hand was retrieved from the trash bin, wasn't it? Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses. Yes, Daddy, it really is a communicator. If I fix it, can I contact Luo Tian? Bulma inquired eagerly. If you wish to repair the communicator, I have no objections. However, do not tamper with the positioning system to avoid precise tracking. Dr. Briefs cautioned, glancing at the blueprints on the table. Precise tracking? Bulma pondered that it appears that the positioning system of that communicator has been deliberately damaged. Perhaps Luo Tian does not want a certain alien to find him. Dr. Briefs explained. Understood. Bulma nodded vigorously before asking, if I only repair the communication system, will it still be traceable? It's hard to say. After all, your voice needs to transmit a signal, unless you provide a false location when sending your voice. You might want to refrain from repairing it. If you accidentally attract a terrifying alien, it could lead to trouble. Dr. Briefs sipped his tea, adjusting his glasses again as he continued to study the spaceship. So if I just transmit my voice with a false location, it would work? Bulma mused, scratching her head. If you do manage to fix it, show it to me first before activating it. Dr. Briefs placed his teacup on the table. I'll give it a try. Bulma nodded earnestly. In the vast starry sky, amidst the boundless universe, Mers stood alone in a solitary chamber. Clap. As Mers raised his hand, an angelic scepter materialized before him. In the next moment, he elevated the scepter high. Whoosh! The scepter erupted with a brilliant light akin to that of the stars. The radiant flames swiftly enveloped the medium-sized spaceship. Whoosh! The spaceship tore through the cosmos, shimmering momentarily before appearing within the realm of the gods. In that brief moment, Mers had successfully transported the spaceship from the vastness of space into the divine realm. Progressing further would lead them to the planet where the king of gods resided. Mers exhaled a sigh of relief, retracting the scepter from his grasp. Outside, Broly turned his head to gaze out the window, scratching his head as he sensed a change in the external world. Luo Tian, too, fixed his gaze intently on the world outside. This peculiar transformation did not escape Luo Tian's notice. Not only did he sense the world's change, but he also felt the overwhelming divine power that Mers had just unleashed. Truly, he is a remarkable apprentice angel. I am still far from his level. Could it be that I am about to meet Whis? Luo Tian's heart swelled with anticipation and excitement. Bardos, wait for me. The day I become an angel, I shall come to marry you. Luo Tian cast another glance ahead, suddenly noticing a planet emerging in the distant reaches of space. This sight left him momentarily stunned. Why is there no inverted triangle planet in sight? Moreover, the planet that has appeared seems somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it before. Where on earth is Mers taking me? Surely, it is not to Beerus planet. Chapter 68. I thought you were taking me to meet Whis? Clap. Mel stepped out of the room, announcing, Luo Tian, Welcome to the divine realm. He continued, the person I shall introduce you to shortly is none other than the greatest deity in our universe. Luo Tian, puzzled, responded, isn't it supposed to be Whis? The greatest god must be the Supreme Kai, right? He is indeed Lord Supreme Kai. Mel's expression grew somewhat grave as, oh, it's truly the Supreme Kai. Why are you bringing me to meet him? Luo Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. Is there a problem? Mel's inquired, noticing the odd look on Luo Tian's face. Can the Supreme Kai help me with the issue of my angelic power lacking purity? Luo Tian asked. That might be possible. Mel's replied with an awkward smile. I thought you were taking me to see Whis. Luo Tian shook his head. Brother Whis mentioned that he cannot resolve your issue regarding the purity of your angelic power. Mel's explained, thus, I brought you to meet our universe's greatest deity. Perhaps he can assist you to is the Supreme Kai truly greater than angels? Luo Tian questioned Mel's. Indeed, the Supreme Kai is undoubtedly the most magnificent deity in the universe. Mel's responded without flinching, reiterating his point. You speak with such conviction that those unaware might take it at face value, Luo Tian remarked, well aware that the angelic race tends to be discreet. However, Mel's statement held merit. The Supreme Kai is indeed revered as the greatest deity across their respective universes. Why is he deemed the greatest? Luo Tian pondered. Because the Supreme Kai is a creator deity. And it is not an exaggeration to refer to a creator as the greatest. After all, many forms of life in this universe were brought into existence by the Supreme Kai, which is a testament to his greatness. Yet this did not imply that Luo Tian aspired to become a Supreme Kai. His ultimate goal remained to become a true angel. It is worth noting that despite the Supreme Kai's status as the greatest deity in the universe, he is still bound by the limitations of mortality, living approximately 20 million years. What I mean to convey is that when you meet the Supreme Kai shortly, please do not be disrespectful. Mel's cautioned, particularly addressing Broly. Since Broly was particularly attentive to Luo Tian, he included him in a warning, and fighting? Broly scratched his head, inquiring curiously. Absolutely not, Mel's replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, that I am relieved that I gave you a heads up beforehand. If you were to assault the Supreme Kai, it would be exceedingly impolite. Moreover, I doubt you could overpower him, but it is best not to share that thought that it would be unwise to provoke the legendary Super Saiyan. For if you were to confront the Supreme Kai, it could lead to a considerable predicament. Broly turned to Luo Tian, seeking his opinion. Heed Mel's advice, Luo Tian encouraged, patting Broly's shoulder. Broly nodded vigorously, adding, if it's disrespectful to you, then I will strike. Mel's, feeling that his earlier warning had fallen on deaf ears, sighed, Broly, you certainly have spirit. Luo Tian felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing he could now express 5 words. Broly grinned sheepishly. We are approaching the Supreme Kai's planet. Mel's indicated toward a distant celestial body, which was indeed the realm of the Supreme Kai. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a robot was traversing the starry void. Beside it floated an oddly shaped figure, entirely crimson, standing less than a meter tall, with 2 pointed horns adorning its head, resembling a diminutive demon from the underworld. The robot, a soft green hue with a round head, exuded a palpable sense of mechanical precision. Luke, the red-skinned figure, spoke. Is this the 7th universe? Indeed, Master Muse. The robot nodded affirmatively. I've heard that Beerus of the 7th universe is the most powerful destroyer god. Is that true? The little red demon, known as Muse, chuckled lightly, glancing up at the robot. Yes, Master Muse, Luke affirmed once more. Could you rephrase that? Muse replied with evident annoyance. I appreciate Master Muse for enabling my intelligence system. The robot monotonously acknowledged, granting me the ability to communicate. Humph, you should be thankful, as my father is the destroyer god of the 3rd universe, and even he has not activated such intelligence, Muse declared. Pride etched across his face, as if attributing all of the robot's capabilities to his influence. Thank you, Master Muse, for enabling my intelligence system, the robot reiterated. Suddenly, Muse felt a wave of unease wash over him. Hey, your intelligence system isn't malfunctioning, is it? Muse urgently inquired, scanning for alternate dimensions. Initiating dimensional breach, the robot suddenly announced. What? An alternate dimension? Muse was taken aback. Luke, the robot, then extended its hand, unleashing a surge of violet-red energy. Do not act recklessly. Muse's expression shifted dramatically. Are you attempting to destroy the seventh universe? This is disastrous. I should not have hastily enabled your intelligence system. You are clearly not intelligent enough. With a resounding boom, the violet-red energy erupted forth, causing the entire space to tremble violently. The energy pierced through the cosmic fabric, breaking into the realm of the Supreme in the next moment. That violet-red energy hurtled toward the direction of Luo Tian and their spaceship. What is happening? Mel's appeared bewildered. Luo Tian's face mirrored his astonishment. Why do I feel like that energy resembles destructive energy? He mused, sensing that its intensity was relatively moderate. Broly glanced up, his expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. Whoosh whoosh! At that moment, both Luo Tian and Mel's acted in unison, unleashing their angelic power. Their celestial energy swiftly penetrated the spaceship, enveloping the oncoming violet-red energy. With a resounding clap, the angelic power clashed with the violet-red energy, instantly disintegrating it. Within mere seconds, the violet-red energy was completely obliterated. What a powerful surge of votes yesterday. Although our ranking improved only slightly, perseverance will surely lead us into the top 10. I continue to seek votes, and perhaps a few donations as well. Chapter 69. I am not someone you can provoke. What just transpired? Luo Tian inquired. I am uncertain. However, it is highly likely that a destroyer god passed through here, inadvertently breaching the Supreme Kai's realm. Mel speculated, quickly operating the controls on the spaceship to display several images. One image materialized before Luo Tian and Mel's, revealing a red-faced demon and a peculiar-looking robot. Upon seeing the robot, Luo Tian's expression shifted, recognizing it that isn't that the destroyer god Mosca from the third universe. What is he doing in the seventh universe? He continued, that red demon appears to be the one controlling Mosca. I believe his name is Muiru. Not a destroyer god, merely an artificial intelligence robot. Mel's mused thoughtfully. Not a destroyer god? Luo Tian pressed, recalling that the violet-red energy had an uncanny resemblance to Lord Beerus's destructive energy. Indeed, it is not a destroyer god. Examine their attire closely. It does not resemble that of a destroyer god, Mel's replied, shaking his head as he reached a conclusion. What are their intentions? Luo Tian murmured. Whoosh, as they conversed. Muse and the robot emerged from the cosmic void, swiftly approaching the spacecraft. Restore normalcy. Restore normalcy. The robot's voice echoed once more. Cursed be the critical moment when the intelligent system faltered. Muse felt a surge of frustration. Can you repair yourself? Attempting repairs. Attempting repairs. The robot incessantly chattered, its light flickering rapidly, focusing intently on the spacecraft. I too noticed that spaceship earlier. I wonder whose it might be, Muse pondered aloud. Remove the ship's chip and mend my intelligence system. Remove the ship's chip and mend my intelligence system. Remove the ship's chip and mend my intelligence system. The robot repeated the command thrice. I must say, you've outdone yourself. Very well. I shall comply with your request. Though the occupants of the ship may find themselves in a predicament. Muse chuckled nonchalantly, prioritizing her own Luke above all else. Their ability to contribute to my Luke's well-being is their honor. Since Luo Tian and his companions had not departed but remained suspended in place, Muse and the robot soon approached the spacecraft and knocked on its door. Mel's pressed the opening button. With a click, the hatch of the spacecraft swung open, allowing Muse and the robot to step inside. May I inquire who you two are? Mel's asked courteously. Gibberish. The robot emitted strange sounds. Listen, I am here to requisition the chip from your spacecraft for my Luke's use. Muse commanded imperiously, leaving no room for refusal. Requisitioning the chip from our spacecraft. Mel's wiped the sweat from his brow in silence. Indeed. Muse affirmed with a nod. My robot Luke's intelligence system has malfunctioned, and I require your chip to effect repairs. While your technological level is rather mediocre, the chip aboard your vessel is precisely what I need for my robot Luke. Ahem, may I ask your name? Esteemed friend? Mel's inquired politely. Luo Tian and Broly observed from the sidelines, letting Mel's handle the situation, trusting in his ability to manage it well. Do not concern yourself with my name. Just hurry and produce your spacecraft's intelligent chip. Muse replied, growing impatient. The issue is, if we provide you with our ship will be unable to navigate autonomously and will require manual operation to return to our base. Mels replied, though maintaining his politeness despite feeling overwhelmed. Isn't it splendid that you can operate your ship manually to return? It's not as if I am destroying your vessel. Muse scoffed. Hurry up. I have no time for idle chatter with you. She urged. Gibberish. The robot echoed its strange sounds. Previously capable of articulate speech, the robot now seemed genuinely malfunctioning. Rendered mute, I apologize, but I cannot fulfill your request. Mels decisively shook his head. This spacecraft was a gift from Lord Galaxy King. Are you implying you refuse? Muse's expression turned frosty. However, I could assist you in repairing the system malfunction, Mels added amiably. Luo Tian, observing the scene, was left speechless. The temper of this angel is remarkably composed. That fellow is practically atop you, yet you still offer to help him? He mused. Repair the malfunction? Humph, there is no need for that. Muse replied coldly, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Let me reiterate, produce the chip from the spacecraft at once. This is not a negotiation. It is an order. Mels found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As for your mention of the Galaxy King, he is nothing before me. Muse declared disdainfully, I would appreciate it if you could speak more courteously. Mels frowned. A trainee angel. He was typically mild-mannered, but the events of the day had significantly challenged his perspective. The Galaxy King, whom Mels respected deeply, was now being dismissed as inconsequential by this brazen child. What? You refuse. Muse sneered. You even know who you are addressing. I was curious before. I am not now. Mels inhaled deeply, issuing an ultimatum. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Oh, do you realize whom you are speaking to? Muse's smile grew increasingly sinister. You would do well to avoid provoking me. I am not someone you can afford to cross that I could slay you without a second thought, and you would have no grounds for complaint. Mels felt tears of frustration welling up. Are we not going to fight? Broly, unable to contain himself, asked innocently, scratching his head in confusion. Go on, Luo Tian encouraged, patting Broly's shoulder. Broly, having been eager to engage, felt a spark of excitement at Luo Tian's words and lunged towards Muse like a liberated tiger. With a swift motion, Broly grasped Muse's head, propelling his body against the spacecraft's hull. Chapter 70. The robot of the third universe, do not damage the spacecraft. Luo Tian urgently instructed. Broly veered sharply just before colliding with the spacecraft's wall. Whoosh! He then propelled Muse out of the spacecraft and into the realm of the divine. The divine realm resembled the cosmos, akin to a vacuum state. Thus, Broly could survive within it. Gibberish! The robot turned its head to Muse, but remained utterly unresponsive. Thud! Luo Tian delivered a kick, sending the robot flying from the spacecraft. How barbaric! Mels remarked. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a surge of exhilaration while witnessing Broly and Luo Tian's actions. After kicking the robot, Luo Tian swiftly exited the spacecraft and entered the divine realm. Mels hesitated briefly before following suit, joining Luo Tian. Gibberish! The robot hovered in the air, its lights flickering, appearing dazed and lacking any intention to retaliate. Luo Tian approached the robot, examining the spot where he had kicked it. Expressing mild surprise. Mels, come look, this robot is remarkably sturdy. I kicked it, and there isn't a single scratch. Luo Tian beckoned Mels over. I exerted 80% of my strength in that kick. Even the cosmic Emperor Frieza would have been vanquished. Luo Tian mused. Mels leaned in to inspect the location where the robot had been struck, running his hand over it. Indeed, there were no marks whatsoever. The creators of this robot must possess exceptional technology. Mels acknowledged with a gentle nod. What material is this made from? Luo Tian inquired. It seems to be a rather special alloy, infused with various advanced materials. Mels contemplated. It bears similarities to the robots produced by the third universe. Notably, the god of destruction from the third universe is crafted from this very material. The god of destruction from the third universe. Luo Tian feigned ignorance. Indeed, Mels nodded, continuing his analysis. This robot's structural integrity has not yet reached the level of a god of destruction, but it possesses power comparable to that of an apprentice god of destruction, though it is somewhat dim-witted. Luo Tian. This robot's abdomen features an opening, and once one enters, control over the robot can be established. Mel's explained, gesturing towards a small door on the robot's abdomen. Open sesame. Luo Tian. Mel's remarked, it won't open. Luo Tian mused. Mel's, rubbing his forehead, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Let me try to open it with angelic power, said Luo Tian as he concentrated angelic energy in his hand and directed it towards the small door of the robot's abdomen. Buzzing, the robot's head glimmered with light. Bang! In the next instant, the small door on the robot's belly swung open. Luo Tian quickly glanced inside the robot. Within the confines of this robot, there was a comfortable seat designed to better accommodate a person, but apart from that, there was nothing else. The seat was a tad small, and Luo Tian shook his head in disappointment. I'm taller and more robust than that fellow. It feels a bit cramped. IT must have been designed based on that individual's proportions, Mel's replied with a smile. Let me see if I can control it, Luo Tian said eagerly. Mel's did not oppose. Instead of rushing inside, Luo Tian unleashed a radiant angelic power that sparkled like the stars and enveloped the interior of the robot. Buzzing, the robot emitted a series of peculiar mechanical signals. Mr. Luo Tian, what does this mean? Mel's inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Just a cleansing, Luo Tian responded. Mel's asked, do you have a cleanliness obsession? Yes, it's already spotless. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. That I've recently discovered that using angelic power to clean is far more effective than using detergent or alcohol. Mel's was left speechless. You actually use angelic power like detergent and alcohol? I am quite astonished. Now, Luo Tian was slightly taller than Mel's, making his entry into the robot's interior feel a tad cramped. However, it was still bearable. Bang! Luo Tian closed the door on the robot's abdomen. In an instant, a panoramic screen materialized before him, displaying images not only from the front, but also encompassing the rear, creating a seamless integration with the external world. Verifying identity. Verification completed. Binding in progress 1. Luo Tian then noticed a scrolling bar appear on the screen. The speed of the scrolling was astonishing, almost displaying 8 numbers in a second. Luo Tian found himself incredulous. Didn't you just say you were verifying identity? And it's already done? He quickly realized that the robot's chip must have malfunctioned. Otherwise, it wouldn't have bypassed the identity verification and proceeded to bind a newcomer directly. No wonder that red-faced fellow was keen on commandeering Mel's spaceship chip. Binding in progress 90. In the blink of an eye, the progress bar reached 90. Do you feel anything, Mr. Luo Tian? Mel's waved his fingers outside, calling out to him. Binding successful. The next moment, a line of text appeared on the screen, accompanied by a vocal prompt. Upon the appearance of this prompt, Luo Tian felt as though he had become one with the robot. That IT was as if he existed within it, and it existed within him. Every movement of his consciousness was mirrored by the robot's actions. Most astonishingly, the internal space of the robot suddenly felt more spacious. Luo Tian attempted to command the robot to throw a punch. Whoosh! The robot lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike towards Mel's. The speed was incredible, imbued with boundless might. Whoosh! Mel's, being an apprentice angel, deftly sidestepped the robot's attack. After this punch, Luo Tian was astounded to discover that the robot could amplify its strength by at least 50 times. He was utterly shocked that IT can enhance its strength by 50 times. This rivals the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Without hesitation, Luo Tian unleashed a series of combination punches against Mel's. Monthly ticket, monthly ticket, monthly ticket, monthly ticket, monthly ticket, monthly ticket. Chapter 71, 50-fold enhancement. Mr. Luo Tian, are you all right? Mel's inquired, swiftly evading and expressing concern. That I'm fine, Luo Tian replied, halting his assault. Mel's exclaimed, you startled me. I thought you had lost your mind. What just happened? Mel's questioned, puzzled. It's nothing major. Inexplicably, I've bound myself to this robot, Luo Tian responded candidly. Mel's was at a loss for words. You wouldn't believe it. While I'm in this robot, my strength has increased by at least 50 times, Luo Tian expressed with a sense of wonder. 50 times? That is truly remarkable, Mel's replied. The remarkable one is you. My strength has increased 50-fold, yet I couldn't land a hit on you after all this time. Luo Tian chuckled from within the robot. The robot emitted a series of mechanical chuckles in harmony. This robot is impressive. However, it seems there are still some issues that I'll attempt to repair it with angelic power soon. Luo Tian mused, glancing into the distance where Broly was still locked in battle. That individual is formidable, Mel's remarked, casting his gaze towards the far-off scene. Indeed, he can take quite a beating. Luo Tian nodded in agreement. At that moment, Broly had pinned Muse's head down, forcefully smashing it against a distant small planet. Muses let out agonizing cries. With a scraping sound, Broly pressed Muse's head down like a bulldozer, leaving a long trail on the surface. Soon, Broly had circled the planet with Muse's head in tow. The long marks overlapped perfectly. Overlapped, Broly released Muses and pondered this profound question while stroking his chin. Muses rubbed his head and staggered back to his feet. Who did this? Broly pointed at the overlapping marks and delivered a hefty slap to Muses. Dazed, Muses felt as if the world was spinning. Speak, Broly slapped Muses' face again. Huh? Muses erupted in fury, using the sharp horn atop his head to lunge at Broly's chest. Broly, who often appeared somewhat foolish, was anything but during combat. Yes, he saw the horn coming at him. Broly swiftly grabbed one of the protrusions. Bang, bang, bang. Broly yanked on Muses' horn, slamming him back and forth against his own body. After a minute, Muses lay sprawled on the ground, utterly drained of energy. Speak. Who did this? Broly crouched beside Muses, pointing at the overlapping marks. You did. Muses replied weakly, fully aware that failing to answer properly would result in further punishment. You lying? Broly scoffed. I'm not lying. You pushed me around this small planet. Hence the overlapping. Muses lamented. Your horns are quite sturdy, Broly remarked, poking Muses' horn with his finger. Why do you change the subject so quickly? What did you do? Broly pressed further. Muses, feeling exhausted, chose silence. You might as well kill me, he muttered. Speak. Broly slapped Muses once more. They grew on their own. Muse hastily replied, her teeth clenched in anger. She had been too careless moments ago, never anticipating that this little monkey would possess such strength. Had she known, she would have taken refuge within Luke's body. Then he would not have been her adversary. She needed to find a way to reach Luke and swiftly inhabit his form. Just as she was contemplating this, Latte maneuvered the robot, descending from the heavens and landing beside Broly. Upon sighting the robot, Muse's eyes sparkled with delight, revealing an overwhelming sense of surprise that why Luke has arrived. How splendid! It is as if the heavens are aiding me. Once I inhabit Luke's body, I will gain powers exceeding 50-fold. I shall tear this long-tailed creature to shreds. You just inflicted quite a beating on me. Broly turned to glance at the robot and Myers, remaining silent. Yet his eyes were scanning the surroundings as if searching for Latte. Latte chose to remain silent for the moment. Ha. However, Muir burst into laughter. Immediately, he produced a silver metallic sphere resembling a glass ball from his person. Wait for it. I will make you wish you were never born, Muir declared, hurling the metallic sphere onto the ground. Broly glanced at it, somewhat puzzled and bewildered by its nature. What is that? He asked, scratching his head in confusion. It's a flash grenade, Myers quickly identified. What is a flash grenade? Broly asked, his bewilderment deepening. Boom! Just as Broly finished speaking, the silver metallic sphere erupted with an intensely blinding white light. Caught off guard, Broly was instantly blinded, his pupils dilating to white, and he found himself surrounded by an overwhelming whiteness, unable to see anything. Instinctively, he covered his eyes, waiting for his vision to return. As for Myers, being a trainee angel, he was naturally unaffected by the flash grenade. Latte, from within the robot, merely noted a brief flicker on the screen. Nothing more. This robot is quite impressive that it can shield against considerable damage. He mused at ha. You deserve it. Now you see nothing, do you? Muse cackled with glee, while I see everything clearly. With that, Muse soared toward the robot. Luke, open the door, she commanded. Bang! Just as Muse uttered those words, she collided head first into the robot's abdomen, her head spinning as stars danced before her eyes. Thud! Muse slid down from the robot, looking up at it with a perplexed expression. What is going on? Why won't you open the door? Luke has always obeyed my commands. I should just have to call, and the door would open to their malfunction. She fretted. I shouldn't have activated his intelligence system. Otherwise, these issues wouldn't have arisen. Luke, open the door. Let me in. Muse called out once more. Bang! Just as she spoke, the door on the robot's abdomen swung open. Muse's eyes lit up, and she hurried toward the opening. However, just as she reached the threshold, a large foot came hurtling toward her face. Bam! Latte delivered a kick to Muse's face, sending her crashing to the ground. Chapter 72. Broly tears another apart. Broly's vision gradually returned. Coldly regarding Muse. You try to deceive me. Broly's expression darkened ominously. Muse stared in shock at Latte inside the robot, then mechanically turned to Broly. How is this possible? How can you be in my Luke's body? Muse exclaimed, bewildered. Before she could finish, Broly seized Muse by her left leg with one hand and her right leg with the other. What are you trying to do? Muse felt an ominous premonition wash over her. Do you know who my father is? My father is Mosca. Wait, Myers exclaimed in alarm. With a swift motion, Broly yanked Muse apart, tearing her asunder. Boom! Then, Broly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a powerful energy that completely devoured Muse. Myers felt sweat bead on his forehead. Humph, Broly scoffed, rolling his eyes at Myers. Wait, not a chance. Do you think you're a latte? Now, this is troublesome, Myers thought, but Muse, I suspected correctly. Her father is the god of destruction. Mosca, the son of the god of destruction from the third universe, has come to our universe, flaunting his power, and has even spoken disrespectfully to you. A trainee Angel Point 1 could only say that it is his misfortune. Latte appeared indifferent. After all, Myers had a hand in this affair. He could simply shift the blame onto Myers later. I still do not believe Mosca would dare to take action against Myers. Myers found himself at a loss for words. That a brief silence ensued. If the god Mosca were to discover this, he would undoubtedly pursue Mr. Broly with relentless fury. Myers wiped the sweat from his brow. Then let us ensure he doesn't find out, Latte pondered. You are right. We must find a way to keep this matter concealed. Myers nodded in agreement. Latte remarked, I thought you would suggest we take the initiative to admit our mistakes. I didn't expect even angels to have their cunning moments. Mosca, is he formidable? Broly inquired, taken aback. To your current level, you are far from his match, Latte affirmed. What about this? Broly asked, his body shimmering with golden light. Latte shook his head. Broly scratched his head, determination flaring in his eyes. I could see that moment. Broly desperately wished to become stronger. Myers suddenly felt that since encountering Latte and Broly, many things seemed to spiral out of control. First, Frisia's son, Ezer, had been torn in half. While it was unfortunate for a mere human like Ezer to meet such a fate, now the son of the god of destruction, Mosca, had also been torn asunder by Broly. This was indeed problematic. The situation with Frisia could be addressed by seeking the Kaioshin's assistance. However, dealing with the son of the god Mosca was no easy task. Would I need to seek the Grand Minister's help for such a trivial matter? Myers felt overwhelmed. After careful consideration, Myers decisively turned to Latte. Let us first deal with this robot. That IT should have a positioning system, or perhaps even recording capabilities. It is likely transmitting the scene back to the third universe. That is simple enough. We'll just destroy those systems, Latte replied, soaring out of the robot, his angelic power swiftly enveloping him. Myers was at a loss for words. Your method is rather barbaric. I assent to it. After a brief silence, he added, I'll assist you. Myers flew forward, also unleashing his angelic power. I'll join too, Broly added as he followed suit. Step back, Latte commanded. What are you doing here? Is this a matter you can resolve? Broly scratched his head, obediently retreating. With both Myers and Latte channeling their angelic power, they meticulously cleansed the robot's internal positioning and video recording systems. All right, now it should not pose much of a problem, Latte said, grinning with satisfaction. Myers wore a complex expression. Why do I feel like I, as a trainee angel, am partaking in something rather dubious? He mused, is it appropriate for me to act this way? Oh well, I can't worry about that now. After all, this mess was initiated by me. Do not blame yourself. Myers, Latte reassured him. This matter is not your fault. Mels, Your words leave me at a loss for how to respond. Think about it. He was the one who instigated our troubles, right? Luo Tian. You speak with such reason. Mel's nodded earnestly. However, on another note, after that unnamed little red devil perishes, will its soul report to the underworld? Luo Tian mused thoughtfully. Mel silently wiped away his sweat. Are you contemplating the destruction of his soul? Mel's dared not let his thoughts wander further. Can you take me to the underworld? Luo Tian suddenly inquired. Mel's was left speechless. Indeed, what one thinks often comes to fruition. You truly wish to venture into the underworld to obliterate his soul. That might be rather unwise, Mel's thought. Nearly in tears, he has already been slain. With my current abilities, I cannot revive him. However, true angels possess the power to resurrect him. If his soul is destroyed, then even a genuine angel would be unable to restore him. Therefore, if we locate his soul, Moscow would still know who was responsible for his demise, correct? Luo Tian asked. Mel's, I am indifferent. He may not be able to find me, right? Luo Tian added, but you are different. Your spaceship is far too conspicuous. It would be easy to deduce that you are one of the Galactic Patrol, thus so. The question arises, how will you cultivate among the Galactic Patrol in the future? Must you reveal your true identity? Mel's found himself in a state of distress after such discourse. Luo Tian fell silent, gazing at Mel's, awaiting his resolution. They were silent for a full 20 seconds. Finally, Mel's made up his mind, inhaling deeply and gritting his teeth. Very well. We can seek out his soul, but I must personally safeguard it without causing his demise. All right. Luo Tian did not object. I can handle this myself. You need not involve yourselves, even if Lord Moscow finds me. Given my identity, I trust he will not press the matter further, Mel's pondered. Furthermore, as long as his son's soul remains, he can be revived. Remember to use angelic power to wipe his memory, ensuring he forgets how he met his end. Luo Tian suggested that not let the narrative falter. If the reading stagnates, the story will crumble. After its release, it must deliver a total of 100,000 words within 3 consecutive days. Following that, at least 10,000 words daily. Chapter 73. Broly. Let's seize another. Mel's twitched at the corners of his mouth. You truly are relentless that you think this will allow you to ascend to angelhood. Nonetheless, Mel's regarded this strategy as somewhat sound. After all, both Luo Tian and Broly have provoked Lord Moscow, and such actions will only hinder their future cultivation. That it is quite possible they may be apprehended by Lord Moscow before they even become genuine angels. By the way, there's one matter I do not quite comprehend, Luo Tian continued. What is it? Mel's inquired. The destroyer god of the third universe, Moscow, is also a robot controlled by humans, correct? Luo Tian queried. Indeed, that is the case, Mel's nodded gently. Then the question arises, Luo Tian pondered. Is the human the destroyer god, or is it the robot? It should be the robot that is the destroyer god. The power enhancement it possesses exceeds 50-fold. Mel's replied, though this is merely my speculation, as my understanding of the third universe is rather limited. Its enhancement in power is greater. Luo Tian fell into deep thought, his eyes glinting with a hint of greed. Mel's, you do not intend to seize the robot Moscow, do you? Mel's wiped his brow. No, I was merely inquiring. Luo Tian shook his head. With my current strength, I could never hope to contend with him. I possess a degree of self-awareness. Mel's took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. It is good that you understand. Thus, the human controlling the robot Moscow must not be particularly formidable, right? If we could devise a way to lure him out from Moscow's control, we could defeat him, Luo Tian asked again. Mel's was a loss for words. After all this, you still wish to seize Moscow. Cough, cough. Mel's was uncertain how to respond. I was merely asking casually, but I hope he does not provoke me and Broly. Luo Tian remarked. That will not happen. I will ensure this matter remains hidden. Mel's exhaled deeply and gestured towards the distant spaceship, suggesting, let us return to the spaceship. Very well. Luo Tian nodded, seamlessly entering the robot's body. Controlling the robot felt as if it had become an extension of his own body. Moreover, the seat within was exceedingly comfortable. The technological advancement of the third universe is indeed remarkable. Whoosh! The spaceship launched, swiftly heading towards the distant realm of the King of Worlds. The journey to the King of Worlds would take approximately 5 more minutes. During this time, Mel's retreated to his quarters, conjuring his staff to initiate a video call with the Angel of the Third Universe. Cambelli. Is that not Mel's? Cambelli immediately greeted him. Good day, Mr. Cambelli, Mel's replied courteously. I have long heard of your endeavors in the lower realms. How have they fared? Cambelli inquired with a smile. IT has been acceptable. The great Kaishin has sent me to the galactic patrol of the 7th universe to gain insight into the duality of human nature. Mel's responded. Cambelli did not interject, aware that Mel's likely had other matters to discuss. Today, I have truly witnessed the depths of human malevolence, Mel's remarked with a sigh. Oh. What transpired? Cambelli asked. First, may I inquire if Lord Moscow is present with you? Mel's queried. Lord Moscow? He is not here. He has gone out for some business, Cambelli replied. That is good. Mel's felt a slight sense of relief. I asked what you were about to say related to Lord Moscow. Cambelli suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. Does Lord Moscow have a son? Mel's asked directly. Yes, he indeed has a son. To be precise, he is the son of Lord Meru, named Myus. Cambelli corrected a statement. Mears, does it still matter whose son it is? Mears knew that Cambelli's mention of Myulu referred to the individual controlling the robot mosque. That person likely resembled the small boy who had been torn asunder by Broly. Has Mr. Myusi gone to the 7th universe? Cambelli inquired. Yes, he is deceased, Mears replied. Cambelli. For a moment, Cambelli was rendered speechless, unable to articulate a single word. Deceased? This news was indeed shocking. The matter has significant implications for me, which is why I sought Mr. Cambelli, Mears reflected, casting a somewhat bashful glance at Cambelli within the crystal ball. You wish for me to help you conceal this matter, do you not? Cambelli asked with a smile. Yes, I apologize, Mears responded with a hint of regret. I thought it was a trivial issue. No problem. I assure you it will not be a hindrance. Cambelli chuckled heartily, yet his demeanor soon turned serious. I am aware that Mr. Myusi, son of Myulu, has a notoriously volatile temperament, indeed resembling a henchman of sorts. I suspected he would eventually find himself in trouble, though I never anticipated he would provoke you. Mears found himself at a loss for words. Furthermore, I intend to seek an opportunity to house Myulu's soul or erase memories. Mears added as a supplement. Cambelli fell silent. Are you training with the Galactic Patrol? Why do I sense you have thoroughly considered your escape routes? Oh dear, I can only imagine how exasperated Lord Mosk would be. Cambelli laughed heartily. Having discussed this matter, the situation had essentially been settled. Mears had conveyed all that needed to be said. Their conversation came to an end. Having resolved this intricate issue, Mears retracted his staff and exited the room. We are about to land in the realm of the Kais, Mears announced to Loden and Broly. By the way, if the Kai also behaves unreasonably, should we confront him? Loden suddenly inquired. Broly, eager and rubbing his fists, chimed in, let's teach him a lesson. Mears, ahem, rest assured, Lord Kai will certainly not act without reason. Mears promptly replied, that's a relief. Loden nodded. Broly was immediately filled with disappointment. Mears was genuinely at a loss for words. Is that expression of yours indicative of a desire to confront Lord Kai? Broly, we are here to meet the greatest deity of this universe. We must not, once again, resort to tearing individuals apart at the slightest provocation. Loden instructed, noting that you have already done so with 2 people. I appreciate the praise, Broly said, scratching his head awkwardly. Loden reflected, how true it is that one is influenced by one's company. This young man Broly is increasingly resembling me. Mears could hardly endure it any longer. Loden complimenting you. In the realm of the Kais, Kai Shin was gazing into the distance, observing the appearance of a blue planet in the far reaches of the starry sky. Through the view of the blue planet, Shin noticed a pink circular seal embedded within a cliff. It contained a demon known as Majin Bu. Kai Shin would frequently check on the seal of Majin Bu, ensuring there were no issues. Thus, even after such a fierce battle had transpired in the realm of the gods, Kai Shin remained blissfully unaware. Lord Kai, is the seal of Majin Bu secure? Jebbit approached respectfully to inquire. Jebbit was a retainer of the Kai and could also be referred to as the Kai's disciple. It is secure, Kai Shin replied with a smile. However, the seal of Majin Buu indeed presents a troubling issue. Jebet felt a slight headache coming on. Indeed, as it stands, there is no danger on Earth. That area is sparsely populated, and his seal remains unaffected, Kai Shin mused. While they spoke, a spaceship suddenly appeared in the skies above the realm of the Kais. Kai Shin's eyes widened. Jebet displayed an expression of utter disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This is impossible. It absolutely cannot be. Am I seeing things? How could a spaceship enter the realm of the gods? Jebet exclaimed in astonishment. It was indeed a perplexing sight. Kai Shin's expression grew grave. Who has arrived? What manner of individual has intruded upon our realm? Jebet also heightened his vigilance, stepping back in readiness for battle. Yet, what baffled Jebet was how a spaceship could traverse the cosmic expanse to enter the divine realm. Such entry was not as simple as one might think. The spaceship descended slowly, landing steadily upon the ground of the realm of the Kais. Who could it be? Jebet furrowed his brow tightly, observing the landing. Should we approach to investigate? Lord Kai. Kai Shin remained silent, soaring into the air, his gaze fixed coldly upon the distant spaceship. However, Kai Shin suddenly realized that the design of this spaceship seemed somewhat familiar, as though he had seen it before. Kai Shin murmured softly, "Creak." The spaceship's hatch opened. Beerus was the first to emerge from the vessel, with Luo Tian and Broly following closely behind. Initially, Luo Tian intended to exit directly in the robot, but was halted by Beerus. Beerus asserted that they were here to pay respects to the most magnificent deity of the universe, Lord Kai, and it would be impolite to remain in the robot. Reluctantly, Luo Tian agreed and left the robot aboard the spaceship. That attire resembles that of the Galactic Patrol, does it not? Lord Kai. Jebet quickly snapped back to reality. Indeed, it resembles the attire of the Galactic Patrol. Yet those two children behind him appear to be from Frisia's army. Kai Shin contemplated briefly, analyzing the situation. They might be Saiyans, Jebet recalled, hastily adding, somewhat perplexed, how could Saiyans be associated with the Galactic Patrol? Answers will soon be forthcoming. They must be here to seek me out, Kai Shin said with a confident smile. Jebet had no further comments. Beerus had already spotted Kai Shin and swiftly led Luo Tian and Broly forward. Upon arriving in the realm of the Kais, Luo Tian and Broly surveyed their surroundings, seemingly brimming with curiosity. The realm of the gods? Broly turned to Luo Tian and asked. Indeed, this is the realm of the gods. Take a moment to sense the air. Does it not feel exceptionally refreshing? Luo Tian explained to Broly. Broly took a deep breath and vigorously nodded in agreement. Luo Tian, too, gained a renewed understanding of the divine realm. In this realm of the Kais, one could sense an overwhelmingly comfortable atmosphere. If spiritual energy existed in this world, then the energy within the realm of the Kais was the most abundant Luo Tian had ever encountered. The divine realm was indeed extraordinary. Even the wild grasses thrived abundantly. Should we seize it? Broly suggested. Beerus, upon hearing Broly's words, nearly stumbled to the ground. You truly dare to entertain such thoughts? It is worth considering. Luo Tian mused thoughtfully that Beerus' expression was on the verge of breaking. Why are you still causing trouble? At this point, Beerus had led Luo Tian and Broly directly before Lord Kai. We humbly pay our respects to Lord Kai. Beerus bowed respectfully to the Supreme Kai. Luo Tian remained unmoved. Broly, noticing that Luo Tian did not bow, straightened his posture as well. Chapter 75. Hexen, is the god of destruction well known? The Supreme Kai glanced at Beerus, then at Luo Tian and Broly behind him, momentarily perplexed by this peculiar assembly. The angelic race has always been known for their politeness. Logically, they should be regarded as the greatest deities in the entire universe. However, the angels are characteristically uncontentious. Even when encountering the Supreme Kai, or the god of destruction, they would still address them with the honorific title of Lord after their names. It is customary. Not only when meeting the Supreme Kai and the god of destruction, but even when addressing ordinary humans, to append Mr. or MST of their names. Thus, Beerus' bow to the Supreme Kai was entirely appropriate. You are a galactic patrolman, are you not? The Supreme Kai inquired, regarding Beerus. Indeed, I am Galactic Patrolman Beerus, he replied with a respectful nod, gesturing towards Luo Tian and Broly, and introducing them. These two are Saiyans. I'm honored to meet you. Luo Tian extended a friendly hand towards the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai glanced at Luo Tian, but chose to ignore his gesture. "Extend your hand," Broly exclaimed. Somewhat irked, "This is the first time I've seen Luo Tian take the initiative to greet someone, and you dare to disregard him?" Broly clenched his fists, glaring at the Supreme Kai. "Broly, calm down. This is the Supreme Kai. No need to resort to violence at the slightest provocation," Luo Tian admonished. Broly scratched his head, nodded, and offered a goofy smile. The Supreme Kai cast a brief glance at Broly, not taking him seriously. Jebet also looked at Broly with a stern expression. "What was that expression you just had? Do you dare to shout at the Supreme Kai? How did you arrive in the Supreme Kai realm?" "Humans shouldn't be able to enter this world," Jebet inquired. "That we Galactic Patrolmen established a friendly relationship with the Supreme Kai realm over 10 million years ago," Beerus explained with a smile. "The previous Supreme Kai even sent some notorious criminals to the Galactic Patrol for confinement, which is how we gained access to the Supreme Kai realm. So, you're acquainted with my master, the Grand Supreme Kai." The Supreme Kai finally broke into a smile and kindly asked, "What brings you to see me?" "We have indeed come to seek the assistance of the Supreme Kai regarding two important matters." Beerus bowed once more. "Speak on." The Supreme Kai nodded slightly. "The first matter is that we, the Galactic Patrol, inadvertently killed Frisia's son, Ezer." Beerus sighed. Broly pointed to his own nose, implying, "I did it." Beerus shot Broly a glare. "What are you boasting about? Do you seek to escalate matters?" Luo Tian cast a meaningful glance at Broly, urging him to be more discreet. Broly understood and, feeling somewhat dejected, lowered his hand to Frisia's son Ezer. The Supreme Kai paused in surprise. "I have indeed heard of Frisia having a son. He should have been sealed on the frozen planet. Has he been released early?" "Yes," Beerus nodded. "After Ezer was unsealed, he attempted to invade our Galactic Patrol's territory, but he met an unfortunate end, torn in half. That Luo Tian vividly described the incident." "Beerus, could you refrain from interrupting at such a time?" "However," Beerus replied, "your description of met an unfortunate end is indeed quite fitting." Torn in half. The Supreme Kai seemed momentarily stunned. Jebet, slightly shocked, couldn't help but ask, "Who is so formidable?" Broly was about to point to himself, but upon seeing Luo Tian's expression, he quickly lowered his finger, looking somewhat aggrieved. "That is of little importance now." Luo Tian waved his hand. "What Beerus means is that we have inadvertently provoked the cosmic tyrant Frisia, and we hope the Supreme Kai can mediate, allowing us to coexist peacefully. Let Frisia continue to govern his universe while the Galactic Patrol maintains its activities in the Northern Universe." Pausing briefly, Luo Tian continued, "Isn't that correct, Beerus?" "Yes," Beerus nodded. "We implore the Supreme Kai for assistance. Of course, I have been monitoring the peace of the universe over the years, but I seem to have overlooked Frisia's actions. It appears that it is time to take action against him." The Supreme Kai readily agreed, smiling. "It would suffice for the Supreme Kai to warn Frisia. There is no need to eliminate him at this moment." Beerus interjected, taken aback. "Are you suggesting we send him to the Galactic Prison?" The Supreme Kai inquired. "Not at all. After all, Frisia is currently working for Lord Beerus. If the Supreme Kai were to kill him now, it would not bode well for Lord Beerus's operations." Beerus elaborated. "Lord Beerus?" The Supreme Kai raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed. "Who is he?" "Lord Beerus is the god of destruction," Beerus responded, casting a curious glance at the Supreme Kai. "God of destruction?" The Supreme Kai was again taken aback, seemingly at a loss. "What god of destruction?" Jebet inquired from the side. "Surely, you cannot be unaware of this," Beerus retorted, offering a brief explanation. "In this universe, for every creation, there must be destruction. Both are indispensable. Thus, the lives of the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are intertwined. Should one perish, so shall the other." "Supreme Kai?" Jebet stared wide-eyed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Silence enveloped the room for a full 20 seconds. The Supreme Kai and Jebet exchanged glances. Then, Jebet burst into laughter. "You, Galactic Patrolman, are truly amusing. Are you attempting to tell us that the individual named Beerus shares his life with the Supreme Kai? If that fool Beerus were to die, our Supreme Kai would also vanish," Jebet exclaimed, unable to suppress a curse. "How dare you call Lord Beerus a fool?" Beerus retorted. "Beerus, Did you bring a recording device? Luo Tian suddenly asked. No. Why do you ask? Beerus replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. I have already encountered an unreliable character. Do you wish to escalate matters further? Are you planning to record this and present it to Lord Beerus as a keepsake? There is still one more chapter to update this afternoon. Chapter 76. The greatest god and the most powerful god. What a pity if Lord Beerus were to learn that someone is calling him a fool. I wonder if he would have nightmares. Luo Tian mused. Beerus chose to remain silent. Then tell me, how formidable is this Beerus fellow you speak of? Jebet inquired. If the Supreme Kai is the greatest deity in this universe, then the god of destruction is undoubtedly the most powerful, Beerus replied candidly. The god of destruction possesses extraordinary strength. If he were to unleash his power, no one could stand against him, of course. Beerus's words were somewhat modest, as his brother Whis could easily defeat Beerus. However, the angelic race tends to be humble and would not mention Whis at this moment. The Supreme Kai remained silent. Jebet was also momentarily taken aback. The two exchanged glances once more. What about Majin Buu? The Supreme Kai suddenly asked Beerus. That is certainly not an issue. Beerus responded nonchalantly. Let me put it this way. If Lord Beerus were to get serious, a mere puff could obliterate Majin Buu into dust. Luo Tian added. The Supreme Kai, Jebet. Both of them burst into laughter, subsequently looking at Luo Tian and Beerus as if they were simpletons. Another silence ensued. Concerning the matter of Frisia's son, I can find a way to resolve it for you. The Supreme Kai regarded Myers with a tranquil expression and spoke softly. As for the matter concerning the god of destruction you mentioned, I shall treat it as merely a tale to indulge in, lacking in depth. Jebet let out a cold snort, asserting, in this realm, it is undoubtedly Lord Supreme Kai who reigns supreme, for he is the most magnificent deity in this universe. Should we encounter an entity that even Lord Supreme Kai cannot contend with, it would only imply the impending annihilation of this cosmos. Myers discreetly wiped away his sweat. Myers, he does not believe it. Rothian lowered his voice to Myers that I suspect that the great Supreme Kai's demise was rather random, and there are many matters he did not convey to the current Supreme Kai. Myers found himself at a loss for words. While Lord Beerus, for the most part, spent his time in slumber, resulting in little interaction between the two. Pray, divulge the second matter, urged the Supreme Kai. Myers turned to Rothian. He was acutely aware that the so-called second matter was merely a formality, intended to convey to Rothian the arduous nature of cultivating angelic power. This would also help him better appreciate the impending encounter with Sister Kashi. Rothian sighed. Should I inquire about the angelic power? Indeed, for Lord Supreme Kai is the most illustrious deity in this universe. Myers offered a dry smile. Nodding gently, he is unaware of the god of destruction, let alone the angels, Rothian retorted. Myers was left speechless. Your reasoning is quite sound. Angels, could they be the fictitious deities with wings sprouting from their backs, as depicted in the human realm? The Supreme Kai chuckled. Myers, knowing Rothian understood the Supreme Kai's limitations, felt little surprise. Yet at that moment, the Supreme Kai added, there is nothing I am unaware of. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded confidence. Rothian quietly wiped his brow. You do not even know of our angels. Yet you claim to possess knowledge of all? Myers found himself momentarily at a loss for a response. This is the first time I've learned that our universe's Supreme Kai could be so uninformed. Broly could no longer restrain himself. Who am I? He asked, pointing to his own nose, inquiring of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai merely glanced at Broly, remaining silent. Does it require the Supreme Kai to answer that? I can tell you, you are a Saiyan. Am I mistaken? Jebet chimed in. Broly shook his head. I am. The legendary, super, Broly, he exclaimed, struggling to articulate so many words in a single breath, quickly altering his statement to, I am a super. What nonsense is this? I have no time to play with a little brat. Jebet scolded with a frown. Broly, eager to engage, looked towards Rothian with anticipation. Should Rothian merely nod, Broly was poised to charge at this individual and deliver a proper thrashing. Broly, do not be rash, Rothian advised. You are too easily provoked. If you can maintain a calm disposition, perhaps your transformations will allow for a restoration of reason in the future. Not be angry. Do not be angry. Broly repeated the words, feeling that Rothian's advice resonated profoundly with him. Since we have come this far, we should still inquire about what needs asking. Perhaps Lord Supreme Kai might possess knowledge. Myers suggested, albeit insincerely. Rothian sighed slightly, raising his right hand as if he were a little adult. Slap. Instantly, a dazzling sphere of angelic power, resembling a cluster of stars, materialized in Rothian's palm. This is it, Rothian declared, tossing the fist-sized orb of angelic power towards the Supreme Kai. Are you feeding dogs? The Supreme Kai remarked darkly, hastily extending his hands to attempt to harness the approaching angelic power. However, the moment his hands made contact, the angelic energy slipped through his grasp and plummeted towards the ground. The Supreme Kai's expression froze. What sort of energy is this? Why can I not retain it? This situation became rather awkward. Jebbet, equally bewildered, pondered, why could Lord Supreme Kai not catch it? Was he distracted? Myers discreetly wiped his brow. Such actions will surely embarrass Lord Supreme Kai. With a snap of his fingers, Myers summoned the falling angelic power back into the Supreme Kai's hands. As expected of Lord Supreme Kai, effortlessly controlling this energy, Jebbet commented, attempting to mitigate the Supreme Kai's embarrassment. However, Jebbet's words only served to heighten the Supreme Kai's discomfort. Chapter 77. Be gentle. We must not tear anyone apart again. The Supreme Kai promptly changed the subject, feigning to control the angelic power and scrutinizing it closely in truth, the Supreme Kai remained oblivious that it was Myers who was secretly managing the angelic power. Had Myers not intervened, that energy would have long since flown free. This is indeed a rather peculiar energy. As for the question of control, it is somewhat challenging, the Supreme Kai mused, gazing thoughtfully at the angelic power. This energy appears quite murky. Do you possess a method for purification? Rothian casually inquired. The Supreme Kai was momentarily stumped, staring blankly at the peculiar energy. No matter, we shall devise a solution later. Rothian decided to grant the Supreme Kai some grace. Fully aware he could never comprehend angelic power, the Supreme Kai of the Seventh Universe did not even recognize the God of Destruction. How could he possibly understand angels? Asking was tantamount to saying nothing at all. But Myers, why the unnecessary effort? Rothian expressed a brief gratitude, beckoning for the angelic power in the Supreme Kai's grasp. The orb was swiftly reclaimed by Rothian. Look, even the greatest deity in this universe is incapable of resolving your issue. Myers seized the opportunity to instruct Rothian. Therefore, you must diligently train and contemplate the purification of angelic power. I'm certain you will discover a method. I believe in you, Rothian. Strive earnestly. Rothian gazed silently at Myers. Why do you look at me in such a manner? Myers suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Myers, after all this, you cannot possibly be suggesting these things to me, Rothian inquired. Myers smiled awkwardly. Is it that obvious? Are you implying I should exert myself to cultivate and complete the purification of angelic power on my own? Rothian pressed further. The issue lies in the fact that even Brother Whis is uncertain how to purify it. Myers lamented. Myers, think carefully. I know you will find a solution, Rothian encouraged, patting Myers on the arm. Myers suddenly felt something amiss. This is your dilemma. Why must I assist you in finding a resolution? He hastily shifted the topic. Since I have some free time, I shall resolve the matter concerning Frisia for you. The Supreme Kai contemplated before responding to Myers. Thank you, Lord Supreme Kai. Myers expressed his gratitude without hesitation that I shall seek out Frisia and explain the situation. The Supreme Kai smiled. Myers hesitated. Rest assured, I promise you I shall not slay him. The Supreme Kai added, but you must inform me of the whereabouts of the God of Destruction you mentioned. Since he is the mastermind behind Frisia, I suppose I must pay a visit to this God of Destruction. Myers pondered for a moment, concluding that sending the Kaioshin to the realm of the gods of destruction would indeed be a beneficial endeavor. It would provide an excellent opportunity for Brother Whis to enlighten the Kaioshin about matters concerning the gods of destruction. Myers readily agreed, and thus the decision was made amicably. The Kaioshin was quite pleased with Myers' demeanor, his sharp eyes piercing through the divine realm. Gazing into the distant cosmos, in less than 10 seconds, he exclaimed, I've spotted Frisia. I shall go find him now. The Kaioshin smiled softly to Kaishin-sama. Allow me to accompany you. Jebit interjected from the side. No need. The Kaioshin shook his head. I will return shortly. Kai. The Kaioshin chanted, and a radiant aura enveloped him. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Beside him, Broly's eyes widened in astonishment as he immediately began searching for the Kaioshin's whereabouts. However, how could Broly possibly locate the Kaioshin? He disappeared. Broly turned to look at Luo Tian. You are quite inexperienced, aren't you? That was instant transmission, a skill only the Kaioshin can wield, Jebit declared with pride. Of course. As a disciple of the Kaioshin, I too can perform instant transmission, though not as adeptly as the Kaioshin himself. Instant transmission, Broly's curiosity intensified. Simply put, it allows one to travel instantaneously from here to your former planet Vegeta. Jebit boasted even more. Teach me. Broly expressed his eagerness. Don't even think about it. Humans cannot master such a skill. It is a divine ability. Jebit scoffed, his face flushed with disdain. Broly fell silent. Do not worry. Broly, I will take you to learn instant transmission in the future. Luo Tian reassured him. Broly's eyes sparkled with anticipation. You mean the instant transmission on Yardrat, right? Jebit chuckled lightly. That kind of instant transmission cannot even compare to the Kaioshin's. Speak another word, and I'll make you regret it, Broly threatened, cracking his knuckles in preparation to Did I hear you correctly? You wish to harm me? Jebit laughed heartily. Do you know who you are speaking to? While I may not possess the might of the Kaioshin, I am still his disciple, one of the greatest gods in this universe. I know you are a warrior race, the Saiyans, but do you think you can challenge me? Broly immediately turned to Luo Tian with pleading eyes. Be gentle. This time, no tearing. Luo Tian nodded softly, offering one last word of caution. Broly's face lit up with excitement as he dashed towards it in the vast expanse of the starry sky. Frisia's spaceship floated serenely in the cosmos. Inside the vessel, Frisia sat in a stroller, gazing out at the stars. His caretaker, Beliblu, stood rigidly beside him. Beliblu, it has been several days without any news of Azer. Has it not? Frisia inquired. Yes. Indeed, His Highness Azer has been missing for several days, Beliblu replied, her expression grave. I have an unsettling premonition. Could it be that Azer has encountered misfortune? Frisia's brow furrowed deeply, his tail swaying anxiously behind him. Surely not, Lord Frisia. Beliblu shook her head vigorously. The last place His Highness visited was the Galactic Patrol, and with their strength, they could never be a match for Azer. Just then, as they spoke, the surrounding space began to warp and distort. Suddenly, the Kaioshin had used instant transmission, appearing near Frisia. Chapter 78. With a single glare from the Kaioshin, Frisia was sent flying. Who goes there? Beliblu gasped in shock. Frisia narrowed his triangular eyes, coldly scrutinizing the Kaioshin who had materialized before him. Frisia, the Kaioshin declared sternly. Who are you? Frisia inquired. I am the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin introduced himself. Kaioshin, Frisia's demeanor shifted slightly. This was because before beginning his service under Beerus, he had been explicitly instructed by Beerus, should he ever encounter the Kaioshin, he must not strike him and must unconditionally obey the Kaioshin's orders. Frisia had found this somewhat puzzling, but he dared not disobey Beerus' directives. Moreover, he had vaguely heard that the northern universe under the Galactic Patrol was managed by the Kaioshin, which also explained why he had refrained from invading that region. After all, the cosmos was vast, and commanding other territories was already a colossal military undertaking. Kaioshin, what brings you here? Frisia asked, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. I have come to inform you about your son Azer, the Kaioshin said coldly. Addressing Frisia, Frisia's lips twitched, his anxiety mounting. What has happened to Azer? He asked, his brow furrowed. Your son Azer recklessly entered the territory of the Galactic Patrol and launched an unprovoked attack, violating the peace of the universe. I have put an end to him. The Kaioshin bore a resolute expression, embodying the weight of cosmic peace. What did you just say? You killed Azer. Frisia erupted in fury, his countenance darkening. Indeed, the Kaioshin affirmed, should you seek vengeance, feel free to come after me. However, you may not realize the chasm that lies between us. To me, you are but an ordinary human. With that, the Kaioshin suddenly fixed a piercing gaze upon Frisia. Instantly, a powerful, invisible divine force descended upon Frisia. With a resounding crash, the stroller beneath Frisia shattered. Caught off guard, Frisia was sent hurtling backwards. Phew! Frisia's form pierced through the spaceship, propelling him into the cosmos. Due to the change in pressure, the contents of the spaceship were rapidly drawn into the void of space. Beliblu let out a scream as she was thrust uncontrollably towards the outside. Fortunately, her luck held, and she managed to grasp a handle on the ship, preventing her from being sucked into the cosmic expanse. With a swift motion, the Kaioshin waved his hand towards Beliblu's direction, enveloping her in a protective divine force. The spaceship returned to tranquility. Beliblu descended slowly, her face pale with terror, utterly frightened. Such is the power of Lord Frisia, yet he was so easily sent flying by this Kaioshin with but a glare. Beliblu rushed to the window, peering outside. Upon seeing Frisia suspended in the starry void, seemingly unconscious, she was gripped by sheer terror. Incredible! Is this what a true god is like? Such an emperor of the universe as Lord Frisia is utterly powerless before a deity? Tell Frisia that he would do well to keep a low profile, or I will not hesitate to come and eradicate him. The Kaioshin scoffed, casting a cold glance at Beliblu. Instantly, she fell to her knees, bowing her head fervently. Take care, the Kaioshin remarked indifferently, his form beginning to shimmer and fade. In a flash, he executed instant transmission, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The Kaioshin returned to the Kaioshin realm. However, upon his return, he sensed that something was amiss. He beheld a certain Saiyan clad in green fur, vigorously rubbing Jebet, his head, into the ground. Murs and Luo Tian were present, observing the commotion. The Kaioshin was left momentarily bewildered. What on earth is happening here? However, immediately thereafter, the Supreme Kai erupted in fury. Did I assist you, the Galactic Patrol, in dealing with Frisia, and yet you dare to bully my attendant here? Boldness indeed, the Supreme Kai thundered, simultaneously waving his hand, unleashing a powerful divine energy that enveloped Broly. Bang! Broly, unfortunate enough to be caught in the onslaught, was violently sent flying backward, tumbling several times across the ground. Present. The Supreme Kai's strength was comparable to that of Vegeta in the Cell Game saga, surpassing that of a Super Saiyan. Though weaker than a fully powered Goku, it was more than sufficient to contend with Broly at this moment. Puff! Broly swiftly rose from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Gazing at the Supreme Kai with a hint of astonishment in his eyes, a glimmer of surprise emerging. There exists such formidable power. Without a moment's hesitation, Broly charged toward the Supreme Kai. Clap. As he advanced, his form rapidly expanded, golden light radiating as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Broly, in a state infused with great ape energy, ascended once more to the Super Saiyan form, amplifying his combat power by 500 times. As of now, Broly's base combat power had reached an impressive height of 3 million. It must be noted that this young man's combat prowess often increased spontaneously, even without training. Occasionally, Luo Tian would observe this and feel a twinge of envy. Truly, he was the legendary Super Saiyan. The leap from 2 million to 3 million in combat power was exceedingly effortless for Broly. Yet even with a 500-fold increase, Broly's combat power amounted to a mere 5 billion. In contrast, the current Supreme Kai's combat power had already surpassed 10 billion. Consequently, dealing with Broly was a trivial task for him. Crack! Observing Broly's aggressive approach, the Supreme Kai glared fiercely. Instantly, a surge of potent divine energy enveloped Broly once more. Bang! Broly was once again sent flying backward, his body rolling several times upon impact with the ground. After landing, he gritted his teeth and struggled to rise. You have gone too far while I was over there handling the Frisia situation. You were here thrashing Jebet. The Supreme Kai's expression darkened, his fury palpable. I sincerely apologize for this. Supreme Kai, Myers hastily interjected, there's no need for further discussion. You are not welcome here. You may leave. The Supreme Kai coldly issued the eviction order. For the events that transpired today, I extend my heartfelt apologies to you, Supreme Kai. However, did you not mention a desire to meet Lord Beerus? Myers deftly shifted the topic to, I seek your recommendations. Chapter 79, unable to defeat Majin, yet cannot handle the god of destruction. The Supreme Kai did not respond to this query, but approached to assist Jebet. Are you all right, Jebet? The Supreme Kai inquired with concern. And I'm fine. Jebet nodded slightly. In truth, Broly had exercised restraint. Jebet had merely sustained superficial injuries. However, Broly himself bore significant wounds due to the Supreme Kai's fierce intervention. After all, seeing his attendant pressed to the ground incited considerable ire within the Supreme Kai. At this moment, Broly had reverted to his normal state, lying injured on the ground. With just a few glares, he had been forced back to his original form. Broly gazed skyward, his spirit somewhat dazed. Swish, Luo Tian's angelic power swiftly enveloped Broly, initiating his healing. Rise, train diligently, and you may seek vengeance in due time, Luo Tian consoled. Seek vengeance. Broly's eyes lit up, suddenly feeling his body fully restored, vigorously nodding before springing to his feet. Subsequently, Broly glared fiercely at the distant Supreme Kai, yearning to charge at him immediately. Not now. You're not his match yet, Luo Tian interposed, halting Broly. Having recovered from his injuries, Broly's combat power surged from 3 million to 5 million. Yet, even transformed into a Super Saiyan, his strength merely reached 2.5 billion, leaving a substantial gap compared to the current Supreme Kai. What? Healing magic? You possess healing abilities? The Supreme Kai inquired, somewhat taken aback, glancing at Luo Tian. I have a modest understanding, Luo Tian replied with a slight smile. The Supreme Kai, with a grim expression, remained silent. You only heal your kin. Did you not notice that Jebet was injured as well? Would you like me to heal him? Luo Tian inquired. Humph, it's unnecessary. I can heal myself, Jebet huffed, summoning a radiant healing light that quickly enveloped him. Jebet soon restored his own injured form. Jebet, what transpired? How did the confrontation arise? The Supreme Kai queried curiously. I'm merely engaged in a brief spar with him. It is of no concern to you, Supreme Kai, Jebet chuckled. Luo Tian exhibited a hint of confusion. Is he truly foolish? After taking a beating, he can still speak so amiably. Well then, the Supreme Kai chose not to dwell further, instead turning his serious gaze toward Myers. What was that about the god of destruction you mentioned? Where is he located? I shall confront him at once. Are you planning to use instant transmission, Supreme Kai? Myers asked. As you can see, my instant transmission allows me to arrive at any visible location in an instant. The Supreme Kai affirmed, just inform me of the god of destruction's whereabouts, and I can teleport there. It should be in that direction. Myers indicated toward a specific point in the sky. The Supreme Kai immediately focused his gaze in the direction Myers pointed. In the vastness of space, Frieza was escorted back by his minions, by Nibiru and others. A full 3 minutes passed before Frieza gradually opened his eyes and leapt from the bed. Lord Frieza, are you all right? Nibiru inquired with concern. Where did that bastard Supreme Kai go? Frieza seethed, scanning the surroundings with clenched teeth. He has departed. Nibiru responded. Just you wait. I shall make him pay dearly. Frieza's fury ignited. Nibiru dared not speak further. Bowing his head in silence, so, Azer was slain by the Supreme Kai. No wonder I haven't heard from him these days. Frieza clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. I could see that moment. No one dared utter a word. All heads bowed, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful of incurring unwarranted disaster. Supreme Kai, I have not forgotten you. One day, I shall settle this score. The blood of my son shall not go unavenged. Frieza's expression turned cold as he spat out these words through gritted teeth. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, a little more to the left, yes, that should be the spot. Supreme Kai, Myers said politely. There's an inverted triangular planet, resembling an upside-down pyramid that where the god of destruction resides. The Supreme Kai's eyes lit up, murmuring in astonishment. There's a castle atop it. Lord Beerus should be within, Myers explained. The Supreme Kai immediately directed his gaze toward the castle. Soon, he pierced through the castle's walls and effortlessly spotted Beerus, who was fast asleep inside a cat. The Supreme Kai blinked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of our universe. Myers confirmed that is he the mastermind behind Frieza. The Supreme Kai scoffed. One could say so. Mers gently nodded that he was somewhat aware that before Lord Beerus fell into slumber, he had tasked Frisia with the responsibility of executing certain directives, including the destruction of specifically named planets. Therefore, to assert that Frisia was merely a pawn of Beerus would not be entirely erroneous. This implies that the myriad troubles plaguing the universe are all attributable to this individual. The Supreme Kai grasped the gravity of the situation. Mers, momentarily at a loss for words, fell into a brief silence. "No, that is not right." Mers shook his head. "You need not say anything further. I am unable to contend with Majin Buu, and yet you expect me to handle a god of destruction." The Supreme Kai let out a cold snort, his form suddenly becoming ethereal. "Wait, Lord Supreme Kai." Mers' complexion changed. "I see you intend to employ instant transmission to the realm of the gods of destruction. You must take me with you." Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had intended to rush forward and persuade the Supreme Kai to take him along to the realm of the gods of destruction. However, after a moment's hesitation, he quickly retracted his steps. The last individual the Supreme Kai had encountered was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. There was a distinct possibility that he might teleport directly to Beerus' side. "I think I shall refrain from accompanying him. What if he merely glances at Beerus? Beerus could sneeze, and that scenario would be utterly unbearable to witness. I would rather not follow him to my demise." "Fear not, for the Supreme Kai is the greatest deity in the universe. Aside from the troublesome Majin Buu, the god of destruction you speak of is hardly a concern," Jebbet proclaimed with a confident smile, patting Mers on the shoulder as a gesture of reassurance. Mers replied, "There's nothing more to say. I have plenty of drafts ready, and I shall post another chapter, Chapter 80. Sin and Beerus. Mers genuinely struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Do you and the Supreme Kai not realize? In the presence of Lord Beerus, Majin Buu is insignificant. Even as a novice angel, I may not stand a chance against the god of destruction. Beerus' greatest concern now is whether the Supreme Kai might act inappropriately towards Lord Beerus. That would be disastrous." Just as Mers finished speaking, the Supreme Kai had already vanished through instant transmission. Mers awkwardly retracted his outstretched hand, then scratched his head, contemplating whether he should contact Whis immediately. Would Whis sense that the Supreme Kai had ventured into the realm of the gods of destruction? If he did not sense it, and something were to happen to the Supreme Kai, it would certainly complicate matters. With a decisive motion, Mers raised his hand, and a staff materialized before him. I end this critical moment. He could no longer afford to conceal his identity. Moreover, revealing his identity to the Supreme Kai's attendant was of little consequence. Broly rubbed his eyes in surprise, gazing at the staff that had suddenly appeared in Mers' hand, and approached to inspect it closely. Where did this stick come from? Jebbet, upon noticing the staff, was momentarily taken aback, slightly surprised. "What is that?" Luo Tian leaned closer to Mers, peering into the crystal orb atop the staff. "Hey, Whis, long time no see," he exclaimed, waving at the figure of Whis that had just appeared within the orb. Mers was taken aback. Whis also wore an expression of astonishment. Both turned their gazes toward Luo Tian. "You can see inside?" Mers turned his head, offering a wry smile. "Shouldn't it be impossible to see?" "Is that so?" Luo Tian inquired. "That is correct," Mers nodded. "Unless we allow it, even the god of destruction would be unable to perceive what lies within the crystal orb." I see that." Luo Tian nodded. Mers remarked, "Does your constitute a response?" "Oh my, how impressive, Luo Tian. I never imagined you could see me." Whis smiled gently. "Just flattery," Luo Tian humbly replied. Nothing remained unspoken, yet Broly circled the crystal orb, casting odd glances between Luo Tian and Mers. "Who exactly are you conversing with? Why can't I see anything?" Jebbet, standing aside, expressed his disdain and chose not to join in the spectacle. "Whis, how was the sausage from last time?" Luo Tian inquired. "Do you wish for more?" "Ahem, it was quite good, but not at the moment," Whis promptly answered, unsure of how to respond to Luo Tian. After finishing, he swiftly shifted the topic. "By the way, Mers, did you summon me for something important?" "Ah, indeed. There is a matter of great significance," Mers exclaimed, slapping his forehead in urgency. "The Supreme Kai may have already entered the castle where Lord Beerus resides." It is worth noting that the Supreme Kai seems to be lacking knowledge of Lord Beerus, and even our angels. Oh dear, is that so? Whis paused briefly, then turned his gaze toward the distant castle. Indeed, Whis had sensed the presence of the Supreme Kai within the castle. I shall go check it out. After addressing Mers, Whis prepared to conclude the conversation. Luo Tian refrained from interrupting Whis at that moment. After all, it would be quite troublesome if the Supreme Kai were to inadvertently meet an untimely end, especially considering he was about to meet the god of destruction. Beerus, Luo Tian's mind conjured an image, the Supreme Kai glaring at Beerus, who in turn sneezed at the Supreme Kai. Then, both would vanish amidst the storm. The thought was exceedingly stimulating. In the realm of the gods of destruction, on Beerus's planet, within the castle where Beerus resided. The Supreme Kai had appeared beside Beerus through instant transmission. The Supreme Kai regarded the slumbering Beerus with a cold stare, unable to suppress a disdainful huff. Beerus curled up, sleeping soundly and even snoring. Who would have imagined that this seemingly ordinary cat person is the mastermind behind the cosmic tyrant? Frisia. The Supreme Kai mused, his gaze growing more frigid. Once I eliminate you, peace will prevail in this universe. If I can't handle Majin Buu, surely I can deal with you. The Supreme Kai's irritation mounted, and without a trace of hesitation, he fixed his gaze upon the slumbering Beerus. Suddenly, a potent divine force enveloped Beerus's form. Bang! Beerus's body was propelled through the wall behind him. Soaring through the air in a graceful arc, the god of destruction is nothing more than this. The Supreme Kai scoffed, a triumphant smile gracing his features. I once believed he was formidable, yet he was merely sent flying with a single glare. I dare say he is now on the brink of death. With a thud, Beerus landed outside the castle on the grass, sprawling in disarray. However, he soon rolled over, stretched lazily, and resumed his slumber. What's with these mosquitoes? Beerus muttered in his dreams, inadvertently expelling a purplish-red bubble from his mouth. Whoosh! The purplish-red bubble zipped toward the castle at an astonishing speed, piercing through the very wall Beerus had just demolished and homing in on the Supreme Kai. What is this bubble? The Supreme Kai paused, scoffing at a trivial trick, daring to flaunt itself before me. Ha! The Supreme Kai waved his hands forward and bellowed, channeling his divine power into the bubble. However, it proved utterly futile. The purplish-red bubble drew ever closer to the Supreme Kai. What? How can this be possible? The god of destruction widened his eyes in astonishment, his expression a portrait of confusion. Just as the purplish-red bubble was poised to strike him, a swift motion caught his attention. With a graceful flourish of his staff, Whis surged in from a distance, deftly redirecting the bubble's trajectory. The purplish-red orb was altered in its course by Whis's intervention. With a resounding boom, it penetrated the ceiling of the castle, soaring unsteadily into the sky. In the next moment, this very bubble collided with a distant star in the heavens. In an instant, the star was obliterated, disintegrating into nothingness and vanishing before the eye could blink. The entire realm of the gods grew dimmer in an instant. Chapter 81. Is this figurine the Omni King? What? The god of destruction's gaze fell upon the terrifying scene, his countenance paling in fear. What on earth was that? That bubble.